Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Page 151. Steel-based energy swirled around the saltstone giant, adhering to its blocky body and emitting a silvery gray glow, as if coating the saltstone giant with a metallic shell, greatly increasing its defensive capabilities. Xiaoyu had anticipated this tactic. With moves like iron defense, pounce, recover, and salt rock was a nightmare for almost every physical attacker. In addition, its clean salt ability granted it immunity to status conditions such as burn, sleep, poison, and freeze, and halved the damage it received from ghost-type moves. At this moment, the saltstone giant was like an iron tower, indestructible. Lizard King used Trouble Seed. However, since Xiaoyu already knew the opponent's tactics, he was prepared. To defeat the salt giant, the first step is to break its property of cleansing salt. Xiaoyu calmly directed the Lizard King to throw the Seed of Trouble at the saltstone giant. At this point, the saltstone giant's weakness was exposed. Its speed was relatively slow, making it difficult to dodge even when it knew the Lizard King's attack was coming. The Seed of Trouble was thrown at the saltstone giant, and it quickly took root and sprouted on it, changing the saltstone giant's properties from clean salt to sleepless. Saltstone giant, use Iron Wall. He's his who also knew the saltstone giant's weakness. Since he couldn't dodge the attack, he simply went all the way and made the saltstone giant use Iron Wall again. The two iron walls had already turned the saltstone giant into a physical defense monster. In the current situation, Xiaoyu didn't want the Lizard King to use physical attack skills at all, because the Lizard King would definitely not be able to break through the saltstone giant with physical attack alone. Lizard King, Parasite Seed. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Ever since Trico evolved into Septal, Xiaoyu had never used such a shameless tactic again. Now, facing the powerful salt giant, Xiaoyu could only resort to his old tricks with Septal. Saltstone giant, Iron Wall. Since the Lizard King had released the parasitic seed, Hisisu continued to have the saltstone giant use the Iron Wall skill. After using Iron Wall skill 3 times, the saltstone giant's defense had reached its peak. The white and yellow blocky rocks on its body seemed to have turned into silver-gray metal with amazing hardness. Saltstone giant, pounce. Hisu's voice rang out. After the enhancement was complete, it was time for the saltstone giant to launch its attack. The saltstone giant leaped forward like a rocket, spreading its arms and pouncing directly on the Lizard King with astonishing force. Even though the saltstone giant moved slowly, its burst of speed in that instant was still quite terrifying. With a leap, it pounced on the Lizard King like a colossus. Lizard King, get out of the way. Seeing the imposing saltstone giant, Xiaoyu decisively told the Lizard King to get out of the way. Chamo. The Lizard King reacted extremely quickly, using its legs to propel itself backward. Boom. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled. The colossal body of the saltstone giant slammed into the spot where the Lizard King had stood, creating a large crater and spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. If the Lizard King were to take a hit from a pounce attack, it would definitely be severely injured or even defeated. Salt Giant. Continuous attacks. The missed attack did not affect Hisisu. Instead, he continued to give orders for the saltstone giant to use a series of pounce attacks. The saltstone giant's pounce missed just now because it was too far away, but now that the distance between them has closed, it won't be so easy to dodge. Moreover, the saltstone giant can make countless mistakes, but the Lizard King cannot afford to make even one mistake. If it gets hit even once, the saltstone giant can win the entire match. We must be extremely careful with the Lizard King. The power of the saltstone giant's pounce attack has reached an extremely terrifying level. Qing Taiheng explained to everyone, you may not have a concrete concept of the power of the saltstone giant's pounce attack after the 3 Iron Wall enhancements. Let me give you an analogy so you can understand. Everyone knows Garcomp, right? The power of a rock giant using pounce after 3 iron defense upgrades is almost the same as the power of a Garcomp using crunch after 3 swords dances. So you can imagine how many Pokémon can withstand a Garcomp using crunch after 3 swords dances. Xiaoyu also knew how powerful the Salt Stone Giant's pounce attack was at this moment. Facing the Salt Stone Giant's pounce attack again, Xiaoyu dared not be careless this time and directly had the Lizard King use the see-through skill. Lizard King, see-through. A light shield formed in front of the Lizard King, directly blocking the massive body of the Salt Stone Giant. Boom! The massive body of the Salt Stone Giant slammed into the light shield, sparks flying. The light shield shook violently, teetering on the verge of collapse, seemingly about to break at any moment. This was the first time Xiaoyu had ever seen such a situation, but fortunately, the Lizard King's see-through skill blocked the Salt Stone Giant's pounce, and now was the perfect time to launch a counterattack. Lizard King, Leaf Storm. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Although the Salt Stone Giant's physical defense was high, its special defense was not enhanced. Fluorescent green grass-type energy danced and suddenly burst forth from the Lizard King's body, with endless green leaves slicing towards the Salt Stone Giant's body like sharp knives. Leaf Storm is Sceptle's strongest special attack move. Although the side effect is a significant decrease in special attack, it is enough to severely damage Salt Rock Giant. With the stab boost from Leaf Storm and the grass-type's double super weakness against Giant Salt would have been no match for Leaf Storm unless it possessed gym leader level strength. Hold on, Saltstone Giant. Faced with the Lizard King's strongest attack, who also chose to have the Saltstone Giant use its defensive skill. A shield of light appeared in front of the Saltstone Giant, directly blocking the Lizard King's crucial attack. Come back, Sceptle, you've done a great job. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoyu switched Pokémon, replacing Sceptle with Nombat. Xiaoyu looked at the Lizard King with a smile on his face. The Lizard King's performance since the start of the competition has been quite outstanding. Take a good rest. I'll need you to play later. After using Leaf Storm, the Sceptle, whose special attack has been greatly reduced, has completed its mission. Now it just needs to rest and wait to come back to the field later. Buzzbat, now it's up to you to perform, Xiaoyu encouraged Buzzbat. Noibat responded to Xiaoyu with a cheerful cry as soon as it appeared. As Xiaoyu's starter Pokémon, Noibat spent the most time with Xiaoyu. Similarly, Nombat was the first Pokémon that led Xiaoyu to become a trainer. Nombat has always played a supporting role, but in today's match, Nombat was the key to defeating Salt Giant. Buzzbat, you can't slack off today. You need to show your true skills. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, use deadly poison. In order to defeat who, Xiaoyu made thorough preparations over the past 3 days. Sceptle uses the Sword's Dance move in a unique way, while Noctua learned the Toxic move using a TM. Chapter 250 for the highlight of the Buzzing Bat. The Poison skill has a very simple and direct effect. It puts the opponent into a poisoned state, causing them to continuously lose stamina. The longer the poisoning lasts, the deeper the poisoning becomes, and the faster the stamina is lost. This skill is practically the exclusive skill of cunning and treacherous people, and it is also one of Xiaoyu's favorite skills. Whose expression turned quite grim when he saw Nombat use the poison move. Poison has always been one of the moves that trainers hate to face the most. Of course, it would be so much more fun if it were your own Pokémon using it. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a surge of satisfaction. So what if it's a gym leader level Eurocopter? So what if it has the Cleanse Salt ability? I'll use Toxic, Protect, and Taunt to take down a gym leader level Pokémon. Xiaoyu secretly decided that after this match, he would have Buzzbat learn a stand skill. Since we've embarked on this disgusting path, we're determined to go all the way down it. Looking at the Saltstone Giant, who was caught in a state of both deadly poison and parasitic seeds, whose mindset changed slightly. He had to race against time. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become for him. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu to use such a war of attrition tactics today. You see, since the start of the College Cup, Xiaoyu had always won by relying on the fierce attacks of Charizard and Sceptile, and had never used a war of attrition tactics in a single match. Is this your trump card? As expected, cultured people are all cunning. You've been hiding this for so long, and this is your last resort. But I also have my trump cards. Saltstone Giant, use Pounce. Buzzing Bat, fly into the air and get out of the way. The Buzzing Bat flapped its wings and flew into the air, using its nimble body to dodge the attack of the Saltstone Giant. Buzzbat, Ultrasonic Wave. Buzzing Bat, Shadow Clone Technique. Xiaoyu now felt that the situation was very favorable. He had carefully planned this match, with each step linked to the next. He used the Trouble Seed to break the Salt Rock Giant's clean salt property, and then used the Parasitic Seed and the deadly poison to wear down the Salt Rock Giant. That's the tactic. It may be dirty and vulgar, but it's effective. Of course, even though he had the upper hand, Xiaoyu did not dare to let his guard down and remained vigilant, because who had not replaced any Pokémon so far, which Xiaoyu found quite unreasonable. Furthermore, Xiaoyu also saw a very outrageous skill in the Saltstone Giant's skill pool, Big Bang. This was a skill that Xiaoyu needed to pay special attention to. The Big Bang skill, as the name suggests, is a self-destruction that deals high damage to enemies, and its power is the highest among all skills. It was obvious that who wanted to use the big explosion to trick Xiaoyu. He kept making the Saltstone Giant use skills such as Rock Slide and Pounce in order to force out the Nodding Bat's guard skill and finally unleash a big self-destruct. How insidious. Luckily, I was more skilled and discovered your scheme, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Having seen through who's plan, Xiaoyu became extra cautious, keeping the buzzing bat and the Saltstone Giant at a safe distance, giving the Saltstone Giant no chance whatsoever. Even if he was occasionally hit by the Rock Slide skill, Xiaoyu would immediately have the buzzbat use the Feather Perch skill to recover its stamina. As for the guard skill, he would never use it. Xiaoyu and who were locked in a stalemate, with Xiaoyu able to sustain the situation, but who certainly couldn't. As time passed, the poison on the Saltstone Giant worsened, and seeing that the Saltstone Giant was about to collapse, who finally couldn't hold back any longer. Saltstone Giant, use the big explosion. Buzzbat, hold the line. Boom. With a huge roar, the Saltstone Giant's body burst out with brilliant light, and the energy within its body surged out. The violent explosion generated a huge blast wave and shockwave that struck the light shield released by the buzzing bat. Crack. The explosion was incredibly powerful, shattering the light shield with a crisp sound. Even with the divine skill of defense, it can only withstand part of the power of the explosion. A small portion of the aftershock still damages the buzzbat. Come back, Saltstone Giant. After the explosion, the Salt Rock Giant lost its ability to battle. Who decisively recalled the Salt Rock Giant and then released his second Pokémon. Page 152. The Saltstone Giant has lost its ability to fight. Xiaoyu actually won? Qing Taiheng still couldn't believe it. Who's ace Pokémon actually lost the match like that. It's too surprising. Xiaoyu was very well prepared today. Facing the powerful Salt Rock Giant, he chose to use the Toxic move to get off to a good start. If he can defeat 2 more Pokémon, Xiaoyu will qualify for the national finals. Go, Grimmsnarl. Who remained calm, seemingly unaffected, and immediately dispatched the second Pokémon, Grimmsnarl. Xiaoyu was filled with vigilance towards the mischievous, hairy troll. Provocation, you long-haired troll. Provocation, buzzing bat. Xiaoyu and who gave the order almost simultaneously, and both chose to have their Pokémon use the taunt move. The nodding bat emitted sound waves from its purple ears, with dark-type energy spreading along with the sound waves. Even so, the speed at which it released the move was still not as fast as the taunt move cast by the Grimmsnarl. As the top-tier ability, Mischievous Heart almost always guarantees the first move when using a status move at the same level. The long-haired troll's dark energy surged from its body, almost instantly covering the Nombat and interrupting its taunt skill. This was the first time Xiaoyu had encountered such a situation. Although the Buzzbat could use sound waves to perform a taunt skill that was similar to the effective prankster, it was not the real prankster and was no match for the hairy troll. Say something tough, Longhair Troll. Whose voice rang out, and Longhair Troll once again released dark-type energy, which attached itself to the Nombu. With its attack reduced, the Grimmsnarl returns to its Pokeball and swaps with the Pokémon on its back. Go, Insect Armor Saint. Buzzing Bat, turn back at top speed. Xiaoyu suddenly felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Everything had just happened too fast. From who switching players to the release of 2 consecutive skills, only a dozen seconds had passed. However, in this short period of time, Buzzbat's attack power decreased and its transformation moves were sealed, so Xiaoyu could only let Buzzbat use the rapid return move to switch out. Who, on the other hand, switched to Bug Armor Saint, thus making all 3 of his Pokémon available for display. Saltstone Giant, Insect Armor Saint, Hairy Troll. Looking at the Insect Armor Saint, Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Holy Insect Armor, Prayer for Resurrection. It really is the Prayer of Resurrection. The signature move of Bug Beetle and Audiobook can revive Pokémon that have lost the ability to battle and restore some of their HP. With the Prayer of Resurrection, the Saltstone Giant regained some of its strength, and the advantage that Xiaoyu had painstakingly built up crumbled in the blink of an eye, forcing everything to start all over again. The only good news is that the Insectoid Archmage's Prayer of Resurrection can basically only be used once per match. It requires a long break before it can be used again. However, this Insect Armor Saint is somewhat unusual. This match is much more difficult than Xiaoyu had imagined. The Nobot successfully executed its rapid return, crashing into the bug beetle and causing minor damage before returning to its Pokeball. Xiaoyu sent out Charizard. Chapter 255 Disgusting Tactics. Come back, Insect Armor Saint. After releasing the Prayer of Resurrection, the Insect Armor Saint had completed its mission. Charizard, clear the skies. Xiaoyu still had Charizard activate the weather first, while Hisizhu switched to Insectivore and brought out Salt Giant. Xiaoyu was extremely cautious when facing the Saltstone Giant. A gym leader level Saltstone Golem using its own Rock-type move would absolutely cripple Charizard, which is 4 times weak to Rock, and could even KO it in one hit. Although Charizard has the powerful Grass-type move Solar Beam to counter Salt Giant, it's still best to be careful. However, Xiaoyu was clearly overthinking things. Facing Xiaoyu's Charizard, Hisizhu's voice rang out again, Saltstone Giant, use Explosion. Upon hearing Hisizhu's order, Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Recalling the skill pool of the Insect Armor Saint just now, Xiaoyu had already guessed Hisizhu's tactics. Charizard, fly into the air and get out of the way. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept in, and even though Charizard had already flown into the air, it was still engulfed by the shockwave from the explosion, causing it significant damage and leaving it severely injured. What's going on? Player Hisizhu actually had the Saltstone Giant, which had just been resurrected, use Big Bang. To be honest, I don't understand Hisizhu's tactics either. You have to know that of Hisizhu's 3 Pokémon, only one is a core Pokémon, Grimmsnarl. The rest, Insectivore and Grimmsnarl, are support-type Pokémon. Without the Saltstone Giant, it will be very difficult for Hisizhu to defeat Xiaoyu. Just when everyone was confused by Hisizhu's command, Hisizhu switched to Insect Armor Saint again. Go, Insect Armor Saint. Charizard, burst fire. A look of seriousness flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. He immediately ordered Charizard to unleash its maximum power, Bursting Burn. He had to break through to the Insect Armor Saint level to have even a sliver of hope for victory. Flames shot into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire area and engulfing the Insect Armor Saint in flames. Charizard's stab move, combined with Sunny Day, Solar Power ability, and double-type advantage against bug/hyperbolic attacks, would be an absolute 100% KO in the game, but this is reality, unlike the game. In addition, Hisizhu's Insect Armor Saint is a specialist in both defenses, only undergoing physical strength and energy resistance training, and has hardly been trained in offensive aspects. In short, this is a Pokémon that has lost its offensive capabilities and is purely a tank and support Pokémon. With its strength at the level of a gym leader, Bug-type Pokémon actually withstood this attack. Seeing that Insect Armor Saint had actually withstood this attack, Xiaoyu's expression was quite grim. He really hadn't expected that Insect Armor Saint could actually block it. Compared to Xiaoyu's shock, Hisizhu remained quite calm. Others only saw the glamorous side of his Insect Armor Saint, but they didn't see the silent efforts behind the scenes. Day after day of physical training and energy resistance training were what forged the Insect Armor Saint's exaggerated fleshiness. Insect Armor Saint, you sleep. Insect Armor Saint, talking nonsense. Hisizhu's voice slowly rang out. Sleep and sleep talking are undoubtedly a very classic skill combination. The sleep move is a psychic-type status move that can put a Pokémon into a sleep state, while restoring all of its own HP and curing all other status conditions. The sleep talk skill can only be used while sleeping. It will randomly select one of all learned moves. Because the move is randomly selected and can only be used while sleeping, the sleep talk skill is quite useless in most cases. After all, randomly selecting the move you want from the dozens of moves a Pokémon can learn is quite difficult. However, in a few cases, the skill of sleep talking can produce unexpected results. That is, Pokémon forget the moves they don't need and only keep the core moves, so that the moves they use in their sleep are always very powerful. For example, Hisizhu's Insect Armor Saint has not learned any other skills besides sleeping, sleep talking, and resurrection prayer. It's obvious that Hisizhu's Insect Armor Saint had deliberately forgotten its skills, leaving only these 3 core skills, with the aim of continuously casting resurrection prayer through sleep talking. Of the 3 skills, excluding sleep talking, the chance of Insect Armor Saint casting resurrection prayer is 1 in 2. Although it is 1 in 2, this probability can be increased through continuous practice. For example, Hisizhu's Insect Armor Saint, through long-term training, has a 70% chance of casting resurrection prayer when using sleep talking. Hisizhu's voice rang out, accompanied by a surge of normal energy. Insect Armor Saint successfully cast the resurrection prayer skill, and the Saltstone Giant, which had just used the Big Bang, was resurrected and recovered most of its strength. The prayer of resurrection, which could originally only be used once, became infinitely usable through the combination of sleeping and sleep talking. Paired with the Salt Stone Giant's massive self-destruction, this formed Hisaisu's self-destruction tactic. So that's the tactic. Genius, simply a genius idea. Have the bug beetle use the sleep and sleep talk moves to continuously cast revive prayer, then have the Salt Rock Giant perform infinite self-destruct, and finally add a prankster Pokémon to prevent the opponent from using taunt to lock down the bug beetle's moves. Hisaisu is truly a battle genius. Everyone gasped in amazement, astonished by Hisaisu's genius. Regardless of victory or defeat, Hisaisu's unique tactics alone would make him famous throughout the world. I have to say that this generation of young people are really creative and have unique ideas. Ching Taeheng said with emotion, I remember in our time, very few people used status moves. When we played, we would just use whatever moves were the most powerful. As soon as the two sides entered the field, they would unleash their moves and bombard each other with various skills. If one lost, they would switch to the next Pokémon. Unlike now, which is all flashy and complicated. My lord, times have changed. Jiangyao, standing to the side, also joked with a smile. Come back, Charizard. Go, Sceptile. Xiaoyu changed his Pokémon again. It was obvious that Hisaisu was about to switch to Salt Rock Giant to launch a self-destruct attack on Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Therefore, Xiaoyu decisively chose to switch his Pokémon to Sceptile to withstand Salt Rock Giant's explosion. Xiaoyu had no choice but to accept the second explosion, as the heavily injured Charizard couldn't withstand it. If you choose to replace it with a Buzzbat, the Saltstone Giant can use its self-regeneration ability to restore itself to full health, and the Buzzbat, whose transformation abilities are sealed by taunt, poses no threat to the Saltstone Giant. Therefore, Xiaoyu only had one choice, to send out the Lizard King. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Xiaoyu, but it wasn't entirely without a chance of winning. The three Pokémon, Giant Saltstone, Grimmsnarl, and Grimmsnarl, are linked together. If any one of them is eliminated, Hisaisu's tactics will crumble on their own. Come back, Insect Armor Saint. Charge, Saltstone Giant. Hisaisu changed his Pokémon again, switching to Giant Saltstone, which immediately used the explosion move upon entering the field. Lizard King, use Leaf Storm. This time, Xiaoyu attempted to have Sceptile take advantage of Hisaisu's switch Pokémon to defeat Giant Saltstone with Leaf Storm. Page 153. Saltstone Giant, hold the line and then unleash the Great Explosion. A shield of light appeared, and the Saltstone Giant used its guard skill. Then, its body burst out with intense light and unleashed another massive explosion. Chapter 256 Breaking the Tactics. Boom! A tremendous roar created a shockwave, and a strong wind blew. The audience's attention was focused on the venue, where billowing black smoke obscured their view. This was the third time that Salt Rock Giant had used its great self-destruct, and the three great self-destructs had successfully severely injured Xiaoyu's three Pokémon. What should Xiaoyu do? Ching Taeheng's voice rang out as he watched the billowing black smoke. He has to find a way to break Hisaisu's tactics, otherwise the Insect Armor Saint will use his Dream Talk skill again, and the resurrected Salt Stone Giant will use his Big Bang skill. Hisaisu is undoubtedly a true genius. He can use the Sleep Talk skill to use Resurrection Prayer without limit, creating a new tactic for the Insect Armor Saint. Xiaoyu, you can do it. You can win. Sigh, it's already great to have made it to the top 4. This is the best result Star City has achieved in recent years. It's a pity that we could have gone a step further. We were just a little short of making it to the national finals. The audience began to chatter and cheer for Xiaoyu, especially the local fans from Starlight City, who held up Xiaoyu support posters and shouted loudly. This is the first time in so many years that Xinguang City has been so close to the national final stage. Xiaoyu, go for it. Never give up. Xiaoyu, you are the pride of our Starlight City. Cheers rose and fell, but Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the black smoke. He wanted to make it to the national finals more than anyone else. Everyone, I will definitely make it to the finals. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, responding to his supportive fans. Xiaoyu touched the jade pendant on his chest. If it really came to that, he would not hesitate to use Mega Evolution. But now is not the time. He is not in dire straits yet, and he still has a sliver of a chance to turn things around. He had already figured out his chance to turn things around, but it all depended on whether Hisaisu would give him that opportunity. Xiaoyu chose the Lizard King for this final comeback. The Lizard King will be the key to victory in this match. Because the Lizard King has a very unique skill called Trouble Seed. The Trouble Seed skill can not only change the opponent's traits, but also prevent the enemy from falling asleep. With the sleep ability, even if a buggy is already asleep, it will be woken up and will no longer be able to use the sleep move. Since he couldn't fall asleep, he couldn't talk in his sleep, which meant Hisihu's tactics fell apart. This is Xiaoyu's hope for a comeback. Many times, most people only think of using Trouble Seed to counter the enemy's powerful abilities, such as countering Salt Giant's Clean Salt, but they overlook the fact that Trouble Seed can prevent Pokémon from going to sleep. Now Xiaoyu has to see if Hisihu will send out Insect Armor Saint. If Hisihu doesn't have any convenient options and directly sends out Insect Armor Saint, then Xiaoyu can rely on the Trouble Seed to break Hisihu's self-destruct tactic and complete a comeback. Xiaoyu was gambling, betting that Hisihu hadn't thought of this. His gaze fell on Hisihu, quietly waiting for him to change his Pokémon. Come back, Saltstone Giant. Hearing Hisihu's voice, Xiaoyu's heart pounded wildly. Will Hisihu send out Insect Armor Saint? The outcome hinges on a single thought. Who would have thought that the key to victory in such a crucial match would ultimately lie in a single Pokémon substitution? If Hisihu chooses to send out the long-haired troll, it proves that he is already prepared for the Lizard King's troublesome seeds. After recalling the Saltstone Giant, Hisihu took a Pokeball from his waist and used the Big Bang move 3 times in a row, giving him the upper hand. He only needs to keep using this tactic repeatedly, and when Xiaoyu sends out the Buzzbat, he can send out the long-haired troll and use the taunt skill to win the game. Hisihu gripped Bugsura's Pokeball and threw it out. Go, Bugsura, keep using sleep talking. Seeing Hisihu send out the Insect Armor Saint, Xiaoyu's heart finally settled down, and a smile appeared on his lips. He won the game. At this moment, Hisihu also noticed the smile on Xiaoyu's face. Why was Xiaoyu smiling? What means did he have to break his tactics? Hisihu realized something was wrong and kept thinking about the flaws in his tactic, trying to figure out which link had gone wrong. Just then, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Lizard King, use Trouble Seed. I told you I would definitely make it to the finals. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Hisihu suddenly came to his senses. Seeds of worry? The insomnia trait. Not good. The Lizard King directly condensed Grass-type energy in front of him and released Trouble Seed, throwing it at Bug Armor Saint. Bug Armor Saint, specializing in both defenses and tankiness, naturally couldn't dodge the Trouble Seed. The fluorescent green Trouble Seeds attached themselves to Insectivore, successfully changing Insectivore's ability to insomnia, which also woke Insectivore from its sleep state. Seeds of Trouble. Beautiful. How come I didn't think of that? Just by using Trouble Seed, I can change the insectoid's ability to insomnia. The fact that Insect Armor Saint can't use sleep talking because he can't fall asleep is simply a stroke of genius. Damn, how come I didn't think of that? Xiaoyu's Lizard King used Trouble Seed when it first appeared. How could I forget? Amidst gasps from the audience, Insect Armor Saint awoke from its slumber. Now, it has no skills left to use. It is completely powerless to use any skills. Now it was just a punching bag. Hisihu's expression changed drastically, and the situation shifted at that moment. In an instant, only one of his 3 Pokémon, Grimmsnarl, remained able to continue fighting. A support-oriented Grimmsnarl could never possibly defeat all 3. The Saltstone Giant has lost its ability to fight, and the Insect Armor Saint has no skills available. I won this match. Sorry, I have to go to the national finals. Xiaoyu smiled, remembering his promise to Teacher Long. He had a reason to win. My Dragapult is waiting to evolve in the Dragon-type Secret Realm. Once Dragapult evolves, Xiaoyu will have another Pokémon to use. With the Lizard King's Trouble Seed skill hitting the Insect Armor Saint, this dramatic match took a major turn. Lizard King, it's our turn to counterattack. Use a sneak attack on their vitals. Chamo. The Lizard King, who had been suppressed by the Saltstone Giant for a long time, finally got his chance for revenge and launched an attack on the Insect Armor Saint. The game proceeded smoothly from then on. Although Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon were all seriously injured, he still easily won the victory. With a Leaf Storm from the Lizard King, the long-haired troll was successfully defeated. The long-haired troll is incapacitated, and Xiaoyu wins this match. The referee's voice rang out, announcing Xiaoyu's victory in the semi-finals. A deafening roar of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Xiaoyu. Brilliant. Congratulations to Xiaoyu for successfully advancing to the finals and qualifying for the national finals. This match was truly spectacular. Although Hisihu ultimately lost, he demonstrated a brilliant tactic for us. The combination of the 3 skills sleep talking, and resurrection prayer is truly impressive. I believe that after today, many people will train such a beetle saint. Of course, the victory in this match belongs to Xiaoyu and to Starlight City. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time in nearly 10 years that Starlight City has entered the national finals. Let's give a round of applause to Xiaoyu and to Starlight City. Chapter 257 Post-Match Turmoil. Xiaoyu successfully defeated He Says Who, once again achieving a comeback and advancing to the Zishu provincial finals, and then to the national finals. The moment Xiaoyu won, the streets and neighborhoods of Starlight City erupted in cheers. Celebrating young people poured into the streets, took off their jackets, went shirtless, and swung their clothes around like atavistic gorillas, as if it were New Year's Day. Xiaoyu's battle uniform sold out completely. The sewing machines in the factory were practically smoking from all the work, yet demand still couldn't meet supply. Meanwhile, many of Xiaoyu's longtime fans, mom fans, and even his detractors emerged online. Some female internet celebrities have even jumped on the bandwagon, wearing only an oversized Xiaoyu battle uniform to show off their good figures and cheer for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had no interest in the online frenzy for the time being. His attention was entirely focused on the final match in Zishu province. In this final match, Xiaoyu will face the strongest opponent he has ever encountered in the competition, Li Xiu, the favorite to win the championship in Zishu province this year. It was precisely because his opponent was Li Xiu that, despite Xiaoyu's numerous victories and miracles, no one was optimistic about his chances. Page 154. Li Xiu's strength is simply too overwhelming. So far, she has defeated her opponents with an absolute crushing advantage in every match. Li Xiu is also considered a strong contender for the national championship this year, a source of pride and glory for the people of Zishu province. Some media outlets have even proclaimed that Sichuan province will win the championship this year. The final match was also scheduled for a week later. This week is not only for the two players to adjust their condition and make tactical arrangements so that they can participate in the competition in the best possible condition, but also for the official publicity to generate buzz. Almost on the night the semifinals ended, the official promotional poster was released. Li Xiu, dressed in the Tiandu City competition uniform, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, looked dashing and spirited, with bright eyes and white teeth, her gaze sparkling as she looked at the 11 Shu Province Championship trophy. Beside her were her 6 ace Pokémon. Occupying the central position is the shiny Gyarados, flanked by the Sandstorm brothers, Hippowdon, and Excadrill, followed by Sylveon and Arcanine, and finally the Dark-type Pokémon Zoroark. In contrast, Xiaoyu's group looked rather meager. The 6 Pokémon were Charizard and Sceptile as his left and right guardians, Nombat on his head, Bellatrix and Axew at his feet, and Dragapult as his last Pokémon. It's obvious that Xiaoyu's Pokémon data hasn't been updated. Xiaoyu's Bellatrix has evolved into Shelder, and Axew evolved into Fuzzobazor a few days ago. Similarly, Xiaoyu's Scorbunny is also on the verge of evolution. As long as it evolves into Cinderace and breaks through to the Overlord level, it can unleash tremendous power. However, unfortunately, Xiaoyu did not register these Pokémon with the Pokémon Association, so they cannot be used in the competition. However, Xiaoyu did not intend to expose his second team, which he considered a secret weapon. In addition to creating posters, the organizers also launched a champion voting event, allowing participants to vote for their favorite contestants. Within just 1 hour of the official voting channel's opening, Xiaoyu's vote count had already widened the gap with Li Xiu's. Although Li Xiu is much stronger than Xiaoyu and is also very beautiful, she is still less popular than Xiaoyu. After all, beautiful women are a dime a dozen, but a legendary figure like Xiaoyu is a once-in-a-century occurrence. In particular, Xiaoyu's achievement of reaching the finals of Zishu province from scratch in just over 6 months is a rare feat, and coupled with his status as a scientific genius, he is practically unique in the entire country. Xiaoyu's legendary experiences have been extensively explored by the media. Today, Xiaoyu is a guarantee of traffic as long as the content is related to Xiaoyu. Countless people will read and like it. In the prime of youth, when we were young and full of vigor, we lived life to the fullest and learned new things. Such a serious title clearly indicates it's from official media. Give birth to a child like Xiaoyong. XX brand miracle drug, exclusive formula, will make you as brave as Xiaoyong. That guy advertising medicine must be reported. A handsome, rich, and successful man is cruelly dumped for love, but unexpectedly rises to the pinnacle of life. I'm 50 now, and I'll show you Xiaoyu's revenge plan as he climbs step by step to the top of the high school cup championship. What the hell? Clickbait. Report this. The story of an 18-year-old wolfish boyfriend and a 27-year-old beautiful teacher meeting you at the best age. Damn it, which self-media outlet is this? Why do they always use headlines like this? There are many things you can do in 7 days, but Xiaoyu's top priority is to go to the Dragon System's secret realm in the imperial capital. On the night Xiaoyu entered the finals, he boarded a plane to the capital and arrived at the Dragon-type secret realm in the capital. Having been away from the capital for 2 months, Xiaoyu felt a little dazed, as if he were recalling the countless nights he had spent drenched in sweat in the secret realm. Looking back now, he realized that every effort he had made was worthwhile. After arriving at the secret realm, Xiaoyu went straight to Long Fan's office, pushed open the door, and entered the office. Long Fan and his daughter Long Yaning were sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Long Yaning's gaze fell on Xiaoyu as soon as he entered. Their eyes met, their gazes swirling, their eyes filled with each other. After being separated for 2 months, they seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but because Long Fan was present, they casually looked away, and Long Yaning silently lowered her head. Her face was slightly flushed. Like twin rosy clouds, the most beautiful moment for a woman is when she blushes and lowers her head shyly. Xiaoyu noticed that Long Yaning had put on light makeup, including eye makeup, lipstick, and even carefully styled her bangs, clearly having taken the time to dress up. Of course, Xiaoyu was slightly disappointed that Long Yaning did not wear the hairpin that Xiaoyu had given her. "You're here, have a seat." Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu with a slightly complicated expression, which puzzled Xiaoyu. Why did his master not seem very happy that he had made it to the national finals? Long Fan had watched Xiaoyu's match that afternoon and couldn't help but cheer and smile as he saw Xiaoyu defeat His Who. Many of his friends praised him for his discerning eye, and Long Fan was very proud and pleased with himself. However, after a phone call from his old friend Lao Chi, Long Fan felt a little frustrated. "Old Long, people say you have a keen eye for talent, but I'd say you have a keen eye for choosing a son-in-law. However, there's quite a big age gap between Yin Ning and Xiaoyu, about 7 or 8 years. It's going to be difficult. Moreover, I heard that after Xiaoyu made it to the national finals today, many people have been tempted to visit him, and the phone has been ringing off the hook with calls to old Master Lin. Tisk tisk, a young man as outstanding as Xiaoyu is in high demand. Old Long, give me a hint, what are you thinking?" What could Long Fan possibly think? Even a fool could tell that something was definitely not going on between Xiaoyu and his daughter. Sighing inwardly, Long Fan's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. "You did a good job, you didn't embarrass me today." Long Fan was quite satisfied with Xiaoyu's performance today, because Xiaoyu's entry into the national finals not only brought him glory, but more importantly, it swept away the negative impact of Wu Qinshan's death. As Long Fan's eldest disciple, Wu Qinshan's traitorous identity had a huge impact on Long Fan. For at least the past 2 months, Long Fan had not participated in any missions and had been guarding the Dragon Realm. "It's all thanks to you, Master, that I was able to teach me so well." Xiaoyu's flattery was so skillful that it was almost superb. "You brat." Long Fan chuckled. "Alright, let's get down to business." Chapter 258 Mega Evolution Announcement Preview. Long Tianwang leaned back on the soft sofa, lit a cigarette, and looked at Xiaoyu. Actually, he would be very satisfied if Xiaoyu really became his son-in-law, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Firstly, her daughter is a bit older than Xiaoyu. Even if they get together, they can only get married after Xiaoyu graduates from university, by which time her daughter will be 30 years old and Xiaoyu will only be in his 20s. Secondly, Xiaoyu will meet and interact with more people while in university. If something unexpected happens to their relationship, Xiaoyu is only in his 20s, but his daughter's future will be delayed. This is also why Dragon King doesn't really support their relationship. Finally, Xiaoyu is a very cunning guy. Given her daughter's personality, she'll definitely suffer if she's with Xiaoyu. Long Fan's expression was complicated. He could only take things one step at a time. It wasn't realistic to force them to stop dating. He could only try to stop thinking about these upsetting things. "We have collected enough of the gems you asked us to collect. Xiao Wanyu has also acquired the first batch of gems overseas. She's currently busy preparing for the International Jewelry Fair, and it looks like a grand event. The date for the fair has been set for next week, in about 8 or 9 days. She must have received quite a lot of gemstones these past few days. It's time for you to give us a sneak peek at what these gemstones are for." Long Fan's tone carried a hint of inquiry. Even though Xiaoyu had emphasized the rarity of these gems many times, he was still very curious about their specific uses. Moreover, the prices of these gems are skyrocketing, and the acquisition costs are getting higher and higher. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words. He had kept it a secret for a long time, and now it was time to reveal some information. "Master, let me tell you about these gems first." Xiaoyu looked at Long Fan. "Each of these gems is priceless. I estimate that after my experiment is published, the value of most of the gems will soar to a price similar to that of exclusive Z Pure crystals, but the value of some individual gems will far exceed that of Z Pure crystals." Long Fan frowned slightly upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, his eyes clearly showing some doubt. Although he believed his apprentice was an absolute genius in the scientific research field, he felt Xiaoyu was exaggerating when he said that some gemstones were worth far more than Z Pure crystals. The value of a Z-grade pure crystal with universal attributes is already outrageously high. He doesn't believe that some gems can be priced far higher than a Z-grade pure crystal. Xiaoyu also saw the doubt in Long Fan's eyes, but he didn't care. After all, it was just a difference in understanding. As long as Long Fan witnessed a mega evolution, he believed that Long Fan would change his mind. The value of a mega evolution stone might be slightly less than that of a Z crystal, since a mega evolution stone can only be used on one type of Pokémon, and its value is similar to that of a dedicated Z crystal. However, the value of the evolution keystone far exceeds that of the Z crystal, because only by possessing the evolution keystone can one use mega evolution. A comparison of the number of mega evolution stones and keystones acquired reveals that keystones are far more valuable than mega evolution stones, with a ratio of approximately 7-1. Xiaoyu picked up an evolution stone and a mega evolution stone, which gleamed brightly under the light. Master, these gems can actually be divided into two categories. One type is a pure black pattern gemstone. This type of gemstone is more valuable and rarer, and it is the gemstone we are focusing on collecting. Xiaoyu showed the evolution keystone to Long Fan. In any case, we must have this gemstone in our hands, because this gemstone acts like a master key, the key to opening the treasure chest. I call it the evolution keystone. Then Xiaoyu held up the mega evolution stone. Apart from this black pattern gem, all the other gems are of another type. This type of stone is less valuable, but it is still very rare. This type of gem is like a treasure chest, and I call it a mega evolution stone. To open the treasure chest, you need a key. With just one key, you can open all the treasure chests. So as long as we have all the keys, it's useless for anyone else to have the treasure chest. Xiaoyu used an abstract metaphor to explain the functions and value of the two gemstones to Long Fan. A treasure chest with a key. Long Fan stroked his chin, pondering Xiaoyu's analogy. His gaze also fell on the evolution keystone. He had thought that this kind of black patterned stone was the most common and ordinary, but he didn't expect it to be the most precious. Evolution keystone, mega evolution stone. Is it related to evolution? Long Fan couldn't help but wonder, could Pokémon evolve again? Yes, it's just a metaphor. Master, you should have already guessed my new experiment from the names Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone. Xiaoyu continued, just as you guessed, after a Pokémon evolves to its final form, it can actually evolve again. I call this kind of evolution Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution? How can a Pokémon evolve into its final form and then evolve again? This was simply unbelievable. If anyone else had said this, Long Fan wouldn't have believed it at all. They would have thought it was a typical scammer. But listening to Xiaoyu's confident tone and seeing his self-assured expression, Long Fan felt that Xiaoyu wasn't joking. Of course, a Pokémon cannot evolve further using only its own energy. It needs the assistance of external energy. This is somewhat similar to Z moves. Mega Evolution Stones, Evolution Key Stones, and the bond with your trainer are all indispensable. Furthermore, this evolution is unstable and can only last for a period of time, but the boost to Pokémon is extremely strong. Xiaoyu stood in front of Long Fan, carefully describing the Mega Evolution from his memory. Mega Evolution is undoubtedly the most exciting and eye-catching part of Pokémon. This is essentially a completely new evolution, and Pokémon will undergo tremendous changes. From appearance to strength, and finally to characteristics and even offensive and defensive transitions, etc. Page 155. Mega Evolution is far more complex than Z moves. A single Pokémon can even have different forms of Mega Evolution. Long Fan and his daughter Long Yanning listened to Xiaoyu's description, becoming more and more engrossed. Xiaoyu's words seemed to open the door to a new world for them. They had never imagined that Pokémon could evolve further after reaching their final form. Although it sounded somewhat unbelievable, the more Xiaoyu described it, the more plausible it seemed to Long Fan. He couldn't help but look at the Evolution Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone in Xiaoyu's hand. If what Xiaoyu said was true, then the value of the Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone was truly immeasurable. Master, I will contact Xiao Tianwang and ask him to move the Jewelry Expo to next Saturday, which is the day before the Zishu Provincial University Cup Finals. I will most likely use Mega Evolution in that competition. That stage is undoubtedly the best opportunity to showcase my results and promote them. As Long Yanning listened to Xiaoyu's words and looked at the confident smile on Xiaoyu's face, her beautiful eyes sparkled. She realized that Xiaoyu had grown so much without her noticing. She still remembered the first time they met. Xiaoyu was with an elite-level buzzing bat, a newly born fire dragon, and a forest lizard. She suddenly realized how fast time had passed. Long Yanning silently watched Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with nothing but him. Master, I have 3 main things to do this time. Chapter 259. 3 things. 3 things. The first thing, and the most important thing for Xiaoyu right now, is the evolution of Dorganmesia. After half a year of growth, and nourished by the ghost-type core energy of the A-rank dragon scale and the punishment pot, little Dracomesha has finally reached the critical period of its first evolution. The first evolution is also the most crucial, because the ghost-type core energy of the punishment pot is too concentrated. In order to balance the ghost and dragon-type energies on Dragapult, Xiaoyu needs to prepare at least an A-rank dragon-type item to make Dragapult evolve. Although he still has one A-grade dragon scale left, Xiaoyu still wants to find a better S-grade item to allow Dorganmesia to achieve a truly perfect evolution without leaving any flaws. Although Dragapult looks ordinary and its strength is pitifully weak, it is actually the Pokémon with the highest potential in Xiaoyu's team. As time goes by, Dragapult's strength will only increase, and it will only be a matter of time before it becomes the elder brother of Xiaoyu's team. Master, the first thing is that my Dragapult is about to evolve. I want to buy an S-rank dragon-type item. Is there any way to get it? Xiaoyu looked at Long Fan and asked. What? Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu in surprise, his eyebrows furrowed, as if he had misheard. What did you just say? Ahem. Seeing Long Fan's surprised expression, Xiaoyu quickly coughed twice. It's just an S-rank dragon-type item. If you can't buy it, then forget it. Not that sentence. Long Fan stared at Xiaoyu and shook his head. The previous sentence. The previous sentence? Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then said, my Dracomesha is about to evolve. Yes, that's it. Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were an idiot. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Dorothy has only been hatched for a few months? And it's already evolving? Look at your Nova Bat, it has been growing for longer than the Draco and it hasn't evolved yet, let alone the Dracomesia. Xiaoyu then came to his senses. It turned out that what surprised Long Fan was that his Dragapult was growing too fast. Upon closer inspection, it made sense. His Dragapult Messiah was growing at an absurdly fast pace, reaching gym leader level in just 6 months. This is almost impossible. Ahem, master, my Dracomesha is really about to evolve. Huh, stop joking, what's going on? Long Fan smiled, clearly not believing Xiaoyu's words, but he noticed that Xiaoyu's expression was sincere and didn't seem to be joking. Long Fan's smile gradually faded. What you just said was true. Really? Xiaoyu said as he took out his Dragapult's Pokeball and released Dragapult Mesha. The moment Dorganmesia appeared, it caught Long Fan's attention. To be honest, just by looking at Dorganmesia's appearance, it was hard to tell its strength. One could only judge that this Dorganmesia was quite well developed. However, Long Fan and his daughter were no ordinary people, both were superpowered individuals with the ability to control dragons. Long Fan didn't hide his superpower either, placing his hand directly on Dorganmesia's body, unleashing his dragon-controlling power, and solemnly probing Dorganmesia's strength. The clearer Long Fan sensed Dorganmesia's strength, the more somber his expression became. It's actually about to evolve. You know, once Dragapult evolves into Dragapult, it's almost at the gym leader level. This is only a few months old. What surprised him even more was that this Dragapult's potential seemed to have surpassed the champion level, and it seemed to have reached the near master level. Long Fan was incredibly moved at this moment. He looked at his disciple and found that he could understand him less and less. How many more surprises will my apprentice give me? With this Dragonmesia as a foundation, as long as Xiaoyu grows steadily and practically, he will definitely become a champion in the future. In addition to Xiaoyu's achievements in scientific research, Xiaoyu will definitely become one of the most important figures in the entire country in the future. Even he couldn't see the end of his apprentice's future. I'll provide this S-rank dragon-type item for you. Long Fan's voice was resolute, his gaze unwavering, and his tone brooked no argument. You just focus on your experiments and your matches, leave this to me. Ahem, master, I can't accept this. I'll pay for it. Do you think anyone would be stupid enough to sell an S-rank item? Then master, I will take care of you in your old age. I have a daughter to support me in my old age, so just stop causing me trouble. Long Fan looked coldly at the fawning Xiaoyu. He had a daughter, yet he said he would support him in his old age. He was really scheming. Say 2 more things quickly, and stop with the nonsense. The second thing is that I recently caught a shiny Ghastly, which is about to evolve into Haunter, Xiaoyu said. My Ghastly is a bit unbalanced, specializing in ghost-type energy, but its poison-type energy is very weak. It needs at least an S-rank poison-type item to ensure that Ghastly can develop in a balanced way and evolve into Haunter. Long Fan felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. Was this another attempt to exploit him by offering him an S-grade poison item? Seemingly sensing that Long Fan's gaze was growing colder, Xiaoyu's voice grew softer and softer. This matter isn't urgent. Looking at Xiaoyu's appearance, Long Fan was also annoyed. How did he end up with such a disciple? However, he really had no way to deal with S-level poison items, but just because he couldn't do anything about it didn't mean that others couldn't. What's the potential of your ghastly? Long Fan asked. Does it have near champion strength? If it doesn't have near champion strength or above, don't waste an S-rank item. There should be, right? If it exists, it exists. What do you mean by should exist? Have you seriously tested your qualifications? Long Fan asked. No. Xiaoyu explained, this ghastly is a Pokémon egg brought out from the Dreamland, so its strength should be at least at the near champion level. Are you sure? Long Fan asked. Sure, Xiaoyu replied. How can you be so stupid? I'll prepare an S-rank dragon-type item for you, and you can ask Xiao Tianwang to help you with the S-rank poison-type item. She has quite a few treasures. Cooperation always requires some sacrifice. I've already given her an S-rank dragon-type item, she can't just sit there empty-handed. You're so shameless with me, why don't you dare ask her for it? How could you be so stupid as to just ask? Long Fan said, exasperated. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Alright, I'll call her for you later. Long Fan paused, then continued, and the third thing? Go on. The third thing. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu was about to speak when Long Fan interrupted him. Let's make this clear first, if you want any more S-rank items, don't ask for them. The third thing is a little more troublesome than the first two. I need to finish the paper in 7 days, Xiaoyu said. I plan to go see my grandfather tomorrow and talk to him about the new experimental project. I also need an assistant to help me finish the paper. I don't have that much time to write it. You handle this yourself. Long Fan was helpless about the experiment. The S-grade dragon-type item and the S-grade item will be delivered to you tomorrow. I'll contact Xiao Tianwang right away and give her a heads up. I believe that once she knows the details of your experiment, she'll be willing to provide an S-grade poison-type item. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyu said obsequiously, Master, you truly deserve to be the head of the 4 heavenly kings of North China. Your vision and perspective are indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. Your disciple wishes you the best of luck in reaching the top again and becoming the champion of North China. Stop flattering me. Alright, that's enough for today. Do you have a place to stay tonight? Long Fan suddenly asked. I'll stay in a hotel, Xiaoyu said. The hotel isn't safe, so you'll have to sleep in a room at Yan Ning's dormitory. Okay. Xiaoyu quickly replied. Xiaoyu's smile contrasted sharply with Long Yan Ning's rosy cheeks. Chapter 260 Announcement Preparation. After leaving Long Fan's office, Xiaoyu and Long Yan Ning walked side by side back to the teacher's dormitory. Compared to the bustling scene a few months ago, the Dragon Realm was now a bit deserted, with only a few scattered passers-by. This period will continue until the end of the University Cup, at which time the Dragon Realm will become bustling again. The dim yellow streetlights on both sides of the road shone on the two of them. The light was dim, and their shadows were intertwined. The two of them looked like a young couple taking a walk, beautiful and sweet. The world became so quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps remaining. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Long Yaning, Xiaoyu's thoughts drifted into memories, as if the two of them had never taken such a leisurely stroll before. During his time in the secret realm, Xiaoyu was always busy improving his strength, seizing every opportunity to train his Pokémon. He rarely experienced such a slow-paced life. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at the training ground. Xiaoyu remembered that it was on this training ground that he would train with the forest lizard, the little dragon, and the buzzing bat until late at night every night. At that time, the little dragon was fierce and always provoked the buzzing bat. Unlike the Charizard we have now, it's much more mature and stable. Looking back now, time really flies. That period of hard work and struggle was truly an unforgettable time. But the efforts will eventually bear fruit, and all the sacrifices will be worthwhile. Xiaoyu turned to look at Long Yaning beside her. She noticed that Long Yaning's cheeks were flushed, and she looked particularly charming under the streetlights, like a tempting apple that made one want to take a bite. I don't know when it started, but Teacher Long has become so shy. She gets shy when she talks, and she gets shy even when we're just walking together. It's said that women only blush in front of people they like, but I don't know if that's true or not. Walking quietly on the road, Xiaoyu carefully observed Long Yanning under the dim light of the street lamps. He found that Teacher Long had very fair skin, delicate features, and long eyelashes that fluttered, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Long Yanning has a slender figure. Because the weather is getting warmer, she is only wearing a turtleneck sweater on her upper body and a pair of flesh-colored fleece-lined stockings on her lower body, which outlines her beautiful figure. Tall and slender, she has a pair of straight and long legs, but what is most eye-catching is her willow-like waist, which is so small that it can be encircled by one hand, truly deserving of her nickname Little Waist Fairy. Xiaoyu still remembers the amazing impression Long Yaning left on him when they first met. Perhaps sensing Xiaoyu's burning and unrestrained gaze, Long Yaning blushed even more and couldn't help but turn her head to glare at Xiaoyu, signaling him not to be too presumptuous. Teacher Long, have you been busy lately? Xiaoyu asked, pretending not to see Teacher Long's embarrassed and annoyed expression. It's alright, things have been pretty relaxed lately. Page 156. With the students in the training camp going off to participate in the provincial and municipal college cups, Long Yaning is indeed very relaxed now. Apart from training her Pokémon every day, she doesn't have much to do. Are you free next Sunday? It's the finals in Xisha province that day. How about coming to watch my match? Xiaoyu extended an invitation to Long Yaning. Next Sunday is the final day of the Xisha province competition, which is quite important to Xiaoyu. He also hopes that Long Yaning can come to Tianda City to watch his competition. Sunday? Long Yaning thought for a moment and said seriously, if I don't have anything urgent, I will come to watch your match. It's a deal then. Xiaoyu replied with a smile, with Teacher Long's encouragement, I'm sure I can win the championship. Just do your best. Long Yaning didn't seem to care much about the championship title. Relax, just play to your true strength, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your opponent, Li Xiu, is very strong. Teacher Long, how did you know my opponent was Li Xiu? Xiaoyu looked at Long Yaning with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Were you secretly watching my match? Go back and rest early. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yaning turned her head to the side, ignoring Xiaoyu, and quickened her pace toward the teacher's dormitory. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Xiaoyu went to his grandfather's house and went to the laboratory with his grandfather. The lab staff were slightly surprised to see Xiaoyu and Elder Lin, who hadn't been seen for a long time. Xiaoyu hadn't come to the lab since he developed his exclusive Z-move. His office and laboratory had been empty for a long time, and this was the first time he had come here in so long. Moreover, judging from the situation, it seems like something big has happened. Could it be that Xiaoyu has some new experimental results? The laboratory staff all wondered. Grandpa, Uncle, I want to find 2 lab assistants to help me refine my experiments and write my paper. In Lin Suiyun's office, Xiaoyu and Old Master Lin sat on the sofa, their eyes fixed on Lin Suiyun. Lin Suiyun, grieving the loss of her beloved son, looked much more haggard. Originally heavily pregnant, she lost dozens of kilograms in just 1 or 2 months. Her face was pale and haggard, her eyes were sunken and she had very dark circles under her eyes. Lin Suiyun's gaze fell on Xiaoyu, and his expression towards Xiaoyu was somewhat complicated. Although he didn't believe the mysterious man's words, whenever he saw Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but think of his son's tragic death. Although it was probably not Xiaoyu who did it, he couldn't help but have his suspicions. Therefore, Lin Suiyun had been observing Xiaoyu ever since Xiaoyu entered the room. He noticed that Xiaoyu was unusually calm and did not show any particular reaction. If Xiaoyu were really the murderer, he would never have asked him for help so readily. Unless Xiaoyu is a psychopath with extremely high psychological fortitude, but that's impossible. Xiaoyu is just an 18-year-old student, it's impossible for him to have such strong psychological fortitude. Moreover, Wu Qianshan has already committed suicide out of fear of punishment, so Xiaoyu should not be the murderer. Okay, you have a new experimental project? Pulling herself out of her thoughts, Lin Suiyun forced a smile and looked at Xiaoyu. Actually, there's no need to go through all this trouble. With your current reputation, you only need to issue an announcement recruiting experimental assistants, and there will definitely be people scrambling to apply. There is a new experimental project, Xiaoyu replied. My experiment is almost complete, but I need someone to help me write the paper, and the time is quite tight. Oh, what new experimental project? How about I write the paper for you? I can get the second author title. Lin Suiyun said with a smile, last time, your uncle, got the second author title because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been elected as an academician last year. Last time, he did benefit from Xiaoyu's connections. Lin Suiyun had spent his entire life conducting experiments, and in terms of seniority and background, he was qualified enough, but he lacked some notable achievements. If he hadn't hitched a ride on Xiaoyu's coattails, he probably would have had to wait at least several more years or even a decade to make a name for himself. Sure, Xiaoyu replied. Suiyun, you don't need to worry about this for now. Old Lin suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Suiyun. Xiao, I recommend 2 experimental assistants to you. You can have them listed as the second and third authors of the paper. As for the new experiment, Suiyun, you don't need to get involved. Chapter 261 The Western Sichuan Provincial Finals. Old Master Lin's words surprised both Xiaoyu and Lin Suiyun. They hadn't expected him to refuse so directly. Of course, Mr. Lin had his own plans and concerns when he said that. Xiaoyu is simply too dazzling right now. In the past 6 months, his achievements in the scientific research field have been among the best in the entire country. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most outstanding Pokémon researcher last year. Xiaoyu has also been named the youngest Pokémon PhD. In addition to this, what's even more important is that Xiaoyu has another identity. He went from zero to the national finals in just half a year. Either of these identities would be quite remarkable among people of the same age, let alone the fact that Xiaoyu possesses both identities simultaneously. Such a genius is not only once in 1,000 years, but at least once in 100 years. The fact that various families have been sending people to propose marriage recently shows just how popular Xiaoyu is. Some of them are even people that Elder Lin can't refuse. This makes Elder Lin sigh that sometimes being too outstanding is not a good thing. Behind the magnificent scenery lie numerous risks. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Now, Xiaoyu has said that he has a new experimental project that far surpasses the exclusive Z move. Upon hearing this news, Elder Lin immediately felt uneasy. If the mega evolution that Xiaoyu mentioned is truly as powerful as he described, then trainers of the same level who have mega evolution and those who haven't are completely on different levels. This new experimental project will be a revolutionary change for trainer battles. As a result, Xiaoyu, the Long family, and the Xiao family, who have collected so many mega evolution stones and evolution keys, will definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. Even the Lin, Long, and Xiao families alone might not be able to stop the greedy crowd. Old Lin, who had lived for decades, had long understood this principle. Never underestimate the greed in people's hearts. This forced Old Lin to consider uniting all forces that could be united and finding more helpers. When the Lin, Long, and Xiao families eat meat, the others must be given some soup. The second and third authorship of a paper is undoubtedly an opportunity to find allies, and Xiaoyu can take this opportunity to extend olive branches to other major families. On the surface, it appears to be an opportunity to write a paper, but the truth is that it reveals some information about mega evolution and evolution keystones, prompting the people behind them to take advantage of the last few days of the countdown to rush to buy some mega evolution stones and evolution keystones. In this way, although they didn't manage to acquire the first batch of the cheapest mega evolution stones and evolution keys, they could still make a small profit in the next few days if they handled things well. I'll assign you 2 assistants. One is Chi Hanking from the Chi family, and the other is. After finishing with his experimental assistant, Xiaoyu immediately rushed back to the Dragon-type secret realm to help Dragapult evolve. After that, he had to head to the Poison-type secret realm to help Ghastly evolve into Jengar. His schedule was very busy. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Xiaoyu not only didn't get a proper rest, but was also busy working non-stop. Finally, the day before the final of the Zishu Provincial University Cup, the Jewelry Expo was held as scheduled, but Xiaoyu did not have time to participate. He had already rushed back to Tianda City and was seriously preparing for the University Cup competition the next day. Only then did he have time to study his opponent, Li Xiu. From all perspectives, Li Xiu is very strong, and there is no doubt that she is strong in every aspect. First are her 2 core Pokémon, Shiny Gyarados and Excadrill. These 2 Pokémon are not only extremely powerful physical attackers, but their combination also forms an excellent defensive synergy. The Water/Flying type Gyarados can compensate for the Ground/Steel type Excadrill's weaknesses, making it an excellent pairing. The third Hippopotamus can not only set up weather for its big brother Excadrill, but also serve as a semi-physical tank support by setting up spikes, yawning, poison, and slack off. The fourth Arcanine with the Intimidate ability can lower the opponent's attack stat. When paired with Hippowdon, it can completely withstand the attacks of physical attackers. At the same time, Arcanine has also learned the Roar move, which can weaken the enemy's special attack. The fifth Pokémon, Sylveon, with its high special defense, compensates for the team's lack of special defense. After all, the special defense of the previous Pokémon wasn't very high, making it difficult to deal with pure special attack teams. Meanwhile, Sylveon's Fairy Skin ability, combined with the Hyper Voice move, can somewhat compensate for the team's lack of a special attacker. Li Xiu originally planned to use Hydreigon as her 6th Pokémon, but Hydreigon requires Elite 4 level strength to evolve. Therefore, she trained a Zoroark instead, specifically a pure special attacker Zoroark to serve as the team's special attacker. Li Xiu's team consists of 6 Pokémon, and she will choose different strategies to deal with different Pokémon. Unlike Xiaoyu, who has only sent out Nombat, Charizard, and Sceptile so far, and these 3 have been the only ones on the field in the long run. Xiaoyu lay in bed, seriously considering tomorrow's tactics. The next day, Tiandu City, Tiandu Gymnasium. Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Wang Wujia. This time, the host is no longer Qing Taiheng, because Qing Taiheng's commentary style is more entertainment-oriented, while a mature, steady, and passionate commentary is needed on a big stage like the finals. Wang Wujia is also a pillar of Zishu TV station, having hosted the finals of the University Cup for 5 consecutive years. It is most appropriate for him to host the finals. I am your host, Qin Yungzhen. Today, we will be bringing you the final round of the University Cup Sichuan Province competition. Qin Yungzhen is also the most popular female host of Zishu TV. At the age of 28, she is already the leading lady of Zishu TV. With her good looks and figure, she is confident and generous and always has a smile on her face. She is also the most beautiful goddess in the hearts of countless people. First, let me introduce the 2 finalists. The first one is Li Xiu, a seeded player from Tiandu City, who has entered the finals with an undefeated record from the upper half of the bracket and is a champion. Accompanied by Wang Wujia's impassioned voice, Li Xia took the stage first. Li Xia still sported her classic look, wearing the Tiandu City battle uniform, with her ponytail tied behind her back, exuding the unique youthful vitality of young people. Li Xiu, focus on the game. The baby won't drink milk today, just formula. Ah, Li Xiu, ah, marry me. I love you, Li Xiu. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience, the shouts from the stands were deafening, and the Tiandu Gymnasium, which can hold 4 people, was packed to capacity. As a native of Tiandu City, Li Xiu was already extremely popular. Coupled with her delicate features and sweet appearance, she was even more loved and captured the hearts of many men. Meanwhile, a giant screen behind Li Xiu was playing footage of her impressive performances in the previous matches. The Crimson Gyarados wreaks havoc, sweeping the team with its overconfidence ability. Excadrill launches a fierce attack from the sandstorm, Hippowdon sets up thorns, Sylveon unleashes its hyper voice, and so on. Finally, the screen goes black, and the pre-battle interview, also known as the Trash Talk segment, begins. Chapter 262 Trash Talk section. The scene quieted down, and a dimly lit scene appeared on the giant screen. Li Xia was sitting in a chair, and not far behind her was the championship trophy of the Zishu Provincial University Cup. What kind of person do you think your opponent Xiaoyu is? Host Wang Wujia's voice rang out, deep and magnetic with a broadcasting tone. Page 157. Sitting in the chair, Li Xia thought for a moment and then said seriously, without a doubt, Xiaoyu is an excellent player. Whether in combat or scientific research, he is outstanding and is one of the best among his peers. It's clear that Li Xiu, as a female contestant, was somewhat restrained. Unlike the finalists from other provinces who were exchanging trash talk, she gave Xiaoyu high praise. This left host Wang Wujia slightly disappointed, and she continued with the next question. Everyone says that Xiaoyu is the biggest dark horse in this year's College Cup. What do you think? Or is there anything you would like to say to Xiaoyu? Li Xiu pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, he is indeed very strong to have made it to the finals. But I would like to say that now that he has met me, his dark horse journey will come to an end. Meaningless and innocuous trash talk. One last question, is there anything you'd like to say to our viewers? Yes. Li Xia nodded, her face serious and her eyes firm, and said, since the University Cup was first held, Zishu Province has never won the national championship. This time, I want to bring the University Cup trophy back to Sichuan Province. The image freezes on Li Xia's determined gaze. She has never won a national championship, which is also the biggest regret of Zishu Province. Compared to the first 2 questions, Li Xia's last words undoubtedly ignited the atmosphere, with thunderous applause and deafening shouts. Li Xiu! Li Xiu! Li Xiu! Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, and a light rain began to fall, threatening to intensify. The weather was terrible today, but that didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. Next up is Xiaoyu, a genius young man who has overcome all obstacles and made a remarkable comeback like a dark horse. Xiaoyu, I love you. Xiaoyu, you have to win. Brother you, damn it, awesome. Amidst the frenzied shouts of the audience, Xiaoyu made his entrance. Wearing his Starlight City battle uniform, Xiaoyu smiled and waved to the audience around him, while a giant screen displayed footage of Xiaoyu's advancements throughout the tournament. Black Spray's Bursting Burn defeated Shang Hengzhen's Jengar. The Lizard King's Violent Leaf Blade defeated Lu Kapeng's Swampert. The Lizard King's Rock Slide, the Charizard's Hot Sands, and the Buzzbat's Dragon Star Cluster easily defeated Su Jiahao. Finally, relying on the Lizard King's trouble seeds, he used sword dance spin to defeat Hisu's self-destruct tactic. The final frame of the image is a promotional poster of Xiaoyu, with Charizard and Sceptile standing on either side of him, and Nombat perched on his head with its eyes narrowed into slits. Xiaoyu, do you know anything about your opponent, Li Xiu? It was Qin Yongzhen who spoke. Her voice had a gentle quality unique to women, which was very pleasant to listen to. Who is Li Xiu? I'm already researching my opponents in the national finals. Xiaoyu said with a smile in the video, my goal has always been the national finals championship. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's interview remarks, the audience erupted in gasps and laughter, as they hadn't expected Xiaoyu to utter such trash talk. Xiaoyu, standing on the battlefield, was also slightly embarrassed. He felt that he had been tricked by the host, Qin Yongzhen. This interview was conducted on the night he made it to the finals. Qin Yongzhen told him that this was the pre-match trash talk segment, and he could say whatever he wanted. The more arrogant he was, the more attention he would attract, and the better the effect would be. Xiaoyu was in a hurry to get to the capital, so he didn't think too much and just blurted out all the classic trash talk he had heard in his previous life. Compared to Li Xi's humility just now, Xiaoyu felt somewhat ashamed. Xiaoyu seems very confident. We all know that in addition to being a trainer, you are also a Pokémon researcher. I'm actually very curious about how you balance the relationship between the two and achieve such great success in both areas. Isn't this something you can do with your hands? Xiaoyu said with a smile. Just do it like this first, then like this, then like that, and finally like that. Xiaoyu's words made the audience laugh again. It was the first time they had ever seen Xiaoyu have such a funny side. Hearing the laughter of the audience, it was like a public execution for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu became increasingly embarrassed, and his gaze wandered, just in time to see Long yawning in the audience. She also had a smile on her face, her eyebrows curved, and she looked at Xiaoyu. Sitting beside her were her father, mother, Zhaoruohan, Wu Yaezu and other relatives and friends. Xiaoyu, one last question, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience? Yes. Xiaoyu's smile widened in the video, and he spoke without hesitation, everyone, get ready to cheer for my victory. It is our duty to defend the glory of Zishu province. Whether they won the championship or not is unknown, but applause rang out in the arena. Dear viewers, the match is about to begin. This match will still be a 3v3 singles match, but there is one difference in the rules of the semi-finals. From now on, items can be used in the high school cup, but Z moves are prohibited. Count down to 10, the competition is about to begin. 10, 9, 2, 1, the competition begins. Go ahead, Gyarados. Rainy weather was more favorable for Li Xiu, so she sent out Gyarados as her first choice. Enter, Lizard King. Since Xiaoyu had guessed that Li Xiu would send out Gyarados, he naturally chose Sceptile as his first choice. Sceptile, which had learned Thunder Punch, could pose a great threat to Gyarados, which was 4 times weak to Electric. Both sides started with Sceptile and Gyarados. Due to the weather, Xiaoyu was actually at a significant disadvantage. If he had started with Charizard, Gyarados' water-type attacks would have been terrifying in the rain, with moves like Waterfall and Aqua Tail posing a great threat to Charizard. If we send out Nombat, which is 4 times weak to ice, can't withstand Gyarados' Ice Fang, so Xiaoyu's only choice is Sceptile. Sceptile vs Gyarados, the first match is crucial, let's see how they fight. Secret code. If you can post it, please join the group. Chapter 263 Shiny Gyarados. The blood-red Gyarados, with its fierce gaze and a crown-like triangle on its head, is an iconic Pokémon in the Pokémon world. It has always been a very powerful and popular Pokémon. Li Xi's Gyarados was exceptionally large. A normal Gyarados is about 6.5 meters long, but Li Xi's Gyarados was over 10 meters long. With its long body, Gyarados looks somewhat like an eastern dragon. When it stands upright, it is as tall as a 4- or 5-story building. Even Xiaoyu's Sceptile was no match for this Gyarados. This Gyarados is not only enormous, but it also has extremely high potential, reaching the level of a near champion. This is the first time Xiaoyu has seen such a powerful and outstanding Pokémon in this year's High School Cup. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. At the start of the match, Li Xiu, who had the weather advantage, immediately chose to have Gyarados stand on the field to boost its speed and attack by using the top-tier boosting move, Dragon Dance. With its increased speed, Gyarados can potentially sweep a team by defeating just one Pokémon and triggering its overconfidence ability. Roar. Gyarados let out a huge roar, its body radiating dragon-type energy, its dragon-like form dancing in the air, its speed and attack power increasing steadily. Lizard King, Sword Dance. Faced with Gyarados' buff, Xiaoyu was naturally not to be outdone and directly had Sceptile use Swords Dance to buff itself. Because it involved a championship battle, both sides were being extremely cautious. Gyarados closes the distance with Sceptile, use Bounce. After a period of buffing, Li Xia launched the first attack with Gyarados. When facing a Grass-type Sceptile, the Water/Flying-type Gyarados will naturally use its own Flying-type move Bounce, which is both effective against Sceptile and provides a stab boost. Gyarados' body surged with Flying-type energy, and it leaped high into the air, braving the increasingly heavy rain, flying through the storm, and disappearing into the dark clouds. Soaring through the clouds and mist, just like a real dragon. Occasionally, a blood-red body would emerge from the pitch-black clouds. Gyarados was gathering its strength in the clouds, ready to launch an attack at any moment. In the game, the move Bounce is only useful when used as Max Air during Dynamax, otherwise, it's practically useless. Because the jump skill requires charging, you need to charge it up in the first round and then you can attack in the second round. This means that in the game, a guard skill can perfectly block the jump skill. However, in reality, the ability to defend cannot be used so frequently, which instantly increases the strength of the jumping skill. Lizard King, Sword Dance. Watching the Gyarados disappear into the dark clouds, Xiaoyu calmly commanded Sceptile to take this opportunity to continue using Swords Dance, once again greatly enhancing its attack. Page 158. When a dominant-level Sceptile battles a gym leader-level Gyarados, it can only try to overcome the weaknesses and gaps between the two through power-ups. Roar. A roar erupted from the dark clouds, and a blood-red figure leaped from the black clouds toward the Lizard King like a bolt of red lightning. Lizard King, Thunder Fist. Facing the charging Gyarados, Sceptile showed no fear. Its fist crackled with electricity as it clashed violently with the Gyarados, which was enveloped in flying-type energy. Boom. The pure clash of forces created a massive shockwave, with visible ripples spreading outwards and whipping the hair of the spectators in the stands. To be honest, this level of competition is comparable to the ranking battle of the clubmaster. Wang Wujia, who witnessed this scene, exclaimed, "The level of this year's finals is so high that it may be the best in history. This may be a wonderful battle that will go down in history." While Wang Wujia was speaking, the direct clash between Sceptile and Gyarados had already determined the winner. Sceptile was slightly at a disadvantage and slid back several meters before stopping under the impact of Gyarados' tremendous power. Xiaoyu frowned, slightly surprised by the result. He knew that the Lizard King had used Swords Dance twice, yet it still couldn't beat Li Xia's Gyarados. It's obvious that Li Xia's Gyarados is not just a beginner at the gym leader level. While it may not be the peak of the gym leader level, it's not far off, otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. Roar. Gyarados roared at Sceptile, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, completely overwhelming Sceptile in terms of sheer power. Lizard King, it's a sunny day. Since he couldn't match Gyarados in strength, Xiaoyu changed his strategy and adopted a different approach. Chemo. Fire energy surged from the Lizard King's body, transforming into a ball of light that plunged into the dark clouds in the sky, tearing a hole in them. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the battlefield. The hole in the clouds grew larger and larger, and in just a few breaths, the sky cleared up, and the sunlight shone on the entire battlefield, turning the weather into a bright sunny day. Gyarados, Ice Fang. Roar. Gyarados displayed its astonishing speed, its massive body moving with incredible agility as it pounced from the air at Sceptile, launching its attack while Sceptile was using Ice Fang. Lizard King, you see through. Faced with Gyarados' fierce attacks, Xiaoyu felt extremely overwhelmed and had no choice but to have Sceptile use its Foresight skill to defend. Roar. Gyarados opened its gaping maw, its fangs covered in ice energy, and bit down hard on the light shield, making a cracking sound, as if it wanted to shatter the light shield. Come back, Lizard King. Go, Buzzbat. Taking advantage of the precious opportunity to see through creation, Xiaoyu chose to change his Pokémon. Gyarados, keep using Ice Fang. Li Xia gave the order decisively. As soon as Nombat appeared, Gyarados pounced again, biting Nombat hard. If a Nombat, which is 4 times weak to ice, were to be bitten by a Gyarados, it would be unable to battle at all, as it would be impossible for it to withstand the attack after a gym leader level Gyarados uses Dragon Dance. Buzzing Bat, hold the line. In this critical moment, Xiaoyu had no choice but to have the Buzzbat use its defensive skill. With this, both the Lizard King and the Buzzbat have used up all their defensive skills, making the rest of the match extremely difficult. There was nothing that could be done about it facing the powerful Gyarados. Nombat appeared so weak at this moment. Nutbat, use Toxic. This was Xiaoyu's purpose in choosing to switch Pokémon at this moment. The Noxua's greatest strength in this battle is its poison. If the poison hits Gyarados, there's a sliver of a chance of victory. The Buzzbat spews a deadly poison from its mouth at Gyarados, and given Gyarados' massive size, it's difficult for it to avoid being hit by the poisonous attack. Gyarados, use Protect. Faced with the poisonous move, Li Xiu also found it troublesome and directly had Gyarados use the Protect move. Come back, Gyarados. Go, Hippowdon. Li Xiu appeared extremely conservative at this moment, surprisingly choosing to change her Pokémon. As soon as the hippopotamus appeared, ground-based energy surged, creating a massive sandstorm that turned the originally sunny day into a sandstorm. Buzzingbat, use Provocation. Chapter 264 Buzzbat, Evolve, Part 1. It's obvious that Hippowdon, a support Pokémon that's more of a tank, will definitely use status moves like Stealth Rock or Yawn as soon as it enters the battle. If you can shut down its status moves, you've already won more than half the battle. With the release of the Taunt skill, Dark-type energy was transmitted through sound waves, covering Hippowdon and successfully blocking its status moves. Since Ground-type moves like Earthquake are ineffective against Nombat, Hippowdon, whose moves are currently locked, can only pose a threat to Nombat by using Rock-type moves. However, it is clear that Li Xiu only sent out the hippopotamus to change the weather, and did not intend to rely on the hippopotamus to defeat the buzzing bat. Come back, Hippowdon. Go, Excadrill. Li Xiu switched Pokémon again, choosing to send out her third Pokémon, Excadrill. At this point, all three of Li Xiu's Pokémon have been revealed: Gyarados, Excadrill, and Hippowdon. These three Pokémon were not unexpected, as they are Li Xiu's strongest Pokémon. As soon as Excadrill enters the field, its eyes are fixed on Nombat. With its ground and steel attributes, Excadrill is immune to poison-type moves, which can effectively prevent Nombat from using its poison. Meanwhile, during sandstorms, the speed of the Saudi-type Gopher doubles, and combined with its extremely high attack power, it poses a deadly threat to the buzzing bat. The only good news is that this dragon-headed exploding mole isn't even at the gym leader level, otherwise Xiaoyu wouldn't have needed to fight it. Faced with the nodding bat that had learned to use poison, Li Xiu chose the most conservative tactic. By making continuous substitutions and changing the weather, she sent out the Excadrill, which was immune to poison. After replacing the dragon-headed gopher, Li Xiu is about to launch an attack. Before Wang Wujia could finish his commentary, Li Xiu's voice rang out first: Dragon-head Groundhog, Rockfall. Hidden in the sandstorm, the dragon-headed ground squirrel moves incredibly fast. Only a faint, dark brown figure can be seen darting through the sandstorm. Boom! Suddenly, a huge rock flew in during the sandstorm, crashing down on the buzzing bat like a cannonball. Buzzing bat, dodge it and then use Sunny Day. Nobu is the most agile Pokémon among all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Having undergone special training in extreme evasion, it can easily handle such surprise attacks. The buzzing bat flapped its wings and dodged easily in the air with extremely agile movements, completing a difficult dodge maneuver and avoiding the flying giant rock. Immediately afterwards, the buzzing bat released a ball of fire energy from its mouth, which flew into the sky, turning the weather clear again. Boom! However, at that moment, the huge rock that had been flying over the buzzing bat suddenly exploded and fell like a shower of flowers, forming countless small pebbles that hit the buzzing bat and left numerous wounds. This is also a technique for using the rock slide skill. Like Sword Dance Defense, it is an advanced skill that requires a high level of proficiency to execute. First, bombard the opponent with a large rock, then detonate the rock when you get close to the opponent, shattering it into countless tiny fragments that bombard the enemy. Meanwhile, the sandstorm lashed at the buzzing bats, continuously inflicting damage upon them. Buzzbat, are you alright? Xiaoyu's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Although he had anticipated before the competition that the dragon-head mole would be very difficult to deal with, he still found it troublesome when he actually faced it. Pain. Through telepathy, the buzzing bat responded to Xiaoyu, clearly indicating that the rock slide skill had caused it considerable damage. Xiaoyu looked at the dragon-head Excadrill with a serious expression. The dragon-head Excadrill only has 4 weaknesses: water, fire, earth, and fighting, and it is also immune to poison attacks. This made the dragon-headed mole the most difficult part to deal with in the game. Fortunately, Noibat used Sunny Day again, turning the weather sunny again, which slightly made up for the disadvantage. Excadrill, keep using Rock Slide. Li Xiu gave the buzzing bat no chance to catch its breath, ordering the dragon-headed exploding mole to use Rock Slide attack again. Buzzing bat, use Hot Air. Noxua also knows the Heat Wave move. It learned the Heat Wave move around the same time as Charmander, both taught by Raiou's Pokémon. However, because its brilliance has been overshadowed by Charizard, Nombat has always played a supporting role and has never used the Heat Wave move. Now that Charizard is 4 times weak to rock and can't be used against Excadrill, Nombat finally gets a chance to shine. The buzzing bat flapped its wings, its small mouth filled with fire energy, and spewed out scorching breath that swept towards the dragon-headed ground squirrel. Meanwhile, the S-rank life orb carried by the buzzing bat also took effect. Its stamina was rapidly depleted, but the power of the hot wind was increased. At the same time, with the added benefit of sunny weather, the power of the hot wind was also greatly enhanced. Faced with the scorching heat, the dragon-headed ground squirrel dug out a rock with its drill-like hands and hurled it at the buzzing bat. Both sides launched attacks. The buzzer bat dodges the huge rock thrown at it again, but just like last time, even if the huge rock doesn't hit the buzzer bat, it will explode in midair like a grenade. Having learned from its previous experience, this time the buzzbat focused intently on the giant rock, and dodged with all its might when the explosion occurred. Tiny pebbles burst forth like fireworks, engulfing the buzzing bats. Even though the buzzing bats were prepared and tried their best to dodge, they still couldn't avoid being hit by some of the pebbles, adding new wounds to their bodies, making them stagger and reach their physical limit. Xiaoyu felt a pang of heartache looking at the battered and bruised Buzzbat. This was the first time Buzzbat had suffered such severe injuries, but Xiaoyu couldn't change Buzzbat's fate now. If Charizard is switched in now, it will take a rock slide for free. Charizard, which is 4x weak to rock, will be severely injured instantly, and even Mega Evolution won't win the match. Therefore, we must wait until Nombat is completely incapacitated before switching in Charizard. Although this is somewhat cruel for Nombat, it is a necessary choice in battle. Page 159. Injuries are inevitable in battle after all, no one can win without taking damage. Nomton's current task is to deplete Excadrill's stamina as much as possible before it loses its ability to battle, ensuring that Charizard can one-shot Excadrill with a single fire-type move when it enters the battle. Buzzing Bat, can you still bless it? Master, I can still persevere. The Buzzing Bat knew how important this match was to its master, and even though it was covered in wounds, it still gritted its teeth and persevered. As the power gap between Charizard and Sceptile King widens, and with the increasing strength of Axew and Shelder, the previously peaceful Nombat begins to feel a sense of urgency. This feeling was especially pronounced a few days ago when Draco Mesha evolved into Draco. It could sense that Draco Mesha's strength had doubled after the evolution. Although Dragapult hasn't appeared yet, once it learns enough moves, it will definitely replace Dragapult and form a powerful trio with Charizard and Sceptile. This increased the pressure on the Buzzbat, and for the first time it so desperately wanted to grow stronger. At that moment, it thought of Ryu-sensei's Sonic Dragon. If it evolves on its own, it can be more helpful to its owner, and it won't be like this now, having not defeated a single Pokémon since the start of the main competition. Chapter 265 Sonic Dragon. The finals of the Sichuan Provincial University Cup are in full swing. Xiaoyu fell into a clear disadvantage shortly after the start of the game. Li Xia's Excadrill was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack, and it was almost impossible for him to take down the Excadrill with just Nombre. The already battered and bruised Buzzbat stared at the dragon-head groundhog, its eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. At this moment, it was so eager to prove itself, wishing it had the same strength as the Lizard King or Charizard. Buzzing Bat couldn't help but start having wild thoughts. If his strength remained stagnant, would Xiaoyu abandon him? Master, will you abandon me? The sudden question from the Buzzing Bat startled Xiaoyu slightly. He then keenly realized that there might be something wrong with the mindset of the Buzzing Bat. I've been busy with my paper on Mega Evolution and the issues with Dragapult and Ghastly lately, and I've neglected the feelings of Nombat, this veteran. Nobu is my starter Pokémon and the Pokémon that has been with me the longest. When it saw its companions, who joined the team later than it, all evolving, increasing in strength, and shining in the competition, its mentality began to change. Xiaoyu could understand Buzzbat's mental imbalance and responded to Buzzbat in his heart. Buzzbat, no matter what, you will always be my first partner and one of my most important partners. Without you, there would be no Dragon-type trainer Xiaoyu today. Without Nompt, Xiaoyu might not have embarked on the path of a Dragon-type trainer, he wouldn't have come to the Dragon-type secret realm in the Imperial capital, and none of what followed would have happened. It was because of Nombat that he began his journey to become a Dragon-type trainer. You will always be my most important partner. While Xiaoyu was communicating with the Buzzing Bat, Li Xia was also looking at her dragon-headed Excadrill. Despite enduring a burst of hot air, the dragon-headed Excadrill was still in pretty good condition. This is also because Nombat's special attack ability is not strong. Even with the double boost of Sunny Day and Life Orb, Nombat is still no match for Charizard in terms of special attack. Although it caused some damage to Excadrill, it was not fatal. Excadrill, one last rock slide. Li Xia looked at the battered and bruised Nameek and knew that one more rock slide would definitely take Nameek down, so she gave the order again. Nutbat, use Heat Wave again. Xiaoyu's voice echoed in Nanabat's mind, show yourself to the fullest. No matter what, you will always be the best in my heart. Don't care about other people's opinions, and don't compare yourself with other Pokémon. Just be yourself and grow in peace. Buzz. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the buzzing bat let out a high-pitched cry. It flapped its purple wings and soared into the sky, emitting a high-pitched, sharp, and deafening cry. Is this a loud sound skill? Qin Yongzhen wondered, when suddenly she saw it in the midst of the loud sound. The buzzing bat, filled with a thirst for evolution, began to radiate a dazzling light that enveloped its body. The buzzing bats flying in the sky are as dazzling as the blazing sun, their bodies constantly shifting and elongating in the light. This is evolution. Wang Wujia exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Noibat has evolved at this moment. On the stage of the finals, Noibat has actually started to evolve. You have to know that the difference between Noibat and its evolved form, Noivern, is like heaven and earth. Let's see if the Nabot, which is at a disadvantage, can use this opportunity to evolve and turn the tide of the game. The crowd in the stands held their breath, watching the match intently. If you look closely, you can see many of Xiaoyu's old acquaintances in the audience, such as Li Yunye, the Flying-type Elite Four member from the Southwest region, Xiao Wanyu, the Fairy-type Elite Four member from the South China region, and Long Fan, the Dragon-type Elite Four member from the North China region, all of whom came to watch today's match. Stop, Dragon Head Mole. Li Xia then told Excadrill to stop attacking, which is a default rule in battles. When one side's Pokémon evolves, the other side must stop attacking to avoid interrupting the evolution. The light shattered. The evolved Noivern reveals its imposing appearance, raises its head, and lets out a loud roar. It has huge ears with green ripples inside, a ring of white down around its neck, and a pair of huge bat wings that are black on the inside and purple on the outside, with blue membranes and two red claws on them. A pair of vertical pupils stared at the dragon-headed ground rat, its gaze filled with ferocity and savagery. The evolved Noivern's personality will also undergo a drastic change, becoming fierce, aggressive, tyrannical, and cruel. Dragon Gopher, Rockfall. Sonic Dragon, use Dragon Cluster. Xiaoyu looked at the evolved Sonic Dragon, his eyes filled with memories. The Noibat that used to cuddle in my arms and loved to perch on my head has finally evolved into a powerful Noivern. Unfortunately, the previous battle left Noivern severely injured and lacking in stamina. Otherwise, it would have had a great chance of defeating Excadrill. However, Noivern's HP is only enough to use one move at a time, so Xiaoyu chose to let Noivern use its powerful stab move Draco Meteor. Even though he knew that Excadrill had Protect, he still had to use Draco Meteor. All that could be heard was Noivern letting out a high-pitched roar, its entire body's dragon-type energy burning fiercely like flames. Xiaoyu, the nominal dragon-type trainer, finally had a dragon-type Pokémon that could live up to his reputation. The surging dragon energy, enhanced by the energy of its own type and the life orb, became even more concentrated, forming a beam of energy that shot into the sky. Boom! Several meteorites fell from the sky, burning with intense flames as they crashed to the ground. Dragon Head Mole, use Guard. Li Xia calmly commanded the Dragon Head Grub. Upon receiving the order, the Dragon Head Grub immediately erected a light shield in front of it to block the meteorite falling from the sky. Faced with Noivern's full-force Draco Meteor shower, Li Xia didn't dare let Excadrill take the hit head-on. She knew that all she needed to do was have Excadrill use Protect to block the Draco Meteor shower. Noivern, whose special attack was greatly reduced by the Draco Meteor shower, would no longer pose any threat to Excadrill. Seeing Excadrill use Protect, Xiaoyu's expression darkened, but he quickly understood that he couldn't have the advantage in every match. With the life orb wielding it, Noivern, whose stamina was rapidly depleting, had reached its limit. After unleashing its final Dragon Star attack, Noivern weakly flapped its wings, teetering on the verge of collapse. Dragon Earl, use Rock Slide. As Li Xia's voice rang out, a huge rock came flying, exploding as it flew toward Noivern. The fragments of rock struck Noivern's body, taking away its last bit of strength. Noivern fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground, having lost its ability to fight. Sonic Wave Dragon is unable to battle, Excadrill wins the first round. Xiaoyu looked at Noivern and whispered in his heart, "You've done very well. Come back, Noivern." Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu took out a Pokeball and recalled Noivern. Sigh, it's still a pity that this result is like this. Even though Noctua evolved into Noivern, it still suffered too much damage earlier and its stamina was severely depleted. Wang Wujia couldn't help but sigh and said, If it could have evolved earlier, the outcome of this match would have been uncertain. Li Xiu is still too calm. She used her guard skill perfectly, avoiding the powerful dragon star cluster of noisy dragon. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for Xiaoyu. Chapter 266 Mega Evolution, Part 1. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he looked at the Excadrill on the field. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a Charizard Pokeball. This is undoubtedly the best time for Charizard to enter the battle. If we send out Sceptile, we'll have to worry about the Rock Slide move. Through the system, Xiaoyu could clearly see that Li Xiu's Hippowdon and Excadrill had both learned the Rock Slide move, while the remaining Gyarados, although it hadn't learned Rock Slide, had learned an even more powerful Stone Edge. Rock Smash, Rock Slide, and Stealth Rock are practically Charizard's lifelong enemies. Each of the three Pokémon has a way to counter Charizard 4 times more effectively. Come on, Charizard. A black Charizard appears, wearing a necklace around its neck with a sparkling gem embedded in it, the Mega Evolution Stone. Xiaowanyu, Long Fan, and the others in the audience looked at the sparkling gem, their hearts beating slightly faster. Even though they had seen many big events, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. Li Xiu frowned as she looked at the necklace around Xiaoyu's Charizard's neck. She had never seen this item before, so she became slightly suspicious and kept a watchful eye on it. Come back, Dragon Head Grub. Up on Hippo. Just as Xiaoyu substituted Charizard, Li Xiu also chose to switch in Hippowdon. The Excadrill, having been hit by a Buzzbat's Heat Wave, is unlikely to withstand a Fire-type stab move from Charizard with its Solar Power ability under Sunny Day. Therefore, to be on the safe side, she opted to switch in Hippowdon. The Dust Storm's characteristics kicked in again, whipping up sandstorms that altered the previously clear weather. It has to be said that Li Xiu's main strategy is to play steadily. Even though she already had a huge advantage, she still chose the most stable approach and did not intend to give Xiaoyu any chance. By utilizing Hippowdon's Sandstorm ability, Charizard's Solar Power ability can be limited. Furthermore, during sandstorms, the damage from Solar Beam will be reduced to about half, which will greatly reduce the threat to Hippowdon. Even though Hippowdon's status moves are locked by Nombat's taunt, it still has Rock Slide, which is enough to pose a huge threat to Charizard. Page 160. Hippopotamus, use Rock Slide. Li Xiu's voice rang out. Come back, Charizard, bring out Sceptile. Just then, Xiaoyu made an unexpected move. He actually chose to switch Pokémon again. When facing the pesky hippopotamus, Charizard only has one move, Scorching Sands, to threaten it, while the hippopotamus has a powerful weapon like Rock Slide. Even if Charizard could defeat Hippowdon, it would be a hard-fought victory, so Xiaoyu decisively chose to replace his Pokémon again at this moment. The Grass-type Sceptile reappeared, only to be hit by a Rock Slide attack as soon as it entered the field. Li Xiu frowned slightly at this moment. The Hippowdon, whose ground-type moves were blocked, was definitely no match for Sceptile. Should we continue replacing Pokémon with Xiaoyu? Li Xiu was caught in a dilemma. If she replaced Gyarados with Gyarados at this time, although it could suppress Sceptile in terms of type, it would most likely take a free Thunder Punch, and it was a Thunder Punch that was 4 times weak to Electric, which was obviously not worth it. As for replacing it with Excadrill, it still wouldn't be a match for Sceptile, so replacing Excadrill is worse than not replacing it at all. Slightly conflicted, Li Xiu ultimately chose to let the hippopotamus continue fighting. Hippopotamus, use your Freeze Fang. Lizard King, create some distance, use Leech Seed and Trouble Seed. The hippopotamus opened its huge mouth, moved its short legs, and charged forward like a heavy truck, its sharp fangs covered with ice energy, and bit towards the Lizard King. Although Hippowdon is not a fast Pokémon, once it starts charging, its speed and power will increase. Its only drawback is that it is not very convenient to change direction. At this moment, the Lizard King's speed advantage was fully demonstrated. It used its speed to circle around the Hippo Beast and throw out Trouble Seed and Parasite Seed in succession. Trouble Seed is naturally used to counter Hippowdon's Sandstorm ability. Leech Seed, on the other hand, is used to mitigate the damage caused to Sceptile by sandstorms. Without transformation abilities, the hippopotamus appears extremely clumsy, becoming nothing more than a mobile punching bag. Li Xiu was aware of this as well. All she wanted to do now was stall for time. Once the taunt skill effect of the Buzzbat ended, the Hippo Beast would have a whole host of skills to use. You can use moves like Slack Off, Yawn, Protect, Toxic, and Stealth Rock. We can see the Lizard King using his speed advantage to toy with the hippopotamus. The Buzzbat did play its part, using its taunt skill to block the hippopotamus's transformation skills, creating an advantage for the Lizard King. Now we'll see how Li Xiu responds. Ultimate Absorption, Lizard King. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again, stating that against the hippo beast with its extremely high physical defense, the ultimate drain on the special attack side is undoubtedly the best way to deal with it. Hearing Xiaoyu's command, Li Xia remained calm, not particularly flustered. She knew that as long as she held out until the taunt skill's duration ended, she had a way to counter the Lizard King. We must now do everything we can to stall for time as much as possible. The Lizard King gathered grass-type energy in its hand, forming a grass-type energy spike, and hurled it at the hippopotamus's massive body. Hippopotamus, use the digging technique. Faced with the Lizard King's ultimate absorption, Li Xia decisively ordered the hippo beast to use its digging skill. The hippopotamus suddenly burrowed into the ground, instantly digging a hole and disappearing underground. This allowed it to evade the Lizard King's ultimate absorption attack and launch a surprise attack from underground. Of course, if the Lizard King had learned the earthquake skill at this time, it would have severely damaged the hippoman, but unfortunately the Lizard King did not. Come back, Lizard King. Xiaoyu reacted extremely quickly at this moment. He took out a Pokeball and recalled the Sceptile, and at the same time took out a Charizard Pokeball and released Charizard during the gap. Charizard reappears, and flying through the air, it can naturally ignore Hippowden's digging attacks from underground. Therefore, this is a golden opportunity for Xiaoyu to switch out his characters. This is an opportunity that allows Charizard to enter the battle unharmed, and it is also the best time for it to Mega Evolve. Xiaoyu reached out and touched the jade pendant on his chest, took a deep breath, and looked at the fire-breathing dragon. Then, his gaze swept across the audience and he saw Long Yaning, Long Fan, and Xiao Wanyu. He knew what kind of sensation it would cause if he used Mega Evolution at this moment. However, without Mega Evolution, he couldn't think of a way to defeat Li Xia's Gyarados. A smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Regardless of the turbulent waves, he would enjoy the stage now and make the world tremble with the moment that was about to arrive. Charizard, are you ready? War. Chapter 267 Mega Evolution, Part 2. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity when the hippopotamus used Dig and switched to Charizard again. Charizard, a fire/flying type Pokémon, is immune to Hippowden's Dig attack, making it a very nice replacement Pokémon. Huh, Xiaoyu, what is he doing? Why is he taking out a jade pendant from his chest? Wang Wujia's voice rang out. He looked at Xiaoyu's strange behavior and was a little confused about the situation. How could the trainer take out a decoration while the match was going on? Is Trainer Xiaoyu warming up? Is he getting ready to take the field himself? Wang Wujia joked. Just kidding, Xiaoyu just asked if Charizard was ready. What does that mean? Does Xiaoyu have some secret weapon? Wang Wujia's voice rang out, full of passion. Xiaoyu's sudden action left everyone baffled, except for Long Yaning and her daughter in the audience, as well as Xiao Wanyu. They had already heard Xiaoyu's description of Mega Evolution, so they naturally knew that Xiaoyu was about to use Mega Evolution. However, they did not understand the specific effects of Mega Evolution. The purpose of coming to watch Xiaoyu's match in person is to witness firsthand just how powerful the boost to combat strength from Mega Evolution really is. Only by seeing it with their own eyes can they finally put their minds at ease. Xiaoyu took out the jade pendant hanging on his chest, which swayed in the wind. The sandstorm could not hide the brilliance of the evolution keystone. What prop is this? Almost everyone had the same question in their minds. On a stage like the finals, Xiaoyu took out this prop so solemnly, treating it as a trump card to defeat Li Xiu. Then this prop must be something extraordinary. But why is this item on the trainer? Xiaoyu looked at the hippopotamus beast and Li Xiu in front of him, took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and focus your attention. The cheers, shouts, and the sound of the sandstorm were all so clear at that moment. The sounds of breathing and heartbeats were so clear at that moment. Feeling the warmth emanating from the evolution keystone, Xiaoyu could also feel the heartbeat of the Charizard directly in front of him on the field. It was as if there was an invisible thread connecting the two. At that moment, the two seemed to merge into one. Xiaoyu's mind began to flash through everything that had happened on his path to becoming a trainer, from discovering the Nombat's Pokemon egg to standing on the final stage of Zishu province. Scene after scene flashed by like a slideshow. Countless early mornings and nights have passed, and we have poured our sweat into the training field, step by step, to get to where we are today. The burning passion of youth will finally blossom and bear fruit today. Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, Charizard sensed the change in Xiaoyu's mindset, and the flames on its tail burned fiercely. Although neither of them had ever attempted Mega Evolution, Xiaoyu firmly believed that he and Charizard would succeed. Here it comes, Charizard. Xiaoyu stroked the jade pendant in his hand, his fingers pressing on the evolution keystone. He could feel that the evolution keystone had become scorching hot, emitting a faint light, and the energy contained within it seemed about to burst forth. At this moment, Xiaoyu's gaze gradually became firm, and Charizard's gaze also became firm. At this moment, the two of them looked so alike. Their minds are united, and their hearts are connected with each other through their Pokémon. In an instant, energy erupted, visible to the naked eye, gushing forth from the Evolution Key Stone and the Mega Evolution Stone. Xiaoyu's battlesuit fluttered in the wind, and the Evolution Key Stone began to emit a faint light. Burn, Charizard, Mega Evolution. Xiaoyu's voice was broadcast live to the entire venue without missing a single word. The audience held their breath, watching everything unfold. They all saw the energy erupting from the Evolution Key Stone on Xiaoyu's pendant and the Mega Evolution Stone on Charizard's neck. They had all heard what Xiaoyu had just said. Mega Evolution? Just then, a dazzling light burst forth from the Mega Evolution Stone on Charizard's neck and the Evolution Key Stone on Xiaoyu's pendant. What's happening here? Evolution? Is this light evolution? What did Xiaoyu just say? Mega Evolution? Charizard can evolve? What's going on? A dazzling light shone throughout the arena, as the Mega Evolution Stone and the Key Stone were linked together through several energy channels, and the light of evolution enveloped Charizard. The dazzling light illuminated the entire venue, turning it into a vast expanse of white. Page 161. What's going on? Wang Wujia, the commentator, was also encountering this situation for the first time. However, the entire venue was shrouded in dazzling light, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening on the field. The radiance gradually faded, revealing the jet-black body of Mega Charizard Y. Huge black dragon wings enveloped the fire-breathing dragon's body, resembling a black cocoon. Roar! Charizard suddenly spread its wings, revealing its evolved form. A long, third horn grew on its head, and its jet-black tail became even longer. Small wings sprouted from its wrists. The edges of the wings on its back became more irregular, 3 small spikes grew from the end of its tail and a long spike grew from its back, and the flames at its tail burned as fiercely as a raging fire. What Pokémon is this? Is this still a Charizard? What a cool Charizard! Long Fan and Xiaowanyu, who were in the audience, both showed expressions of shock. Even after hearing Xiaoyu's description of Mega Evolution, they were still amazed by it. Is Xiaoyu really a genius? Is this what he discovered? Is it really a Charizard? The next step is to verify how much Mega Evolution increases combat power. Apart from Long Fan and Xiaowanyu, Long Yaning and Zhaoruohan's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu, their eyes sparkling as they silently watched Xiaoyu shine on the stage. They all knew that after today, the name Xiaoyu would spread throughout the world. At this moment, the first to react was Wang Wujia, the professional host. It seems there's been a small accident on set. Xiaoyu's Charizard has actually evolved. Charizard can evolve once more? This must be the first time in the world. Is this Xiaoyu's new experimental project? Those who bought tickets are in for a treat. You will witness a showdown that will go down in history. I'm really curious about what kind of power Charizard will have after it evolves. Hippopotamus, Rockfall. Although somewhat confused about the situation, Li Xia decisively ordered the hippopotamus to launch an attack. Upon hearing Li Xia's words, Xiaoyu's eyes seemed to burn with fire, his blood boiling. This competition would be the best stage to showcase his talents. Xiaoyu looked at the hippopotamus and shouted, Charizard, Solar Beam. Xiaoyu actually chose to use Solar Flare in a sandstorm? You should know that in a sandstorm, Solar Flare not only needs more energy to accumulate, but its power will also be reduced to half of its original value. Although the Sunfire has a double effect on the hippopotamus, the current situation is really not as good as the hot sands. Wang Wujia was talking non-stop when he noticed that Charizard, which had just completed its Mega Evolution, let out a loud roar in the arena. Roar! Mega Charizard Y flapped its huge black wings, and with a roar, a burst of scorching fire energy spread outwards from Charizard. The sandstorm stopped and the dark clouds dissipated. The sun is shining brightly and the sky is clear. In an instant, the sandstorm turned into a bright sunny day, with the dazzling sunlight almost covering the entire battlefield. The audience gasped in amazement. Since the start of the match, they had experienced various weather conditions, including rain, sunshine, and sandstorms. Now that it was sunny again, it was truly a hard-won victory. Chapter 268 Mega Charizard Y. The viewership ratings for the Sichuan Provincial University Cup Finals surged to the top in the country for the same time slot. What exactly is Mega Evolution? Just now, Yuankunhe Laboratory released a new experimental result in Xiaoyu's name, and published a new paper entitled Mega Evolution. Xiaoyu's Mega Evolution unleashed a massive storm that swept across China and even the world. Although he had long anticipated the sensation that announcing Mega Evolution at this time would cause, and was prepared to face the storm. At this moment he just wanted to enjoy the match and fight the whole match with Charizard. With Charizard's roar, the sandstorm instantly turned into a sunny day, thanks to Mega Charizard Y's ability, Sunlight. At the same time, Grass-type energy began to gather in front of Charizard. Solar Beam, which originally needed time to accumulate energy, accumulated energy much faster under the blessing of a sunny day. In the blink of an eye, the blazing sunlight had taken shape, bursting forth with dazzling light and forming a fluorescent green beam that flew toward the hippopotamus. At the same time, the hippopotamus also unleashed its rock slide skill, sending huge rocks flying towards the fire-breathing dragon in the air. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the field, all curious to see what amazing performance the evolved Mega Charizard Y would deliver in battle. Boom! The blazing sunlight collided with the rocks, the beam piercing through them and shattering the massive rock into pieces. Its remaining force continued its trajectory towards the hippopotamus. Get out of the way, you hippopotamus. Li Xia was also surprised that Xiaoyu's Charizard was so powerful. Everyone was at the Overlord level, and even Hippowdon was slightly stronger than Charizard, but it seemed so powerless in front of Mega Charizard Y. Roar! With a pitiful roar, the hippopotamus was severely injured. With a single blow, Mega Charizard Y severely injured Hippowdon. The difference in strength was too obvious, it was a complete one-sided crushing defeat. This also made everyone realize just how powerful Charizard Y really is. Silence fell over the room, and everyone was shocked. No one in the audience expected that the Hippo Beast would be defeated by Xiaoyu's Charizard with a single solar beam. Just how terrifying is this Mega Charizard? Such intense sunlight and flames. Xiaoyu's Charizard is terrifying. Just one solar beam was enough to severely injure the Hippo Beast. Although Hippowdon's special defense is very low, you should know that apart from being damaged by Leech Seed, this Hippowdon has hardly suffered any other damage. It was actually completely overwhelmed by this Charizard. The murmurs at the scene made Li Xia grit her teeth. She was at a loss when faced with the unknown Mega Evolution. However, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. He gave the hippopotamus no chance to catch its breath and once again had Charizard unleash Solar Beam. Sunfire. Roar. Another burst of sunlight, like a laser cannon, struck the hippopotamus directly. The hippopotamus didn't even have time to scream before it collapsed on the ground, motionless and completely incapacitated. The referee was stunned for a few moments before he came to his senses and quickly raised his flag and blew his whistle. Hippopotamus is unable to fight, Fire Dragon wins. The referee was unsure whether he should continue to refer to Xiaoyu's Pokémon as Charizard, since it was the first time he had ever seen Charizard in this form. Li Xia was still in a daze. For the first time, the usually calm Li Xia was flustered. Faced with an unknown Pokémon, she couldn't stay calm and her mind was filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. Mega Evolution? What exactly is it? Why did Xiaoyu's Charizard suddenly gain so much combat power? What is happening? Li Xia, please change your Pokémon. Li Xia didn't come to her senses until the referee's voice rang out. After hesitating for a moment, she took out her Excadrill's Pokeball and released it. Faced with the powerful Charizard, she decided to stall for time. Go, Dragon Head Mole. Excadrill returns, this time facing Mega Charizard Y. Looking at the dragon-headed exploding creature, Charizard's eyes blazed with fury, a flame of vengeance burning within them. So this is the Noivern you defeated, right? Charizard, spit fire. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Charizard's body instantly surged with immense fire energy, its tail flames burned fiercely, and a large ball of flame was enveloped in its mouth, which it then violently spewed out. Such a fast flamethrower. When Charizard Mega evolves into Mega Charizard Y, its strength is improved in all aspects, but the most significant improvement is in its special attack. Many people may not know just how powerful Mega Charizard Y is in terms of special attack. In terms of special attack alone, Mega Charizard Y ranks 16th among all forms of all Pokémon. Don't be fooled by the low ranking of 16th. This is despite including Pokémon like Mega Rayquaza, Primal Kyogre, and Kyurem. Furthermore, it's important to know that Mega Charizard Y's ability is Sunlight. This means that if Mega Charizard Y uses a Fire-type move, it will not only receive a stab, same type attack bonus, but also a Sunny Day bonus. Considering the Sunny Day bonus, Mega Charizard Y's special attack ranks second, even surpassing Mega Mutwo Y. Of course, the reason it's ranked second is because there's a Pokémon called Kyogre. After Primal Reversion, Kyogre's special attack rank was already second among all Pokémon. Add to that its ability Primal Ocean and its full power Water Spray, and it truly becomes the top special attack Pokémon. Page 162. Flames flew and sparks rolled, turning the entire battlefield into a crimson glow. At this moment, Charizard was like the Queen of Fire, a god who controlled fire. The flames spewed out streaked across the field like lasers, flying directly towards the dragon-headed ground squirrel. Hold on tight, dragon-head mole. Li Xiu, who originally wanted Excadrill to use Rock Slide, decided to have Excadrill abandon its attack and use Protect after seeing the impressive flamethrower. The light shield expanded and was instantly engulfed by the erupting flames. The blazing flames scorched the light shield, causing it to shake, and cracks seemed to appear faintly on its surface. The light shield began to shake, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, although the light shield developed cracks and was shaking violently, it still managed to barely block the jet of flames. This relieved Li Xiu, but then Charizard's attack came again. Charizard, keep breathing fire. Dragon Gopher, Rockfall. Flames burst forth, the fire-breathing dragon spewing flames that danced like a fire dragon, flashing past before surging towards the dragon-headed exploding rat and engulfing it. Amidst the flames and the roar of the dragon head mole completely lost its fighting ability and lay on the ground. Excadrill is unable to battle, Charizard wins. The situation reversed too quickly. From Mega Evolution to the present, Mega Charizard Y completely overwhelmed Hippowdon and Excadrill. After easily securing 2 consecutive victories, Li Xiu now only has her one and only ace Pokémon, Gyarados, left. Chapter 269 Mega Charizard Y vs Shiny Gyarados. Li Xiu recalled Excadrill into her Pokeball and released her last Pokémon, which was also her ace Pokémon, a shiny Gyarados. Roar. Its massive, winding body, ferocious and terrifying face, and blood-red skin exude an aura of power, making it no less imposing than Mega Charizard Y. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose at the sidelines. Several elderly men, surrounded by a crowd, entered the VIP viewing area from the entrance. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, everyone recognized that these old men were all retired members of the 4 Heavenly Kings or even champions. They had obviously heard the news and rushed over from Tiandu City. Meanwhile, more and more reporters gathered outside the venue, like cats that had smelled blood, all rushing over to get first-hand information about Mega Evolution. Everyone knows that an epic transformation is about to begin. There is no doubt that the huge increase in combat power brought by Mega Evolution will have a huge impact on the ranking of the Elite Four and even the champion. No one wants to be squeezed out of the Elite Four's position. Xiaoyu, who was originally at a disadvantage, used his secret weapon. Charizard evolved again during the match, greatly increasing its strength. The evolved Charizard, with its invincible momentum, successively defeated Li Xiu's Hippowdon and Excadrill, taking the lead in the match. Now Xiaoyu is only one step away from the championship. As long as he defeats Gyarados, Xiaoyu will win the championship of this year's High School Cup. But Li Xiu's Gyarados is her most powerful Pokémon, and it will never be easily defeated like Hippowdon and Excadrill. To date, Li Xiu's Gyarados has never lost a battle. Let's wait and see who will win the championship in Sichuan Province. As Wang Wujia's impassioned voice rang out, the battle between Charizard and Gyarados was about to begin. The audience at the scene watched the game intently, witnessing the showdown. Gyarados, we can definitely win. When the shiny Gyarados appeared, Li Xiu's eyes were filled with renewed fighting spirit. As long as Gyarados is there, she will never lose. She and her Gyarados have never lost a single match against their peers. Now she is confident that her Gyarados will never lose either, no matter how strong the opponent is. Gyarados, use Stone Edge. Charizard, we will never lose. Xiaoyu also sensed the confidence emanating from Li Xiu's tone, and a smile appeared on his face. Nobody wants to lose, and everyone has their reasons for not wanting to lose, but there can only be one winner, and I must win this match. Charizard, use the ancient power. Mega Charizard Y is 4x weak to rock, while Gyarados is 2x weak to rock. Therefore, both of them chose to use rock-type moves at this moment. Energy gathered in the rocks in front of Charizard, instantly forming a giant gray-brown rock that flew towards Gyarados. Similarly, Gyarados' body was enveloped in rock-type energy, forming sharp rocks, which it then lunged at Charizard. Charizard, keep your distance. Don't give Gyarados a chance to get close. Charizard flapped its wings and flew through the air, widening the distance between itself and Gyarados. However, Li Xiu's Eurocopter, a peak gym leader-level creature, was exceptionally powerful. Its ichthyosaur-like body danced in the air, striking Charizard like a sharp arrow and forcing it to move to a corner. Gyarados, go after them. Roar. Gyarados is incredibly fast, possessing a speed that is completely disproportionate to its robust, blood-red body. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was reduced to almost nothing. Sharp Stone Attack. Gyarados, relying on its large size and speed advantage, used rock-type energy to wrap its body in sharp rocks and rammed it hard into Charizard's body. Seeing that he couldn't shake off Gyarados' pursuit, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Rather than being passively beaten, he decided to take a gamble and commanded Charizard, "Burst Burn, Charizard." The Charizard's body erupted with intense heat, its entire body enveloped in flames, shining with a dazzling light, as bright as the sun, making it seem as if there were two suns in the sky. The flowing flames danced in the air. Boom! Gyarados slammed into Charizard, sharp rocks piercing Charizard's body and causing severe damage. At the same time, fierce flames also engulfed Gyarados. Even though Gyarados has double the resistance to fire-type moves, it still suffered considerable damage. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he watched this scene. At this point, he had already made a preliminary judgment on the boost to battle power from Mega Evolution. A totem-level Charizard after Mega Evolution was not much different from a gym leader-level Gyarados. This is equivalent to a significant increase in combat power, and such a huge boost made Xiaoyu realize that the value of Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones would be far beyond imagination. The collected Evolution Keys and Mega Evolution Stones alone would be enough to make Xiaoyu incredibly wealthy, but wealth is a powerful motivator, and such a large fortune would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of others. However, Xiaoyu didn't have time to think about all that right now. The most important thing was to win the match. He could think about Mega Evolution later. All he wanted to do now was win this match and take the championship of Zishu province. Given the current situation, it would be quite difficult for Mega Charizard Y to defeat Gyarados. It has to be said that Li Xiu is a really strong player. If she hadn't met me, she would undoubtedly have become the champion of this year's Zishu Provincial University Cup. Even now, after using Mega Evolution to fight Li Xiu's Gyarados, he still couldn't gain the upper hand and wouldn't dare say he was guaranteed a 100% victory. Fortunately, he also has a Sceptile. If a Mega Charizard Y is no match for Gyarados, then adding Sceptile is definitely enough. Gyarados, keep attacking with Stone Edge. After using Burst Burn, Charizard was briefly stunned, and Gyarados seized the opportunity to fly through the air and unleash Stone Strike again. Rock-type energy enveloped Gyarados, forming sharp rocks around its body, which then slammed into Charizard. Gyarados' body streaked through the air like a shooting star, leaving a red trail, and crashed into Charizard, about to collide with its body. Charizard finally recovered from its stunned state. Charizard, another burst of fire. Boom! The raging flames engulfed the entire area, followed by an explosion, and thick black smoke blanketed the entire site. Roar! A roar came from within the thick smoke, dispelling it, and the wounds on its body further fueled its ferocity. On the other hand, Charizard was at its physical limit, on the verge of death, and seemed about to lose its ability to fight at any moment. Li Xiu's Gyarados is really too strong. Even when facing the evolved Charizard, it is still not at a disadvantage. Xiaoyu's Charizard seems to have reached its limit, but Xiaoyu also has a Sceptile, so the outcome is still uncertain. Looking at the dying Charizard, Li Xiu's eyes flashed with confidence. So what if it evolved in battle? Don't underestimate the bond between me and Gyarados. We will definitely win the championship. Chapter 270 Xiao Laoliu. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Charizard. In fact, the strength of Mega Charizard Y was not much different from that of Gyarados. The main reason for the current situation was that it was at a disadvantage in terms of type and moves. Charizard is 4x weak to rock for fire and flying types. Gyarados, a water/flying type, is 4 times weak to electric. Charizard can only learn the physical electric type move Thunder Punch, while Gyarados can learn Rock Smash. This is unfair. This is unfair. Let's have a rematch. I'm going to evolve Charizard into Mega Charizard X and use Thunder Claw Punch to take down Gyarados. Of course, Xiaoyu was just thinking about it. After all, his Charizard was a special attacker. If it evolved into X Charizard, although its strength would increase, it would still be quite mediocre. Page 163. Gyarados, use the final rock attack. Li Xiu's voice rang out. Once he dealt with the Charizard in front of him, the remaining Sceptile would be much easier to defeat. Seeing Gyarados launch another attack, Xiaoyu decisively chose this moment to switch Pokémon. Come back, Charizard. Go, Sceptile. Use Foresight. Xiaoyu chose to switch out the nearly dead Charizard at this time mainly to prevent Gyarados from triggering its overconfidence ability. As long as Gyarados defeats a Pokémon, it can raise its attack stat. If Sceptile is then brought in, it will be even more difficult to defeat Gyarados. It is better to replace it now. Chamo. Sceptile said it was having a bad day, getting hit every time it entered the battle. Last time it took a rock slide from Hippowdon for nothing, and this time it was Gyarados' rock slash. Both were rock-type moves, but each one was more powerful than the last. There's no such thing as a peaceful and carefree life, it's just that I, the king, am bearing the burden for you. Xiaoyu, you're a ruthless person. The Lizard King will face another attack of sharp stones as soon as it appears, but fortunately it can now use the see-through skill. A shield of light formed, successfully blocking Gyarados' stone attack, allowing them to safely enter the fray. Li Xia looked at the Lizard King with no fear in her eyes, only confidence. Having already crossed the mountain of Charizard, the Sceptile King before us is merely a small hill, and the champion's throne is right before us. Compared to the confident look on Li Xia's face, Xiaoyu looked serious. He never expected that even with Mega Evolution, the match would still be so difficult. Call. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and then his gaze became firm. It was time to begin another experiment. Xiaoyu placed his hand on the jade pendant on his chest again. He wanted to try whether he could make two Pokémon Mega Evolve in a single match. What is Xiaoyu doing? He's placed his hand on the mysterious item on his chest again. Does he want his Lizard King to evolve as well? This is simply incredible. If the Sceptile King could evolve like Charizard, Xiaoyu would definitely be able to win this match. Wait, the Lizard King seems to have a gem on its neck that looks just like the one on the Charizard's neck. Does it really have to evolve? Amid Wang Wujia's exclamation, Xiaoyu gently stroked the Mega Evolution stone on his chest with his fingers, feeling the bond between himself and Sceptile, his gaze fixed on the red Gyarados with unwavering determination. If one Mega Evolution isn't enough to win, then two. Xiaoyu shouted, his heart brimming with ambition. He looked around and exclaimed loudly, the championship is definitely ours, Sceptile King Mega Evolution. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, everyone held their breath, anticipating something. However, a gentle breeze blew by, and there was no movement at all, which made Xiaoyu slightly embarrassed. Has it failed? It seems Xiaoyu failed? The Lizard King did not evolve as he had imagined. It seems that Xiaoyu's tools are not always successful when used. If Sceptile cannot evolve, then the outcome of the battle against the already injured Gyarados is uncertain, and the situation becomes unpredictable. Gyarados, use bounce. Fortunately, Li Xia gave a command to Gyarados at this moment, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Li Xia was also startled. She gritted her teeth, thankfully Xiaoyu failed. If the Lizard King had really evolved, she truly wouldn't have been able to defeat Xiaoyu. Gyarados suddenly exerted its strength and leaped into the air, then pounced on Sceptile. Xiaoyu had already witnessed Li Xia's Gyarados' unparalleled dominance in physical attack, so naturally he wouldn't choose to let Sceptile clash head-on with Gyarados this time. Lizard King, move at high speed. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the Sceptile began to move at high speed across the arena, its agile body becoming a blur as it continuously increased the distance between itself and Gyarados. Roar! But the Gyarados that swooped down from the sky was incredibly fast, aimed at the Sceptile, and crashed into it fiercely. Boom! A huge crash resounded, and Gyarados missed Sceptile, instead blasting a large crater in the ground. The Sceptile dodged Gyarados' attacks with great difficulty. If it weren't for its high-speed movement, it would have been impossible to dodge Gyarados' attacks. There is still a certain gap between a Eurocopter of the gym leader level and a Sceptile of the totem level. It will not be easy for Xiaoyu to win this match, but Xiaoyu has also made a backup plan. Lizard King. At this moment, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaoyu reached into the pocket of his combat uniform and took out a ring. A dazzling evolution keystone was set in the ring, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Xiaoyu has taken out a new item, which is a ring. Wait, the gemstones on the ring seem to be exactly the same as those on his jade pendant. What is Xiaoyu going to do? Does he want to try to evolve the Lizard King? Xiaoyu looked at Sceptile. The experiment just now only proved that one keystone could only Mega Evolve one Pokémon, but what if I had two keystones? You all underestimate me, Xiaoyu. I never fight a battle unprepared. Today, I'll show you how I earned the title of 6th Brother Xia. Lizard King, are you ready? Let's try again. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, he could feel the ring he was holding in his hand begin to radiate heat. He believed he could definitely achieve Mega Evolution this time. Sceptile, from the day we met, I promised you that I would take you to see this vast world and make you the strongest Pokémon, so let's keep getting stronger together. One day, we will stand at the top of the world. Xiaoyu gently slipped the ring through his finger and slowly put it on, while loudly proclaiming, Mega Evolution. The moment the ring was placed on the finger, the evolution keystone burst forth with a dazzling light, exactly the same as the light emitted when Charizard Mega evolves, brilliant and captivating. Similarly, the Mega Evolution stone around the Sceptile's neck also emitted a dazzling light. Again? Is it the Mega Evolution that Xiaoyu mentioned again? Li Xiu is definitely going to lose this time. Chapter 271 Champion of Western Sichuan Province. Mega Septal undergoes a significant change in size, with green X-shaped armor growing on its chest and orange and red spherical seeds sprouting from its back. At the same time, the Lizard King's height increased from about 3.3 meters to about 3.7 meters, and its size, strength, and speed were all enhanced. The wrist blades on its wrists became even sharper. Its emerald green body and enormous size add to its mystery, but the biggest change in the Mega Lizard King is its tail. Its already extremely long tail has become even larger and longer, especially the spikes at the tip, which can break off during battle and launch attacks on enemies like missiles. Evolution again? The Lizard King has evolved too. Xiaoyu brought us so many surprises in this match. Who would have thought that Charizard and Sceptile could evolve again? On the field, Li Xia's brows were completely furrowed. A Mega Charizard Y was already troublesome enough. If it weren't for Gyarados' type advantage, she would have been eliminated after defeating 3 opponents in one battle. Now, with the addition of a Mega Sceptile King, how is she going to fight? Keep in mind that this Sceptile King has learned the Thunder Fist technique. A Gyarados with a 4-fold weakness to electric will be at a significant disadvantage when it encounters a Sceptile that knows Thunder Punch. At this moment, Li Xia's belief in victory began to waver. What exactly is this prop? Why can Charizard and Sceptile evolve one more time? Gyarados, use Jump. Li Xia shook her head, stopped her wild thoughts, and said through gritted teeth. Even though her confidence was beginning to waver, Li Xia would not give up. She would fight for even the slightest chance of victory. Roar. Even when facing the evolved Sceptile, Gyarados showed no fear whatsoever, or perhaps Gyarados is simply a Pokémon with a fearless nature. Gyarados let out a roar and leaped into the air with its dragon-like body, coiling up to gather strength. Seeing Gyarados leap into the air to charge up, Xiaoyu decisively ordered Sceptile to take advantage of the opportunity to use Swords Dance to enhance its attack. Sceptile, Swords Dance. Roar. As Sceptile completed its Swords Dance, Gyarados swooped down from the sky with a huge roar, its body enveloped in flying-type energy, and crashed into Sceptile like a meteor. Lizard King, Thunder Fist. Page 164. Charizard may not know Thunder Punch, but that doesn't mean Sceptile can't. Electric energy gathers, lightning flashes, and in an instant, Sceptile's fist is enveloped in massive electric energy. Then, it unleashes a full-force punch, colliding violently with Gyarados. Boom! This collision clearly shows that the Mega-evolved Sceptile's strength has increased dramatically, and its physical attack after using Swords Dance has reached a terrifying level. The energy of flight collided with the energy of electricity, and fists clashed head-on with bodies. Both sides gave their all and held nothing back. This time, Sceptile was clearly stronger than Gyarados, especially since Sceptile had used Swords Dance once. The lightning spread from Sceptile's fist, engulfing Gyarados' body and turning it golden. Gyarados curled up and let out a painful howl. Roar! The Lizard King's all-out attack severely injured Gyarados, turning the already wounded creature into a critically injured one. What a powerful force! The evolved Lizard King is far too powerful. It's a world of difference compared to before. A single move was enough to severely injure Gyarados. I remember at the very beginning of the match, Xiaoyu Sceptile couldn't defeat Gyarados with just one Dragon Dance even after 2 Swords Dances. Gyarados. Li Xia looked at Gyarados with a worried expression, her eyes filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected that her Gyarados would be no match for Xiaoyu Sceptile. Keep in mind that this is the first time in a long time that Gyarados has suffered such serious damage. Lizard King, the final blow, Thunder Fist. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He wouldn't give Gyarados any chance to breathe and decisively ordered Sceptile that as long as the competition wasn't over, there couldn't be any slackening, especially since Li Xia's Gyarados was still so powerful. Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Roar. Gyarados struggled, its fangs covered in Ice-type energy, and launched an attack on Sceptile. The clash of frost and lightning barely drained the Sceptile's stamina, giving it a decisive advantage over the heavily injured Gyarados. At this moment, Sceptile completely overwhelmed Gyarados, its lightning-infused fist slamming into Gyarados' massive body. Roar. Gyarados let out a painful roar, completely powerless to resist. It could only stare wide-eyed, enduring the pain, and refusing to lower its proud head. Lightning flashed. Gyarados' massive body crashed to the ground with a loud thud, collapsing helplessly, completely incapacitated. Gyarados is unable to battle. Xiaoyu wins this match. The referee's voice rang out. Xiaoyu smiled. It wasn't easy. He had used Mega Evolution twice and finally won the competition, claiming the championship. Congratulations to Xiaoyu for winning the Sichuan Provincial Championship in this year's College Cup. Wang Wujia's voice suddenly rang out. The director just announced that Xiaoyu's ability to evolve Pokémon is called Mega Evolution, and the related paper has been published in the Pokémon Science Journal. Trainers who want to learn more can read the article. The paper contains a detailed introduction to Mega Evolution. Getting back to the point, this was truly a spectacular match. I believe today's game will leave a deep impression on many people, perhaps even one they'll never forget. I'm also honored to have been able to commentate on this match. I also believe that many people, like me, were surprised by Xiaoyu's victory, because from the beginning, most people did not think that Xiaoyu had the strength to win the championship. People of the time do not recognize the towering tree until it reaches the clouds, then they acknowledge its height. We are ultimately short-sighted and cannot understand the meaning of genius. Xiaoyu, along with his Pokémon, which he had captured less than a year ago, participated in this year's High School Cup as a Pokémon researcher, thus beginning his own dark horse journey. From the preliminary rounds in Xinguang City to the main competition in Zishu Province, starting from the top 32, we defeated one powerful opponent after another with courage and passion. Even if the road is full of thorns, even if the road is full of twists and turns. When you encounter a mountain, open a road. When you encounter a river, build a bridge. Xiaoyu will eventually shine like the brilliant sun and reach the top of the Western Sichuan Province Championship. Daipen rises with the same wind in one day and soars up to miles. Let's congratulate Xiaoyu once again on winning the championship of Zishu Province in this year's College Cup. This is the first time in so many years that Starlight City has won the championship. Let's give a round of applause to Xiaoyu and to Starlight City. Today is Starlight City's day. Of course, we should also give a round of applause to Li Xiu. If it weren't for Xiaoyu's sudden emergence, this year's championship would definitely belong to Li Xiu. But the world is full of regrets, and there can only be one champion. As Wang Wujie delivered a passionate speech, cheers erupted from the crowd, and the citizens of Xinguang City frantically waved Xiaoyu's posters and shouted, "Champion!" Xiaoyu smiled and released his Pokémon to enjoy the cheers and victory. Chapter 272 Duan Hengji. The main tournament of the Sichuan Provincial University Cup has come to a close. Xiaoyu defeated Li Xiu, the genius player of this competition, with his Mega Evolution to win the championship. Originally, the official team had prepared an interview for Xiaoyu after he won the championship, but because the announcement of Mega Evolution caused such a huge sensation, Xiaoyu directly refused the interview and left Tianda City overnight under the protection of Xiao Wanyu and Long Fan. After the match, the entire Starlight City was in a frenzy of celebration. Xiaoyu, like a hero, won the championship for the city, something that would have been unthinkable before. In addition, the term Mega Evolution quickly became a trending topic and dominated the headlines of major search websites. Xiaoyu's brilliant performance in the finals was edited into various videos and played online, especially the scene of Xiaoyu Mega evolving two Pokémon, which topped the charts on major video streaming websites. Similarly, the Pokémon Association, the Dawn Society, the Coffin Society, and a series of other organizations all engaged in heated discussions surrounding Xiaoyu and the issue of Mega Evolution. Just a few months later, Xiaoyu made a new major discovery. From the dance moves corresponding to Z moves, to the announcement of exclusive Z moves, and now to Mega Evolution, Xiaoyu's experimental projects are more and more impressive than the last, truly living up to his reputation as a scientific genius. The announcement of Mega Evolution instantly propelled Xiaoyu to the pinnacle of his status and reputation in the scientific research community, making him the undisputed #1 in China, and everyone knew that a massive transformation was about to take place. Similarly, the prices of Mega Evolution stones and Mega Key stones skyrocketed, transforming them from ordinary, pretty gems into the most valuable battle items. In particular, the price of Evolution Keystones is several times higher than that of Z crystals, and they are even harder to find. This also made those who sold Evolution Keystones as ordinary gems cry their eyes out, and they made a scene in front of a television interview. They once had the opportunity to become rich overnight, but they didn't cherish it and only regretted it after losing it. While the outside world was in turmoil, Xiaoyu leisurely enjoyed his vacation, spending the past 2 days relaxing at the Lin family residence. Of course, Xiaoyu wasn't completely idle either. The next day, he published a new article called Mega Evolution Guide, which specifically introduced various Mega Evolution stones and the Mega Evolution forms of Pokémon. Of course, Xiaoyu did not immediately reveal all the Mega Evolutions in his memory. Instead, he released them slowly, like squeezing toothpaste. In this article, he only revealed 2 Mega Evolution illustrations. One is Mega Charizard Y, and the other is Mega Sceptile. He first put pictures of the 2 Mega Evolution stones in the article, gave a detailed introduction to the patterns of these 2 Mega Evolution stones, and also revealed some changes after these two Pokémon Mega Evolve. For example, after Charizard Mega Evolves, its special attack will increase significantly, and its ability will change to solar radiation. As for the Mega Evolution Pokédex entries for other Pokémon, Xiaoyu wasn't in a hurry. This knowledge was a valuable asset to him. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. He would release them gradually, constantly building his image as a scientific genius. Only an idiot would reveal everything at once. Everything should be done slowly and steadily, keeping others guessing about your hand. A trump card is always meant to be held in your hand to intimidate the enemy. If you use it all up, what's the point of having a trump card? Only when you hold it in your own hands can it play a significant role. This is similar to dating. If you have a lot of money and spend it all on a girl, you're just a typical simp. When you run out of money, the girl might leave you, and you'll end up with nothing. But if you keep all that money in your hands, so that the girl can see it but can't touch it, and only spend a little on her occasionally, do you think the girl would be willing to leave you? After all, money is always meant to be shown to girls, not for them to spend. Xiaoyu has been resting at home for the past 2 days. He is not in a hurry to participate in the national finals because the national finals will not start until a week after the main competition ends. His opponents will be the champions and runners-up from various provinces and cities, who will be much stronger than the contestants from Zisha province. However, Xiaoyu doesn't care at all. He is currently bursting with confidence. I have a Mega Charizard Y in my left hand and a Mega Sceptile in my right. I ask you, who can fight me? By the way, when Shellder evolves into Salamence, and then Mega Salamence appears, I'll ask you, who else can compete? However, it's still a long way off before Shellder evolves into Salamence. Xiaoyu was leisurely lying under a big tree in the backyard, enjoying the beautiful afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on Xiaoyu's face, casting dappled shadows. Steal the floating life for half a day. Xiaoyu actually enjoys this kind of life. If he had a beautiful woman by his side, someone to massage his legs, someone to rub his shoulders, someone to pour him wine, and it would be even better if there was a girl group song and dance performance. Xiao. At this moment, Grandpa's voice rang out, interrupting Xiaoyu's reverie. Grandpa. Xiaoyu quickly stood up. The Pokémon Association has released their results, and your uncle is here to pick you up, Old Lin's voice rang out. He'd like to invite you over. After 2 days of discussion, we've finally reached a conclusion. Xiaoyu stretched and nodded. I'm leaving now. Yes, be more polite, Old Lin instructed. I heard that 3 champions from the 7 regions have come this time. Page 165. Grandpa, don't worry, I know. Accompanied by Lin Suiying, Xiaoyu arrived at the Pokémon Association headquarters. The Pokémon Association headquarters is located in a luxurious downtown area, in a 100-meter tall building. As they entered the gate, the receptionist immediately recognized Lin Suiying and Xiaoyu, and quickly got up to greet them and lead the way. Xiaoyu, who was following behind Lin Suiying, also attracted a lot of attention. Xiaoyu could be said to be the most dazzling star in China these days. Surrounded by onlookers, Xiaoyu and his companion finally arrived at the entrance of the conference room. Don't be nervous, Xiaoyu. Lin Suiying patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and comforted him. Just keep a calm mind. You are now the most talented Pokémon professor in the entire country. Ah. Xiaoyu nodded, then pushed open the door and entered. The conference hall was already quite full, and Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the nameplates. 2 or 3 people from each of the 7 regions across the country came. The lowest-ranking person sitting here is the vice president of the Pokémon Association, followed by the elite 4 from each region. 3 regional champions were present, demonstrating the importance attached to Xiaoyu at such a high-level meeting. Sit down, Xiaoyu. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a muscular physique, resembling a bodybuilding champion. His arms were as thick as Xiaoyu's head, and even in a formal suit, he couldn't hide the bulging muscles on his body. Xiaoyu had naturally met this person before. He was Duan Hengji, the current champion of the North China region, specializing in steel and fighting types. Chapter 273 Lu Ting. Duan Hengji is 45 years old this year, which is relatively young among the 7 champions. Because of his long-term fitness training, he looks very young and more like a successful person in his 30s in his prime. Besides Duan Hengji, the other 2 champions are Lu Ting, the champion from the Southwest region. Lu Ting is 43 years old this year and is also a specialist in combat sports. He is also the champion who nominated Xiaoyu to join the Fire Dragon Special Operations team. The other one was the champion from South China, named Su Xing, who was around 50 years old. He looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, as if he had known Xiaoyu for a long time. Xiaoyu was also quite familiar with the other 2, as he often saw them on television. After greeting the 3 champions, Xiaoyu walked to his seat. He found that his seat was arranged in a very clever place, below the champions and above the 4 heavenly kings. This arrangement made Xiaoyu feel a little flattered. In China, seating arrangements are very important, as the order of seating signifies one's status. This seating arrangement means that the Pokémon Association ranks Xiaoyu below the champion and above the Elite Four. Given Xiaoyu's current strength, which is at most at the gym leader level, it is actually quite rare. In this world full of supernatural phenomena, might makes right, and the status of researchers is slightly lower than that of trainers who risk their lives. Take Professor Lin for example. He is already considered a leading scientific researcher in China, but in terms of status, he still cannot compare to the 4 heavenly kings. The Pokémon Association has now placed Xiaoyu above the Elite Four, which is unprecedented. Xiaoyu, please sit down. Zhengxing's tone was kind, and his gaze towards Xiaoyu held a hint of goodwill. His Mandarin wasn't standard, carrying the unique accent of the coastal region. Everyone's time is precious, so I'll keep it brief. I've invited you here mainly for 2 things. The first is to ask you to give us a more detailed explanation of Mega Evolution. I'm sure you've held back some information in your paper. The second is to ask you to sell some of your Mega Evolution stones and key stones to the Pokémon Association. Hearing Zhengxing's words, Xiaoyu nodded slightly, not denying it at all. I did conceal some details in the paper, because Mega Evolution is of great importance, and it's impossible to write everything in the paper. I have to leave some trump cards for China. Here, I will first introduce Mega Evolution to everyone, and I hope that everyone will keep what they hear today confidential. As for selling Mega Evolution stones and Evolution Key stones, we can talk about it later. It is good. Mega Evolution transcends the current limits of Pokémon evolution, representing a higher level of evolution. Xiaoyu began his report in the conference room, introducing Mega Evolution to everyone. A Pokémon that has undergone Mega Evolution will temporarily unleash its hidden power, exhibiting abilities that cannot be obtained through normal evolution. Mega Evolution changes a Pokémon's appearance, abilities, and characteristics. It is a temporary state that cannot be maintained permanently. Currently, not all Pokémon can undergo Mega Evolution, only a small number of Pokémon can. After nearly half an hour of explanation, Xiaoyu finally finished introducing Mega Evolution. Which Pokémon can currently undergo Mega Evolution? Lu Ting asked. So far, we can only confirm Charizard and Sceptile, but I estimate that at least 20 Pokémon can undergo Mega Evolution. Xiaoyu gave a conservative estimate. In his memory, there were a total of 46 Pokémon that could undergo Mega Evolution before he transmigrated. 20 types? Lu Ting pondered the data Xiaoyu had provided and asked, how did you arrive at this data? Based on the types of Mega Evolution stones, it can be inferred that different types of Mega Evolution stones allow different Pokémon to Mega Evolve. To date, more than 20 types of Mega Evolution stones have been discovered, which proves that at least 20 Pokémon can Mega Evolve. After hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, everyone nodded. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly continued, speaking of which, there is one more thing to add, which is a part that I did not write in my thesis. Evolution Key stones and Mega Evolution stones must be used together to allow a Pokémon to Mega Evolve. One key stone can only maintain the Mega Evolution of one Pokémon. When you only have one key stone and one Pokémon is in Mega Evolution, in order to Mega Evolve a second Pokémon, you must first remove the Mega Evolution state of the first Pokémon and let it rest for a period of time before you can Mega Evolve the second Pokémon. Simply put, you have an Evolution Key stone and 3 Pokémon, A, B, and C, and their corresponding Mega Evolution stones. The Evolution Key stone can evolve into a Mega, Beamga, or Kma. However, once A has already Mega Evolved, your Evolution Key stone will be in an active state, and you cannot Mega Evolve B at the same time. Only after A stops Mega Evolving, rests for a period of time, and allows the Evolution Key stone to recover can B or C Mega Evolve. Of course, if you have 2 Evolution Keys, you can use one Evolution Key to evolve an Omega and the other to evolve a B or C Mega. Similarly, to allow more Pokémon to Mega Evolve at the same time, a greater number of Evolution Keys are needed. I proved that in the finals. However, Mega Evolution consumes a lot of energy. Maintaining 2 Pokémon in Mega Evolution is about my limit. I think most other people can only maintain 3 Pokémon in Mega Evolution at most. That concludes my introduction to Mega Evolution. Do you have any further questions? After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he sat quietly in his chair and remained silent, never mentioning the sale of Evolution Key stones and Mega Evolution stones. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and no one spoke. Compared to the first matter, most people were more concerned about the second matter, namely, purchasing the Evolution Key Stone and Mega Evolution Stone. Everyone held their breath, waiting for what would follow. Xiaoyu remained calm and composed, sitting silently in his seat without speaking, instead leisurely sipping the tea on the table. After all, the Pokémon Association had come to him for help, so he naturally had to remain calm and absolutely could not speak at this moment. Xiaoyu, we hope you can sell some Mega Evolution Stones and Key Stones to the Pokémon Association. Mega Evolution significantly increases battle power like Z crystals. It is a national treasure. Making money is important, but I hope that when it comes to matters of principle, people can consider the interests of China more. It was Duan Hengji who spoke, which surprised Xiaoyu a little. He didn't expect that Duan Hengji, who looked all muscle, would say such a thing. Of course, we will also pay a certain amount of compensation and show our sincerity in exchange. Duan Guanzhen, as a Chinese citizen, I can agree to sell some Mega Evolution Stones and Key Stones to the Pokémon Association, Xiaoyu said seriously after thinking for a moment. How about this? I'll offer 7 Evolution Key Stones and Mega Evolution Stones to the Pokémon Association. The 7 Evolution Key Stones were the result of discussions between Xiaoyu, Long Fan, and Xiao Wanyu. Although Xiaoyu hasn't met with the two of them in the past 2 days, they have maintained close contact. The 3 of them have a total of about 25 Evolution Key Stones and nearly 200 Mega Evolution Stones. Providing 7 Evolution Keys was the result of unanimous agreement among the 3, as it was impossible for the 3 families to consume so many Evolution Keys and Mega Evolution Stones. Keeping 5 for each family would be sufficient. Furthermore, since China has exactly 7 champions, giving 1 to each champion would be a perfectly acceptable arrangement, demonstrating Xiaoyu's utmost sincerity. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't give away the 7 Evolution Key Stones and the Mega Evolution Stone for free. He also had to make some conditions. In exchange, I want the complete development rights to a secret realm. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyu revealed his wolfish ambitions. What he values are the secret realms, those that have not yet been discovered or opened. Compared to Evolution Key Stones, secret realms offer a more stable and long-term benefit. Which secret realm? A newly discovered secret realm. It has already been discovered to be a secret realm, and I promise not to interfere. Chapter 274 Susheng. I noticed many people didn't understand the setting in the previous chapter, so I've slightly revised it to make it clearer. Secret realm. Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. They hadn't expected Xiaoyu to have such a big appetite, actually wanting a secret realm. However, upon further reflection, given the preciousness of the Evolution Key Stones, taking out 7 sets at once might not necessarily be inferior to the secret realm in terms of value alone. In particular, the Evolution Keystone can increase immediate combat power. The 3 champions frowned, clearly weighing their options in their minds. While the Pokémon Association doesn't have a strict rule against selling secret realms to private individuals, the unspoken rule is that the official organization must hold more than 50% of the shares to maintain absolute control, while private individuals can only hold a maximum of 49%. So far, no one has ever set a precedent for selling a secret realm, so they are somewhat hesitant and uncertain. After stating his conditions, Xiaoyu remained patient, sitting quietly in his chair and awaiting the responses from the 3 champions. He had already laid out his terms. Whether or not they agreed was now up to the Pokémon Association. If it were 6 months ago, Xiaoyu wouldn't have dared to negotiate with the Pokémon Association like this at the table, but things are different now. 6 months ago, he was powerless, without fame, and without any notable achievements. Therefore, he had no choice but to hand over the corresponding move of the Z move. He is now not only the champion of Zishu province, but also a figure of great importance in the scientific research community. At the same time, he is not alone in the Pokémon Association, with the Long family and the Xiao family as his allies. Most importantly, he possesses the Iron Warrior, a powerful weapon, which gives him a sense of confidence. A secret realm is absolutely impossible, Duan Hengji said first, directly rejecting Xiaoyu's conditions. His tone was full of authority. If you really want to talk, you can name a reasonable price. I think my price is quite reasonable, Xiaoyu said with a smile, showing no fear in front of the champion. Scientific research is never an easy thing. You only see the glorious side after the results are achieved, but you haven't thought about what would happen if my experimental project didn't produce results. All the investment would be wasted, and the Pokémon Association wouldn't help me share the burden, right? Xiaoyu remained unmoved and resolute this time. He would not back down in the slightest. Xiaoyu. Duan Hengji's voice rang out, don't even think about the secret realm. We will never set a precedent for privatization. You make a reasonable offer, and we will compensate you. Xiaoyu, you must remember that you are a Chinese citizen. Duan Hengji has a tough attitude. As a hawkish bigwig in the Pokémon Association, his personality has always been like this, tough, powerful, and known for his iron-bloodedness. This assertive personality has always been criticized, and many people both hate and fear him. But even so, Duan Hengji can still sit in the champion's position. The biggest reason is that he is truly selfless. Unlike some who use the guise of justice to abuse their power for personal gain, Duan Hengji is a true hero, dedicated to the country and its people. Whenever there is friction with foreign countries, Duan Hengji always takes the lead and suppresses it with an iron fist. Duan Guanjun, it is precisely because I am Chinese that I chose to open all the experimental results to the Pokémon Association and that I went abroad to purchase evolution key stones and mega evolution stones. Xiaoyu paused. Duan Guanjun, I suggest you don't rush to conclusions. You can go back and discuss it to see if you can accept my conditions. Oh, right, speaking of which, there's something else, Xiaoyu suddenly said. Besides mega evolution, I have a new experimental project that's already showing some promise, but I need to recruit 2 new experimental assistants. Page 166. Xiaoyu changed the subject and brought up his new experiment. I hope the Pokémon Association can recommend 2 candidates for me. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the expressions of the people present varied. Need 2 lab assistants? This was clearly an olive branch extended by Xiaoyu. They had heard in the past 2 days that, apart from the 2 collaborators, Long Fan and Xiao Wanyu, the Mega Evolution Experiment project had made a fortune. The families behind Xiaoyu's 2 experimental assistants also got a share of the spoils, even though they only received 1 or 2 evolution keystones. It was still better than what everyone else present had. Xiaoyu is now taking the initiative to share his new experiment and asking the Pokémon Association to recommend 2 suitable candidates. His purpose is simple, to curry favor with the Pokémon Association. On the surface, they are 2 experimental assistants, but in reality, they represent 2 partners and 2 allies. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from Xiaoyu's current resume that, to date, any one of Xiaoyu's experimental achievements would be considered top-notch in China. Any product from Xiaoyu is guaranteed to be of high quality. Xiaoyu has a new experiment now, which, even if it's not as good as Mega Evolution, shouldn't be too inferior. Who wouldn't want to board Xiaoyu's giant ship and make a fortune? Dr. Xia, is there another new experimental project? Would you mind telling me what kind of project it is? Sushing asked with a smile. We've only made some progress so far, and it will also increase our combat strength to a certain extent, Xiaoyu said vaguely. But I'm not 100% sure we can produce experimental results, and even if we do, it might take several years. Upon hearing that it would boost Pokémon battle power again, everyone immediately became interested. They hadn't even gotten a taste of Mega Evolution, so they certainly couldn't miss Xiaoyu's new experimental project. Ahem, Dr. Xia, my son is a professor of Pokémon studies at Imperial University. I think he could be your experimental assistant. Dr. Xia, I have a junior who is a Pokémon breeding master. I think he can definitely help your experiments. Dr. Xia. Those who had younger relatives or acquaintances who were researchers or PhDs started to speak up, and the conference room suddenly became as lively as a vegetable market. Duan Hengji's face grew increasingly grim. Actually, the matter of the secret realm isn't entirely impossible. At this moment, Lu Ting spoke up, making Duan Hengji's expression even more awkward. Sushing then spoke up at the opportune moment. I also think this matter can be discussed at the meeting. At the same time, we also need to put some restrictions on the trading of secret realms. For example, you can only choose new secret realms, and you must develop and build them yourself, and you cannot resell them to others. We can't give you a definite answer right now. We'll have to wait until after the meeting to get a clear answer. Lao Duan, don't look so grumpy. Let's discuss it at the meeting. If it doesn't work out, then you can vote against it. Duan Hengji remained silent with a gloomy face. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. These were not problems. He wasn't in a hurry. For an official organization like the Pokémon Association, the approval process was complicated. From discussion at the meeting to making a decision, it would take at least half a month. Once the Pokémon Association approves, I will pay a set of evolution key stones and mega evolution stones as a deposit, Xiaoyu said. After we officially sign the contract, I will pay for 3 more sets of evolution keystones. I will pay the remaining 3 sets of evolution keystones within 1 month after the contract is signed. Can. Chapter 275 Suchingan. Inside the meeting room, Xiao Wanyu and Long Fan watched Xiaoyu chatting and laughing, each with their own thoughts. Long Fan, looking completely at ease, gently picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and a calm smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel proud of his foresight. 6 months ago, I made the wisest decision to take Xiaoyu as my disciple. It was the most intelligent decision I've ever made in my life. Since taking Xiaoyu as my disciple, everything has gone smoothly for me. Moreover, he wasn't greedy at all about the new experimental project Xiaoyu had just mentioned. Given their master-disciple relationship, Xiaoyu would definitely leave him behind and cooperate with others. Even if Xiaoyu really betrayed his master and abandoned him, he still had his daughter, Long Yaning. Humph, you newcomers, you short-sighted fools, no matter how hard you try now, it's just adding icing on the cake, nothing compared to the help I gave you half a year ago. However, the only thing that made Long Fan somewhat worried was Xiaowanyu. That woman is very cunning and shrewd. I don't know what she was thinking, how she suddenly became so devoted to Xiaoyu and tried every means to cooperate with him. The key point is that I recently heard that Xiaowanyu seems determined to marry Sumuza to Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Long Fan felt a tightness in his chest. He was already unsure of himself between Xiaoyu and Long Yaning because of their age difference, and now with such a strong competitor, he felt even more uncertain. In terms of age, Xiaoyu and Sumuza are the same age. In terms of looks, the two are equally matched. In terms of family background, my family is slightly inferior. The more Long Fan compared things, the less confident he felt. He couldn't help but light a cigarette and sigh to himself, love is a difficult sea. Xiaowanyu's feelings were also complicated. She still remembered the first time she met Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was just a shy young boy who taught her the corresponding movements of the 18Z moves. He was still a little shy and reserved when he saw her. Without realizing it, Xiaoyu had already gained the confidence to confront a tough champion like Duan Hengji. How many of the 4 heavenly kings would dare to talk back to Duan Hengji like that? Xiaoyu has really grown too fast, not only in scientific research, but also in the strength of his own as a trainer. Others might not know Xiaoyu's background, but she knew it all. If it really came down to a fight, with that mysterious champion-level Pokémon, Xiaoyu would be no match for the average Elite Four. More importantly, Xiaoyu's future growth potential was also enormous, and she couldn't see any limit to his potential. Even in this era of brilliant minds and geniuses, Xiaoyu remains undoubtedly the most outstanding genius. Raising 3 Pokémon to the Overlord level in 9 months is something that would have been unimaginable before. With 2 Mega Evolutions, Xiaoyu is virtually unbeatable in this year's High School Cup. Xiaoyu is undoubtedly a rising star, and one day he will become the sun in the sky. Xiaowanyu couldn't help but think that her daughter must marry Xiaoyu. Xiaowanyu was a little annoyed when she heard that Xiaoyu seemed to have some connection with Long Fan's daughter. She wondered if her daughter was not pretty or outstanding enough, or what. Why did Xiaoyu like someone older than her? Thinking of this, Xiaowanyu couldn't help but recall the piece of paper she found in Xiaoyu's dormitory. Her face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but think to herself, Xiaoyu may look like a respectable person, but he's a Leichaer at heart. After the meeting, Xiaoyu and Lin Suiying were preparing to return home together. Although the deal had not yet been finalized, Xiaoyu was not in a hurry at all. He believed the Pokémon Association would agree to his terms. 7 sets of evolution keystones, that's no small sum. Just as they stepped out of the conference room, Xiaowanyu and Sushing arrived gracefully together. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 companions. Considering that Su Muse's surname was Su, Xiaoyu had a general idea of their relationship. He couldn't help but feel a little envious of Sushing, who was so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife as Xiaowanyu. The age difference between the two must be at least 17 or 18 years. What a beast. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Xiaowanyu that Sushing's attitude in the meeting room just now seemed so friendly. Dr. Xia, Sushing said with a smile, stepping forward to greet Xiaoyu. I'm very interested in the new experimental project you mentioned. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to explore in-depth cooperation with you. Would it be convenient for us to discuss it further? Just then, Long Fan and Lu Ting also walked over together. Their eyes darted between Xiaoyu, Xiaowanyu, and Sushing, clearly indicating that they also had something to discuss with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you go ahead with your work. I'll talk to you later, Long Fan said. Okay, master, Xiaoyu nodded in response. Although they told Xiaoyu to go ahead with her work, Long Fan and Lu Ting stood aside without moving an inch. Perhaps seeing that someone had arrived, Sushing didn't want to go into details, so he just smiled and said, Dr. Xia, this is my business card. You can call me directly if you need anything, or you can contact me through Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao? Xiaoyu thought the first half of the conversation was normal, but when she heard the last sentence about Aunt Xiao, she was slightly stunned and her mind couldn't quite process it. It wasn't until a moment later that she realized Sushing was talking about Xiaowanyu. What's the situation? Sushing, who is in his 50s, calls Xiaowanyu Aunt Xiao. Despite being filled with doubts, Xiaoyu politely accepted the business card and replied, okay. After the two left, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Long Fan and Lu Ting, Master, Lu Guanzhen. Let's go to the Dragon Realm for a while. Long Fan said to Xiaoyu, walking ahead and leading the two of them to the Dragon Realm. Master, what is the relationship between Su Guanzhen and Xiao Tianwang? Xiaoyu couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. You don't know? Long Fan asked, frowning. I don't know, Xiaoyu said. Let's talk as we walk. Xiao Wanyu is the fourth concubine of Su Qinggan, the head of the Su family. Su Xing is Su Qingjian's eldest son, so according to seniority, Su Xing should call Xiao Wanyu fourth aunt. Fourth concubine? Su Qinggan has married several wives, how come he has a fourth concubine? Wait a minute. Su Guanzhen is 55 years old this year. How old is Su Qinggan? Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a crucial question. I guess he's 80, Long Fen said. 80 years old? The age difference between the two is too big. Xiaoyu also gasped. Goodness, Xiao Wanyu is only 38 years old this year, which is more than 40 years. If we calculate based on this age, Su Qinggan must have been over 60 years old when Xiao Wanyu got pregnant. He's still vigorous in his old age. This world is crazy. Page 167. Chapter 276 Team 0. Dragon-themed Secret Realm. In Long Fan's office, because of Lu Ting's presence today, Long Fan specially took out a can of fine green tea from his drawer to entertain Lu Ting. Junior brother, come and try some of my treasured tea. Long Fan greeted his junior brother with a smile, while turning to look at Xiaoyu beside him. Xiao, let me introduce you. Long Fan said to Xiaoyu, this is my junior brother, Lu Ting. You should call him Uncle Master. Junior brother? Xiaoyu thought to himself when he heard Long Fan's words. No wonder Lu Guanzhen supported me in the meeting room just now. So that's how we are. Sure enough, that's how the world is. With connections, everything is easy. Without connections, you can't even take a step. Just like at the meeting, what's the use of Duan Hengji's strong opposition? The people in the meeting room are all my men. What can you do against me? Xiaoyu thought arrogantly to himself. But how come Lu Ting, my junior brother, has already won the championship, while Master is only now becoming the chief of the four heavenly kings? You're not good enough, Master. Hello, Uncle Master. Xiaoyu's gaze darted back and forth between Lu Ting and Long Fan. He was also very curious as to how Lu Ting, a champion of the fighting type, and Long Fan, were still fellow disciples. Uncle Master is really amazing. You are a champion at such a young age. You are much better than my master. You brat, you think I'm your master? Long Fan heard the teasing in Xiaoyu's tone and couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Although Lu Ting became champion earlier than him, Long Fan was not in a hurry at all. He specialized in the dragon type, which has a long growth cycle, unlike the fighting type, which grows quickly and has high potential. Dragon-type Pokémon are mostly late bloomers. As they grow older and time passes, their strength only increases. It's almost a certainty that Long Fan will become the champion in the next competition. The only question is which region he will be the champion in. Lu Ting then said with a smile, my senior brother and I are from the same school. Our master's ace Pokémon is Komodo, and we each got one. It's just that your master is a dragon-type trainer, while I am a fighting-type trainer. Fighting-type Pokémon are easier to train than dragon-type ones. As long as you put in the hard work and are willing to endure hardship, their strength will increase very quickly, which will allow them to become champions faster than you can. Lu Ting said to Xiaoyu with a smile. However, the longer it goes on, the stronger the dragon-type Pokémon will become. It's only a matter of time before my senior brother becomes champion. Xiao, there are two things I need to tell you today, Long Fen said with a smile. Let's start with the first thing, which is about the Charizard Special Operations team we talked about last time. Junior brother, why don't you tell us? Long Fen glanced at Lu Ting and asked. You, as the master, should do it, Lu Ting said with a smile, standing aside and gesturing for Long Fan to speak. Okay. Long Fan didn't refuse, his face serious. The establishment of Charizard Special Operations Team 0 is a decision recently made by the Pokémon Association. Team 0 is still in the planning stages. The Pokémon Association is currently selecting suitable reserve members nationwide. The selected team members are mainly young people, with an age limit of 18 to 22 years old. In the initial stage, 100 reserve team members will be selected. Many people are fighting tooth and nail to get into the reserve team. Becoming a reserve member is just the first hurdle. Next, there will be training and assessment. In the end, 90% of the reserve members will be eliminated, leaving only 10 official positions. Only by becoming a formal member can one be considered to have truly entered Team 0. Regarding the selection of reserve team members, each champion has 3 nomination slots, and the remaining slots are recommended by the Pokémon Association. Junior brother has 3 spots, and this time I shamelessly asked him for a recommendation spot for you. Longfen paused here before continuing with a serious expression. You should also thank your uncle Master Lu, otherwise you might not have been able to enter Team Zero. Although he still didn't understand what the Zero team did, Xiaoyu still said to Lu Ting, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." At this point, Longfan continued, "You are only a prospective member now. To become a full member, you will need to undergo training and assessment. Competing with the best trainer of the past 5 years is not an easy task. However, don't put too much pressure on yourself. With your abilities and status in the scientific community, as long as you don't make any outrageous mistakes and you work steadily, you will definitely become a full member." "Master, you still haven't told us what the Zero team does." Hearing this, Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but ask, "What's the rush?" Longfen said with a smile, "We haven't gotten to this point yet. The reason I strongly recommend you join the Charizard Zero team is because the Zero team wields immense power." Longfan's expression suddenly turned serious. "You've also heard that in recent years, corruption within the Pokémon Association has become increasingly serious, especially among Elite 4-level trainers who control a secret realm and gym leaders in underdeveloped areas. They wield enormous power, which has fueled their ambitions and led them to collude with various underground organizations. The recent attack by the Dawn Society on the Dragon-type secret realm and the theft of pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs made the Pokémon Association realize the seriousness of the problem. Therefore, at the beginning of the year, the Pokémon Association held a meeting and discussed and approved the issue of establishing Team Zero. The purpose of establishing Team Zero is to investigate corruption and bribery among personnel within the Pokémon Association. Team Zero was further divided into 2 sub-teams. One sub-team was mainly responsible for investigating corruption and bribery among local gym leaders and Elite 4-level trainers who guarded secret realms and wilderness areas. The second team is responsible for investigating cases of collusion between members of the Pokémon Association and underground organizations, such as the Dawn Society. Xiaoyu listened intently. It sounded like the Zero team had ridiculously much power. No wonder his master valued it so much. And what Master just said about Team Zero focusing on investigating those Elite 4-level trainers guarding the secret realms, isn't that Master himself? My master has been guarding the Dragon System secret realm in the capital for many years, so he is obviously a key target for observation. Could it be that my master is strongly recommending me to join Team Zero, just to leave himself a way out? However, I, Xiaoyu, am upright, honest, and selfless. How could I bend the law for personal gain because of the bond between master and disciple? Of course, if it were Teacher Long who came forward, I would definitely give him face. However, Mr. Long, you don't want your father to be investigated either, do you? Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, Long Fan slapped Xiaoyu on the shoulder. "What are you thinking about, so engrossed in your thoughts?" "And nothing, Master, please continue." Chapter 277 News of Roger's death. The Charizard Special Operations Team, Team Zero, is undoubtedly a major step forward for Pokémon in its pursuit of change. The Pokémon Association's high hopes for Team Zero can be seen from the fact that Team Zero only accepts young people aged 18 to 22. This has led to everyone wanting to join Team Zero and become a full member. Every official member of Team Zero must have the strength of a gym leader. After all, when investigating gym leaders and Elite 4 trainers, one must have some means of self-preservation. Of course, the team's initial investigation did not include the 4 Heavenly Kings and the champion. With your current strength, you are not qualified. After listening to Long Fan's introduction, Xiaoyu also developed a strong interest in Team Zero. Joining such a powerful department would be entirely beneficial for him. Just keep this to yourself, and don't spread it around. After finishing talking about Team Zero, Long Fan also instructed, "The establishment of Team Zero has not yet been announced, so you must keep it a secret." Xiaoyu nodded. "By the way, you've already met the captain of Team Zero, it's Feng Guangayan. He's the captain of the Fire-Breathing Dragon Special Operations Team, and also the captain of Team Zero." Long Fan then mentioned Feng Guangayan, Captain Feng. His strength is extremely powerful, much stronger than the average 4 Heavenly Kings, probably ranking as the top or second best among the 4 Heavenly Kings. He's also a strong contender for the next championship. At this moment, Lu Ting, who was standing to the side, suddenly interjected, "Feng Guangayan, you can trust him. Duan Hengji, Feng Guangayan, and I have always had a good personal relationship, and we are considered to be on the same side. Both Duan Hengji and Feng Guangayan are incorruptible and fair, and they cannot tolerate the slightest injustice." You can ask Feng Quangayan for help with official matters, but don't ask him for help with personal matters. Just now in the conference room, Lao Duan didn't mean to target you or make things difficult for you. Lu Ting spoke up for Duan Hengji at this time. That's just his personality. He has a strong sense of justice. Although his words are a bit harsh, he's not a bad person. I understand. Xiaoyu nodded, suddenly realizing that the waters of Team Zero were deeper than he had imagined. Each of the 7 champions has 3 nomination slots, so it's highly likely that the 10 people who ultimately pass the assessment will each have 1 slot, with the remaining 3 being recommended by the Pokémon Association. This maintains a balance in terms of the number of nominees. The relationships among the 7 champions are varied. Some are good, while others are tense. For example, Xiaoyu took Lu Ting's recommendation spot, so whether Xiaoyu liked it or not, he, Long Fan, and Lu Ting were naturally grouped into one faction. Since he has enjoyed the benefits brought by Long Fan, Lu Ting and others, he must also bear certain responsibilities and obligations, which is unavoidable. In the 10-man Zero team, Lu Ting's allies naturally became his friends, and Lu Ting's enemies became his enemies. Speaking of Captain Feng, you went to the Tianda Plateau Wilderness area for training a while ago. You should have met Roger, do you remember? Lu Ting suddenly changed the subject, abruptly bringing up Roger. Xiaoyu's heart sank when he heard Lu Ting's words. When the Tianda Plateau Wilderness area was mentioned, he immediately thought of Xia Tianming and Gao Yangzhen, whom he had planted in the poaching organization. Recently, Xia Tianming suddenly lost contact with him and there has been no news of him for a long time. This made Xiaoyu feel that something was wrong. He really wanted to go to the wilderness area to see what had happened, but because he couldn't leave due to the high school cup and didn't have a suitable reason, he had been putting it off until now. Could it be that Gao Yangzhen's affair has been exposed? Xiaoyu shook his head. This wasn't a big deal, and judging from Lu Ting's reaction, he probably wasn't talking about this. I know, what's wrong? Xiaoyu asked calmly, keeping his expression composed. Roger is dead. Lu Ting's voice was somber. What? Xiaoyu was shocked, his eyes revealing disbelief. Roger is dead? Roger is actually dead? How could Roger die? Roger had several Pokémon with Elite 4 level strength, yet he died. How did Captain Roger die? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Who could have killed him? Speaking of Captain Roger's death, both Long Fan and Lu Ting had dark clouds on their faces. Some time ago, Captain Roger disappeared after encountering poachers during a patrol. His whereabouts are unknown. Only another member of the patrol team who was with him returned to the patrol team to report the news and survived. Roger's disappearance is a big deal. We searched for a long time but couldn't find any trace of him. Later, we received an anonymous video report that clearly recorded Roger's death, where he was shot. The informant also sent us information about the killer, who was none other than Kong Yuxuan, the vice president of the Dawn Society. Xiaoyu could hardly believe his ears. Dawn would be so bold? They actually dared to kill Captain Roger. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. We did not expect the Dawn Society to be so bold. At present, this matter is only circulating among the association's senior members, which has further strengthened the association's determination to crack down on underground organizations such as the Dawn Society. Just so you know about this, the association's higher-ups have decided to take action against the Dawn Society. As Lu Ting said this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Roger's death, and his tone became stern. The Dawn Society will pay the price. Blood debts will be repaid in blood. The Dawn Society is far too arrogant now. Roger's death silenced the 3 of them until, after a moment, Long Fan spoke up with one last thing. Let's talk about one last thing. Xiaoyu, do you still plan to participate in the national finals? Of course, Xiaoyu replied. Wasn't that obvious? He naturally wanted to continue participating in the upcoming national competition. His mission rewards were related to his final ranking. Moreover, he even announced his Mega Evolution in advance. Was it all just to win a provincial championship? With your strength and Mega Evolution, winning the championship shouldn't be too much of a problem, Long Fan said. But you still need to put in some effort. The Pokémon Association hasn't decided on this year's champion reward yet. I heard it's pretty good. I'll let you know when I have the exact details. Page 168. Thank you, Master, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Alright, you can go now. I'll chat with Lao Lu for a bit. It is good. Xiaoyu slipped out of the office and unconsciously walked towards Teacher Long's dormitory. Since we're already here, we should naturally go and see Teacher Long. Thinking of Teacher Long, Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion and walked with lightning speed. Chapter 278 Dating. As dusk fell, the sun began to set. As I left Long Fan's office, the sky was already ablaze with the colors of sunset. As the saying goes, the moon rises above the willow branches, and lovers meet after dusk. This is the perfect time for a date. Although it had only been a few days, Xiaoyu felt as if 3 autumns had passed. He walked briskly, humming a little tune, until he arrived at the door of Teacher Long's dormitory. Xiaoyu fumbled around in the usual spot for a while, took out the key, opened the door with practiced ease, and quietly slipped inside. As soon as Xiaoyu entered, he saw a huge dragon head looking at him. "Holy crap, Komodo, are you trying to scare me to death?" Xiaoyu said in a low voice, "Where's Teacher Long?" When the scaled dragon heard the noise, it thought a thief had broken in, so it rushed to the door to check. When it saw that it was Xiaoyu, it raised its huge fist high before lowering it. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's question, the staff-tailed scaled dragon pointed to the inner room, clearly indicating that Teacher Dragon was inside. "Okay, I got it. You train hard, keep your voice down, shoo." Xiaoyu raised his index finger, signaling the staff-tailed scaled dragon to be quiet, then tiptoed quietly toward the inner room, intending to give Teacher Long a surprise. Xiaoyu tiptoed to open the door, thinking she was being quiet enough, but the cotton ball in the living room still heard the noise immediately. It turned around and saw Xiaoyu, its body as soft as cotton, flying towards her. "Who?" The strange behavior of the cotton ball also caught Long Yaning's attention. She got up and looked towards the door, and immediately saw Xiaoyu tiptoeing into the room. "Why are you here?" Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu, her face beaming with joy. "Have you eaten? Wait a moment, I'll get you some slippers." As she spoke, Long Yaning got up, went to the door, bent over, revealing her perfect curves, and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. It was the same pair of shoes Xiaoyu used to wear, placed in front of Xiaoyu. Watching Teacher Long bend down to get the slippers, Xiaoyu felt a surge of warmth. The scene before her was just like her husband coming home from get-off work. Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on Teacher Long. It had been a long time since he had seen her, and Teacher Long seemed to have become much more beautiful. Even though she lives alone at home without makeup, she is still naturally beautiful, with long, light brown hair casually tied up behind her head, like a housewife. Xiaoyu noticed that since he hadn't been to Teacher Long's dormitory for a long time, Teacher Long had become much more diligent. He remembered that when he first came here, the room was full of clutter and there were beer bottles on the floor. It used to be a mess, not like a woman's room at all. Now the room is clean and tidy, and has a more homely feel. "Teacher Long, you promised to have dinner with me. Since you're free today, shall we go out to eat?" Xiaoyu walked into the house, holding a cotton ball in his arms, and said to Teacher Long with a smile, "Now." Long Yaning glanced out the window. The golden sunset had turned the ground gold. It was dusk. "Right now. Then wait for me." Long Yaning gently tossed her hair and nodded in response. "I'm going to wash up, wait for me for a while." "It is good." Long Yaning went to wash up, while Xiaoyu naturally sat on the sofa, watching TV out of boredom and teasing the cotton ball. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Xiaoyu had some impure thoughts for a moment. He was a gentleman, how could he have evil thoughts? An hour later, Long Yaning appeared wearing a bright red halter dress. She had exquisite makeup on her face, bright red lipstick on her lips, red lips and white teeth, snow-white skin, a tall and exquisite figure, long light brown hair draped down her back, and high heels on her feet. She was only a little shorter than Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was momentarily mesmerized by Long Yaning's exquisite features, delicate skin, and alluring, gentle charm. Of all the people Xiaoyu knew, only Xiao Wanyu could rival Long Yaning in terms of facial features alone. However, Long Yaning was taller, with long legs and a slender waist, and was incredibly beautiful. Perhaps Xiaoyu's gaze was too intense. Long Yaning nodded slightly, her cheeks and the back of her slender neck turning completely red, a beautiful blush. Long Yaning was secretly pleased with Xiaoyu's reaction, feeling that all the time she spent dressing up had been worthwhile. "Teacher Long, you are so beautiful." Countless words flashed through Xiaoyu's mind. The hibiscus comes out of the clear water and is carved naturally. There is no beauty in Kinkayu, and she is a beautiful woman. Her demeanor was refined and virtuous, her skin delicate and her figure well proportioned. Xiaoyu finally offered the most ordinary and commonplace praise. "You smooth talker, you must have been waiting impatiently. Let's go." Carrying her small bag, she walked briskly out the door. After driving all the way, Long Yaning brought Xiaoyu to the bustling downtown area. The streets were bustling with traffic. Long Yaning's luxury car was not uncommon in the capital city, where the rich and powerful were everywhere, but the high-profile combination of the two was still quite rare. When the two stepped out of the sports car, the handsome man and beautiful woman immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Even though they were wearing masks and sunglasses, their charisma was still undeniable. "What would you like to eat?" Long Yan turned her head and asked Xiaoyu, her bright eyes shining like stars. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, pondered for a while, and his gaze lingered on Long Yanning. Looking at the beautifully dressed and charming Long Yanning, a bizarre idea popped into Xiaoyu's mind. How about we go eat at a roadside stall? Anything is fine, Long Yanning nodded in agreement. Whatever you say you want to eat, that's what we'll eat. Although they said they were going to eat at a roadside stall, Xiaoyu still went into a high-end restaurant with Long Yanning. After all, Teacher Long had dressed up carefully today, and it would be a real shame if Xiaoyu actually ate at a roadside stall. If a woman dresses up carefully and is willing to eat at a roadside stall with you, you shouldn't be ungrateful and actually treat her to a roadside stall. The two entered the upscale hotel and went into a private room. They took off their masks, and the dim lighting made Long Yanning look even more radiant and beautiful. In this ambiguous setting, Xiaoyu was more captivated by Long Yanning's beauty than by the sumptuous food on the table. Teacher Long, would you like some red wine today? Xiaoyu asked Long Yanning with a sudden thought. Just a couple of glasses. Long Yanning hadn't drunk alcohol in a long time, and she was somewhat tempted by what Xiaoyu said. However, she also noticed Xiaoyu's burning gaze roaming over her. At 26 or 27 years old, Long Yanning was well aware of Xiaoyu's ulterior motives. Her face flushed slightly, she nodded gently, and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, not refusing Xiaoyu's suggestion. Have a little, just a little. Chapter 279 Dating, Part. The moon quietly climbed onto the treetops, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Long Yanning's flushed face added to her shyness, making Xiaoyu's gaze remain fixed on her, unwilling to look away even for a moment. Her face was like a peach blossom, her complexion like jade, and her heart was like spring water rippling with blue waves. Tonight, Long Yanning was breathtakingly beautiful, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. He couldn't help but whisper, Teacher Long. Long Yanning responded softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Her dreamy eyes looked at Xiaoyu, her alluring gaze full of spring, charming and captivating. The two gazed at each other silently, without saying a word. What did you call me for? Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly ambiguous, Long Yanning couldn't help but ask, why aren't you saying anything? You look really beautiful today, Xiaoyu said, looking at Long Yanning's flushed face. When am I not beautiful? Perhaps because she had a little to drink, Long Yanning joked with Xiaoyu, her eyes crinkling as she looked at Xiaoyu with a smile and questioned him. Every day is beautiful, but you are especially beautiful today, Xiaoyu couldn't help but praise. People are more beautiful than flowers, and flowers pale in comparison to people. Her charming eyes and smiles are like 3 parts of spring. Whether she smiles or not, she is intoxicating. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Long Yanning's face. He racked his brains and used all the poems he had learned in his life to praise her word by word, which made Long Yanning's face blush even more. Xiaoyu became increasingly attracted to Long Lishi's appearance, even considering kissing him under the influence of alcohol. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu had the desire but not the courage. Sometimes, Xiaoyu really wanted to give up on being human, but his moral bottom line restrained him. I wish I had no moral bottom line. Xiaoyu, you're such a coward. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu ultimately did not put his evil thoughts into action. After finishing their dinner, the two put their masks back on, left the store, and strolled through the streets, enjoying the evening breeze. Teacher Long. The two attracted a lot of attention as they walked down the street. Xiaoyu, who is 1.9 meters tall, and Long Yanning, who is about 1.8 meters tall, were undoubtedly the most eye-catching couple in the crowd. Xiaoyu asked Long Yanning beside him, have you ever thought about what kind of person you want to marry in the future? Long Yanning hesitated for a moment, then said softly, of course I've thought about it. Page 169. What kind of person? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. I won't tell you. Long Yanning replied with a playful smile, what about you? You tell me first, and then I'll tell you. Me? Xiaoyu frowned slightly, lost in thought. In fact, he hadn't really thought about this question. I haven't thought that much about it. I'm only 18 years old now. You didn't think this much at 18? Then what kind of girlfriend do you want to find? You must have thought about that, right? Long Yanning kept pressing for answers. I've thought about it, Xiaoyu admitted. Then tell me, what kind of girlfriend are you planning to find? Long Yanning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You want to know? Of course. Okay, Xiaoyu replied, actually, my requirements are very low. I'll find a beautiful, wealthy woman, with welfare benefits, social security and housing fund, elegant in public and skilled in the kitchen, as beautiful as a peach blossom, as aloof as ice, a noblewoman by day, and a... Stop. Seeing that Xiaoyu's words were becoming increasingly unreliable, Long Yanning quickly interrupted him. Why are you always joking? What kind of girlfriend do you really want to find? Xiaoyu turned her head and met Teacher Long's bright eyes. Under the moonlight, Teacher Long was so beautiful. Perhaps it was because the two of them were wearing masks, or perhaps it was because they were in a crowd, but Xiaoyu became a little bolder. I just want to find a girlfriend like you. Xiaoyu reached out and grasped Teacher Long's slender hand, which was soft and cool. Long Yaning was also startled by Xiaoyu's actions. She tried to break free of her hand, but Xiaoyu held it firmly, so she simply let Xiaoyu hold her hand like that. The two walked silently down the street, not uttering a word, but their hearts were pounding and their palms were getting warmer and warmer. After a while, Xiaoyu continued, I'm done talking. It's your turn, Teacher Long. What kind of boyfriend are you looking for? Me. At that moment, in the hotel right next to the two of them, Chi Hanking was having a gathering with his colleagues. Han Qing, let me toast you. You kept us all in the dark, hiding such a large-scale experimental project as Mega Evolution from us. If we hadn't seen your name as the second author on the paper, we wouldn't have known you were involved in such a large-scale experimental project. Yes, Han Qing. When did you participate in the Mega Evolution experiment project? By the way, you met Xiaoyu in person. What did you think? I saw photos and videos of him online. He's very handsome. Is he as handsome in person as he is online? We should congratulate Han Qing on participating in such a big project. She might become the youngest dean in our college. Why can't I participate in such experimental projects? Thank you everyone. This is because the experimental project needs to be kept secret from you. I'd like to propose a toast to you all. Faced with everyone's compliments, Chi Hanking boldly picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. A week ago, she participated in writing Xiaoyu's paper on Mega Evolution. Although she was only responsible for writing the paper, she still got the title of co-author, which will be of great help to her future development. Through her interactions with Xiaoyu over the past week, she discovered that Xiaoyu is truly a genius. She couldn't understand why an 18-year-old's mind was filled with such genius evolution. From Z-Move Dance to exclusive Z-Moves, and now Mega Evolution, each one is groundbreaking. This afternoon, Grandpa also called and told her that Xiaoyu seemed to have a new experimental project and needed to recruit 2 experimental assistants. The competition for these 2 experimental assistant positions within the Pokémon Association was extremely fierce, with almost every champion personally participating. This meant that even if her grandfather intervened, success was not guaranteed. Therefore, Elder Chi also instructed her to make some preparations in advance, to contact Xiaoyu more often, and to try to secure one of the assistant positions. Just as Chi Hanking was thinking about this, she suddenly saw a couple walking hand in hand outside the window. Even though the two were wearing masks, Chi Hanking recognized Long Yaning at a glance because they had been best friends for over 10 years. This instantly sobered her up, and she stood up with a whoosh. Great. No wonder she felt Yan Ning had been acting strange lately. It turns out she's in a relationship. The gossip fire in Chi Hanking's heart suddenly burned fiercely like a raging inferno. Ahem, I'm going to the restroom. You guys continue eating. Chi Hanking made an excuse and secretly slipped out, chasing after the two of them. She was going to see which scoundrel had managed to snag Long Yan Ning, making her repeatedly refuse his invitations for drinks. Go to hell, you filthy man. Chapter 280 Battle Frontier. Neon lights flashed as Xiaoyu and Long Yaning strolled hand in hand down the brightly lit street, looking just like a couple. Xiaoyu was enjoying this moment of peace and warmth. Since preparing for the college cup, he had rarely had such a leisurely time. As dusk fell, the streets began to bustle with activity. Bars, nightclubs, and other similar establishments opened for business, and groups of stylishly dressed young people appeared on the streets. Among them were some high-tech beauties and international friends, and Xiaoyu was also full of curiosity about places like bars and nightclubs. As a virtuous person, Xiaoyu has lived 2 lives and has never been to a bar or nightclub. Teacher Long, have you ever been to bars or nightclubs? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. I've never been there. Long Yaning shook her head. Her life was actually very monotonous. Her only hobbies were drinking and shopping. She only drinks with her best friend Chi Hanking and has never been to a bar or nightclub. Thinking of Chi Hanking, Long Yaning suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Chi Hanking had invited her for drinks many times, but she had politely declined each time. Yet today, he came here to drink and eat with Xiaoyu. I've never been either, Xiaoyu suggested. Actually, sometimes I really want to give it a try. Forget it. Long Yaning shook her head. She really wasn't interested in bars and nightclubs. How about we go for a walk on the street, or see a movie? Hearing Long Yaning's suggestion, Xiaoyu was also somewhat tempted. Thinking of movies, Xiaoyu suddenly realized that the movies in this world were very different from those in his previous life. Like many classic movies, this one doesn't exist in the world. For some reason, Xiaoyu suddenly thought of the movie Goodbye Mr. Loser. How about we let our older brother play the lead role in this movie? Hey. Just as Xiaoyu's thoughts were wandering, Long Yanning reached out and waved her hand in front of Xiaoyu's eyes, interrupting his train of thought. What are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. It's nothing, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. What do you think about me investing in and making a movie? Make a movie? Long Yanning was shocked by Xiaoyu's wildly imaginative idea. Of course. Xiaoyu thought it over and it seemed more and more feasible. The first movie would be about his older brother, called Charlotte's Trouble. Later, when he was stronger, he could make another movie called Cocoon of Destruction and Diancie. He wouldn't study Pokémon in college, he would become a director and an artist. Actually, it's really possible. I've already thought of the plot for the first movie. As the two were talking, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning looked up and saw that the crowd was surging in a certain direction. What's going on? The sudden change left the two of them somewhat bewildered. I don't know, let's go take a look. Xiaoyu was also a little curious. The two exchanged a glance, then held hands and walked forward with the flow of people. After walking for a few minutes, the two arrived at the plaza and discovered that the crowd was heading towards a battle zone. A crowd had gathered in front of the battle zone, discussing the matter animatedly. The Chosen One's frontier zone really went all out today. The rewards are incredibly generous. With such a big fuss, it can't be a lie. However, this activity is quite difficult. Hearing that it was an event being held in the development zone, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning squeezed into the crowd. Dear friends, today is the grand opening of the Imperial Capital Chosen Battle Frontier Zone with special offers. To thank our new and existing customers, we have prepared a special grand prize. By participating in today's event, you will have a chance to win a prize and a grand prize. Prizes include cash vouchers, top-tier starter Pokémon, and even Dragon-type Pokémon. The host on stage was enthusiastically promoting the Pokémon, but Xiaoyu wasn't very interested. He already had enough Pokémon with excellent qualities and great potential, and he didn't care about ordinary Pokémon. As for Dragon-type Pokémon, others might find them rare, but Xiaoyu genuinely doesn't want any more. Unless it's a legendary or pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Xiaoyu really doesn't want any other Dragon-type Pokémon. However, Xiaoyu's lack of interest did not mean that Long Yaning was not interested. As soon as she heard about Dragon-type Pokémon, her eyes lit up and she moved closer. Shall we go take a look? Okay. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't spoil Long Yaning's fun. Since it was a date, she could do whatever she liked. The Battle Frontier is one of the special buildings in the Pokémon world. As the name suggests, the main purpose of the Battle Frontier is to provide a place for trainers to battle, and the strongest trainer is called the Frontier Leader. Battle Frontiers and gyms have many similarities. The only difference is that Battle Frontiers are private enterprises, while gyms are official organizations. Although it is a private enterprise, the Battle Frontier is actually more popular than the gym, thanks to the operation of capital. The trainers who can serve as the leaders of the frontier are also very powerful. In addition to battling, the Battle Frontier also offers services such as helping trainers raise Pokémon, hatching eggs, and selling starter Pokémon. In short, as long as you have money, you can enjoy all kinds of services in the Battle Frontier. Page 170. The two entered the battle zone, which was already quite crowded. The receptionist immediately noticed the two with their outstanding presence. Of course, given their stature and height, they were hard to miss. Are you two here to participate in an event? Yes. Long Yaning nodded in response. How do I participate in your lucky draw? There are 3 ways to participate in our lucky draw. The first is to participate in a completely random battle, with a registration fee of 1,000 yuan per battle. You can get a beginner lucky draw ticket by defeating 3 opponents, an intermediate lucky draw ticket by defeating 6 opponents, and a premium lucky draw ticket by defeating 9 opponents. Fully random battles are a type of battle that has emerged in recent years, in which 2 trainers randomly select Pokémon to partner with unfamiliar Pokémon in battle. Compared to regular battles, this battle mode tests a trainer's understanding of Pokémon and their theoretical knowledge level. Anything else? Long Yaning continued to ask. The second way to participate in the lottery is a bit more difficult, which is the Pioneer Leader Challenge. You will fight against pioneer leaders of various levels. Depending on how long you last, you will receive beginner and intermediate lottery tickets. If you can defeat a pioneer leader, you will receive an advanced lottery ticket. The third way to participate in the lucky draw is simpler. Today, anyone who spends 1 yuan in this battle zone will receive a free beginner lucky draw ticket, 10 yuan will receive a free intermediate lucky draw ticket, and 100 yuan will receive a free advanced lucky draw ticket. Holy crap, this tactic looks so familiar. May I ask if your boss's surname is Ma? How do you know? Chapter 281 1 Orangutan, 1 Mind. Of the 3 ways to obtain lottery tickets, the third method, spending money, is undoubtedly the simplest, most convenient, and most direct for Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. With their current net worth, $1 million is just a drop in the bucket. However, if you actually spend money, you lose the fun of the battle and it becomes purely for the sake of winning a prize. How about we challenge the pioneer leader? Long Yaning thought for a moment, then turned to Xiaoyu and asked, seeking his opinion, can we play doubles? Long Yaning had a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Sometimes, doubles matches are the best way to enhance the relationship between two people, so that they can both feel involved and not get too bored. As for the first type of completely random battle, she had absolutely no interest in it. Having to win 9 consecutive rounds to get a high-level lottery ticket was too much of a waste of time. She might as well just battle the leader of the pioneers directly. One round determines the outcome. Hearing Long Yaning's words, Xiaoyu had no objection. Either way, I'm fine with anything. You guys should be able to play doubles here, right? Sir, of course you can. The receptionist nodded and immediately explained to the two. However, there is a registration fee required to challenge the pioneer leader. Yuan. For doubles, the price doubles. Okay, I'll just swipe my card. The rich young woman, Long Yaning, paid the bill without even blinking. Seeing the two of them looking like nouveau riche, the receptionist realized that she had met VIPs and quickly led them to the preparation table. Today we only offer 3 master-level, Pioneer Leader battle services. As for which level of Pioneer Leader you will be battled against, you will need to draw lots to decide. The 3 Masters level refers to the 3 levels, Lord, Overlord, and Guild Master, collectively known as the 3 Masters level. Soon, a receptionist arrived with a tray containing 3 spheres. Long Yaning randomly selected one sphere, opened it, and found the words Lord Level clearly written on a slip of paper. You are battling a Lord-level Frontier Leader. The match is a doubles battle. You two have 10 minutes to prepare. Please note that only Pokémon of Lord level or lower strength can be used in the match. Okay. Long Yaning nodded. She hadn't fought a Lord-level battle in a long time and was feeling a bit nostalgic. Plus, it was a double battle with Xiaoyu, so she was secretly looking forward to it. Xiaoyu, I only have 2 Lord-level Pokémon, Cotton Ball and Magic Mask Meowth. Which Pokémon do you think I should send out? Whatever, today is your day, I'll do whatever you say. Xiaoyu wasn't particularly interested in this kind of battle, but he let Long Yaning have fun. Currently, among Xiaoyu's Pokémon below the Lord level, the most suitable ones to use are actually Axew, in DD from the second team, and the newly evolved Cinderace. Other Pokémon, such as Shiny Ghastly and the pseudo-legendary Pokémon Shelder, are too rare to be used in such a place. How about I use Flame Ace and you use Magic Mask Meow? Long Yaning thought for a moment and then said, sure. As the two stepped onto the battlefield, Chi Hanking finally squeezed into the crowd, searching around but unable to find Xiaoyu and the other two anywhere. Where is he? Did I see wrong? That can't be. Just as Chi Hanking was wondering, he suddenly heard a message on the radio that someone was fighting against a Lord-level Pioneer Leader. As she approached the Lord-level battlefield, she immediately recognized Long Yaning, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses. As for the man next to Long Yaning, he was also wearing a mask and was tall and big. Although she couldn't see his face, Chi Hanking vaguely felt that he looked familiar. Judging from their appearance alone, the two are a perfect match. Friends, 2 mysterious trainers are about to challenge the Lord-level Pioneer Leader. Let's give them a round of applause. As the host's voice rang out, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, both wearing masks, appeared on stage, their opponents being Lord-level Pioneer Leaders. The match will be a 2v2 singles battle. Both sides, please release your Pokémon. Go, Ace Flame. Go, Magic Masked Cat. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning naturally released Blazing Ace and Magic Masked Cat as planned. In fact, in terms of team positioning alone, Shining Ace and Magical Masked Cat are very similar. Both are standard high-speed physical attackers, and their hidden ability effects are exactly the same. Shining Ace's ability is Free Spirit, which changes its own attribute to the attribute of the move it will use before using it. Magic Masked Cat's ability can change freely. Although the name is different from Freeman's, the effect is exactly the same. Because of these powerful characteristics, both of them perform quite strongly in battles. The appearance of Cinderace and Masked Meowth caused a stir among the crowd. Neither of these Pokémon are from China, so the fact that Xiaoyu and Long Yaning own these 2 Pokémon proves that they are both wealthy and powerful. Magic Masked Cat and Blazing Ace? The Lord-level Pioneer Leader who fought against Xiaoyu and Long Yaning was named Sun Xian. Upon seeing the 2 Pokémon, he became serious and pondered to himself, it seems I've encountered a rich kid today. I can't win too quickly. Maybe I should put on an act and win the rich guy's favor. He might just give me a generous reward and I'll be set for life. Go, Murkrow, Darmanitan, Galarian Mode. Sun Xion's two Pokémon are a standard Tailwind team. Xiaoyu immediately noticed that the Dark Raven was carrying an evolution stone. This is also the standard setup for Murkrow. The Prankster ability ensures that Murkrow can activate Tailwind. The evolution stone it holds increases the defense and special defense of any Pokémon that is holding the item but has not yet evolved to its final form, thus increasing its tankiness. Skills like Tailwind, Taunt, Electromagnetic Wave, and Shifting Flowers are also quite annoying, serving as a support role. The other Galilean Baboon is the team's core damage dealer. The Galarian form of Darmanitan is a bully in the arena, even more terrifying than many legendary Pokémon. All of this is thanks to the Galarian form of Darmanitan's unique ability, One Mind, which allows it to use only one move when it enters the field, but its attack power is increased. The Galarian form of Darmanitan already has extremely high attack power, ranking among the top of almost all Pokémon. With the added bonus of the One Mind ability, its attack power reaches a terrifying level, making it stand out from the crowd. However, its only drawback is that it is a little slow. However, it's important to know that this is a doubles match, and Galarian form Darmanitan has Murkrow as its support. When the wind is favorable, no one cares. The speed disadvantage of the Galarian form of the Daruma will be compensated, allowing it to unleash its full power. Most importantly, Sun Xion also equipped his Galarian form, the Daruma Baboon, with a special headband. The headband's effect is exactly the same as the One Mind ability. You can only use one move when you enter the battle, but your attack will increase. With the headband and the One Mind ability providing double the boost, the current Galar form of Darmanitan has become a true physical attacker, and its damage is no joke. This is also one of Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon. It's simple and powerful, and it can easily dominate the battlefield. But why does the opponent have such an annoying Pokémon? Chapter 282 Profiteers. The doubles match attracted a lot of attention. Many people wanted to win a high-level lottery ticket by defeating the Pioneer leader, but they were unsure of the Pioneer leader's strength and were afraid of wasting their money. This match presents a perfect opportunity to assess Sun Xion's abilities. Game start. Raven, use Tailwind. Dharma Baboon, attack Magic Masked Cat with Icicle Slam. Sun Xion's tactics were quite obvious, just as Xiaoyu had predicted. Dark Raven as support went ahead, and Daruma as the damage dealer. Having seen through the tactics, Xiaoyu naturally thought of ways to counter them. Magic Masked Cat, launch a surprise attack on the Daruma Baboon. Flash Ace, use a surprise attack on the Daruma Baboon. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning did not discuss tactics beforehand, but they made the same choice at almost the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled. This also reflects the tacit understanding between the trainers. Both of them saw through Sun Xion's tactics and came up with ways to counter them. While a Tailwind can speed up the Daruma Baboon, there are ways to counter it. The sudden attack move is the best way to deal with it. The sudden attack move is very special. It is a Dark-type physical move and its power is not actually that high. Page 171. However, a surprise attack has a very special effect. If the target is using an offensive move, then in most cases you can attack before your opponent. This move is also one of the few priority moves among Dark-type moves. Although it has certain limitations, its effect is surprisingly good. The Murloc is flapping its wings and casting Tailwind, while the Darmanitan is condensing ice pillars. Meanwhile, the attacks from Masked Meow and Cinderace arrived. Dark-type energy enveloped their bodies, increasing their speed, and in the blink of an eye, they pounced on Darmanitan. At the same time, the Freedom ability and the Transformation ability activate. Although these two abilities are now only effective the first time a move is used, this book states that they will be effective every time a move is used. Both the Magic Masked Cat and Cinderace are enveloped in Dark-type energy, changing their type to Dark, and their Sucker Punch moves also benefit from the Dark-type bonus. The original attack skill wasn't particularly strong, but with the Stab, same type Assault, bonus, its power is still quite astonishing. Especially since both Masked Meow and Cinderace are high-speed physical attackers with already quite good physical attack, and Darmanitan's physical defense is also quite low, only on par with Magikarp. There is a high probability that it will not be able to withstand two Sucker Punch moves. Boom! The magical Masked Cat, its claws enveloped in dark energy, slammed down on the Daruma Baboon, severely injuring it with a single blow. Immediately afterwards, Cinderace, enveloped in Dark-type energy, kicked Darmanitan, sending it flying and crashing to the ground, rendering it unable to fight. Wow! The scene erupted in uproar. No one had expected that Sun Xion, a Lord-level Pioneer leader, would be instantly killed by the Dharma Baboon. This battle ended far too quickly. The outcome was decided in just one round. Of course, it wasn't that Sun Xion was bad, but rather that Xiaoyu and Long Yaning were too strong. Both of them were top performers in battles. One of them was the champion of the Zishu Provincial High School Cup, and the other was already a champion-level trainer. It was perfectly normal for them to defeat a pioneer leader. Furthermore, Magic Masked Cat has the potential to be a champion, and Blazing Ace has the potential to be a near champion, which is higher than that of Daruma Baboon. After the Darmo Baboon lost its fighting ability, only a lone Dark Raven remained, which obviously couldn't cause any trouble. Magic Masked Meow, use knockoff. Even though victory was already assured, Long Yaning still took the match very seriously. She continued to have Magic Masked Meow use knockoff to knock off the evolution stone held by Murkrow. Flash Ace, Fireball. With a devastating fireball skill, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning easily won the match and successfully obtained the high-level lottery ticket. Congratulations on defeating the leader of the pioneers. Half of your challenge fee will be refunded. Perhaps because she hadn't fought in a long time, Long Yaning was faintly excited. Although her mask covered her smile, her curved eyebrows made it easy to see that she was in a very good mood. The two of them took their raffle tickets and went to the raffle table. The three large boxes, small, medium, and large, correspond to the beginner, intermediate, and advanced lottery draws, respectively. Xiaoyu glanced at the prizes in the advanced prize pool and found that the rewards in the Battle Frontier Zone were really good, including not only Dragon-type Pokémon, but also many good items and Pokémon eggs. Of course, the odds of winning this big prize are pitifully small, only a fraction of a percent. Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain about the unscrupulous merchants. Although the chances of winning the grand prize were very low, it did not dampen Long Yaning's enthusiasm at all. She walked into the lottery box, took out a prize ticket, and reached into the box to grab one. Take out the key and scratch off the coating. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of XXX Nutrient Solution, Trial Pack. The Trial Pack of Nutrient Solution was clearly just a consolation prize, worth only around 50,000. Long Yaning looked at the reward she had drawn and was slightly disappointed. She turned to Xiaoyu and said, "You come and draw a prize. My luck is bad. Let's see how lucky you are. You'll definitely have better luck than me." "Okay." Xiaoyu smiled and walked to the lottery box. His eyes fell on the box full of lottery tickets. Suddenly, he had an idea and wondered if he could use the system to cheat. Xiaoyu reached his hand into the lottery box, and the system immediately gave a notification every time he touched a lottery ticket. Prize voucher. Congratulations on winning a bottle of XXX Nutrient Solution, Trial Pack. Prize ticket. Congratulations on winning 1 Grade C Thunderstone. The unexpected discovery filled Xiaoyu with a secret joy. He hadn't expected that his system would have such a cheating effect. It's a pity that if Xiaoyu had known about the system's effects earlier, he would have gone straight to buying scratch cards, playing cards, and mahjong, and becoming the gambling god of the Pokémon world would have been just around the corner. Pokémon, I'm not a gambling god. Since the system allowed cheating, Xiaoyu naturally aimed for the grand prize. However, to his surprise, after searching around, he couldn't find the grand prize redemption ticket inside the box. The highest prize they found was a second prize winning ticket. Damn, what a heartless businessman. Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse inwardly, what a shrewd businessman. No businessman is without cunning. As expected, all big businesses are ruthless. This event lasts a whole month. How could they possibly let me win the grand prize on the first day? They're just hoping this dragon-type Pokémon egg will attract people. Even if I had cheating methods, I still couldn't beat others. If Xiaoyu were the boss, he would do the same. During the 30-day event, he would release a second prize every few days to keep the event popular. Then, after 25 days, when the hype had died down, he would arrange for a shill to claim the grand prize. This way, the buzz is generated and the rewards are recovered, achieving 2 goals at once. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you're hoping to get rich quick through lotteries or winning the lottery, you're better off finding a rich woman. Chapter 283 Chi-hanking. Even knowing there was no grand prize in the box, Xiaoyu had no choice but to accept it. There was no other way. He couldn't very well ask someone to open the box on the spot and scratch off the prize tickets one by one. Xiaoyu had no choice but to settle for second place and won a second prize, and he cursed the unscrupulous merchants a couple more times. "Sir, congratulations on winning the second prize. You can choose any Pokémon egg from the regular area." The hostess was also stunned after scratching off the coating. She didn't expect someone to win the second prize right away. She kept praising him. "You are so lucky. You are the first person to win the second prize in this event." Looking at the reward Xiaoyu had drawn, Long Yanning's eyebrows curved into a smile, unable to hide her joy. "Xiaoyu, you really drew the second prize? That's amazing. I knew you were luckier than me." I should have let you use the first lottery ticket too, Long Yaning couldn't help but say. Ahem, it's just for fun, having fun is the most important thing. Xiaoyu didn't seem particularly happy. Let's go pick out a Pokemon egg. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning started selecting Pokemon eggs. Perhaps because he was too angry, Xiaoyu didn't hold back and directly picked the Pokemon egg with the best aptitude in the ordinary area. While it's described as having the best potential, it's really only at the near Elite 4 level. Xiaoyu isn't particularly interested in Pokemon with this kind of potential anymore. Although he still has a bottle of Miracle Potion left unused, he'll need to find a suitable Pokemon first. Holding the packaged Pokemon eggs, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning walked out of the Battle Frontier Zone, and Qi Hanqing, who had been following them all the way, quickly followed. After observing for a while, Qi Hanqing was able to confirm Long Yaning's identity. Yan Ning. Qi Hanqing's voice rang out, causing Long Yanning to pause, and she was so startled that she let go of the hand that was originally holding Xiaoyu's. She glanced back, recognized Qi Hanqing, and quickly turned away as if she hadn't heard anything, quickening her pace. Someone is calling you, Teacher Long, Xiaoyu said. Hurry up, don't look back. At this moment, Long Yaning could only pretend not to understand. She quickly pulled Xiaoyu up and quickened her pace, wanting to shake off Qi Hanqing as soon as possible. Xiaoyu turned to look in the direction from which the sound came, and vaguely felt that the person looked familiar, but before he could take a closer look, Long Yaning dragged him away at a faster pace. Watching Long Yaning leave quickly, Qi Hanqing was even more certain that he had not mistaken her for someone else, and he was even angrier. Well, you, Long Yaning, pretend you don't know me for the sake of that scoundrel. Qi Hanqing hurriedly chased after her. Hearing the approaching footsteps from behind, Long Yaning felt her scalp tingle. The capital was so big, how could she have run into Qi Hanqing here of all places? And coincidentally, Qi Hanqing witnessed her and Xiaoyu strolling hand in hand. Long Yaning grew increasingly anxious, desperately wanting to shake off Qi Hanqing, but she was wearing high heels and a long dress today, so how could she outrun Qi Hanqing? She hadn't taken more than a few steps before Qi Hanqing caught up with her. Yan Ning. After catching up with Long Yan Ning, Qi Hanqing grabbed her arm, a smug look on his face. I knew it. Every time I looked for you these past few months, you said you were busy. Turns out you've been secretly dating. Aren't you going to introduce me to the handsome guy next to you? Although Qi Hanqing was slightly annoyed that Long Yaning had found a boyfriend behind her back, she genuinely cared about Long Yaning, as her naive personality made her vulnerable to being deceived. Qi Hanqing sized Xiaoyu up and down, and no matter how she looked at him, he seemed like a gigolo who would swindle money and take advantage of women. As his best friend, she naturally had to keep a close eye on things for Long Yaning. Han Qing. Upon hearing Qi Hanqing's words, Long Yanning gently looked up at Xiaoyu, seemingly pondering how to introduce their relationship. Although the two had just held hands, they hadn't officially defined their relationship yet. Therefore, Long Yaning naturally couldn't admit that they were lovers, and could only say softly, "You're really overthinking it. We're really just friends. Who are you trying to fool? I just saw you holding hands," Qi Hanqing said. Seeing that she couldn't fool Qi Hanqing, Long Yaning could only keep explaining, "We really just. Miss Qi, hello, I'm Yan Ning's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you." At this moment, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't stand aside and be a passive and irresponsible scumbag. For a manipulative woman, it's perfectly acceptable to be a scumbag who neither takes initiative nor refuses, but for a good woman like Teacher Long, Xiaoyu naturally has to stand up for her. Not bad, he's at least a man. Seeing Xiaoyu admit it, Qi Hanqing couldn't help but glance at Xiaoyu a couple of times. Long Yanning's cheeks flushed crimson, her already rosy complexion turning even redder, adding to her shyness as she looked at Xiaoyu with starlight in her eyes. Xiaoyu also reached out and gently took Long Yanning's hand, openly holding her hand, and they smiled at each other. Seeing the two of them looking so sweet, Qi Hanqing couldn't help but roar in her heart. "Ah, die, you beast. Han Qing, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere to sit down." The two beauties, Long Yanning and Qi Hanqing, along with Xiaoyu, naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, the three of them quickly left. "There's a coffee shop nearby, let's go there." Page 172. Row. After discussing it, the three of them went to a nearby coffee shop to sit down. Walking down the street, the two best friends, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, kept chatting about what had happened recently, with Xiaoyu following behind them like a follower. "Yan Ning, how did you two meet? What's his name?" Qi Hanqing kept asking questions along the way, like a curious child. "Let's talk about it later, there are too many people now," Long Yanning said in a low voice. "So secretive, are you dating a big star or something?" "It's like a secret relationship," Qi Hanqing teased with a laugh. She then turned to Xiaoyu and chuckled, "You're not really a star, are you?" "No." Xiaoyu shook his head in denial. "Stop fooling around, Han Qing. Tell me how you've been lately? What are you doing around here today? Isn't school busy?" Long Yanning quickly changed the subject and asked. "Stop talking, I've been so busy lately." Speaking of herself, Chi Hanking kept complaining, "Although there's not much going on at school, didn't I tell you? I've been helping Xiaoyu write his thesis lately. Let me tell you, don't let his age fool you. He's like a freak, incredibly demanding. He makes us revise this and that every day, and we're working overtime every night revising our papers." Chi Hanking got more and more excited as he spoke. "It's so annoying, I've even developed dark circles under my eyes from staying up so long. I've never been this tired even when I was writing my graduation thesis. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to be used like this." Cough cough. Xiaoyu, who was walking behind, couldn't help but blush. He touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. Long Yanning also turned around and looked at Xiaoyu with a mischievous smile. Chapter 284 Little Fangirl. In a quiet and cozy coffee shop, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning sat together wearing masks. The two, who had just confirmed their relationship, still had the awkwardness and shyness of young lovers, which was also the most beautiful moment in their romance. At this time, both sides always present their best side and hide their flaws. At this stage, love can be a quiet, silent concern, a passionate, fiery intensity, or a romantic, poetic experience. But as time went by, each other's flaws were exposed, and the beauty of love was only a fleeting pleasure and decoration. Arguments extinguished the flame of love and shattered the romantic picture. Love is inherently fleeting, but it is precisely this fleeting nature that makes it seem so beautiful, drawing so many people to it, one after another, like moths drawn to a flame. Love always needs to be carefully nurtured and managed. Although Xiaoyu has little dating experience, it does not prevent him from becoming a dating master. He possesses extensive theoretical knowledge, and in his previous life, he even took courses on sex education and concepts of love, marriage, and family during his university years. Although he was still a virgin, his soul had already experienced the vicissitudes of life, earning him the nickname Little White Dragon of Love. The two sat opposite Chi Hanking, who was about 1.65 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, a perfect comic book body shape. Her face was beautiful and charming, her skin was as white as snow, her hair was thick and voluminous, her peach blossom eyes were captivating and she had an innate allure, her lips were as red as cinnabar, and her slender hands exuded amazing charm with every move she made. At the same time, her voice naturally exuded a seductive charm. The Wu dialect is soft and gentle, with a sweet and numbing sensation. Although her personality is completely devoid of any seductive qualities, it does not diminish her amazing charm in the slightest. Especially when sitting quietly on the sofa, leisurely sipping coffee, it adds a touch of unique feminine elegance, nobility, and captivating charm. If I had to use one word to describe her, it would be vixen. Judging from her appearance alone, Chi Hanking is undoubtedly a vixen through and through. Since her school days, she has always had no shortage of suitors, and the love letters she collected could fill an entire drawer, but she has never been in a relationship. Long Yanning also took off her mask at this moment, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Birds of a feather flocked together. The two beauties sat together, each with their own unique charm, like plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. The peach blossoms, still wet with overnight rain, and the willows, green with the mist of spring. It was a delightful sight for Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side. The two best friends hadn't seen each other for a long time and chatted about the interesting things that had happened recently, which naturally included Xiaoyu. Chi Hanking naturally continued to pour out her grievances, accusing Xiaoyu of making her work overtime. "Recently, I've been writing my thesis, so I've been going to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning and getting up at 7 or 8 in the morning. I've been staying in the lab the whole time and haven't come out at all. I've been so busy I haven't even had time to shower or wash my hair. Luckily, it only lasted a few days. If this had continued, I probably would have gone bald." Long Yanning listened to Chi Hanqing's complaints with a smile. Seeing the bitter look on Chi Hanqing's face, she smiled brightly and glanced at Xiaoyu from time to time, her eyes revealing a teasing meaning. She couldn't help but ask, "You sound so miserable, but didn't you also get a second authorship?" Chi Hanking always presents an elegant and dignified demeanor to outsiders, keeping them at a distance. She only relaxes around familiar people. "Yes." Speaking of the second work, Chi Hanking's eyes shone. Although it was hard and tiring, the report was very worthwhile. The name of the second work, plus knowing about the mega evolution in advance, made my grandfather very happy. At this point, Chi Hanking also thought of Xiaoyu's close relationship with the Long family and couldn't help but pout and complain, but it still can't compare to your family. You must have known about this experimental project a long time ago. Sigh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Uncle Long was far-sighted enough to take Xiaoyu as his apprentice. Even my grandfather said that Uncle Long shouldn't be a dragon-type trainer with his shrewdness, he should be a monkey-type trainer. Hearing Chi Hanking's teasing, Long Yaning smiled. The relationship between the Long family, the Chi family, and the Lin family has always been good. As the first member of the Chi family to pursue a research career, Chi Hanking became one of the youngest PhDs at Imperial University, thanks to the Lin family's connections and recommendation letters personally written by Elder Lin and Elder Qin. Chi Hanking was also one of the last students taught by Master Qin. Because of this relationship, the Chi family and the Lin family had a relatively harmonious relationship. Otherwise, Chi Hanking would not have been chosen as Xiaoyu's assistant. Han Qing, if there's a next time, would you still go and be Xiaoyu's assistant? Long Yanning asked with a smile. Of course I'll go, why wouldn't I? Chi Hanking replied without hesitation, his eyes shining. Although it's tiring, you know what? The sense of accomplishment from participating in great research that changes the world is unparalleled. I'd be willing to work myself to death. Although she complained about how tiring the work was, she was actually very willing to be Xiaoyu's assistant, although I may say that, Xiaoyu is really a genius, and he will definitely become the greatest figure of this era in the future. Hearing Chi Hanking's evaluation of him, Xiaoyu blushed slightly. When did he become so great? He would delete his Dian account as soon as he got back today, as it didn't fit his image as a great and righteous person. Okay, I'll wait and see for 2 more days. Sometimes I think, Xiaoyu is really a genius. I really don't know what's in his head, how can he have so many genius ideas? As she continued, Chi Hanking's tone became strange. By the way, I heard that Xiaoyu was nominated for the Arceus Award for Pokémon research this year. Yan Ning, with Xiaoyu's 2 research achievements last year, the Z-Move movement and the exclusive Z-Move, either one would be enough to win this grand prize. He single-handedly filled in all the missing pieces of Z-Move, making it complete. He supported half of Z-Move's success. Now he has single-handedly ushered in the era of Mega Evolution. Hearing Chi Hanking's praise and seeing the gleam in his eyes, Long Yaning felt proud. She turned and stole a glance at Xiaoyu, then chimed in, is he that amazing? Of course. Although Xiaoyu is an exploiter who squeezes me dry, it can't hide his scientific research talent in the slightest. Chi Hanking sighed as she thought of this, then her eyes darted around, her gaze sweeping over Long Yaning. By the way, didn't Xiaoyu attend the Pokémon Association meeting this afternoon? My grandfather told me that Xiaoyu announced he has a new experiment and needs to recruit 2 research assistants. Chi Hanking looked at Long Yaning with a smile. Yaning, are you familiar with Xiaoyu? It's all right. Long Yaning said cautiously, not daring to make any promises too confidently. Not bad? Chi Hanking looked at him with a disappointed expression. You're not going to cling to such a powerful figure. He's your student and junior brother. Chi Hanking said, how can he only be considered okay? Chapter 285 New Experiment Assistant. Yan Ning, how about we make a deal? Help me out by talking to Xiaoyu and asking if I can continue being his lab assistant. Chi Hanking asked with a smile. Weren't you just complaining? Long Yaning retorted, why do you want to be Xiaoyu's assistant now? Criticism aside, things still need to be done. Chi Hanking said with a smile, forget it, I guess you can't say anything anyway, let my grandfather talk to old Master Lin. You have no idea how many people are eyeing Xiaoyu's 2 assistant positions. Sigh, even if my grandfather personally intervened, it might not be possible. Chi Hanking sighed. No way. Long Yaning asked in surprise. Chi Hanking's grandfather is one of the 7 champions and also the most senior champion, yet even he might not be able to make it. So why are Xiaoyu's 2 assistant positions so sought after? It's true. I'm telling you, the news has already spread, and many people are already sending their resumes to Professor Lin. Many big names in the scientific research community want to become Xiaoyu's assistant. Xiaoyu's experimental projects are all small projects. As long as you get the title of 2nd or 3rd author, you will be remembered in history. Seeing that Chi Hanking was getting into the conversation, Long Yaning glanced at Xiaoyu, who was wearing a mask, seemingly casually. She hadn't expected Xiaoyu to be so popular. Why are you wearing a mask the whole time? Only then did Chi Hanking notice that Xiaoyu seemed to have been wearing a mask ever since she entered the coffee shop. Aren't you hot? Or are you just too shy? Don't be nervous, relax. I'm Yan Ning's half-sister. Chi Hanking chuckled and teased Xiaoyu. She vaguely felt that the man in front of her looked familiar, but Xiaoyu was wearing a mask that covered most of his face, only revealing his eyes, so she really couldn't recognize him. After mentioning it briefly, Chi Hanking continued to Long yawning. By the way, yawning, if you have time, please ask Uncle Long to talk to Elder Lin for me and ask him to let me continue to be Xiaoyu's assistant. Practice makes perfect. Why don't you tell him yourself? Long yawning said with a smile, then quietly stretched out her foot to nudge Xiaoyu beside her. We've only met once or twice, and we barely exchanged a few words. He's like a heartless reviewing robot, spending all his time reviewing papers, finding fault, and telling me to revise them. Aside from work-related matters, we've never contacted each other. Chi Hanking couldn't help but continue complaining, we're not even close, how could I possibly tell him personally? Someone like him must be incredibly busy, if you ask me. While Chi Hanking was speaking, Xiaoyu, at Long Yanning's prompting, silently took off his mask. Chi Hanking's voice stopped abruptly. She stared at Xiaoyu's face, stunned. She recognized the culprit who had made her work overtime at a glance. Then she remembered her earlier complaints about Xiaoyu and her words of admiration for him. Her face quickly turned as red and hot as a boiling kettle. Hello, Miss Chi. Xiaoyu smiled at Chi Hanking and couldn't help but tease her. Let's formally meet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyu, Long Yanning's boyfriend, the ruthless reviewing robot and exploiter you mentioned. Hearing Xiaoyu's teasing, Chi Hanking's face turned even redder, obscuring her original complexion. She turned to look at Long Yanning, then glanced at Xiaoyu, feeling as if she were dreaming. She couldn't help but reach out and cover her face. Page 173. Her gaze darted back and forth between the two of them, and only when she saw the mischievous smile on Long Yanning's face did she realize that she wasn't dreaming. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing. You too. Chi Hanking looked at the two uncertainly. Are you really dating? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded and reached out to take Long Yanning's hand. It's the real deal. We just officially confirmed our relationship today. Listening to Xiaoyu's words, Chi Hanking silently plopped back down on the sofa, her feelings a mix of emotions. Thinking that her words of criticism against Xiaoyu had been heard by the real Xiaoyu without missing a single one, she felt her face burning. This was practically a major social disaster. What hurt her even more was that her best friend was dating someone behind her back. What's even more upsetting is that her best friend is dating a handsome 18-year-old young man who is also the champion of the Sichuan Provincial University Cup and the most talented researcher. To put it another way, one day you suddenly discover that your best friend has fallen in love with a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman, and the very next day she gives him a sports car. Chi Hanking had only one thought in his mind, you fucking deserve to die, it's worse than killing me. Chi Hanking was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder. Why did she even bother chasing after him? It was just asking for humiliation. Xiaoyu actually knew Chi Hanking. He mentioned Chi Hanking's name and background when Elder Lin arranged an assistant for him. Actually, his original intention was to have Chi Hanking as his assistant. After spending the past few days with him, Xiaoyu found that Chi Hanking was really easy to use. He possesses strong professional skills and a high level of theoretical knowledge. He is far superior to Xiaoyu, a half-baked pseudo-researcher. Xiaoyu had seriously considered that the technology involved in Z-moves and mega evolution was not actually that advanced. The core of these two experiments was Z-crystals, evolution keys, and mega stones. As long as the core items were available, mega evolution and Z-moves would be discovered sooner or later. However, the remaining two, Dynamax and mega crystallization, are much more technologically advanced. Dynamaxing requires a Tornadus's energy, wishing star to be made into a Dynamax band, and a field to be built in a fixed location with a large amount of Dynamaxing energy. Each of these items requires advanced technology. It's not something Xiaoyu could have accomplished by himself. Secondly, the core of the Tai crystallization, the Tai crystal bead, is also artificially manufactured. Manufacturing the Tai crystal bead is not a simple matter, and even now, Xiaoyu does not know how to make the Tai crystal bead. However, Xiaoyu does have a Tai crystal bead, a reward from the system. If used properly, it might be possible to reverse engineer the manufacturing process of the Tai crystal bead. But this is not easy, and it is absolutely impossible for Xiaoyu to complete it alone. Therefore, it is necessary to find two professional experimental assistants. Since Chi Hanking intends to continue serving as her experimental assistant, and given her powerful background, she is undoubtedly one of the best candidates to be the experimental assistant. Miss Chi, Xiaoyu said with a smile, our previous collaboration was very pleasant. Your professionalism and theoretical knowledge have been of great help to my experiments, and I hope you can continue to serve as my experimental assistant. However, this experimental project of mine will not be launched in the short term. It will only begin after I finish the University Cup. I wonder if you would be willing? Chi Hanking nodded without hesitation. She thought Xiaoyu would refuse her, but she didn't expect Xiaoyu to take the initiative to invite her to be an experimental assistant. Mountain darkly, Vista. It's a deal. Come on, I'll treat you to drinks. Hearing Xiaoyu's agreement, Chi Hanking felt relieved and immediately offered to treat Xiaoyu to drinks. Chapter 286 National Finals of the College Cup. After a night of heavy drinking, immersed in a sea of alcohol, when Xiaoyu woke up the next day, he felt dizzy and had an unbearable headache. Sitting on the soft bed, looking at the clothes she had changed into, Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. He tried hard to recall what had happened the night before, but found his memory to be somewhat confused and blurry. Xiaoyu vaguely remembered that last night, Chi Hanking warmly invited him and Long Yaning to his house for drinks. The three of them decided to go to Chi Hanking's house, cook hot pot, have a late-night snack, and drink some wine. At first, the three of them were quite restrained, but as they drank one glass of wine after another, they gradually let loose and started chatting. Chi Hanking put one arm around Long Yaning's shoulder and the other around Xiaoyu's shoulder, addressing Xiaoyu as a brother and praising him, especially his talent and ability in scientific research. Under the influence of alcohol, Xiaoyu also made a bold statement: the new experimental project, if not surpassing Mega Evolution, should at least be on par with Mega Evolution. Under the adoring gazes of Chi Hanking and Long Yaning, and amidst their constant praise, Xiaoyu became drunk, completely unconscious. Xiaoyu couldn't remember anything after that. His alcohol tolerance was just too low. The national finals of the University Cup are about to begin, with 68 contestants from 34 provincial-level administrative regions across the country competing for the final championship. Of the 68 contestants, 4 are national seeded players who can directly advance to the top 8. These 4 seeded players will be selected by votes from all participating players, officials, judges, the 4 kings, and the audience. The remaining 4 contestants will be selected from the remaining 64 contestants through 4 rounds of elimination. Amidst much anticipation, the 4 seeded players were finally announced 3 days before the start of the finals. Without a doubt, Xiaoyu, with his outstanding performance and unprecedented Mega Evolution, has become one of the top seed players this year with a huge advantage, and is also a favorite to win this year's High School Cup. With the strongest support Noivern, plus Mega Sceptile and Mega Charizard, such combat power is quite explosive even on a national scale. Moreover, Xiaoyu also has a gym leader level Dragapult as a trump card. After learning moves such as Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, its strength has increased dramatically. Putting aside Mega Evolution, Dragapult is undoubtedly Xiaoyu's strongest Pokémon right now, a gym leader level Pokémon in a class of its own, with near master level potential, and will undoubtedly be the absolute main force in Xiaoyu's team. With this amazing team lineup, Xiaoyu just wanted to shout to the heavens, "Who can stop me?" However, while others might not be a match for Xiaoyu, Sumuza, a fairy type, is still capable of fighting him. Fairy types are natural counters to dragon types. This is a type disadvantage that cannot be changed. However, once Sumuza is eliminated, the others are no threat. We need to come up with a strategy to crush Sumuza. Strategically, we should despise the enemy. Tactically, we should take the enemy seriously. Besides himself, Xiaoyu also paid close attention to the information of the other 3 seeded players. The first one was an old acquaintance of Xiaoyu's, Sumuza from Shanghai. As a fairy-type trainer, she had a Dragonite and used the extreme speed move to directly defeat her opponent. Sumuza's popularity is second only to Xiaoyu. In the finals of the Magic City competition, Sumuza's Dragonair successfully evolved into Dragonite. With the powerful strength of Dragonite, she swept her opponents and easily won the Magic City Championship. It's very tricky. The third seeded player is Qinyu's, a water-type trainer from Mingzhou City, whose signature Pokémon are Ferrothorn, Pelipper, Swampert, Kingdra, and a host of other water-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu wasn't worried about Qinyu's. His Charizard could Mega Evolve at any time, taking over the weather and giving him an absolute advantage. His core Pokémon, Ferrothorn, was completely countered by Charizard and was nothing to worry about, just a weakling. The fourth contestant is a bit troublesome. He is Zhang Zhang, an electric-type trainer from Haijin City, whose signature Pokémon is Jolteon, making him a difficult opponent. There was originally another player, Li Yang, from the Nevernight market. He was also very strong and a popular candidate for the top 4. However, Xiaoyu's sudden emergence took away his spot as a seed player, and now he can only rely on himself to fight his way up step by step. Besides these strong players, there are a few others that Xiaoyu needs to pay close attention to. The first to be affected is Li Xiu, who lost in the finals of Zishu province. Even though she lost to Xiaoyu, she is still not to be underestimated. If she hadn't met Xiaoyu, and hadn't encountered Xiaoyu's cheating Mega Evolution, she would definitely have been one of the top contenders. Besides Li Xiu, there is also Xiang Hanli, the powerful flying-type trainer who defeated Xiaoyu. He is also very strong, and his signature Pokémon, Salamence, is very memorable. Finally, there is Yu, an ice-type trainer from Shangjing City. Compared to the others, he is not particularly famous, but his battle record is extremely impressive. His Pokémon team is also very good, with a group of powerful Pokémon such as Ninetales, Abomasnow, and Mamoswine. These 8 are also the top 8 candidates in the eyes of the audience. Each of them has at least one gym leader level Pokémon. The strength and level of this year's contestants are the highest ever. This year's University Cup is also being hailed by the organizers as a year of dazzling stars, as the official promotional poster features these 8 players along with the championship trophy. The core figures are Xiaoyu and Sumuze. As time went on, Xiaoyu's fame grew, and he became busier as well. In the past few days, people frequently came to visit him. Xiaoyu naturally tried to turn them away whenever possible. He could ignore the head of the guild, but if it was one of the 4 heavenly kings, Xiaoyu would never refuse them entry. What's more, there are quite a few champions among them. Given these people's backgrounds and identities, he truly had no way to refuse. This is what they mean by being caught in the web of power and having no choice in the matter. After several days of social engagements, with the start of the High School Cup Global Finals, Xiaoyu finally had some free time to train his Pokémon and devise strategies. Because Xiaoyu is a seeded player, his match will start in a week, and he will have a week to prepare. His opponent in the quarterfinals is very likely to be Xiang Hanli, and Xiaoyu is full of expectations for this match. You were the one who broke my winning streak a few months ago, weren't you? Things change, and now let me see just how strong you really are. Besides his signature Pokémon Salamence, Xiang Hanli also has a troublesome Corviknight and a Grass-type Serperior. Although it looks intimidating, Xiaoyu's Mega Charizard Y, relying on Fire-type moves, can easily defeat Corviknight and Serperior. As for Salamence, it really is a bit tricky. Chapter 287 Battle of Revenge. A week later. After a week of competition, the top 8 teams in the national finals have been determined. The list of the top 8 contestants was exactly as predicted by the official sources, without the slightest deviation. These 8 players represent the highest level of this year's graduating class. Xiaoyu, Sumuze, Qinyu's, Zhang Zhang, Li Yang, Li Xiu, Xiang Hanli, Yu. Starting today, the quarterfinals will officially begin, and the final celebration of the University Cup is about to begin. In order to attract viewers and boost ratings, the organizers deliberately placed the popular contestant Xiaoyu as the first to appear. Tickets for this match sold out immediately upon release. Tickets that originally cost 600 yuan were sold for 10 times that price by scalpers, and they were still extremely difficult to obtain. Before the match even started, the stands were already packed with people, with no seats available. Nearly 2/3 of the people in the stands were wearing Starlight City's battle uniforms, holding up their support signs and cheering for Xiaoyu. Page 174. Dear viewers, welcome to the annual national finals of the University Cup. I am your commentator for this match, Li Yangji. The official commentators for this match are Li Yangji and Jin Yunyu, who are also China's top commentators. Li Yangji is in his 40s, in his prime, and at the peak of his career. He is also the go-to commentator for the final of the King of Fighters ranking competition. I am commentator Jin Yunyu. Jin Yunyu is a rising star on China television. She is 24 years old this year, young and beautiful, with outstanding temperament, dignified and gentle. After a week, contestants from all over the country have competed in 4 rounds of fierce and intense competition to finally determine the top 8 teams in this year's College Cup. Today we will see the first match of the quarterfinals, and the 2 teams are Xiaoyu, a seeded player from Xinguang City, Sichuan Province. As Li Yangji's powerful voice rang out, enthusiastic cheers and shouts in the local dialect of Sichuan Province erupted from the audience. Xiaoyu, rise up. Xiaoyu, I love you. Ah, Mom will always love you, Xiaoyu. Amidst the frenzied shouts of the audience, Xiaoyu walked out of the player tunnel. The venue was the size of a football field. Looking at the sea of people, the blinding flashlights, and the hysterical shouts, Xiaoyu's heart was also boiling. Standing on such a grand stage, Xiaoyu was filled with excitement, fully immersing herself in the stage and the cheers of the people. He kept waving his hand in response to the audience. Xiaoyu also saw many familiar faces in the audience. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Xiaoruohan, Wu Yaezu, Long Yaning, Qi Hanqing, Long Fan, Old Qi, Sumuze, Xiao Wanyu, and many of the 4 heavenly kings and champions were present. Many people want to witness Mega Evolution in person, since watching it on video and seeing it in real life are two completely different experiences. It is because of these people that ticket prices remain high. The other one is a genius flying type trainer from Tsinghua University High School, Xiang Hanli. Xiang Hanli entered the venue from the other side of the contestant entrance, and the audience responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers, but it was still far less enthusiastic than Xiaoyu's. Xiaoyu looked at Xiang Hanli, and the scene of his defeat a few months ago flashed before his eyes. A few months is neither a long nor a short time, and in those few months, he and his Pokémon underwent tremendous changes. He's sure to win this time. Xiaoyu stared at Xiang Hanli, a confident smile on his face. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out, and Xiaoyu and Xiang Hanli simultaneously took out their Pokeballs and released their first Pokémon. Go, Salamence! Go, Noivern! Xiang Hanli's decision to send out Salamence as the first Pokémon was somewhat unexpected by Xiaoyu. He hadn't anticipated that Xiang Hanli would directly send out his ace Pokémon. In just a moment, Xiaoyu guessed Xiang Hanli's intention. He planned to strengthen Dragon Dance and then rely on the overconfidence trait to push the team. However, when faced with Xiaoyu's Noivern, Xiang Hanli had to change his tactics, since Noivern has the taunt skill, which can block Salamenki's buffs. Xiaoyu, you are strong, but my Salamence and I will not lose. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. A solemn look flashed across Xiang Hanli's face. He vaguely remembered that a few months ago, Xiaoyu's strength was completely insignificant in front of him. In just a few months, Xiaoyu has grown to this extent. But so what? Life is a process of constantly challenging the strong, and only by fighting the strong can we keep making progress. Roar! Salamenki's sharp claws glowed with a blue light, gleaming with a dragon-type aura. With a flap of its blood-red wings, it pounced towards Noivern. Is that so? Xiaoyu smiled. After losing to you in that match, I made up my mind that I would not lose a single match in the next one and win the national championship with a perfect record. Come on, Noivern, Dragon Pulse. Roar! Xiaoyu was fully focused on the match. He did not choose to let Noivern use its strongest move, Draco Meteor, but instead chose the second most powerful move, Dragon Pulse, mainly to defend against Salamenki's Protect move. Noivern flapped its huge dragon wings, its entire body enveloped in dragon-type energy, forming a giant energy dragon, and flew towards Salamence. From the very beginning, both sides went all out, displaying intense fighting spirit. Despite being both dragon and flying-type Pokémon, the difference between Salamence and Noivern was quite obvious. While their defenses are similar, their attack stats differ significantly. Firstly, in terms of physical attack, Noivern's weak physical attack is no match for Salamence. Secondly, Noivern is also slightly inferior to Salamence in special attack. It can be said that Noivern is weaker than Salamence in most aspects, except for speed. There's nothing we can do about it. The reason pseudo-legendary Pokémon are called pseudo-legendary is because they are the closest to legendary Pokémon, and in some games they are even stronger than some legendary Pokémon. Both Xiang Hanli and Xiaoyu went all out as soon as they entered the arena, neither of them holding back at all. From their conversation just now, it's not hard to tell that they fought each other a few months ago. As far as I know, there was a big difference in their strength at that time. Xiaoyu, who was not even at the level of a Lord-level trainer, had a forest lizard that had not yet evolved into a Sceptile. He was completely crushed by Xiang Hanli's Talonflame, which was at the peak of the Lord level. So, in that case, today's match can be considered Xiaoyu's revenge match. Who will win this match between Noivern and Salamence? Dodge, Dragon Pulse. Salamence, accelerate. Xiang Hanli calmly commanded Salamence, trying to dodge Noivern's Dragon Pulse from the side, but the energy dragon seemed to possess sentience. Under the control of Noivern, it circled in the air and accurately struck Salamence, the surging dragon-type energy instantly engulfing Salamence. At the same time, everyone noticed that Xiaoyu's Noivern was carrying a life orb. With the added power of its stab Dragon Pulse and the life orb, it dealt a lot of damage to Salamence, which was twice as weak to Dragon. Even so, Salamenki's body did not stop at all. Its claws were covered with dragon-type energy, and its real claws swung towards Noivern, seemingly trying to tear it apart. Roar! Chapter 288 Mega Lizard King. Roar! With its blood-red wings spread, Salamence lunged at Noivern, its claws enveloped in dragon-type energy, and it swung out a claw. Facing a powerful Salamence, coupled with the difference in raw strength, Noivern would definitely be no match for Salamence. Therefore, Xiaoyu made a decisive choice. Soundwave Dragon, do not get close to Salamence, keep your distance, and use Dragon Pulse continuously. Speed is Noivern's only advantage. To defeat Salamence, you must make full use of Noivern's speed advantage. Salamander, chase after it. Don't give Noivern a chance to escape. Despite the fleeing Noivern, Xiang Hanli remained calm and composed, directing Salamence to give chase. Noivern's speed advantage is based on the premise that the two sides are of similar strength, but Xiang Hanli's Salamence is a gym leader level, much stronger than Noivern. Moreover, Xiang Hanli's Salamence is different from ordinary Salamence. His Salamence focuses more on the flying type and has undergone special training in speed and flight ability. Speed is also its strength. His Salamence is the ruler of the sky. Roar. Salamence pounced on Noivern like a meteor. In terms of speed alone, it was no less than Noivern, and in the blink of an eye, it was right next to Noivern. Sonic Wave Dragon, provoke me. Seeing the formidable power of the Salamence, Xiaoyu had no choice but to change tactics and have Noivern use the taunt move. He planned to replace Noivern with it, but before that, he had to use taunt to prevent Salamence from boosting its dragon dance. Roar. Noivern transmits dark-type energy through sound waves, successfully using taunt to block Salamenki's status moves, while Salamenki's claws have already landed on Noivern's body. The sharp dragon claws tore through the scales of the sonic dragon, leaving 3 long, bloody streaks. The dragon claw ability, combined with its terrifying physical attack and the dragon type's double super effectiveness against Noivern, also dealt high damage to Noivern. Salamander, Dragon Dive. Xiang Hanli also guessed that Xiaoyu had Noivern use the taunt move in order to switch Pokémon, so he decisively had Salamence use the powerful Dragon Dive move. Dragon-type energy enveloped Salamenki's body, and then Salamence let out a high-pitched roar, flapped its wings, and charged fiercely towards Noivern with terrifying momentum. Noivern, protect. Xiaoyu looked at the flying dragon and felt it was extremely troublesome. This is the power of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. It is almost invincible in battles of the same level. Without Mega Evolution, it would be extremely difficult for Xiaoyu to defeat Xiang Hanli. A light shield rose in front of Noivern, blocking Salamenki's full-force Dragon Dive. Sonic Dragon, Dragon Star Cluster. Having made up his mind to send Sonic Dragon into the fray, Xiaoyu naturally chose to take this opportunity to have Sonic Dragon use Dragon Star Cluster again. The Dragon-type energy from Noivern's body surged forth, tearing through the sky and rushing into the clouds, causing stars to fall. A burning meteorite, trailing a long tail, fell from the sky and crashed into the Salamence. Salamander, smash the rocks with your claws. Noivern, now, use U-turn. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Noivern, its body enveloped in bug-type energy, suddenly flew towards Salamence, and returned immediately upon contact. Noivern returned to its Pokeball, and in its place appeared the gigantic Sceptile. As soon as the Lizard King appeared, cheers erupted from the crowd. A necklace adorned its massive body, with a glittering Mega Evolution stone attached to it. Seeing the Lizard King appear, Xiang Hanli felt a sense of urgency. Was it finally coming? The legendary Mega Evolution? Salamander, use U-turn. Xiang Hanli had made thorough preparations before facing Xiaoyu. This move, Swallow Return, was specifically designed for Sceptile. Salamence suddenly flew into the sky, then made a turn, its body enveloped in flying-type energy, and accelerated towards Sceptile. A blood-red figure descended from the sky like a red lightning bolt, striking the Lizard King. Page 175. However, Xiaoyu was prepared for this. The reason he chose to send out the weaker Sceptile instead of Charizard was because Xiaoyu discovered that Salamenki's move pool included Rock Slide, a move that posed a great threat to Charizard. While Grass-type Sceptile is weak to flying-type moves, its Mega Evolution Dragon-type can also counter Salamence. Xiaoyu recently released the Mega Pokédex, which initially only showed a photo and basic information about Mega Sceptile. However, Xiaoyu did not mention its type or ability at all. He wasn't stupid. The changes in attributes and abilities after Mega Evolution were secret weapons. Apart from Charizard-Y's extremely obvious solar ability which couldn't be hidden, Xiaoyu still wanted to keep Mega Sceptile's abilities a secret for a while, at least until the High School Cup was over before fully revealing them. Lizard King, Dragon Claw. Faced with the charging Salamence, Sceptile suddenly unleashed a burst of fierce Dragon-type energy, and its dragon claws took shape. Boom! With a loud bang, the Lizard King was knocked back several meters, leaving 2 deep scratches on its feet and wounds on its body. Although he suffered a minor injury, it ensured the Lizard King's safe return to the arena, which was well worth it. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon Salamence, his eyes deep. This was the power of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Without Mega Evolution, Xiaoyu Sceptile would never have been able to defeat Salamence, even if it was a Pokémon of a higher level. Gently stroking the evolution keystone on the ring, Xiaoyu felt as if his heart was connected with the Lizard King's. Xiaoyu raised his right hand, and the evolution keystone burst forth with a dazzling light. Scepter King, answer my heart, Mega Evolution. It's here. Xiaoyu's greatest invention, Mega Evolution, a miracle in Pokémon battles. Even the officially appointed professional commentators were lavish in their praise at this moment. The audience at the scene had been eagerly anticipating the event, holding their breath. Most of them were witnessing Mega Evolution for the first time and were very excited. Xiaoyu was dazzling on the battlefield at this moment. He and his Lizard King were undoubtedly the protagonists of this battle. Xiaoyu smiled broadly, enjoying the cheers of the crowd, his eyes radiating confidence as he looked at Xiang Hanli. For Xiaoyu, the battlefield before him was not just a battlefield, but more like a stage. A stage that makes countless people cheer for him, shout for him, and wave their hands for him. He found himself gradually enjoying the feeling of battling, fighting against one powerful opponent after another, enjoying the cheers of the audience, responding to their enthusiasm, and striving hard. This is what passionate youth should be like. Long Yaning, sitting below the stage, star-like eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu, silently watching the star-studded Xiaoyu. Love flowed in her eyes, and she felt that Xiaoyu was so dazzling at this moment, as bright as the stars. Some people seem to be born to be the protagonist. Chapter 289 Xiaoyu vs Xiang Hanli. Su Muze, sitting in the audience, was also staring at Xiaoyu in a daze, a thoughtful expression on her delicate face. Her thoughts were drawn back to half a year ago, and she still remembered the scene when Xiaoyu first came to the Dragon-type secret realm. The tall and handsome Xiaoyu stood in front of everyone, accompanied by 3 weak Pokémon, Charmander, Nombat, and Grovel. He seemed a little reserved, and his weak strength sparked discussion among the crowd. Many people are asking about Xiaoyu's identity, what kind of background he has to be a transfer student, and his handsome looks. Her first impression of Xiaoyu was that he was a good-looking transfer student, and she started to pay more attention to him from then on. However, Xiaoyu was like a silent gourd at the time, not communicating with anyone, and spending his days alone in a corner training his Pokémon. He's always the first one to arrive at the training ground every morning and the last one to leave at night. He doesn't participate in gatherings or activities. It seems like his world revolves solely around training Pokémon. It seems that many boys laughed at Xiaoyu back then, but now that he thinks about it, those boys were no different from clowns in Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiaoyu has always had his own goals and works hard towards them. His earnestness is so charming. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyu had surpassed all his classmates and widened the gap between them. Now he had grown to a height that they could only look up to. Xiaoyu has been quietly growing all along. When you finally notice him, you realize that he has become a towering figure. Meanwhile, his classmates from back then are still stuck in the same place, left far behind him. Salamander, Dragon Claw. Looking at the Mega Septal, Xiang Hanli's voice rang out. He had already prepared himself mentally. Although Mega Evolution is strong, since Li Shi's Gyarados could suppress Xiaoyu's Mega Charizard, then his Salamence would definitely be able to defeat the Mega Septal. Salamanki's claws were covered in Dragon-type energy, and its body lunged forward. Hearing Xiang Hanli's voice and seeing the flying Salamence, Xiaoyu revealed a confident smile. Only by constantly fighting against strong opponents can one improve. Playing too many low-skill matches will only turn one into a slacker. The stronger the Salamence in front of him, the more excited he became. Lizard King, let's use Dragon Claws too. It's time to avenge what happened last time. Chemo. The Lizard King responded to Xiaoyu. He also remembered that he had been defeated by Xiang Hanli's Arrow Eagle last time, and he was determined not to lose again this time. With Dragon-type energy covering its claws, the Lizard King charged towards Salamence at incredible speed. Boom! The two wielded their dragon claws, clashing repeatedly, producing crisp sounds as their power and energy collided, sending sparks flying. In the arena, only a blood-red figure could be seen shuttling through the air, constantly colliding with the emerald-green figure. Dragon-type energy surged, and after several rounds, Salamence and Septal were far apart. After several rounds of fighting, the two sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other for a short time. Salamander, use Flamethrower. Salamence has extremely high physical attack, and its special attack is also quite good. It can learn many powerful special attack moves such as Flamethrower and Hydro Pump, which can play a huge role in key moments. Therefore, at this moment, Xiang Hanli decisively chose to have Salamence use Flame Burst to counter Septal. However, Xiang Hanli was obviously unaware that after Septal evolved into Mega Evolution, its single grass type became grass and dragon dual types, and its original fire type weakness disappeared. In that case, Lizard King, use Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu's lips curled up. At this moment, the information gap between the two sides was the turning point to win the game. This was an opportunity that could decide the entire game. The Lizard King opened its mouth, and Dragon-type energy continuously gathered, instantly forming a dragon-type energy shockwave that flew towards the Salamence. At the same time, fire-type energy formed in front of Salamence, creating a large, T-shaped flame that burned wildly and flew towards Septal King. Fire energy and dragon energy collided and surged, kicking up dust and smoke. Lizard King, Dragon Claw, charge. Under the cover of the smoke and dust, the Lizard King broke through the smoke and dust, its emerald green figure moving across the field, showing a speed that did not match its huge body, and quickly approached the Salamence. Salamander, unleash a barrage of flame bursts. Despite the rapidly approaching Septal King, Xiang Hanli remained oblivious to the danger and instead ordered Salamence to continue using Flamethrower, which was designed to counter the Septal King. Flames blazed, the large, fiery inferno engulfing the entire arena and flying towards the Lizard King, the flames swirling around it as if to completely engulf the Lizard King. Charge, Lizard King, unleash your full-power Dragon Claw. Xiaoyu's order startled Xiang Hanli, as well as the host, commentator, and audience. Although your Mega Septal is very powerful, you can't just blindly attack with moves like Flamethrower that are twice super effective against it. Xiaoyu actually chose to let the Lizard King ignore the Great Flame Burst and launch an attack. Isn't this decision a bit hasty and impulsive? Although Salamence is not as strong in special attack as it is in physical attack, it is still quite powerful. With Septal's strength, even after Mega Evolution, it may not be able to withstand a Flamethrower that is twice super effective. Even if it does withstand it, it will be seriously injured. Will it still be able to launch an attack against Salamence then? Xiaoyu may ruin a good situation because of this not-so-rational decision. Host Li Yangji, as the official top commentator, offered an objective and fair analysis. He then shifted his tone to a rational analysis, saying, of course, based on Xiaoyu's past performances, he is definitely not the kind of person who acts impulsively. He may have his own tactical arrangements for doing this, but I can't tell what those tactics are. We can only wait and see. I also agree with teacher Yangji's point of view. Jin Yunyu, who was standing next to him, said with a smile, before commentating on the match, I specifically watched the video of the two players' match in the provincial competition. Xiaoyu's tactics are known for being rigorous and meticulous, with each step linked to the next. He would never make such a low-level mistake. Compared to Xiaoyu's impulsive decision, I believe it was more of a tactical arrangement, deliberately creating such a flaw. You know, Xiaoyu's fans even jokingly call him Xiao Laolu. Xiang Hanli needs to be careful. While the two hosts were discussing, the Lizard King plunged headlong into the sea of fire, and the flames formed by the Great Flame Burst engulfed the Lizard King completely. Everyone watched the sea of fire with bated breath, wondering if the Lizard King could withstand the massive fiery attack. Boom! A gigantic figure burst forth from the sea of fire. The Lizard King, its entire body enveloped in dragon-type energy, tore through the flames and emerged from the inferno. Its wrists were also coated with dragon-type energy, and its massive dragon-type energy claw swung towards the Salamence. Salamander, take off. Don't give the Septal King a chance to get close. Dragon Wave. Chapter 290 New Experiment. The Lizard King burst forth from the sea of fire, its emerald green body enveloped in dragon-type energy, with sparks scattered across its body as if it were bathed in flames. Dragon-type energy instantly formed in front of the Lizard King, and a dragon wave flew towards Salamence, piercing the sun and accurately hitting Salamence. The Lizard King actually survived. Li Yangji couldn't help but exclaim loudly, and judging from its condition, the injury isn't particularly serious. What exactly happened? Xiaoyu did this on purpose, but how did the Lizard King manage to block that attack? Not only were Li Yangji and Jin Yunyu surprised, but the audience and their opponent Xiang Hanli were also incredulous. How is this possible? The Lizard King actually took a hit from a Salamance's flame burst and wasn't seriously injured. In fact, it still had plenty of energy to launch a counterattack. How is this possible? In stark contrast to the Lizard King is the Salamence. Salamence had already taken a hit from a Soundwave Dragon's Life Orb and a Stab Dragon Pulse, and now it took another hit from a Mega Septal Stab Dragon Pulse, instantly becoming severely injured and having almost no HP left. At this point in the match, it was very difficult for Xiang Hanli to turn the tide, and once Salamence was unable to battle, the remaining two Pokémon would definitely not be a match for Xiaoyu's other Pokémon. Page 176. The quarterfinals? Xiang Hanli thought helplessly, so Xiaoyu is already this strong. Victory or defeat is no longer important. Since that's the case, let's launch the final attack. A man should be defeated standing up. Salamander, outrage. Lizard King, the final Dragon Pulse. Salamander is unable to battle, Septal King wins. Corviknight is unable to battle, Charizard wins. The Polyper is unable to fight, and the Septal King wins. Let's give a round of applause to Xiaoyu. Congratulations to Xiaoyu for winning the match with an absolute advantage of 3-0 and becoming the first to advance to the semi-finals. The next match was naturally a foregone conclusion. After Mega Septal defeated Salamence, Xiaoyu, relying on Mega Charizard and Mega Septal, swept away Xiang Hanli's remaining 2 Pokémon, becoming the first player to enter the top 4 and securing the first ticket to the semi-finals. Xiaoyu's match once again demonstrated the power of Mega Evolution to everyone. Septal, which was originally no match for Salamence, actually defeated Salamence through Mega Evolution, which shows how much Mega Evolution increases a Pokémon's strength. You're amazing, Xiaoyu. After the match, Xiang Hanli walked over and shook hands with Xiaoyu. Looking at Xiaoyu, Xiang Hanli had a bitter expression. He hadn't seen Xiaoyu for several months and he had become so strong. I was so unlucky to meet you. There's a gap in strength between us. I'm no match for you. The final match will most likely be between you and Sumuse. Xiang Hanli suddenly thought of Sumuse and couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu, good luck. I believe you can definitely defeat Sumuse and win the championship. Thank you. Although the two were at loggerheads on the battlefield, Xiaoyu remained polite after the match. Come on, you must win the championship. That way, it won't be shameful to say that I only lost to the champion. Xiang Hanli clearly had a very good mentality and accepted his defeat calmly. As Xiaoyu walked out of the contestant passage, he saw Xiaoyong and his wife, his maternal grandparents, Long Fan and his daughter, Xiao Wanyu and her daughter, as well as Elder Qi and Qi Hanking and their group waiting to him. These people are either his family members or his close collaborators. Originally, Xiao Luo, the older brother, also planned to come to the capital, but because his sister-in-law was pregnant, he had to stay at home to take care of her, so the two of them stayed in Zisha province. You played very well. Let's go to the restaurant. Seeing Xiaoyu come out, Elder Lin, the most senior member of the family, spoke first. Since Long Fan and Xiao Wanyu were both free today, Old Lin invited several families to have dinner together. Last time, Xiaoyu announced that he had a new experimental project, which aroused the curiosity of several families. Today's dinner is also to reassure them and discuss cooperation on the new experiment. This was a decision he made after discussing it with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has already made it to the semi-finals, now it's up to you, Sumuse. At this moment, Elder Lin turned to look at Sumuse and said with a smile, with your strength, reaching the semi-finals is definitely not a problem, and the final will most likely be between you and Xiaoyu. Let's have a simple meal today, and no matter who wins the championship, we'll celebrate properly. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Wanyu and her daughter standing to the side. Sumuse's face flushed slightly, and her smile was as bright as starlight. Uncle Lin, I can't beat Xiaoyu. You'll have to ask Xiaoyu to go easy on me so I don't lose too badly. With a smile on his face, Old Lin's gaze lingered on Sumuse's face. Recalling the marriage alliance that the Su family had discussed some time ago, he looked at the well-behaved and sensible Sumuse and felt that Sumuse was quite suitable for Xiao. The two are similar in age, equally capable, and well-matched. The key point is that the two have a good relationship and were classmates for half a year, so they are quite familiar with each other. Sumuse is undoubtedly the most suitable marriage partner for Xiaoyu. Xiao Su, you're too modest. I support you in beating Xiaoyu. He's gotten a bit cocky lately. Let's go have dinner together. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Listening to the conversation between Old Lin and Sumuse, Long Yaning lowered her head and remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The four families arrived at the Imperial Capital Hotel together. It has a simple and unpretentious name, but it is a century-old brand. A dozen or so people sat in a private room, drinking and eating while chatting about everyday things. Everyone patiently kept quiet about the new experiment until after several rounds of drinks and dishes. Finally, Old Lin steered the conversation to Xiaoyu's new experiment. Comrade Qin, why don't you take Xiao Su, Yin Ning, and Han Qing out for a stroll? Hearing what Elder Lin said, Elder Qin nodded. She didn't want to hear about these things either. She got up and took her daughter Lin Suime's hand. Accompanied by Xiaoyong, Long Yaning, Qi Hanking, and Sumuse, they walked out of the house, leaving only Elder Lin, Elder Qi, Long Fan, Xiao Wanyu, and Xiaoyu inside. Xiaoyu, let's get down to business. Yes, Elder Qi, Master, Heavenly King Xiao. You've all heard about my recent plans to start a new experiment. I'm having dinner with you all today to discuss the collaboration on this new experiment, and also to ask about the secret realm. The over 60-year-old Elder Qi wiped his mouth, looked at Elder Lin, and said in a hoarse voice, the association has already approved your conditions regarding the secret realm, but the process will take some time. Thank you, Professor Qi. Xiaoyu continued, next, I'll talk about the new experiment. I have a general idea for my new experiment for now. The details of the experiment need to be kept confidential, but the results will not be inferior to mega evolution. Xiaoyu's words immediately made everyone gasp. They hadn't expected that Xiaoyu, who had just announced mega evolution not long ago, was already preparing for a new experimental project. You're something else, Xiaoyu, you're as prolific as a so. Chapter 291 Gigantamax. Although the results of the new experiment will not be inferior to those of mega evolution, the experimental difficulty of the new experiment is also much greater than that of mega evolution, and it is impossible to achieve results in a short period of time. I hope everyone can be mentally prepared. Xiaoyu spoke slowly and deliberately, serving as a reminder to everyone present. In Xiaoyu's plan, his next experiment would be Dynamaxing. Developing Dynamax is much more complex than developing mega evolution. First of all, the very first step is quite difficult, requiring one to travel to the secret realm where a Natara resides and search for a Natara. Eternatus is the key to Dynamax and the energy source for it. Without Eternatus, there is no Dynamax. Ideally, you should find Eternatus and awaken it from its secret seal before you can use Dynamax. Secondly, a wishing star is needed to create a Max Bracer. The effect of a wishing star is equivalent to an evolution keystone. This requires professional researchers to develop, and Xiaoyu alone is definitely not enough. Finally, and most importantly, Dynamax can only be performed in places with a high concentration of Dynamax energy. If these areas with high Dynamax energy are far from cities, gyms will need to be rebuilt in these locations, which involves a lot of infrastructure and can cost a considerable amount of money. It may also affect the current distribution of gyms. Dynamaxing isn't like Mega Evolution, which can be achieved with just 2 orbs and the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. It involves many aspects, and Xiaoyu alone absolutely cannot conquer the entire Dynamaxing market. Therefore, he needs more collaborators to share the Dynamaxing pie. Of course, the most important reason why Xiaoyu is making Dynamax his next experimental project is that he currently has a task called Dynamax. You need to collect 3 wishing stars and have a Pokémon with Elite 4 level or higher strength to unlock the next stage of the quest. He has now collected 1 wishing star, and with Iron Warrior as a backup for Elite 4 level Pokémon, he only needs to collect 2 more wishing stars before he can start exploring Dynamax. The new experiment is absolutely impossible for me to complete by myself alone. The 2 assistants I recruited this time are not only to help me write the paper, but also need to have certain abilities. Xiaoyu said with a serious expression, the new experiment needs everyone's strong support in terms of manpower, financial resources and materials. Of course, I can assure you that once the new experiment is successful, the rewards will be more than enough. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, as a newly joined collaborator and the only champion present, Elder Qi spoke first. If there's anything you need, Xiaoyu, just let me know. Since we've decided to cooperate, providing assistance is what we should do. That's right, Xiao, you don't need to be so polite with me. Xiaowanyu also looked at Xiaoyu with a bright smile. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Both I and the Su family will give our full support. Xiaowanyu's words were also an implication to Xiaoyu that although she was only at the level of a 4 Heavenly King and not as strong as Elder Qi, she had the Su family backing her. Su Xing is the current champion, while Su Qinggan, the head of the Su family, is the former champion. This is the foundation of the Su family. Of course, Xiaowanyu agreed to help Xiaoyu without hesitation. Compared to the gains, these meager investments are utterly insignificant. Mega Evolution not only made her incredibly wealthy, but more importantly, it also significantly elevated her status within the Su family. Now that old Master Su is on his deathbed, her situation will be precarious once Su Qinggan passes away. However, with a large number of Mega Evolution stones and key evolution keys in her possession, Xiaowanyu's influence in the Su family has also increased significantly. Therefore, upon hearing that Xiaoyu had a new experiment, she did not hesitate and immediately expressed her strong support. Elder Qi and Xiaowanyu expressed their opinions one after another. Finally, Master Longfen said with a smile, Xiaoyu, you don't need to be polite with me. Just say what you want. Thank you, Elder Qi, Heavenly King Xiao, and Master. Xiaoyu nodded and continued, the new experiment will probably start after I go to university. These past few months have only been in the preparation stage. Besides talking about the new experiment today, there's another thing to discuss, the allocation of shares in the secret realm. The 7 evolution keystones and mega evolution stones of the exchange secret realm were all collected by you two, King Xiao and Master, so you should also have a share in the distribution of the secret realm shares. King Xiao, I've already discussed it with my master. He'll give me all his shares in the secret realm free of charge. I'm willing to buy your shares. Xiaoyu smiled at Xiao Wanyu, remaining silent and awaiting her reply. As a shrewd person, Xiao Wanyu could easily see that Xiaoyu was deliberately putting pressure on her. If Long Fan didn't want the shares in the secret realm, why should she? Moreover, Xiao Wanyu was confident that if she dared to mention money, Xiaoyu would definitely remove her from the list of partners. Although Xiao Wanyu didn't particularly care about these shares, what concerned her was that Xiaoyu had unknowingly gained the strength to threaten her. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but put on a smile. Since Dragon King is so generous, then I naturally can't be stingy either. I will also give you the shares of the secret realm free of charge. Then I thank you, King Xiao. Oh, right, there's one last thing. My new experiment needs something, and I hope you can help me collect it. As Xiaoyu spoke, he took out a dim and lifeless wishing star. I only need a few of these right now, but you should try to collect as many as possible, and you must keep it a secret. Don't rush it, you can take your time and collect them slowly. I call this thing the wishing star. The wishing star is very important to the new experiment, just like the keystone is to mega evolution. I hope everyone will keep this a secret. And you must be careful not to limit your focus to China. You can also collect these things abroad. This experiment may take several years from start to finish, which is plenty of time to slowly collect this stuff. Everyone glanced at the wishing star in Xiaoyu's hand, memorizing its appearance. With their experience with Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones, plus what Xiaoyu had just said, they understood the significance of this. Even a fool would know that the thing Xiaoyu took out would be extremely valuable in the future. Looking at Xiaoyu, Xiao Wanyu secretly guessed that Xiaoyu deliberately brought up this matter after discussing the shares, definitely to test her attitude. If she made the wrong decision, he would definitely kick her out of the list of partners. No problem, I'll have someone collect them as soon as I get back. Whenever you need them, I'll have someone send them to you once I find them. Xiao Wanyu was the first to stand up and express her opinion. She knew that in terms of the closeness of relationships, she could not compare with the Qi family, the Long family, and the Lin family, so she could only do more in this regard. Page 177. Moreover, things that can be solved with money are not really that difficult. What's difficult are things that can only be solved through connections and ability. Chapter 292 Chinyu's, the Chuyanibyu, delusional, teenager. The semifinals. After 2 days of competition, the top 4 teams for this year's University Cup have been determined. Su Musa defeated Yu, Chinyus defeated Li Yang, and Li Xia defeated Zhang Zhang. As a result, 3 of the 4 finalists were seeded players selected by official voting, with the only exception being Li Xiu. Li Xia should have been a seeded player, but because she was the runner-up in the provincial main competition, she did not meet the criteria for a seeded player and was therefore not selected as one. This result also shows that the official predictions of the players' abilities were quite accurate. After a short 3-day break, today we'll see the first match of the semi-finals, with Xiaoyu facing off against Chinyu's. Tomorrow, Su Musa will face off against Li Xiu. Dear viewers, welcome to the semi-finals of the National College Cup. I'm sure you're all very familiar with the 2 players who will be appearing today. Li Yangji spoke fluent Mandarin with a broadcasting tone that was quite pleasant to listen to. One is Xiaoyu, the strongest dark horse from Zishu province, and the other is Chinyu's, a genius trainer from Mingzhou City. Let's welcome them both to the stage with applause. The commentary team remains the same, Li Yangji and Jinyinyu. Amid cheers from the audience, Xiaoyu and Chinyu's entered the arena from the 2 contestant tunnels on either side. Xiaoyu is still wearing the Starlight City battle uniform, with the Evolution Keystone pendant around his neck and the Evolution Keystone ring on his hand being particularly noticeable. Chinyu's was wearing the Mingzhou City team uniform, and his silver hair was particularly eye-catching. What a show-off. Looking at his silver hair, Xiaoyu secretly thought, why don't I dye my hair red, wear a straw hat, and start an organization called the Red-Haired Gang? I can just tell everyone I meet, give me some face. Chinyu's looked at Xiaoyu with a furrowed brow. He doesn't like Xiaoyu. With his mega evolution, Xiaoyu reached a height that was not originally his, which was very unfair to those who relied on their own strength to enter the top 8 of the College Cup finals. If all the participants could use mega evolution, Xiaoyu would have absolutely no chance of making it into the top 4. But they don't have evolution keystones or mega evolution stones, and they can't afford them. Currently, a single mega evolution stone costs hundreds of millions of dollars on the market, while evolution keystones are so rare that they can't even be seen or bought. Therefore, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction with Xiaoyu. On the contrary, they all had to smile apologetically at him. Nobody wanted to offend Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's reputation is simply too great now. His status in China far surpasses that of the average for heavenly kings. No one wants to offend such a dazzling scientific genius. Not to mention, he has several for heavenly kings and champions standing behind him. Game start. Chinyus composed himself. There wasn't much fairness in this world to begin with. If he had a keystone for evolution worth hundreds of millions and mega evolution, he would use it without hesitation. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a keystone for evolution and can't afford one. Clenching his fist, Chinyus stared intently at Xiaoyu, his eyes resolute. So what if he didn't have mega evolution? As long as my strength is enough, I've already shown you how mega evolution works. The trump card I prepared is only used now. Chinyus took out a Pokeball and released his first Pokémon. Go, Pelipper. Enter, Lizard King. Almost without exception, Chinyus always sends out the Pelipper to start the game in rainy weather. Knowing that Chinyus would definitely send out Pelipper first, Xiaoyu naturally took out Sceptle's Pokeball and sent Sceptle into battle. The Sceptle, having mastered the Thunder Punch, is a deadly threat to the Pelipper, which is 4 times weaker in electricity. As soon as Pelipper appeared, its rain ability was activated, and the water-type energy on its body spread outward like ripples. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, making it seem as if it was about to rain. Xiaoyu. At this moment, Chinyus on the other side suddenly called out Xiaoyu's name. Show me your full strength and fight me. Don't hold back at all, or you might lose. Xiaoyu looked puzzled as she listened to Chinyu's words. Is this the confidence of a Chuyanibu, middle school syndrome, teenager? You think you can lose? Are you sure that even Mega Sceptile and Mega Charizard could lose? What trump card do you have to be so confident? Could Chinyus really have some secret weapon? Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder, should he send out his Iron Warrior? Strength isn't something you can just talk about, Chinyus. Let me see what your true abilities are. Xiaoyu was still a bit cautious, and said, Lizard King, use Thunder Fist. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King's fists crackled with lightning, its emerald green body enveloped in electric energy as it charged towards the Pelipper. Boom! Thunder rumbled, like a symphony of rain, and the sound of raindrops pattered down. It's raining. Come back, Peacock. Chinyus made ample preparations for this match, simulating countless times. The result showed that his winning percentage was less than 10%, but still 10%. He will never give up as long as his win rate isn't 0. Thunderfist? Everything is going as I expected. Chinyus smiled and said, I've seen through your tactics. Xiaoyu frowned slightly at Chinyu's substitution. At this moment, Chinyus was most likely switching to his ace Pokémon, the Nut Dumbbell. As for Swampert, it's highly unlikely. Although the ground-type Swampert is immune to electric-type attacks, it's 4 times weak to grass for water and ground types, so switching it into Fight Sceptile would be tantamount to suicide. Chinyus took out a Pokeball and threw it. Boom! Before the newly arrived Pokémon could react, Sceptile's Thunder Punch landed on it. The Lizard King's Thunder Punch struck the dark green Pokémon in front of it, causing negligible damage. Instead, it was injured by the bumpy helmet the Pokémon was wearing. This is an electric frog. At the same time, the electric belly frog shimmered with brilliant electric light, its electricity conversion ability activated, and it entered a charging state after being damaged. When charged, the power of the next electric-type move is doubled. A frog with an electric belly, worthy of being a museum curator. Xiaoyu frowned, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Up until now, Chinyus had never used the Pokémon Froakie. Was this his trump card? Just then, water-based energy suddenly surged from the electric belly frog that had just appeared, splashing a large amount of water onto the Lizard King. The electric frog didn't use its skill at Chinyu's command. This is a water-based skill that does no damage. Xiaoyu frowned, his brain working at lightning speed. Of all the water-type moves that the electric belly frog could learn, only Rain Dance and Immerse were not harmful. The skill at hand is obviously not rainmaking, so it can only be soaking. Soaking your opponent in water will change their attribute to water. As a result, Sceptile's type changed from being twice resistant to electric, grass, to twice weak to electric, water. Combined with the double damage from electric-type moves while charged, it would take 4 times the damage if hit by an electric-type move. The most crucial point is that even if Xiaoyu switches to Charizard, it won't make a difference, because Charizard is also twice weak to electric and will still take a hit of 4 times electric damage. If the electric belly frog uses the Thunderbolt attack, which is guaranteed to hit in the rain, neither Charizard nor Sceptile will likely be able to withstand it. The only way for Xiaoyu to stop it now is to switch to Noivern, or he can Mega Evolve Sceptile. Because after its Sceptile Mega Evolution, its ability changes to Lightning Rod. When hit by an electric-type move, it not only takes no damage but also gains a stage of special attack. Chapter 293 Dolphin Man. Although he had a way to deal with the electric frog, Xiaoyu still lost his initial contempt and realized that he had really underestimated this boy. If someone is weak and dyes their hair silver, they do look like a Chuyinibia clown. But if someone is strong and dyes their hair silver, then they're considered cool. If it weren't for Mega Septal's lightning rod ability, it might have really crashed and burned. Electric frog, thunder. Hearing Qinyu's instructions, Xiaoyu did not hesitate at all. He knew that now was the best time for the Lizard King to Mega Evolve. Mega Evolution, Septal. Use Swords Dance. Page 178. When the electric frog is charging, its entire body turns golden yellow, and all its electrical energy is channeled into a beam of light that shoots directly into the dark clouds in the sky. At the same time, the Lizard King's body was enveloped in white light and stretched, completing its mega evolution in an instant. Meanwhile, normal-type energy enveloped Septal's body, and it began to gather energy, ignoring the thunderbolt attack from Electric Belly Frog, and unleashing Swords Dance to enhance its attacks. Boom! Thunderstorms during rainy days are almost guaranteed to hit in games, and the same is true in real life. While it's not guaranteed to hit 100%, it's still very difficult to dodge, especially since Mega Septal didn't even intend to dodge. A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, striking the Lizard King with incredible speed and hitting its body. Everyone held their breath, intently watching the scene unfold before them. They were all eagerly anticipating whether the Mega Septal could withstand the Electric Belly Frog, which was 4 times more powerful. The Thunderbolt attack in its charged state is incredibly powerful, with dazzling lightning that turns the Lizard King gold. But then, something unexpected happens. Septal raised its massive tail, activating its lightning rod ability. The tail then directed all the lightning to the ground, preventing Septal from taking any damage from electric-type attacks and instead boosting its special attack. That's the lightning rod ability. As a professional commentator, Li Yangji immediately noticed something was wrong. Almost instantly, he determined that Mega Septal's ability was lightning rod. Then Li Yangji said loudly, "Through Xiaoyu's previous battles, we can see that after a Pokémon undergoes Mega Evolution, its attributes and abilities may change. For example, after Charizard Mega evolves, its solar power ability changes to Solar Beam. After Septal Mega evolves, its original Fire-type weakness also disappears. We have also been speculating whether Septal's ability will change after Mega evolving, and if so, what ability it will change to. Now Xiaoyu has shown us the answer. After Mega Evolution, the ability of Septal changed from Overgrow or Lightweight to Lightning Rod. This is a bit unexpected, but it makes sense. The Mega Lizard King's enormous tail is indeed exactly like a lightning rod. As the host explained, Qinyu's expression turned somewhat grim. The Mega Septal's lightning rod ability had caught him completely off guard, something he hadn't anticipated at all. However, he quickly calmed down. No matter how difficult the situation was, the battle had to continue. Electric Frog, use the light wall. Since electric-type moves are ineffective for Froakie, Froakie can only serve as a support character. Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. After much hesitation, Xiaoyu decided to let the Lizard King use the Leaf Blade skill. If a special attack move is used, Light Screen will reduce the damage by half, resulting in negligible damage. If Roach uses a lazy move, it won't be able to damage Roach at all. If physical attack skills are used, the Electric Belly Frog, equipped with the bumpy helmet, is incredibly annoying. After comparing the two options, Xiaoyu ultimately chose to have the Lizard King use its native Leaf Blade. Looking at the round, chubby electric-bellied frog, Xiaoyu felt extremely disgusted, but he could only grit his teeth and let the Lizard King attack. After all, having used Sword Dance once, it could still inflict significant damage on the electric-bellied frog. As the electric-bellied frog created its light wall, the Septal rushed in front of it, its emerald-green grass-type energy forming leaf blades, which it swung and slashed fiercely at the electric belly frog. With the leaf blade cutting through the air, the electric belly frog recharges, but against the Septal with the lightning rod ability, the charging state is useless. Meanwhile, the bumpy helmet carried by the electric belly frog is also damaging the Lizard King. Lizard King, keep using leaf blade to prevent electric belly frog from retaliating. Even Mega Septal, after its super tanky build, can only inflict limited damage on the incredibly tanky frog. Xiaoyu couldn't help but think to himself that he needed to find a suitable opportunity to bring Charizard into the field and use the Super Sandstorm move, which is super effective against electric-type moves. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering how to break through the electric belly frog, Qinyu's suddenly recalled his Pokémon. Come back, electric-bellied frog. Go, Peacock. The Pokémon switch forced Pelipper to face Septal's leaf blade attack as soon as it entered the battle. The sharp leaf blades cut through Pelipper's body like a swift knife, leaving a bloody mark and directly knocking Pelipper back. Qinyu's Pelipper was, after all, only a weather setter, and its strength was only at the overlord level. Naturally, it was no match for the Septal after its first sword dance and suffered considerable injuries. Lizard King used the seed of trouble. Seeing Pelipper enter the fray, Xiaoyu didn't rush to attack. Instead, he chose to have Septal use the trouble seed move, intending to break Pelipper's rain ability first. Puffin, come back. Seeing that Septal had used trouble seed, Qinyu's chose to switch to a third Pokémon. Go, Dolphin Man. Dolphin is an extremely special Pokémon with a unique ability, all-powerful transformation. After appearing in the field and returning to its Pokeball, it will enter an all-powerful state. In this state, Dolphin's strength increases dramatically, similar to Mega Evolution, except that it doesn't change its type or ability like Mega Evolution. At the same time, the all-powerful transformation ability cannot be overwritten, swapped, or eliminated, so the Lizard King's Trouble Seed is completely ineffective. Another hidden Pokémon? Xiaoyu's face was grim. This was already the second Pokémon Qinyu's had hidden. This is the real Lalu, even I'm not as cunning as him. Dolphin Man, quick return. After entering the field, Qinyu's naturally chose to use Dolphin Man to retreat immediately, using the quick return skill to return to the Pokeball and trigger the all-around transformation ability first. Dolphin Man was enveloped in water-based energy and suddenly charged towards the Lizard King. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Xiaoyu naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to severely injure Dolphin Man. The Dolphin Warrior was enveloped in water-based energy and rammed into the Lizard King, colliding with him. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, and Dolphin Man retreated immediately, returning to his Pokeball to replace Pelipper. Chapter 294 Aesthetics of Violence. The battle happened so fast that it felt like almost half an hour even though the two sides hadn't been fighting for very long. The excitement of this match exceeded everyone's expectations. Whether it's the electric belly frog with its water-based electrical conversion ability or the Mega Septal with its lightning rod ability, both have brought many surprises and unexpected events to everyone. The appearance of Dolphin Man has now brought the competition to a climax. Dolphin is a very rare Pokémon in China. Apart from a few coastal cities where Dolphin and its family can be seen, it is almost impossible to find Dolphin anywhere else, let alone one with such high aptitude. Although Dolphin is still inside the Pokeball, Xiaoyu already considers it the biggest threat, especially its Ice Punch skill. The Lizard King, with its 4 times weakness to ice, might not be able to withstand Dolphin Man's freezing punch. However, Xiaoyu was also confident in his Lizard King. With a single sword dance, the Lizard King could also inflict serious damage on Dolphin Man with a leaf blade of its own type. Lizard King, Thunder Fist. After much hesitation, Xiaoyu decided to let Septal use Thunder Punch, which would not only be 4 times stronger than Pelipper, but also pose a threat to Dolphin if Qinyu's chose to replace his Pokémon. Publicker, Storm. This time, Qinyu's did not choose to replace the Pokémon, but instead chose to have Pelipper use the Hurricane move in a desperate attempt. This way, the Lizard King's stamina can be depleted, and after the Pegasus is knocked down, Dolphin can enter the fray unharmed. The beak flapped its wings frantically, and in the blink of an eye, a storm had swept across the field. Due to the rainy weather, the storm took shape in an instant, with howling winds sweeping across the entire field, giving the Lizard King no chance to react or dodge. Faced with the Pelipper's storm attack, the Septal had no way to dodge and could only choose to withstand the storm, letting its body be scratched and bleeding, as it charged towards the Pelipper. With lightning crackling on its fists, the Lizard King, having already wielded its sword once, had raised its attack to a terrifying level. It unleashed a full-force lightning fist, slamming into the Pelipper. Boom! An electric arc crackled, and the beak fell to the ground, incapacitated. Qinyu's remained unfazed by Pelipper's defeat. His intention was simply to sell Pelipper to make way for Dolphin Warrior. Although it was somewhat cruel, that's just how the game is. Come back, Pelipper. You've worked hard, now it's your turn to take the Dolphin Man's place. Dolphin Man all-around form debuts. Unlike the normal Dolphin Man, the all-around form features bulging muscles all over his body, resembling a bodybuilder. The muscles were massive and impressive. The muscles on its arms were as big as its head, with bulging veins, giving it a powerful and beautiful appearance. Despite being a muscular Pokémon, the pink heart-shaped pattern on its chest doesn't look out of place at all. Dolphin Man is so cool. With those muscles, I feel like he could lift me up with one hand. Is he strong? My assessment is that he's not as good as Speaker Scraper. If Speaker Scraper were to make a move, Xiaoyu would have no chance of winning. Dolphin Man is nearly 2 meters tall, resembling the strongmen and famous bodybuilders Xiaoyu saw on TV in her previous life. Just by looking at its size and head, you can tell it's going to be a tough nut to crack. Xiaoyu's expression was solemn. This was the first Pokémon with champion-level potential he had encountered at the High School Cup. Without a doubt, this is Qinyu's true trump card. Xiaoyu himself didn't know just how strong the champion-level Dolphin Warrior with all-around transformations was. He would only find out after they fought. Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. Xiaoyu ordered. Dolphin Man, use the Freeze Fist. Qinyu's voice rang out. Page 179. Dolphin Warrior's entire body gathered ice energy, and his fists, which were like iron balls, were covered in ice energy. Dolphin Warrior bent his body slightly and made a charging start motion. As he exerted force, Dolphin Man's muscles tensed, displaying the beauty of power, followed by a surge of water energy beneath his feet. Boom! Water jets from Dolphin Man's feet create a boost, and combined with Dolphin Man's own power, it launches like a cannonball. The blue figure flashed by, weaving through the rain, and almost instantly closed in on the Lizard King. So fast. Is this the Dolphin Man after his transformation? This is too strong. Are all the contestants in this year's College Cup this good? Amid the gasps of the audience, Dolphin Man slightly bent over, using his lower body as a fulcrum, and spun around, swinging his enormous fist. A cold light flashed, and a chilling aura wafted through the air, as if snowflakes were being stirred up with each wave of his hand. The full force strike even produced a faint sound of wind breaking through the air. The transformed Dolphin Man possesses both strength and speed, and is even stronger in both. Boom! The audience only heard a series of collisions, the fluorescent green leaf blades and white ice energy surging and frost churning. The emerald green leaf blades barely managed to block Dolphin Man's powerful fist. Dolphin Man's punch had made the Lizard King feel as if he had been hit by a train. A series of freeze punches. Upon hearing the command, Dolphin Man instantly unleashed its power, throwing punches continuously at an incredibly fast speed, so fast that its movements were invisible to Xiaoyu, appearing as nothing more than after images. The fists rained down like a storm, completely engulfing the Lizard King. At this moment, the Lizard King reacted extremely quickly, its emerald green grass-type energy erupting from its wrists as it continuously swung its leaf blades. Bang! 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 Each collision between the leaf blade and the freeze punch generates a large amount of frost. This was a pure clash of power and speed. Dolphin Man showed all the audience what the beauty of power and the aesthetics of violence are, bringing them a visual feast. Every punch lands squarely, and they charge forward relentlessly. The Dolphin Warrior in front of him reminded Xiaoyu of Ip Man, the master of Wing Chun, as well as Aura and Star Platinum. Dolphin Man demonstrates what it means to be the strongest in terms of power. After his all-power transformation, Dolphin Man has reached the pinnacle of physical attack. Among non-legendary Pokémon, non-Ultra Beast, and non-Mega Evolution Pokémon, Dolphin Man's physical attack ranks second only to Warhammer Dragon. Its attack stat is comparable to Slaking and Regigigas, and even higher than Rayquaza and Groudon. Of course, base stats don't tell the whole story, they're just a reference. In reality, if Groudon were to unleash a single Precipice Sword, how many Pokémon could possibly withstand it? The strength displayed by Dolphin Man shocked everyone. In China, very few people have ever chosen to train Dolphin Man, and those who can train him to this level are even more rare. While other Dolphin Warriors also experience a surge in power after their all-powerful transformation, none reach the exaggerated level of Qinyu's Dolphin Warrior. Boom! With a loud bang, Mega Lizard King was blasted back by Dolphin Man's punch, and its arms were covered with a layer of frost. Mega Lizard King stretched his arms, shaking off the frost covering his hands, and looked at Dolphin Man with a fighting spirit. Lizard King, create some distance. Although Mega Sceptile is no match for Dolphin in terms of strength, it far surpasses Dolphin in speed and special attack. Chapter 295 Strong Showdown. Mega Sceptile is actually much better in special attack than in physical attack. Xiaoyu mostly had Mega Sceptile use physical attacks, mainly because of Sceptile's extremely unreasonable move pool. Mega Sceptile has an extremely limited moveset in terms of special attacks. Aside from grass-type stab moves, it only has a few useful moves such as Fighting-type Focus Blast, Normal-type Whirlwind and Hyper Beam, and Dragon-type Dragon Pulse. Its coverage is simply too small. Conversely, the Lizard King has a number of very useful physical attack skills. For example, Dark-type Dark Slash, Grass-type Leaf Blade, Bug-type Cross Scissors, Dragon-type Dragon Claw, Fighting-type Brick Break, Ground-type Earthquake, Steel-type Iron Tail, Rock-type Rock Slide, etc. This is one of the reasons why Sceptile has never been a popular Pokémon. Another reason is its lackluster performance. If you gave the Sceptile King traits like Contrarian, Grassy Grounds, Thick Fat, Chlorophyll, and the ability to transform itself, it would take off like a rocket. Now that they are completely behind in physical attack and have no other choice but to let Mega Sceptile use special attack moves, Xiaoyu had no option but to let Mega Sceptile use special attack moves. In the pouring rain, the Mega Sceptile ran swiftly across the arena, its massive body incredibly agile, its feet splashing water everywhere as it trod on the uneven ground. A rich, emerald-green grass-type energy burst forth from the tip of the Lizard King's tail, shooting out a sharp spike formed from the concentrated grass-type energy. Ultimate absorption. Dolphin Man stood on the field, his eyes fixed on the Lizard King as it moved through the rain, trying to pinpoint its location. Freeze Punch, Dolphin Man. Facing the flying grass-type energy spikes, Dolphin Warrior swung his fist, a cold light flashing as ice-type energy surged. With a single punch, he shattered the grass-type energy spikes. You want to defeat Dolphin Man with speed? Chinyuz looked at the Lizard King standing in the distance and smiled. When you decide to avoid the fight, you have already lost. You no longer have the courage to forge ahead. Trying to train both physical attackers and special attackers like you is like trying to do both and ending up with nothing. You'll only end up being mediocre, ineffective in special attacks and lacking in physical attacks. Even Mega Evolution cannot mask the Lizard King's mediocre nature. All of his great physical advantages have been wasted. Battle is about using your strongest spear to crush your enemy. When Pokémon and humans work together, apart from a rare genius, no one can master everything. This kind of Lizard King can't beat my Dolphin Warrior. Dolphin Man, use Jet Punch. Don't give the Lizard King a chance to create distance. Chinyuz's barrage of attacks made Xiaoyu's expression turn serious. Indeed, as he said, apart from a very few geniuses, no one can excel in every single thing, and Pokémon is no exception. In lower-level matches, a well-rounded Sceptile might have an advantage due to its talent, but in top-level battles like this, when facing Pokémon with equally high potential, the drawbacks of a well-rounded build become apparent. Xiaoyu shook his head, trying to stay focused on the game and not be influenced by Chinyuz's words. All roads lead to Rome, and every champion-level Pokémon is unique. Dolphin Man's training methods may not be suitable for his Sceptile. Stop lecturing me, wait until you beat me, Lizard King, Ultimate Drain. Jet Punch is a signature move of the Dolphin family. Although its power is not high, it and Water Jet are both preemptive moves with extremely high speed. Furthermore, as a signature move, Jet Punch is 1.5 times more powerful than Water Jet, and with stab and rain bonuses, its power is quite astonishing. Upon hearing Chinyuz's command, Dolphin Warrior began to gather water-based energy, with the rain falling from the sky becoming the best energy source. The rain amplified water-based moves, allowing Dolphin to gather energy almost instantly. His right hand was enveloped in rich water energy, and he unleashed a Jet Punch. Faced with the rapidly approaching Dolphin Man, the Lizard King paused, unleashing a surge of grass-type energy. In just an instant, the Ultimate Drain skill was successfully released, flying towards the Dolphin Man. Ignore him, keep attacking. Freeze Punch. Facing the Lizard King's attack, Dolphin Man neither dodged nor evaded, directly enduring the damage from the ultimate absorption and charging towards the Lizard King. Meanwhile, Dolphin Man's left fist was still covered in ice energy, which was the Ice Fist skill. It is clear that Dolphin Man is using two different skills with his hands at this moment. His right hand is using his signature Jet Punch, while his left hand is using Freeze Punch. Use the speed boost from the Jet Punch to close the distance, then use the Freeze Punch, which is 4 times stronger than the Lizard King's, to severely damage it. This is Chinyuz's tactic. It looks simple, but it demands a high level of proficiency in controlling energy and skills from the Pokémon. Without training, it's very difficult for ordinary Pokémon to execute. Seeing Dolphin Man's ambidextrous stance, Xiaoyu wasn't surprised, because he had seen others use similar moves before. But this also gave Xiaoyu a hint Sceptile might be able to do the same thing, using Dragon Claw in its left hand and Leaf Blade in its right, a dual stab attack that would be much stronger than a single Leaf Blade. Just then, Dolphin Man moved. Its body shot out like an arrow, and the jet of water behind it provided enough momentum for Dolphin Man to crash into the Lizard King. Xiaoyu wasn't worried at all about Dolphin Man's Jet Punch attack, because Mega Sceptile, a grass/dragon type, is 4 times resistant to water. The only thing he needed to worry about was Ice Punch, which is 4 times super effective against Sceptile. Lizard King, use Leaf Storm. Seeing Dolphin Warrior's ferocious attack, Xiaoyu had no choice but to let Lizard King use its most powerful stab move, Leaf Storm. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King's body burst forth with emerald green light, dazzlingly bright in the rain, transforming into countless sharp, blade-like leaves that danced in the storm. A vibrant green storm formed in the arena, engulfing Dolphin Man. Dolphin Man now only has two options: either withstand the leaf storm and launch an attack on the Lizard King, which would result in serious injury, but would likely allow him to severely injure or even defeat the Lizard King with a single punch. Second, use defensive skills and give up attacking. Without the slightest hesitation, Chinese chose to have Dolphin Warrior use his defensive skill, because only in this way could they preserve any hope of victory. Dolphin Man, hold on. Come back, Sceptile. After seeing Chinese use Protect, Xiaoyu decisively chose to switch Pokémon. Page 180. While Leaf Storm is incredibly powerful, it significantly reduces the user's special attack. It's your turn, Charizard. Chapter 296 Wave Impact. Xiaoyu recalled Sceptile and replaced it with Charizard. Although Charizard, which is a dual-type fire/flying Pokémon, is weak to the water-type Dolphin, it's worth noting that Dolphin cannot learn any rock-type moves. This effectively eliminates a weakness that is 4 times weaker, thus significantly reducing the threat to Charizard. Of course, Dolphin's water-type stab moves still have a certain advantage against Charizard, but water-type moves are weakened in sunny weather, which can also protect Charizard well. Mega Evolution, Charizard. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu immediately chose to Mega Evolve Charizard. A white light enveloped Charizard's body, and it completed its Mega Evolution in the blink of an eye. The key to Dolphin Man's battle against Charizard is the weather. Gaining the weather advantage means you've already won half the battle. Roar. With Charizard's Roar, its solar prowess activated, and fire-type energy spread outward, dispelling the dark clouds in the sky and tearing open a gap. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the field. The rain gradually stopped, and the weather turned sunny. Here it comes, Xiaoyu's other ace Pokémon, Charizard. Through past battles, we can easily see that after Charizard Mega evolves, its ability will become Sunlight. It can turn the weather into sunny weather. Not only will fire-type moves be too powerful under sunny skies, but they will also be less powerful than water-type moves. Furthermore, the charge time for Solar Beam will be greatly reduced. This is not good news for the water-type Pokémon Dolphin. Dear viewers, Mega Charizard vs Dolphin, who will win this match? Let's wait and see. Dolphin Man, Wave Rush. Watching the Mega Charizard change the weather, Chinyu's expression turned serious as he pondered a countermeasure. In his original plan, with the water-soaking move of the electric belly frog and the thunder and the rain while it was charged, he should at least be able to force Mega Sceptile back, if not defeat it directly, and gain the absolute initiative. However, Chinyu's plan was completely disrupted because of Mega Sceptile's Lightning Rod feature. He had to replace Froakie and sell Pelipper, sending out his ace Pokémon Dolphin ahead of time. Without the rain weather gadget Pelipper, Chinyu's lost his means to control Charizard, putting him at a disadvantage in the battle for weather. Chinyu's had also investigated Xiaoyu's Pokémon beforehand, and he knew how powerful Mega Charizard's special attack output was. If Chinyu's Dolphin Warrior represents the pinnacle of physical attack, then Xiaoyu's Mega Charizard Y represents the pinnacle of special attack. A showdown between a rain-flying physical attacker and a sun-flying special attacker. Dolphin Man, Wave Rush. Despite being at a complete disadvantage in terms of weather, Chinyu's did not flinch and gave the first order, allowing Dolphin Warrior to launch the attack. A surge of azure water energy erupted from Dolphin Man's body, enveloping him. He leaned forward, preparing to charge forward, his muscles taut, seemingly ready to sprint at any moment. Charizard, Solar Beam. Facing the water-type Dolphin, Xiaoyu naturally chose the grass-type move Solar Beam. Under sunny skies, the charging time for Solar Beam will be greatly reduced. Under Charizard's powerful special attack, emerald green grass-type energy will gather like a torrent on Charizard's body. Boom! In a mere instant, the sunlight burst forth like a laser cannon, and at the same time, Dolphin Man moved. His azure body launched forward like a cannonball, moving with incredible speed, dodging the sunlight's attack in an instant, and leaping toward the fire-breathing dragon in the air. At the same time, the water jets behind Dolphin Man further accelerated his propulsion, propelling him violently into the fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Get out of the way, Charizard. Faced with Dolphin Man's fierce attack, the fire-breathing dragon suddenly flapped its wings, using its advantage of flight to nimbly dodge in the air, narrowly avoiding Dolphin Man's attack. Dolphin Man's body barely grazed the fire-breathing dragon's body as he passed by. Now, Charizard, Solar Beam. Fight back. This was the perfect opportunity to counterattack, and Charizard had already keenly sensed it without Xiaoyu even needing to give any command. Even though Dolphin can temporarily levitate by using the water beneath its feet, it can never move as nimbly in the air as a true flying-type Pokémon. This time in the air is the perfect opportunity for Charizard to counterattack. The emerald green energy rapidly converged, and almost instantly, the blazing sunlight reformed. Mega Charizard Y was like an aerial artillery platform, its intense sunlight and flames suddenly erupting, engulfing Dolphin and blasting it into his body. Boom! The blazing sunlight slammed Dolphin Man into the ground, creating a huge circular crater. With just one strike, the fire-breathing dragon severely injured Dolphin Man. Dolphin Man. Chinyu's face was extremely pale. Hang in there. Facing the fire-breathing dragon flying in the sky, Dolphin Man doesn't really have many ways to deal with it. Of course, he could also choose to use skills like water cannons to attack the fire-breathing dragon from a distance. But as he said, his dolphin warrior had long since completely abandoned its special attack capabilities, focusing entirely on physical attack. Leaving aside whether a special attack-oriented hydro pump could even hit Charizard, even if it did, the power of water-type moves is weakened in sunny weather, resulting in negligible damage to Charizard. Therefore, Chinyus doesn't have many options right now. He can only continue using the Wave Rush. Dolphin Man, covered in wounds, slowly rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on the fire-breathing dragon, filled with fighting spirit. Pay close attention to Charizard's location and think carefully about how I taught you. Even if the opponent is flying in the air, we can still defeat them. Dolphin Man, another Wave Rush. Once again, energy began to gather around Dolphin Man, enveloping its body in water-based energy. It raised its head and gazed intently at the fire-breathing dragon flying in the air. Boom! With the sound of water spraying out, Dolphin Man's body once again soared into the air, crashing into the fire-breathing dragon in mid-air. Charizard, dodge, then use Solar Beam. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. The same scenario played out again. If nothing unexpected happened, the fire-breathing dragon would defeat the Dolphin Man. But Chinyus wasn't stupid. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. This time, Dolphin Man, flying in the air, no longer flew straight towards the fire-breathing dragon, but approached it in a zigzag pattern. Their whereabouts are unpredictable and difficult to fathom. Chapter 297 Finals. Chinyu's Dolphin Warrior uses the water jets from his feet to constantly change direction in the air, making it impossible to guess which direction it will attack from. How will Charizard respond to Dolphin Man's attack? Can it dodge Dolphin Man's Pulse Rush and launch a counterattack as it did last time? This small game could very well determine the outcome of the entire match, and everyone wants to win it. Watching Dolphin Man use the water flow beneath his feet to constantly change direction in the air, tracing a Z-shaped path as he approaches the fire-breathing dragon, Xiaoyu remained remarkably calm. After a brief hesitation, he immediately ordered, Charizard, charge forward, use the most powerful Solar Beam. Almost instantly, Xiaoyu came up with a way to defeat Dolphin Man. It was the dumbest method, but also the most effective. That's called exchange. No matter how Dolphin changes its attack route, its ultimate target is always the fire-breathing dragon, and it always has to get close and punch the fire-breathing dragon. As long as Charizard withstands Dolphin's attack and uses Solar Beam when they make contact, Dolphin will have no chance of dodging it. As a result, while Charizard took a hit from Wave Slash, Dolphin also took a hit from Solar Beam. Charizard can definitely withstand a Wave Blade from Dolphin under clear skies, but Dolphin that has already taken a Solar Beam absolutely cannot withstand a second Solar Beam. Trading injury for injury, a desperate, all-or-nothing fighting style. That's Xiaoyu's tactic. Once Dolphinman is defeated, the remaining Electric Bally Frog will definitely be no match for Sceptile with its Lightning Rod ability. Victory in this match is practically guaranteed. The only sacrifice required is for Charizard to withstand a Wave Strike. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Charizard instantly understood his meaning and made a decision without hesitation. Its eyes revealed determination. So what if I get injured? For the sake of victory, a little injury is nothing. Sometimes Charizard and Xiaoyu are really similar. In normal battles, they refuse to suffer any injury, but when it comes to the crucial moment, they have to fight desperately to win. They are more ruthless than anyone else and will not hesitate for a moment. I won't take a single beating that I shouldn't, but I'll take as many beatings as I want if I should. The fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and flew towards Dolphin Man. Boom. Page 181. Dolphin Man's full-force wave crashed into Charizard, the surging water energy splashing out and sending Charizard's body plummeting to the ground like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon felt as if several bones in its body were broken, but this only fueled its ferocity. It gripped the dolphin tightly with its claws and refused to let go. With his eyes fixed on Dolphin Man, a ruthless glint flashed in Charizard's eyes. At the same time, Charizard unleashed Solar Beam, and endless grass-type energy accelerated its convergence into Charizard's mouth under the influence of Sunny Day. Break free, Dolphin Man. Chinyu's face was gloomy. He had also realized Xiaoyu's plan at this moment. If Dolphin were to be hit by this solar beam at such close range, the match would be over. Dolphin Man began to desperately break free from the fire-breathing dragon's restraints. With such a significant difference in strength, Dolphin Man broke free with just a slight effort. It must be said that Dolphin Man still has an absolute advantage in terms of strength. Although it can break free from Charizard's claws, it cannot escape Charizard's blazing sunlight at such close range. Almost instantly, Solar Beam was activated, a dazzling beam of light bursting from the fire-breathing dragon's mouth, engulfing Dolphin and striking him head-on. Boom! A dazzling beam of light slammed Dolphin Man to the ground, creating a massive explosion. When the beam of light dissipated, Dolphin Man had lost his fighting ability and was unconscious. At the same time, he also changed back to his normal form from his all-powerful transformation form. Dolphin Man is unable to fight, Fire Dragon wins. The referee's voice rang out, and Xiaoyu successfully defeated Qinyu's ace Pokémon, Dolphin, with Charizard. As a result, Qinyu's was left with only Froakie. Come back, Dolphin Man, you've done very well. A hint of sadness flashed in Qinyu's eyes. How could someone as proud as him accept losing to Xiaoyu, especially losing in Mega Evolution? There are always many disappointments in reality. No one can have a smooth life forever. Taking a deep breath, Qinyu's threw out the Pokeball for his Venusaur. He knew that with just his last Venusaur, it was impossible to defeat the Sceptile, which had the Lightning Rod ability. Come back, Charizard. Sir, Lizard King. Seeing the electric belly frog coming into the arena, Xiaoyu still chose the safest tactic, recalling Charizard and releasing Sceptile. As expected, the Mega Sceptile with the Lightning Rod ability easily defeated the electric belly frog with its powerful physical attack after 3 swords dances, winning the match. The electric frog is unable to fight, and Xiaoyu wins this match. Let's congratulate Xiaoyu on advancing to the finals. He will participate in the finals in a week. Let's congratulate Xiaoyu. When the Lizard King defeated the electric belly frog, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu advanced to the final with a score of 3-0. He is now only one step away from the final championship. He only needs to win one more game to make history for Xinguang City and Zishu Province. At this moment, Xiaoyu is a hero of Xinguang City and Zishu Province. He is the first player from Xinguang City to reach the finals in many years, setting a new record for Xinguang City. If Xiaoyu wins the championship, he will set a record for the entire Zishu Province, become a hero of the entire Zishu Province, and become the first University Cup champion in Zishu Province. This is also the closest Xinguang City and Zishu Province have ever come to the championship. Upon returning to the Lin family home, Xiaoyu received countless blessings and congratulations. Charlotte, well done, as expected of my brother, as expected of a genius second only to me, you have some of my style back in the day. Good luck in the final. Wu Yaezu, brother you, damn it, you're really handsome. I'm taking leave next week to come to the capital to personally oversee the battle. Don't embarrass me, Wu. Long Fan, keep it up. Long yawning, there's only one match left. Good luck, Xiao. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're already the best. Zharuohan, congratulations, keep it up. Sumuze, I won. See you in the finals. Remember our first official match? Give it your all and don't leave any regrets. Xiaowanyu, Xiao, congratulations. After the finals, no matter who wins, you or Muzi, let's have a meal together. Chapter 298 The Road to the Champion. The final match of the University Cup will be held in a week. Xiaoyu, a dark horse from Starlight City, faces off against Sumuze, a genius from Magic City. Speaking of Sumuze, the two are old acquaintances. They often trained and battled together during the Dragon-type Secret Realm training camp, and they are quite familiar with each other's teams and Pokémon mainstays. Sumuze's team was also jokingly referred to by Xiaoyu as the Pokémon Internet Celebrity Team. Gardevoir, Dragonite, Sylveon, Melodic, Primarina, Togekiss, Mimikyu. The main feature is that it combines good looks and strength. All 7 Pokémon are good-looking, extremely popular, and very powerful. Among them, Sumuze has 5 Fairy-type Pokémon. Given the Fairy-type's advantage over the Dragon-type, this final match was extremely difficult. This is also because Xiaoyu doesn't have any powerful Steel-type Pokémon. If Xiaoyu had just one Metagross, even a Scizor, he could easily wipe them out. The shortcomings in the lineup forced Xiaoyu to find another way, to think of a tactical solution, and whether he could come up with a sneaky trick to kill Sumuze. It's important to know that among Sumuze's 7 Pokémon, she will definitely use her 2 ace Pokémon, Dragonite and Gardevoir. Dragonite with its incredible speed and Gardevoir with its high-speed special attack are tough nuts to crack. Xiaoyu can only rely on Charizard and Sunny whether to defeat these two Pokémon with its unstoppable special attacks. Aside from these two Pokémon, Xiaoyu had absolutely no idea which Pokémon Sumuse would send out for the last battle. Sylveon, Togekiss, Mimikyu, and Primarina are all possibilities, but Melodic is the only unlikely one. Melodic is relatively weak and is at the bottom of Sumuse's team. None of these four Pokémon are easy to defeat. Sylveon the loud voice, Togekiss the graceful, Mimikyu the painted skin, and Primarina the wet voice, each one is strong, even quite powerful. Xiaoyu became increasingly agitated and couldn't help but curse Sumuse in his mind. Sumuse, you deserve to die. How could you use such a disgusting Pokémon? Why didn't you use a Magikarp or Beldum? Fairy type, my lifelong nemesis. 7 days is neither a long nor a short time. Xiaoyu also turned down all social engagements during these 7 days to wholeheartedly prepare for the final competition. The Lin couple and the Xiaoyong couple also knew that Xiaoyu was at a critical moment these days, so they didn't bother him unless it was something particularly urgent. The same scene was also happening at the Xiao family. Sumuse was also actively preparing for the final competition and thinking about how to defeat Xiaoyu. She didn't want to lose to Xiaoyu. Especially seeing Xiaoyu rising like a new star, Sumuse was even more determined not to lose to him. Even if she couldn't shine as brightly as Xiaoyu, she hoped to be as radiant as the moon. To achieve a harmonious balance, with the two of them complementing each other, their brilliance surpassing the stars of the night. For 7 days, almost all mainstream media in China were reporting on this final competition, warming up for the final showdown. The official promotional posters were released as early as the night of the semi-finals. On the giant poster, Xiaoyu and Sumuse are fighting for the championship trophy. Xiaoyu is surrounded by 3 Pokémon, Mega Charizard, Mega Sceptile, and Noivern. As pioneers of Mega Evolution, the official website also gave a close-up of Xiaoyu's jade pendant and ring, which were radiating dazzling light. On the other hand, Sumuse's team was much more glamorous, with 6 Pokémon surrounding her, and each of them was extremely good-looking. Gardevoir, in particular, occupies the core position, even surpassing Dragonite. In addition to posters, subway ads, bus ads, short videos, and social media are all broadcasting news about the finals to generate buzz for the competition. Xiaoyu and Sumuse's names frequently appeared on trending searches, and some netizens, who were always eager for a good show, even discovered that Xiaoyu and Sumuse were both trainees in this year's Imperial Capital Dragon System Secret Realm training camp, which also made the Imperial Capital Dragon System Secret Realm a hot topic. Of course, there were also busybodies who claimed to be students in Xiaoyu and Sumuse's training class, and asserted that the two were secretly dating in the training class. Then someone claimed that the Lin family and the Su family were planning a marriage alliance, and that Xiaoyu was already engaged to Sumuse and they would get married as soon as they reached the appropriate age. Enthusiastic netizens naturally love to read these gossip stories, and with the frenzy of reposting, netizens even jokingly called this year's finals a battle between couples. Xiaoyu won the final and knelt down when he got home. They showed affection on the field and started dating off the field. Xiaoyu, you really deserve to die. I'm not sad that you're so great at scientific research and as a trainer, but you found such a beautiful girlfriend, you really deserve to die. At Xiaoyu, come out and say something. Hi everyone, I'm a huge fan of Xiaoyu's wife. I'm a fan of his wife, she's really beautiful. Page 182. A week later, the highly anticipated University Cup Finals finally began. The competition will be held at the Longqiao Stadium, an international arena in Beijing. As the largest stadium in Beijing and even the whole country, Longqiao can accommodate more than 100,000 spectators. Tickets for the finals sold out immediately upon release. An hour before the finals officially began, the Dragon Nest Stadium was already packed with people, and the crowd continued to grow. The weather today is exceptionally good. The sunny weather is very favorable for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and Sumuse had arrived at the venue early, and they glanced at it from afar as they entered. Sumuse was also full of fighting spirit today, symbolically waving her little fist, as if to tell Xiaoyu that she was going to beat him up today. After a brief encounter, the two returned to their respective locker rooms to prepare for the match. Xiaoyu, are you ready? The staff member checked the time and confirmed with Xiaoyu, the match starts in 5 minutes. You can get ready to go on stage. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Xiaoyu nodded. Let's go, I'll take you to the player's entrance. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and followed the staff into the contestant passage. Standing in the athlete's tunnel, looking at the light at the end of the tunnel, he was actually a little nervous. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his palms, and his hands trembled slightly. This was the first time he had ever been so nervous. Perhaps it was because he was so close to winning the championship that he was so afraid of losing it. Dear viewers, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Xiaoyu, the genius trainer from Xinguang City, Zishu Province. Upon hearing his name called, Xiaoyu walked along the player tunnel towards the venue. As he walked out of the player's tunnel, he was greeted by a dense crowd of spectators and endless shouts. Xiaoyu. Chapter 299 The Cunning Fire-Breathing Dragon. Xiaoyu stood on the wide battlefield, facing Su Muze, who had a single ponytail, slender legs, delicate face, and exuded youthful energy, with a bright smile on her face. Compared to Xiaoyu's slight nervousness, Su Muze was very poised and uninhibited. Their eyes met, and the familiar yet unfamiliar scene before them made them feel as if they had returned to the scene of their first battle. Xiaoyu still remembers that it was after the class dinner when Su Muze brought water to the battlefield to watch him play a match with him. At that time, they fought a match in an empty training field, with no spectators and only their opponents, just like children playing house. Xiaoyu's forest lizard narrowly defeated Su Muze's melodic. Now the two are facing off again, but this time as the main characters on the largest battlefield in the country, competing for the championship in front of more than 10 spectators. Time flies, Xiaoyu. Su Muze's voice suddenly rang out as she looked at Xiaoyu opposite her. She remembered that back then, when she watched Xiaoyu training hard, she always felt that he had unlimited potential. As expected, she was right. Xiaoyu grew rapidly and became the strongest trainer in this generation in such a short time. Xiaoyu, please don't hold back. Do you remember what you said? Giving it your all is the greatest respect you can show me, so give it your all. Hearing Su Muze's call, Xiaoyu smiled. Okay, you mean going all out, right? Then should I take out my Iron Warrior and have a real showdown with you? You chose him, my idol. However, after thinking about it, Xiaoyu gave up on that idea. It would be too shocking for Iron Warrior to appear in this world as a paradoxical Pokémon. Don't worry, I will do my best, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. The interaction between the two ignited the gossip in the hearts of the audience, who felt that the two really knew each other and had a close relationship. Perhaps the two really have some gossip. I'll write a tabloid news article when I get home today. The high school cup, the rich heiress and the genius son-in-law, the daily life of a champion couple, dragons and fairies. Listening to Xiaoyu and Su Muze's conversation, the referee wisely refrained from announcing the start of the match, waiting until the two finished speaking before raising his flag to signal the start of the game. Game start. At the referee's signal, both players simultaneously released their first Pokémon. Come on, Charizard. Here we go, Dragonite. Su Muze's first Pokémon was her ace, Dragonite. Dragonite, as a pseudo-legendary in the first generation, is extremely powerful. Its abilities are well balanced in all aspects except for its outstanding physical attack. At the same time, it can learn an incredible number of skills, which is why there are so many ways to train Dragonite. From high-attack Dragonite specializing in extreme speed and Dragon Dance, to tanky Dragonite with Roost, Helmet, and Flame Vortex, there's something for everyone. However, when talking about Dragonite, one must mention one skill, Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed has almost become Dragonite's signature move, especially after Pokémon Violet obtained crystallization, making normal-type crystallized Extreme Speed Dragonite a very popular move in the current version. In short, Dragonite is an extremely powerful Pokémon, and its multi-scale ability is one of the top-tier abilities. In the entire Pokémon universe, besides Dragonite, only one other unnamed Pokémon, Lugia, possesses the multi-scale ability. Looking at the Dragonite in front of him, Xiaoyu also felt that it was extremely troublesome. He couldn't help but sigh that it would be great if Charizard could learn the Ice Beam move. Dragonite? Just a flying/dragon Pokémon that's 4 times weak to ice. Take my Ice Beam. Charizard, Mega Evolution. In a battle against a gym leader-level Dragonite, Xiaoyu naturally had no need to hold back. Waiting until the crucial moment to Mega Evolve would be tantamount to suicide. To be on the safe side, Xiaoyu used Mega Evolution right from the start. With a dazzling light, Charizard completed its Mega Evolution, its black body gleaming in the sunlight. Judging from its appearance alone, Xiaoyu's Charizard actually looks more like a Dark-type Pokémon, and its personality is also more like that of a Dark-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu and Su Muze both sent out their ace Pokémon at the start of the game. Faced with the powerful Dragonite, Xiaoyu did not hesitate at all and directly chose to Mega Evolve Charizard. Both sides are being cautious and are not in a hurry to launch an attack. Dragonite, Thunder Wave. At this moment, Su Muze's voice rang out, and she ordered Dragonite to launch an attack first. Hearing her command, Xiaoyu's face darkened. Sure enough, it was that disgusting electromagnetic wave skill again. Just like their first battle, Sumiyuza still had her Pokémon use disgusting moves. Xiaoyu still remembers the series of skills Sumiyuza's melodic learned: Poison, Regeneration, Hypnosis, Protect, Black Mist, White Mist, and Mirror Image. This disgusting combination of skills left a deep impression on Xiaoyu. Despite having such an adorable face, she uses such disgusting tactics. Is this the legendary pink on the outside, black on the inside? Xiaoyu's blood pressure also spiked at this moment. Sumiyuza is really strong. Her strength lies in the fact that although she could easily crush her opponents with pure strength, she is still so steady and uses the most reliable tactics to silently wear down her enemies, giving them no hope of turning the tide. Torture, extreme torture. Dragonite released a weak electric current from its body and flew towards Charizard, but because of the distance, Charizard easily dodged the electromagnetic wave. Xiaoyu was also checking Dragonite's move pool. In addition to Thunder Wave, it had learned a series of moves such as Ultrasonic Wave, Misty Wave, Extreme Speed, Substitute, Protect, Roost, Flame Spin, Safeguard, Light Screen, and Toxic. Its special feature is multiple scales, which can reduce a certain amount of damage. The item it carries is a bumpy helmet, which will cause the attacker to suffer counter damage when hit by contact attacks. Very well, Xiaoyu is already starting to feel nauseous. Xiaoyu strongly suspected that every Pokémon Sumiyuza possessed was a substitute for poison. Faced with such a disgusting Dragonite, Xiaoyu felt that today's match would probably be very difficult. Where's my Jengar? Bring Jengar up here and let it sing a swan song, or have Gallade share the pain and join the fate/destiny bond. Or perhaps the wisest decision would be to bring out the Iron Warrior. Page 183. Even knowing that this battle would be extremely difficult, Xiaoyu had no choice but to stubbornly command Charizard in the fight. Charizard, use trickery. Sumiyuza frowned. She had never heard of Charizard having this skill before, which made her think she was hallucinating. Not only was Sumiyuza surprised, but almost everyone present was surprised. How could a Charizard possibly learn that? Dark-type energy surged from Charizard's body, perfectly matching its black appearance. Trick. A fire-breathing dragon has actually learned trickery. I understand. Mega Evolution can not only change a Pokémon's type or ability, but it can even teach it moves that it couldn't learn before. Chapter 300 Trick. Not only were the audience surprised, but Xiaoyu was also quite surprised when he discovered that his Charizard had learned the Nasty Plot skill. He also unexpectedly discovered that his Charizard had a new move in its skill pool while he was giving it intensive training. He had no idea how Charizard learned to breathe fire. Of course, he wasn't surprised by this result, because his Charizard was indeed different from other Charizards. It was cunning and treacherous, and it learned a Dark-type move like Nasty Plot, which seemed illogical but was actually quite reasonable. Isn't it reasonable for a cunning Pokémon to learn the Nasty move? It goes without saying how powerful the Nasty Plot skill is. It greatly increases special attack, which is equivalent to a special attack version of Swords Dance. Special attackers who can learn tricks and those who cannot are two completely opposite extremes. The damage output of Mega Charizard Y's outrageous special attack Nasty Plot is simply beyond imagination. Dark-type energy surged forth, quickly enveloping Charizard's body and greatly increasing its special attack. Dragonite, use Rock Slash. Seeing Charizard use Nasty Plot, Sumiyuza was also surprised, but her combat skills were extremely high and her reaction was very fast. Sumiyuza immediately chose to abandon letting Dragonite use those tedious and disgusting status moves. Although these moves are annoying, as long as Charizard uses Nasty Plot repeatedly and stacks up its special attack, Dragonite will definitely not be able to withstand Charizard's violent output. Her team could even be pushed out. Therefore, Sumiyuza decisively chose to let Dragonite use its strongest Rock-type move. Dragonite flapped its small wings rapidly, its massive body soaring toward Charizard. At the same time, Rock-type energy gathered in front of it, forming countless small, sharp rocks that pierced toward Charizard's body. Charizard, Dragon Pulse. Facing Dragonite, Xiaoyu naturally chose to have Charizard use the Dragon-type move Dragon Pulse. Roar. Charizard roared to the sky, and due to the effect of Nasty Plot, its already ridiculously strong special attack now surged to a terrifying level. The Dragon-type energy surging from its body erupted like a tsunami. In just an instant, the overwhelming Dragon-type energy formed a shockwave that flew towards Dragonite. Roar. The scene was spectacular, with gusts of wind blowing. Dragon Pulse directly covered the stone attack, blowing away all the stone attacks flying in the air, and continued flying towards Dragonite. This is the legendary, overpowering all techniques with sheer force. When Mega Charizard Y's special attack is high enough, attacks like Rock Smash, which are normally 4 times stronger than Charizard, can't even get close to Charizard, let alone cause any damage. Get out of the way, Dragonite. Dragonite danced in the air, dodging Dragon Pulse, and looked at Charizard. Xiaoyu revealed a smug smile. You want to use disgusting tactics? Let me show you that disgusting tactics are useless in the face of absolute violent output. Dragonite, charge in with divine speed. Facing Charizard that had learned the nasty plot move, Sumusa decisively chose to let Dragonite engage in close combat, not giving Charizard any more chances to boost its power. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse again. Seeing the Dragonite charging up, Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and immediately had Charizard use Dragon Pulse once more. Although Dragonite has the multi-scale ability, it still can't withstand. Dragon-type energy surged forth, but Dragonite was also extremely fast. Almost instantly, Dragonite forcefully passed through the Dragon Pulse and launched an attack on Charizard while enduring the Dragon Pulse. Although this tactic seems reckless, Dragonite possesses the God-tier ability multi-scale, so the injuries it sustains aren't actually severe. Furthermore, Dragonite has the Roost move to restore its health, so it's not a major problem. With the extreme speed move activated, Dragonite moves so fast that it's impossible to see it clearly, and it crashes into Charizard with incredible speed. Dragon Tail, Dragonite. Sumusa made Dragonite use extreme speed just to get it close. The real purpose was to force Dragonite to use its Dragon Tail attack, thus forcibly replacing Charizard. Xiaoyu also saw through Sumusa's tactics, but he was helpless. The only thing he could do was to have Charizard use its skills to reduce Dragonite's health before it came out of the battle. Dragon Pulse, Charizard. Charizard unleashed Dragon Pulse once more, a massive surge of Dragon-type energy engulfing Dragonite. Dragonite, however, chose to withstand the damage head-on, suddenly spinning its body. Dragon-type energy covered its long tail, which swept across and lashed out at Charizard. The Charizard, struck by the dragon's tail, transformed into a red beam and bounced back into its Pokeball. Immediately afterward, another Pokeball popped open, and Sceptile entered the battle. Sceptile King, Mega Evolution, Dragon Pulse. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw. Both gave the order almost simultaneously, and upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King shone with white light. In the blink of an eye, it had completed its Mega Evolution, and at the same time, Dragon-type energy gathered in its mouth, sending a Dragon Pulse flying towards Dragonite. Faced with the Lizard King's fierce attacks, Dragonite displayed an exceptionally high level of combat skill, its agile body dancing in the air, dodging the Lizard King's attacks while closing in on it. Dragon-type energy enveloped its claws as it suddenly grabbed at the Lizard King. The main reason Sumusa had Dragonite use Dragon Claw was that, based on the previous battles, everyone had deduced that after Mega Evolution, Sceptile's type changed from grass to both grass and dragon, adding the weakness of dragon. Lizard King, let's use Dragon Claws too. Seeing that Dragon Pulse was failing to hit Dragonite, Xiaoyu ordered Sceptile to engage Dragonite in close combat. Boom! The Dragon Claws clashed, producing a crisp sound, as the Sceptile King brandished its claws and engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragonite. Mega Sceptile is slightly inferior to Dragonite in terms of physical attack. At first, it was hard to tell which was better, but after a series of battles, Sceptile's disadvantage gradually became apparent. Sceptile, keep using Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Sceptile, who was fighting Dragonite, kept swinging its dragon claws while energy began to gather on its body. Boom! A Dragon Wave Blast was unleashed at close range. Dragonite, create some distance and use Roost. Faced with the combined attacks of Sceptile's Dragon Claw and Dragon Pulse, Sumusa decisively chose to temporarily avoid the onslaught. Moreover, Dragonite has already suffered considerable injuries and it's time for it to recover its strength. Dragonite flapped its wings wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it widened the distance between itself and Sceptile, moving at an extremely fast speed. The anime's encyclopedia states that Dragonite can circle the Earth in 16 hours, but in reality, Dragonite's speed stat is ridiculously low, only 80 points. This makes people laugh at the fact that it's called Dragonite with such speed it's ridiculous. However, in reality, Dragonite is indeed very fast. At least Xiaoyu discovered that Sceptile's Dragon Pulse almost never hits Dragonite. After creating some distance, Dragonite folded its wings and landed on the ground, its body enveloped in flying-type energy, healing its injuries. This caused Xiaoyu to frown deeply. The Dragonite in Yushu is ridiculously meaty. Xiaoyu would have a hard time breaking through with just Dragonite, let alone the 2 Pokémon that follow. Chapter 301, A Familiar Tactic. Scepter King, Dragon Pulse. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Dragonite used Roost, Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity to attack, and immediately ordered Sceptile to use Dragon Pulse. The Dragonite, which was recovering its strength, lost its agility after landing on the ground and could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Pulse flew towards it. "Come back, Dragonite." Sumuzu reacted quickly, immediately recalling Dragonite and throwing out a Pokeball. Gardevoir has arrived. Gardevoir will face Sceptile's Dragon Pulse as soon as it enters the field, but Fairy types are immune to Dragon-type attacks. Unless there is a significant difference in strength, Dragon Pulse will not cause any damage to Gardevoir. The Dragon Pulse undoubtedly struck Gardevoir, who was completely unprepared. The Dragon-type energy enveloped Gardevoir, but had no effect on it. Looking at Sumuzu, who had just replaced her Pokémon, Xiaoyu couldn't help but want to curse her as a cunning villain for using Gardevoir to defend against Dragon-type moves. "Gardevoir, use Teleport and then Hypnosis." Sumuzu gave the order without hesitation. Upon hearing about the Hypnosis skill, Xiaoyu frowned. Why was it another disgusting skill? Sumuzu is really young but doesn't learn good things, only crooked and evil ways. Gardevoir flashed and instantly moved behind Sceptile. Then, it raised its hands and released a Psychic-type energy almost instantly, which flew towards Sceptile. Page 184. Lizard King, use the Seed of Trouble on yourself. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Using the Trouble Seed on oneself was impossible in the game, but it was possible in reality. Sceptile suddenly threw Trouble Seed at itself, and the effect kicked in, changing its ability from Lightning Rod to Insomnia. Gardevoir's Hypnosis spell thus lost its effect. Mega Sceptile's evolved ability is Lightning Rod. Given that Mega Sceptile already has 4 times the resistance to electricity, this ability is actually quite weak. It would be better to use Trouble Seed to change the ability to Insomnia. Xiaoyu reacted quickly. Faced with Gardevoir's Hypnosis, he decisively had Sceptile cast Trouble Seed on him, thus neutralizing Gardevoir's Hypnosis and Dream Eater combo. I have to say, the pace of the battle between the two sides is just too fast. From Charizard using Nasty Plot to greatly increase its special attack, to Dragonite using Dragon Tail to forcibly replace Charizard in the battle. Then, we'll use Gardevoir to defend against Dragon Pulse. And just a few minutes have passed since Sceptile used Trouble Seed to neutralize Gardevoir's Hypnosis. In those few short minutes, Xiaoyu and Sumuzu countered each move, presenting everyone with a closely matched battle. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Sumuzu dispelled Gardevoir's Hypnosis. A smile appeared on her face. Xiaoyu's ability to reach the finals was not only due to his Mega Evolution power, but also to his exceptional trainer skills. His on-the-spot reaction ability far surpassed that of many others. Since Hypnosis isn't working, let's try a different tactic. Gardevoir, the power of the moon. Gardevoir raised its hands, and a burst of Fairy-type energy erupted. The pink Fairy-type energy shone like the moon and flew towards Sceptile. Sceptile, use Agility to dodge. Faced with Gardevoir's attack, Xiaoyu could only have Sceptile use Agility to dodge. With Gardevoir's high special attack, if Sceptile were to take a hit from Luna Power, it would be severely injured immediately. Sceptile charged forward at high speed, closing in on Gardevoir. Leaf Blade. Teleport. Sceptile's blades crossed on its wrists and flashed by, but Gardevoir's body flashed and it was already in the distance in the blink of an eye. Sceptile's blades ultimately only cut through a wisp of air. Shameless. How can there be such a broken ability as teleportation? Ban it, this skill must be banned. Lizard King, use Leaf Storm. Seeing that precise strikes were ineffective, Xiaoyu made a ruthless decision and ordered the Lizard King to unleash a barrage of fire. A fierce wind held, and emerald green grass-based energy directly covered the entire area. Protect, Gardevoir. An endless storm of leaves swept across the field. Faced with the powerful attack of the Lizard King, Gardevoir immediately chose to use its Protect move. The light shield rose up, blocking the storm of flying leaves. The lush green leaves blocked Gardevoir's view, and at that moment, Sceptile seized the opportunity to close in. Now's the time. Lizard King, use Iron Tail. Xiaoyu's face was filled with a confident smile. Although Gardevoir is a high-speed special attacker, its weakness is also very obvious, which is its extremely low defense. With its massive size and thick tail, Sceptile's Iron Tail attack has a very high chance of winning the match if it hits Gardevoir. This Iron Tail move was Xiaoyu's secret method for countering Fairy-type moves. The Lizard King's huge tail was wrapped in Steel-type energy, and its body suddenly spun and generated power, activating the Iron Tail move. Lizard King's Leaf Storm was just a decoy. Iron Tail was the real killer move. Iron Tail, like a whip, lashed out fiercely at Gardevoir with a whooshing sound. It seems that Iron Tail is Xiaoyu's secret weapon. Gardevoir's defense is not enough to withstand Mega Sceptile's full-power Iron Tail. The two are too close. Gardevoir might not have time to use instant transmission before being hit by Iron Tail. Just as the host explained, at such close range, it would be too late to use teleportation again, but Sumusa reacted quickly. Faced with the immediate crisis, Sumusa's voice rang out. Gardevoir, use Destiny Bond. Gardevoir was enveloped in a strange ghost-type energy, quickly linking itself to Mega Sceptile. In an instant, Sceptile's massive, whip-like tail struck Gardevoir, its sharp spikes piercing the creature and sending it flying off the field, where it collapsed and couldn't get up. The Destiny Bond move also took effect at this moment. Countless ghost-type energies enveloped the Sceptile King's body, draining it of all its stamina. It collapsed to the ground, also losing its ability to fight. Boom! Mega Evolution is deactivated, and Sceptile lies motionless on the ground. Gardevoir has lost its ability to battle. The Lizard King has lost its ability to fight. Please have both sides switch out their Pokémon. Seeing the scene before him, Xiaoyu was so angry that his mouth almost twisted out of shape. How could there be such a disgusting skill as Fate Bond? How could anyone let Gardevoir learn the Fate Bond skill? How insidious. In fact, Xiaoyu had noticed that Sumuzi Shana duo had the skill shared fate a long time ago, but the key was that even if he knew it, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't defend against it. Sceptile wouldn't provoke this move, and at such close range, Sceptile couldn't dodge Gardevoir's Destiny Bond move. Unfair, unfair. Sumusa's tactics were so insidious, yet Xiaoyu felt a strange sense of familiarity about them. Chapter 302 The First Battle of Duolanki. After Gardevoir traded 1-for-1 with its Destiny Bond move, the match between Xiaoyu and Sumusa changed from a 3v3 to a 2v2. Please both sides substitute your Pokémon. Listening to the host's voice, Xiaoyu's face showed a thoughtful expression. Sumusa currently has 2 Pokémon left, one of which is a powerful Dragonite that has already appeared in the game. The other one is currently unknown, but it is definitely a Fairy-type Pokémon and cannot possibly be melodic. To gain the upper hand, Xiaoyu must pit Charizard against Sumusa's last Fairy-type Pokémon, using the Fire-type Charizard to counter the Fairy-type and secure the advantage. Otherwise, if Noivern were to face Sumusa's Fairy-type Pokémon with its current strength, it would most likely not be able to win. However, if Xiaoyu does this, he will face a new problem. So who will battle Dragonite? Noivern? Given Noivern's current strength, the possibility of it defeating Dragonite is extremely slim. Unless Noivern activates Crystallize and learns the Sonic Blast move, it has absolutely no chance against Dragonite. However, the ability to Crystallize cannot be revealed yet, and the Sonic Wave, as the strongest skill of Sonic Dragon, normally requires the strength of an Elite Four member to learn. Even though Xiaoyu's Noivern has high potential, it still needs at least the strength of a gym leader to learn Burst Wave. Therefore, Xiaoyu now has only one choice: to send out his true ace, Durankai. Dragapult has always been the strongest Pokémon in Xiaoyu's collection, far surpassing all other Pokémon. While other Pokémon were only at the Lord or Totem level, it had already broken through to the Gym Leader level with the core energy of the Judgment Pot and the blessing of the Dragon Scale, and was only one step away from the Elite Four level. Of course, this is just on paper. On paper, Dragapult is definitely the strongest Pokémon among Xiaoyu's many Pokémon except for Iron Warrior. What it lacks is a deep move pool and practical experience. However, recently, through special training in TM, Draco has acquired a large number of useful skills, making up for its skill deficiencies, and is now ready to fight at any time. Even so, Xiaoyu never sent Dragapult into battle even once. The main reason for this was that his Dragapult was extremely rare, a one-of-a-kind shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon. With near master level aptitude, plus being a shiny Pokémon and a near-legendary Pokémon, Xiaoyu's Dragapult's value has skyrocketed. In the entire country of China, and even the world, its aptitude is absolutely top tier. So even though Dracomesha has evolved into Dracomesha for quite some time, Xiaoyu has never let Dracomesha battle once. This is also Xiaoyu's style, cautious and steady, seeking victory through stability. He has always carefully hidden Duolanki, just like the principle of not flaunting wealth. However, Xiaoyu felt it was time for his Duranki to make his appearance today. Xiaoyu raised his head, a confident smile on his face. His gaze swept across the entire arena, looking at the more than 100,000 spectators, listening to their desperate shouts and cheers. He is now not only the most talented Pokémon professor in the entire country, but also has a powerful Pokémon like Iron Warrior, and he has the support of a group of champions such as Long Fan, Xiaowanyu, and Qi Lao. What are you still afraid of and timid about? Duolong will appear before everyone sooner or later, so why not show it off openly? The stage right in front of us is the best one. The purpose of lying low is to make a name for oneself later, not to remain unknown forever. Now that his wings have grown strong enough, Xiaoyu knows it's time to show his talent and soar high. Page 185. Looking up at the sky, Xiaoyu felt a surge of pride and couldn't help but want to shout out loud. The spring breeze is proud of horseshoe disease, seeing Chang'an flowers in one day. Now is the time for Durankai to show his strength. Make a name for yourself today. After making his decision, Xiaoyu, who had been looking somber, smiled with relief. He might face some danger and pressure after today, but so what? Xiaoyu took out a pokeball from his waist and tossed it gently. It's your turn to take the stage, go, Durankai. With a flash of golden light, Durankai stepped onto the battle stage for the first time, and his debut was on China's largest battle stage, Dragon's Nest. Draco is the evolved form of Dracomzia. Compared to Dracomzia, the evolved Draco's strength increases dramatically, and its size becomes several times larger. At the same time, a Duranmisia will be perched on its head, and the end of its tail will begin to become transparent. Of course, the biggest change is in its eyes. Draco Mesh's eyes were dull and its expression was wooden, but after evolving, Draco's eyes gradually became fierce, calm, and sharp as a knife. When the shiny Dragapult appeared, it immediately caused a stir. No one expected that Xiaoyu would have such a trump card, with a shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon as his trump card. Is this a shiny Dragonite? How is this possible? Xiaoyu actually has a shiny Dragapult. So this was Xiaoyu's last trump card. A shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon? This is the first time I've ever seen one in my life. Holy crap, I need to grab my phone and take a picture. Not only were the audience surprised, but the host couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In the final round, Xiaoyu unleashed a shiny Dragapult, a Pokémon he had never used before. You should know that under normal circumstances, for Dragapult to evolve into Dragapult, it needs at least the peak strength of the Overlord level. This also means that Xiaoyu's Dragapult is most likely at the gym leader level. The Ghost-type Dragapult is immune to Dragonite's extreme speed damage, giving it a certain advantage. Let's wait and see who will win this match. At this moment, the other Elite 4 level trainers present also frowned. Almost all Elite 4 level trainers know that Xiaoyu received a Dragapult egg around October last year, and had a conflict with Yuheiren over the egg. Now, only half a year has passed since Xiaoyu received Dragapult's egg. Not only has the egg hatched, but it has also evolved into Dragapult, and its strength has reached the peak of the gym leader level. Is this reasonable? This is clearly illogical. Does Xiaoyu have some way to accelerate Pokémon evolution? Compared to the shock on the faces of the Elite 4 level trainers, Xiao Wanyu's expression was rather unpleasant. Xiao Wanyu sensed something was wrong the moment she saw Duolanqi. Her brows furrowed, and she fell into deep thought. She also realized that this Draco's growth rate was extremely illogical. Reaching the peak of the gym leader level in just 6 months was absolutely impossible, unless it possessed some kind of treasure, and not just any ordinary treasure. Considering the fact that the Duolong family's attributes are dragon and ghost, and the mysteriously missing treasure, a flash of inspiration struck Xiao Wanyu, and a bold guess suddenly arose in her mind. Xiao Wanyu's face was ashen. She picked up her phone and sent a message. Check if Xiaoyu has been to Yungxiang village. It is good. Chapter 303 Surprise Attack by Hidden Spirits. Xiao Wanyu had lost all interest in watching the rest of the match. Although Lu Yinhan hadn't replied yet, she already knew the answer and looked coldly at Xiaoyu. Overwhelmed with excitement, her chest heaved violently, her gaze towards Xiaoyu held a hint of coldness, her face was frosty, and her teeth were clenched into a rage. At this moment, her feelings were complicated. On the one hand, she had finally managed to build a bridge with Xiaoyu and start a deep cooperation, so it was clearly not worth it for her to turn against him. On the other hand, the thought of Xiaoyu getting ahead of her in order to get the treasure she had been planning for so long, and just letting it go like this, she was truly unwilling. It's like when you finally go on a date with the goddess you've been eyeing for ages, going out for fancy meals, movies, and amusement parks, and then she says she has to go home to be with her boyfriend. Would you be happy about that? Xiao Wanyu put in so much effort to obtain the broken punishment pot, spending a great deal of manpower, financial resources, and materials, and even engaging in in-depth cooperation with the Dawn Society, but in the end, it was all for naught, and Xiaoyu reaped the rewards. She is not reconciled. Xiaoyu, die. Xiaoyu on the field felt countless eyes focused on him, and a chill ran down his spine. Snort. Sure enough, I knew that when I showed off my Dragapult, everyone here would be jealous of me and covet my shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon. You can be envious all you want. If you don't make people jealous, you are mediocre. Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Dragon-type energy enveloped Dragapult's body, and in an instant, the Dragon-type energy converged into a shockwave that flew towards Dragonite. Dragonite, dodge, then use Dragon Claw. Although Sumuse was also surprised that Xiaoyu had secretly raised a shiny Dragapult, it was the crucial moment of the finals, and she didn't have time to think too much. She immediately sent her Dragonite to attack. Although Draco is rare, her Dragonite is also a pseudo-legendary, and it is a pseudo-legendary that has evolved to its final form, so its strength is naturally no weaker than Draco's. Dragonite's orange body danced in the air at an astonishing speed, dodging Dragapult's Dragon Pulse before lunging at Dragapult at top speed. The dragon claws lashed out, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, and swung towards the dragon. Night Demon. Just as Dragonite got close, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Dragapult's ghost-type energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly forming a huge black phantom in front of it, radiating a terrifying pressure that intimidated Dragonite. The dark shadow not only interrupted Dragonite's attack, but also dealt it some damage. Such concentrated ghost-type energy. The ghost-type energy on Dronki is terrifying. I'm getting goosebumps. It seems that Xiaoyu's Dragapult is a specialist in ghost-type energy. I'm very curious about how he trained it. I think that even a typical near-elite rank ghost-type Pokémon wouldn't be as strong as this Dragapult in terms of ghost-type energy alone. Indeed, just as the audience discussed, the ghost-type energy on Xiaoyu's Dragonki was far too concentrated, completely overpowering the Dragon-type energy on him. There is no way around this. Even though Xiaoyu insisted that Duolonki consume Dragon-type energy cubes, train in Dragon-type secret realms for a long time, and were A-grade Dragon scales, it still couldn't compare to the Ghost-type core energy provided by the Judgment Jar. A legendary Pokémon is a legendary Pokémon. With Hoopa's core Ghost-type energy, Dragapult's Ghost-type energy has surpassed its Dragon-type energy, and it now fully deserves the titles of Ghost Dragon and Ghost Dragon. The audience gasped in amazement, but Xiao Wanyu's expression grew increasingly grim. The intense Ghost-type energy only confirmed her suspicions. Dariki, stealthy attack. In just a moment, the Ghost-type energy emanating from Draco surged forth again, enveloping Draco's figure and causing him to disappear from the field. Watch your surroundings, Dragonite. Sumuse frowned, reminding Dragonite. Phantom Strike is a Ghost-type physical attack move. Like other moves such as Fly, Bounce, Dive, and Dig, it requires charging before it can be used. However, the Spirit Strike is much stronger than these moves because it has a very special effect. It can ignore defensive skills and launch an attack. This is also where Stealth Strike surpasses other skills. As soon as Sumuse finished speaking, Dragapult appeared behind Dragonite, its Ghost-type energy enveloping its body as it launched a surprise attack. So fast. Dariki seems to have attacked without even charging up. It's like it opened a dimensional portal and launched an attack directly. The speed of its attack is so fast that we can't react at all. What a fast attack. That was everyone's first thought. Normally, the skill Spiritual Assault involves first infiltrating into another dimension, then charging up, and finally launching an attack. There is a charging process in between. However, when Xiaoyu's Duolonki used the Spirit Ambush, he had almost no time to charge up. After he entered the alternate dimension, he opened the alternate dimension from the other side and launched an attack in just an instant. The fact that the intermediate power building process was completely omitted clearly indicates that something is amiss. This is like Durankai opening a spatial portal and launching a surprise attack regardless of distance. Such an ability is simply too overpowered. Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Others might not know what was going on, but he did. At that moment, Durankai's Spirit Sneak attack was strikingly similar to Hoopa's two signature moves. Dimensional Cave and Dimensional Assault. Page 186. The two moves are actually quite similar in effect. Both use a dimensional portal to suddenly appear next to the opponent and launch an attack, and both can ignore defense and anticipation skills. The only difference is that one is a special attack move, and the other is a physical attack move. The moves that Dariki used were not exactly the same as those two other dimensional moves, but rather completely identical. Perhaps this Spiritual Ambush that Duolonki used should be renamed Dimensional Ambush instead. Thinking about this, Xiaoyu suddenly had a new discovery. Its beloved servant learned the Dream God's exclusive skills, Crescent Dance and Crescent Prayer, through the Crescent Feather of the Dream God. Now, through Hoopa's Judgment Jar, Dariki has learned a variant of Dimensional Cave and Dimensional Assault, called Dimensional Raid. Does this mean that your other Pokémon can also learn legendary moves through items from legendary Pokémon? If that's really the case, then Groudon's Precipice Sword, Kyogre's Root Pulse, Rayquaza's Finishing Touch, and Arceus's Resolve Shard could all learn these moves. Of course, this is just Xiaoyu's speculation. After all, only 2 experiments have been conducted so far, and the data is too little to verify Xiaoyu's idea. Faced with Dragapult's dimensional attack, Dragonite had no time to react and was directly hit by Dragapult's claws covered in ghost-type energy. Dragonite. Sumusa gritted her teeth. Counterattack. Use Dragon Claw. Don't give Dragapult another chance to use Phantom Strikes. Sumusa reacted quickly. She knew that instead of thinking about how to block Duolanki's attack, it was better to seize the time to counterattack. Despite its injuries, Dragonite fiercely swung its claws and launched a powerful counterattack, grabbing at Dragapult. Chapter 304 Interdimensional Surprise Attack. Dragonite's counterattack came incredibly fast. Wielding its giant dragon claw formed from dragon-type energy, it launched a fierce attack on Dragapult with a whooshing sound. At such close range, Durankai naturally had no way to dodge and was forced to choose to fight back. Will-o'-the-wisp, Phosphorus Fire, Duriki. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Dragapult spewed out a strange blue flame from its mouth, which drifted toward Dragonite like a ghost, attached itself to Dragonite's body, and burned it. Burn. While the Will-o'-wisp move won't damage Dragonite, it will inflict a burn status ailment, causing it to continuously lose health. At the same time, Dragonite's claws landed on Dragapult, knocking it away with a single swipe. Although Draco has some ability in terms of speed and offense, it is still lacking in defense because it has not evolved to its final form. Dragonite, don't give Dragapult any chance to breathe, press on and use Dragon Claw repeatedly. After landing a successful attack, Sumusa naturally wouldn't give Dragonite another chance to use its stealth attack. She immediately had Dragonite launch a full-force attack. The continuous dragon claws were as dense as a storm, giving Dorgonkai no chance to breathe. It wanted to crush Dorgonkai in one fell swoop with its fierce attack. Faced with Dragonite's attack, Dragapult could only retreat while trying its best to dodge. They dodged and weaved, facing numerous perilous situations. If Dragapult makes even one mistake at this point, it will be injured by Dragonite. No, simply defending will only result in being beaten. Counterattack. We absolutely must counterattack. We must find an opportunity to do so. Durongchi, misfortunes never come singly. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the ghost-type energy on Durankai's body surged forth instantly, preparing to launch a counterattack. Taking advantage of the gap in Dragapult's movement, Dragonite seized the opportunity and slammed its claws down on Dragapult, seemingly trying to tear its body apart. Puck. Did you hit it? It should have hit. All eyes were on Draco, and Dragonite's claw struck Draco, sending it flying with a single blow. However, at that moment, Durankai's body, which had been swatted away, transformed into a monster doll. At the same time, the real Durankai appeared on the other side. Standalone ability. This is a stand skill. A beautiful stand skill. The timing of its use was absolutely perfect. In a split second, Duriki used its stand ability, reducing its stamina to create a monster doll to take the damage in its place, and it took the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Ghost-type energy surged towards Dragonite from all directions, mysterious and eerie, attaching itself to Dragonite's body and relentlessly attacking the burned areas, causing significant damage. The misfortunes never come alone. Skill itself isn't very powerful, but it deals double damage to enemies afflicted with abnormal statuses. This is why Xiaoyu had Duolanki use the Ghost Fire skill earlier. The combination of Will-o'-the-Wisp and Misfortune is a classic tactic for Draco. When combined with U-turn, Draco can play a guerrilla or rotation role in the team. Duriki, stealthy attack. After successfully landing the attack, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. In an instant, Duolanki, enveloped in ghost-type energy, darted into the alternate dimension. Almost simultaneously, a dimensional portal opened behind Dragonite, and Dragapult, enveloped in ghost-type energy, launched a fierce attack, slamming into Dragonite. The barrage of attacks left Dragonite severely injured, but Dragapult was also damaged by the scraggly helmet worn by Dragonite. Dragonite, roost. Seeing that her Dragonite's injuries were getting worse, Sumusa had Dragonite use the roost move again. Dragonite, enveloped in flying-type energy, landed on the ground and began to slowly recover its strength. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't let Dragonite recover its stamina at this moment. He had worked so hard to reduce Dragonite's stamina, and if it recovered, all his efforts would be in vain. Duriki, use Dragon Pulse. The Dragonite that landed on the ground lost its speed, which it was so proud of, so there was no need to worry about the accuracy of the Dragon Pulse move. Dragon-type energy erupted from Dragapult's body, creating a shockwave that flew towards Dragonite. Protect, Dragonite. Faced with Dragapult's Dragon Pulse, Sumusa didn't dare let Dragonite take the hit head-on, so she had to make it use Protect. Boom. The dragon wave struck the light shield that held the defensive skill, and was completely blocked. Duriki, use the stealth attack. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Sumusa frowned, feeling that things were extremely difficult to handle. Dragapult's unusual sneak attack put immense pressure on her and Dragonite. They appear and disappear unpredictably, making them impossible to defend against. There's simply no way to defend against them, unless you can predict it in advance, but prediction is something that only Psychic-type Pokémon can do. Other types of Pokémon can only rely on luck. Since we can't defend against it, let's give it our all. Dragonite, use Outrage. Outrage is one of the strongest moves of Dragon-type Pokémon. It launches an extremely powerful attack on the enemy, and the Pokémon will fall into a confused state after using it. Generally, no one will choose to use Outrage unless it is the final battle. It's clear from Sumuse's orders that Dragonite has been cornered by Dragapult. In desperation, Sumuse made the worst decision of the match. Roar! Dragonite erupted with Dragon-type energy, its eyes turned red, and it entered a state of frenzied rage, locking its gaze on Dragapult and flying over at top speed. At the same time, Durankai's stealthy attack was successfully executed first. It infiltrated into another dimension and appeared in the corner of the arena in an instant. Seeing Dragonite use Outrage, Dragapult reacted quickly, abandoning its attack and creating distance between itself and Dragonite. Dragapult watched Dragonite from afar, like a patient hunter, silently watching Dragonite use Outrage, quietly waiting for Dragonite's outrage state to end and for it to fall into a confused state, which would be the time for it to launch a counterattack. It has to be said that Durankai's variant dimensional attack is simply a divine skill among divine skills, capable of both offense and defense. As Dragapult disappeared from sight, Dragonite's anger intensified. It roared and turned to pounce on Dragapult. Duriki, a series of stealthy attacks. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and then Duolanki's figure flashed and disappeared again into the alternate dimension. In the blink of an eye, Duolanki reappeared on the other side. Shameless. This was the thought that popped into everyone's mind. Although Dragonite's outrage move is powerful, it still needs to hit Dragapult. Dragapult's tactic of completely avoiding battle is simply the epitome of cheating. Dragapult only needs to use Phantom Assault repeatedly to avoid Dragonite's outrage, and by time, once Dragonite's outrage skill ends and it enters a confused state, that's when it will hunt. Mean, shameless. Page 187. These two sentences were Xiaoyu's curses, partly on behalf of Sumuse, and partly for herself. From this replica of the interdimensional attack, she was 99.99% certain that Hoopa's judgment jar was definitely in Xiaoyu's hands. Ding! Just then, Xiaoyu received a message. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning visited Yungxiang village once last year. Chapter 305 Dorgan. Who would have thought that Dragonite's reverse scale would fall into a state of chaos without even touching Dragapult's clothes? I swayed and felt dizzy. Duriki, unleash a full-power stealth attack. Seeing this, Xiaoyu knew it was now Duolanki's turn to launch an attack. Dragapult's figure disappeared into another dimension, then reappeared beside Dragonite, its claws wrapped in ghost-type energy, and launched an attack on Dragonite. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw. Even though she knew that Dragonite was in a confused state, Sumuse had no choice but to bite the bullet and let Dragonite use the Dragon Claw move. Roar! Dragonite tried its best to use Dragon Claw, but the world, people, and Dragapult in front of it all appeared as double images, making it completely unable to distinguish directions or enemies. Dragonite kept shaking its head, trying to dispel the chaotic feeling in its mind, but the swelling sensation lingered in its brain like a persistent thorn, and it just wouldn't go away. Boom! Dragapult, enveloped in fierce ghost-type energy, slammed into Dragonite, leaving the already severely injured Dragonite on the verge of death. Duriki, misfortune never comes singly. Ghost-type energy surged towards Dragonite from all directions, just as the name of the move suggests, misfortune never comes singly. The endless ghost-type energy drained Dragonite of its last bit of strength. Boom! Dragonite collapsed to the ground, unable to battle. Dragonite is unable to battle, Dragapult wins. Xiaoyu, go for it, you can definitely win. The crowd below the stage erupted in gasps of surprise. After so far in this match, Xiaoyu had finally taken the lead for the first time thanks to Duolanki's performance. We can see that Xiaoyu's Duolanki won the match in this battle between quasi-gods by relying on his elusive and stealthy ambush skills. Xiaoyu has now taken the lead in the match. If he can defeat Sumuse's last Pokémon, he will become the national champion of this year's High School Cup and create a miracle. Although Sumuse is temporarily at a disadvantage, the gap is not large. Xiaoyu's Charizard was injured when it first appeared, and Dragapult is also seriously injured. They have a good chance to win 2 battles in 1. It's still too early to say who will win this match. Let's wait and see who will emerge victorious. We've crossed the mountain of Dragonite. Xiaoyu is one step closer to the championship. He is now so close to it. He only needs to win one more game to reach the championship he has always dreamed of. At this moment, Xiaoyu's hands trembled slightly, and his heart was surging with emotion. All the hard work I've put in along the way is finally about to bear fruit. Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Although his strategy dictates that he will win no matter what Pokémon Sumuse uses in the end, now is not the time to celebrate. Come back, Dragonite, you've done very well. Sumuse's bright eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. She didn't seem to be affected by Dragonite's defeat, and her face was still full of a bright smile. Xiaoyu, your Duolanki is very powerful, but I won't lose so easily. Come on, let's see my last trump card. Go, Sylveon. Sylveon makes its appearance, its ears and neck ribbons fluttering in the wind, its star-like eyes truly captivating. Sylveon is the kind of Pokémon that is both beautiful and powerful, especially Sylveon with its fairy skin ability, combined with the hyper voice move, deals massive damage. With Dragapult's current stamina, it's absolutely impossible to withstand Sylveon's hyper voice. Sylveon, loud voice. Dariki, spell. The two voices rang out at the same time, and Dariki and Sylveon also released their skills almost simultaneously. Endless ghost-type energy gathered on Dragapult, robbing it of all its strength. Then, the ghost-type energy surged out like a tangible force, clinging to Sylveon like a demon. At the same time, Sylveon's hurricane successfully hit Drakis, but Drakis had already exhausted itself and collapsed to the ground, so the hurricane move did not have a good effect. This is a spell skill? It's actually a spell skill. A brilliant tactical arrangement. First, let Doranki defeat Dragonite, then let Doranki use its spell skill, which completely eliminated any suspense in this match. For Sylveon, this match has become a race against time. I don't believe Sylveon can defeat Charizard before it runs out of energy. Spellcasting skill, a strange ghost-type skill. This skill is very complex. It can be both an offensive skill and an enhancement skill. When a ghost-type Pokémon casts a curse, it will inflict a curse on the enemy at the cost of consuming half of the user's HP. Enemies afflicted by cursed moves will continuously lose HP. Even when the user's stamina is less than half, the spell can still be cast successfully, but the user will immediately lose the ability to fight. When a non-ghost-type Pokémon uses a spell, the effect is completely different. Instead of consuming HP, it lowers its own speed while increasing its attack and defense. Dragapult is a ghost-type Pokémon, so it naturally experiences the first effect. This is why Dragapult lost its ability to battle immediately after using a cursed move. Once a spell is successfully cast, it will only be dispelled when the enemy leaves the field and all health points are lost. The reason Xiaoyu didn't let Dragapult use curse moves when battling Dragonite was because even if curse moves were used, Sumuse could remove the curse effect by switching Pokémon. However, Sumuse now only has one Sylveon left, so it's impossible to remove the curse by replacing the Pokémon. Now that Sylveon is under a curse, Xiaoyu only needs to stall for time to win this match. Droch is unable to battle, Sylveon wins. Please have Xiaoyu replace the Pokémon. Come back, Draco. Go, Charizard. Mega Charizard Y makes its appearance, while Sylveon still shows a pained expression on its face as its stamina continues to drain away. In a game, if you lose a quarter of your health in one turn, what can Sylveon use to fight? Sumuse's expression was also not good. When she saw Duolanki use his spell skills, she knew that her chances of winning this competition were less than 10%. Sylveon, Shadow Ball with maximum power. Sumuse has no choice but to attack, and attack again, racing against time to pursue victory. Chapter 306 Spell, Shadow Ball. Because Charizard has double resistance to Fairy-type moves, Sumuse did not choose to let Sylveon use Fairy-type moves, but could only let it use Ghost-type Shadow Ball. Ghost-type energy began to gather in front of Sylveon, and Shadow Ball instantly took shape, the black energy ball flying towards Charizard in the air. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, prompting Charizard to immediately use Flamethrower. The scales of victory have now completely tipped in his favor. No matter how you fight, Mega Charizard Y cannot be defeated by Sylveon in a short period of time, especially since Charizard has the advantage in terms of type and weather. With the timing, location, and support all on my side, Mega Charizard Y cannot possibly lose. Roar! The Charizard took a deep breath, then suddenly opened its mouth, flames surging within. The long-breathed flames shot out, colliding with the Shadow Ball like a fire dragon, causing a massive explosion. Sylveon, keep using Shadow Ball. Sumuse was also very anxious. Even though she couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the smoke screen, she still chose to let Sylveon continue its attack. Page 188. She can't afford to waste a single second right now. The shadow orb rippled and parted towards the thick smoke. Suddenly a gust of wind howled, and Charizard flapped its black wings, flying high into the sky from the thick smoke, dodging the attack from Sylveon. At the same time, the curse attached to Sylveon is also taking effect, constantly draining Sylveon's stamina. In just the past minute, Sylveon has already lost a lot of stamina. Sylveon, keep using Shadow Ball. Sumuse's voice rang out again. Charizard, use Blaze. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a bright smile spreading across his face. He seemed to have already seen victory, and his eyes seemed to be burning with raging flames. Roar! Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Charizard did not hesitate at all. Fire-type energy surged and rolled, and its black skin glowed red. The flames burned, seemingly setting the entire venue ablaze, reflecting the crimson sky. The flames swept across the entire stadium, spreading outwards and engulfing the entire Dragon Nest arena. The explosive flames collided with the Shadow Ball, completely engulfing it. Endless waves of flame spread outwards, swallowing and engulfing even Sylveon. Boom! Thick smoke billowed and flames roared. Every time Charizard unleashes its burst burn, it's breathtaking. In terms of fire-type special attack alone, Charizard is the absolute overlord. The flames engulfed the Shadow Ball and scorched Sylveon's body. When the flames subsided, Sylveon's charred body was revealed, and it stood there with difficulty. Sylveon hasn't fallen yet, it can still fight. But Sylveon is now severely injured and afflicted by curse effects, while Charizard is almost completely unharmed. I can hardly imagine what kind of tactics Sylveon would use to defeat Charizard. Sylveon. Sumuse looked disappointed. Sylveon's performance in the special attack category was no match for Mega Charizard Y. She originally planned to have Sylveon use a combination of moves like Toxic, Protect, and Wish to defeat Mega Charizard Y. However, Draco's final curse spell completely thwarted her attrition tactics, leaving her with no choice but to engage in a direct clash of special attacks with Charizard. But it's clear that Sylveon is no match for Charizard. Just then, the ghost-type energy on Sylveon flickered, and the spell's effect activated again, taking away Sylveon's last bit of strength. Cloth. Sylveon stumbled, lost its ability to battle, and collapsed to the ground. Sylveon is unable to battle, Xiaoyu wins the match. When the referee raised the flag symbolizing victory, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar and heart-wrenching shouts. Xiaoyu! 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 The audience, especially those who came from Xinguang City and Zishu Province, waved Xiaoyu's posters excitedly, celebrating wildly with excited expressions and flushed faces. This is the first time in so many years that Starlight City has won the championship. Let's congratulate Xiaoyu on winning this year's College Cup. Congratulations to Xinguang City and Zishu Province for winning this year's College Cup. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu, who has only been a trainer for less than a year, would win the championship of this competition? Many people have questioned Xiaoyu's strength along the way, but today Xiaoyu's wonderful performance with Duolanki has silenced all those who doubted him. Without a doubt, Xiaoyu is the strongest trainer this year. Come back, Sylveon. After recalling Sylveon, Sumuse's face showed a slight sense of dejection. Despite using all her methods, she still lost to Xiaoyu, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Letting out a long breath, Sumuse composed herself, a bright smile returning to her face as she looked at Xiaoyu. Actually, she wasn't too disappointed, because the person who defeated her was Xiaoyu. The two left the battlefield and walked together to the podium. Xiaoyu, congratulations. Sumuse walked towards Xiaoyu and generously offered her blessings. Thank you. Xiaoyu looked at Sumuse with a bright smile. He was in a good mood after winning the championship. Thank you for the favor, Sumuse. Xiaoyu, you lied to me. Hearing Xiaoyu's joking words, Sumuse pouted and looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of complaint and coquetry. I told you all my main Pokémon, and you still kept it from me that you had a Dragapult. Ahem. Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush. Tell me honestly, besides these Pokémon, are there any other main Pokémon you haven't told me about? Sumuse kept saying, you know all my main Pokémon. I don't know yours, that's not fair. Hearing Sumuse's words, Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat. He touched his nose guiltily and said, no, I promise Dragapult is my strongest Pokémon. Iron Warrior is my older brother, not a Pokémon. Xiaoyu silently added a sentence in his mind. Really? Sumuse asked with a doubtful look. It's definitely true, and you actually know about Durankai as well, Xiaoyu argued. I told you I got a Duranmesia egg. Alright. Sumuse thought about it and realized it made sense. She did know that Xiaoyu had a Dragapult, but she didn't expect it to grow so fast. In just half a year, it evolved into a Dragapult at the peak of the gym leader level. Thinking of this, Sumuse couldn't help but remind him with concern, Xiaoyu, you have to be careful. Your Duolinki is growing too fast, it will definitely attract other people's attention. Okay, I understand, Xiaoyu nodded in response. Xiaoyu had already thought of this since he had decided to use Duolinki in the finals. He had naturally made mental preparations long ago. Let's go collect the award. It is good. Chapter 307 National Champion. Ding. The mission, University Cup U19 Pokémon Competition, has been completed. Final ranking, National Champion. Reward calculation in progress. Rewards are being distributed. Let's congratulate Xiaoyu on winning the national championship. Li Yongji's impassioned voice rang out, and Xiaoyu ascended the podium to claim the championship. Immediately, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the stadium. Xiaoyu's outstanding performance in the finals had won everyone's approval. Among the stands were several retired for Heavenly Kings and Champions, all of whom rose to applaud Xiaoyu. They seemed to see a new star rising. Xiaoyu's talent in scientific research was so dazzling that it overshadowed his talent as a trainer. Today's victory and Doriki's outstanding performance made everyone realize that Xiaoyu also has amazing talent as a trainer. Xiaoyu's future should be as vast as the stars and the sea. Are golden scales just a thing in the pond? They transform into dragons when the storm strikes. The University Cup was the event that made Xiaoyu a sensation and allowed him to stand out. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xiaoyu waved his arms in response to the audience. A bright smile graced his face, and his heart was filled with boundless pride. He finally stood at the summit, won the high school cup championship, and became the strongest among his peers. Xiaoyu's gaze searched through the crowd of spectators, finally settling on the beautiful woman. Long Yaning, sitting in the audience, was also silently watching Xiaoyu. Page 189. Their eyes met, a hint of affection flowing between them, and they smiled knowingly. Xiaoyu, how do you feel now that you've won the final championship? The interviewer was the beautiful host Jin Yunyu. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaoyu, her smile radiant, and she exuded charm. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the audience, and her alluring glances were only meant for the blind. I'm a little excited and nervous. Xiaoyu smiled as he looked at Long Yaning. Just a little excited? Jin Yunyu smiled and continued, you're the strongest among your peers right now, you're acting too calm. So, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience? Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. The journey has been full of ups and downs, and although the process has been arduous, we have finally achieved a satisfactory ending. Thank you all for your support. All the hardships and wanderings along the way were to pave the way for the perfect ending. Xiaoyu, congratulations again on winning the national championship. Lift the trophy, Xiaoyu. As the host's voice rang out, Xiaoyu raised the national championship trophy high, and the images of the Pokémon that Xiaoyu had appeared on the giant screen behind him. Noivern, Mega Sceptile, Mega Charizard Y, Dragapult. The image freezes at this moment. After winning the championship, Xiaoyu also received an official championship reward. You can go to any secret realm across the country and choose any Pokémon egg, excluding pseudo-legendary Pokémon. In addition, there is one more opportunity to choose from the treasure vault. Such a reward seems a bit meager, but upon reflection, it seems reasonable. After all, the College Cup is a competition for senior high school students and has an age limit. Although the rewards are low, they are still quite good if used properly. If Xiaoyu uses the system's abilities, it's equivalent to guaranteeing a Pokémon with champion-level potential plus an S-rank item. From this perspective, the reward is quite good. Xiaoyu happens to have a heart-drop quest that requires an S-rank Dragon-type item, so this opportunity is perfect. Moreover, for Xiaoyu, the Pokémon Association's official rewards were just an appetizer. The real treats were the system's rewards. Although this system has always been a pain and the tasks it assigns are extremely difficult, the final rewards are never lacking. Xiaoyu's victory quickly dominated the headlines of major media outlets. The competition had just ended, and all sorts of interview and endorsement offers came knocking, with people wanting to discuss collaborations and contracts with Xiaoyu. Aside from the officially arranged interviews, Xiaoyu naturally smiled and politely declined all other interview and endorsement offers. After leaving Dragon's Nest, Xiaoyu, Sumuze, and Long Fanchi and his family reappeared at a high-end restaurant in the capital. Xiao Wanyu had booked dinner well in advance to celebrate the two of them winning first and second place. Congratulations, Xiaoyu. At the dinner table, Xiao Wanyu smiled charmingly, her peach blossom eyes captivatingly beautiful. Your Duolinki is very strong, and you deserve the championship. Muzi is still somewhat inferior to you. Xiaoyu, please give Muzi some pointers when you have time. At this moment, Xiao Wanyu was all smiles, a stark contrast to her gritted teeth while watching the game. King Xiao, Sumuze is very strong. I only benefited from Mega Evolution. If Mega Evolution were restricted, I might not be a match for Musa. Xiaoyu said modestly, I wouldn't call it guidance, but rather mutual progress. Xiao, you're so modest, Xiao Tianwang said with a smile. You must all be hungry, let's eat. At the dinner table, glasses clinked and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Because of the need to participate in the University Cup, Xiaoyu has always been under a lot of pressure, and he rarely has such a chance to completely relax. Adding to the joy of winning the championship, Xiaoyu was in an exceptionally good mood today. With the pressure off his shoulders lifted and his tense nerves relaxed, he was able to drink without hesitation. Before long, Xiaoyu's head was throbbing, he was dizzy and unsteady on his feet, and his consciousness was still relatively clear. If it weren't for Long Yaning occasionally shielding him from drinks, Xiaoyu would have already slipped under the table. I'm going to the restroom, Xiaoyu said, getting up. Seeing Xiaoyu get up, Xiaowanyu picked up her wine glass, took a sip of the red wine, waited a minute or two, and then got up and walked towards the restroom. As she walked to the bathroom door, she ran into Xiaoyu, who had just finished urinating. Xiaoyu, are you free? Let's chat. Xiaowanyu pointed to the garden balcony next to her. Xiaowanyu wore a bodycon strapless dress today, looking exceptionally sexy, beautiful, mature, and alluring, making people's imaginations run wild. Her delicate face and fair skin gleamed coldly in the dim light. Her dignified and aloof temperament contrasts sharply with her charming and sexy appearance. It's hard to imagine that such contrasting qualities as beautiful as peach blossoms and as cold as ice could coexist in the same person. King Xiao, is there something you need? Xiaoyu's breath reeked of alcohol as he looked at Xiaowanyu with a frown and asked, I've already talked about the new experiment, so you don't need to worry. You just need to collect more wishing stars, and I guarantee you'll earn no less than you did this time. Xiaoyu naturally assumed that Xiaowanyu was looking for him about the new experiment, without considering anything else. It's not about that, it's something else, something very important, but it's not convenient to talk about it here. Xiaowanyu said seriously, there are too many people here, let's go inside and talk. Alright then. Seeing that Xiaowanyu didn't seem to be joking, Xiaoyu frowned and nodded. Chapter 308 Confrontation. The summer evening breeze gently lifted Xiaowanyu's hair, causing it to sway in the wind. The two stood by the window of the rooftop garden balcony, leaning against the railing. Xiaoyu, be careful, don't fall. Seeing that the drunk Xiaoyu was leaning against the railing, Xiaowanyu couldn't help but remind him, sit down. Xiaoyu seemed not to hear Xiaowanyu's words. He leaned on the railing, gazing at the brightly lit city of the capital, overlooking the endless torrent of steel on the streets, his thoughts wandering. Several minutes passed before he regained his composure and sat down opposite Xiaowanyu. Sorry, Mr. Xiao, I was a little distracted just now. If it were the Xiaoyu of the past, he would have been extremely respectful to Xiaowanyu. He wouldn't have dared to leave her standing there for so long, let alone neglect her for even a moment. Now, with his increased strength, status, and power, Xiaoyu no longer needs to be mindful of the opinions of trainers at the level of the Elite Four. He has begun to gain a certain degree of influence in this world. Indeed, power, status, and authority are like poison, captivating people. No wonder countless people flock to these three things. King Xiao, I was lost in thought and kept you waiting. Xiaowanyu also felt a slight dissatisfaction, but she was very shrewd and well-mannered, and would not easily reveal her true thoughts. It's okay, Dr. Xiao is young and successful, and it's normal for him to be full of vigor and ambition. I really admire you for achieving such great success in scientific research and becoming the strongest trainer among your peers in less than a year. Hearing Xiaowanyu's praise, Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, Don't laugh at me, Xiao Tianwang. You just said you had something to ask me, so please speak freely. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Xiaowanyu, whose beauty made him slightly stunned. Bathed in the dim, yellowish light, Xiaowanyu was captivating, radiating an irresistible charm. Xiaoyu considered himself to have pretty good self-control, but when faced with a stunning woman like Xiaowanyu, he still found it difficult to remain calm, and his heart was pounding. He reached out and picked up the teacup on the table. It was bitter and agonizing, but had a sweet aftertaste. However, it was quite effective at sobering him up. Xiaoyu, this is very important. Xiaowanyu looked up, glanced at the entrance to the rooftop garden balcony to make sure no one was coming in, and then continued, I want to borrow something from you. Borrow something? Xiaoyu's mind wasn't quite clear at the moment, and he frowned. He couldn't think of anything that this rich woman, Xiaowanyu, would need to borrow. What is it? An item to help your Dariki grow quickly. As Xiaowanyu spoke, her gaze was fixed on Xiaoyu's face, observing his reaction. Hearing Xiaowanyu's words, Xiaoyu's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Although Xiaowanyu did not specify what prop she wanted to borrow, given her shrewdness and cunning, she must have already known something before coming to him. However, Xiaoyu absolutely could not admit it at this moment, so he could only pretend to be confused and joke with Xiao Wanyu. King Xiao, do you want the energy cube with the exclusive secret formula? I can recommend that shop to you. Xiaoyu, don't try to fool me. Xiao Wanyu interrupted Xiaoyu directly. Last October you went to Yungxiang village and got that treasure from the cemetery on the back mountain. After Xiao Wanyu accurately stated the time and place, Xiaoyu knew that there was no longer any need to hide it. Xiaoyu, aren't you curious about how I know about this? Xiao Wanyu smiled bitterly. It was the first time in a long time that she, who was usually shrewd and calm, had shown such an expression. I've been searching for that treasure. I finally got some clues, but when I found Yungxiang village, I discovered that the treasure had already been taken away. I'm wondering where things went wrong, and who took the treasure beforehand. Xiao Wanyu said, her lips slightly parted, her voice soft and sweet. She leaned back in the recliner in a lazy posture, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu. At that time, I secretly made up my mind that if I found out who took the treasure in advance, I would never let him get away with it. Xiao Wanyu continued to slowly recount her mental journey. In the past few months, I have never given up looking for that treasure, but I have not heard anything. Just when I was about to give up, I saw your Doranki in today's finals. At that moment, I had a strong feeling that the treasure I was looking for was with you. I've already sent people to investigate. You went to Yingxiang village last October, right? So that thing is in your hands, right? Xiao Wanyu said, her gaze falling on Xiaoyu. She said seriously, actually, when I first found out that you took my treasure, I was very angry. But after calming down and considering our cooperative relationship, I decided to have an open and honest talk with you. I need the treasure you possess, Xiao Wanyu said directly, her tone pleading, her eyes like spring water. You can name your conditions. After listening to Xiao Wanyu's explanation, Xiaoyu frowned and remained silent, which was considered an admission of Xiao Wanyu's words. However, he could not bring himself to lend Xiao Wanyu the broken punishment pot. What do you want that treasure for? Xiao Wanyu sighed inwardly. She knew that Xiaoyu was cunning and wouldn't act until he saw something in return. He wouldn't agree unless she offered something substantial in return. Xiaoyu, I can't tell you the purpose of that treasure for now, unless you agree to lend it to me. Then there's nothing to discuss. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, decisively rejecting Xiao Wanyu. Xiaoyu, are you rejecting me? Xiao Wanyu's smile vanished, and in an instant, her expression became dignified and aloof, her eyebrows furrowed, and her phoenix eyes widened. Only then did she truly possess the aura of a heavenly king. Page 190. Looking at Xiao Wanyu's expression, Xiaoyu showed no fear or timidity whatsoever. Holding the Iron Warrior, a powerful weapon, he was confident that he could easily save his life from Xiao Wanyu's clutches. If we can't reach an agreement, we can only refuse. The 4 heavenly kings can't force a sale, can they? Was it that Pokémon that resembled a combination of Gallade and Gardevoir that gave you enough confidence? Xiaoyu was shocked when he heard Xiao Wanyu's words. How exactly did Xiao Wanyu know about the existence of the Iron Warriors? Unless, she knows that Articuno trainer who wears the crying mask. Xiaoyu was deeply shocked. After half a year, he finally heard news of the divine coffin again. Just then, Xiao Wanyu's serious expression suddenly vanished, replaced by a bright and charming smile. Don't be nervous. Are you curious how I know all this information? There are some people in the coffin who are very interested in you and want you dead. I need to offer something decent in exchange for that treasure. Xiao Wanyu said, then stood up, leaving Xiaoyu with a stunningly beautiful back view. This message is my way of showing my sincerity in cooperating. It's not convenient to talk to you here today, but contact me when you have time. Chapter 309 Appointment. The exposure of the Iron Warrior has left Xiaoyu feeling uneasy for the past few days. Therefore, after 2 days of silence, Xiaoyu took the initiative to call Xiao Wanyu and arranged to meet her. Because it was a private meeting, and also for the sake of confidentiality and security, Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu arranged to meet in the most bustling downtown area of the capital. Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanyu smiled. Xiaoyu's initiative to contact her made her happy, and her eyes curved like the moon. Please sit down. The afternoon tea at this restaurant is very good. I often invite the chef from this restaurant to my house to make afternoon tea. Xiaoyu's expression darkened slightly as he looked at Xiao Wanyu across from him with an unfriendly expression. Even though Xiao Wanyu was as sexy and beautiful as ever, in Xiaoyu's eyes, she was as terrifying as a femme fatale, and his eyes were filled with wariness. He had to be constantly on guard against a woman like Xiao Wanyu, who was full of palace intrigue skills and as cunning as a fox, otherwise he wouldn't even know if she had sold him out. Come and try some desserts made by Frost Fairy. Xiao Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu's sour face, but didn't really care. Men, as long as they don't turn on you, you can just coax them if they get angry. She handed a dessert from the table to Xiaoyu. Thanks. I don't have an appetite right now, let's get down to business, Xiaoyu declined. We've already waited 2 days, so there's no rush. Even if you're unhappy with me, don't go over there with these desserts. The ultimate goal of life is health and happiness. Xiaowanyu leaned back on the lounge chair, crossed her legs, picked up the exquisite dessert, and took a small bite. We work so hard to earn money and improve our abilities, but the ultimate goal is just to make life better and better. Getting angry like this only hurts your own health, it doesn't affect me at all. So don't be so boring, keep a dark face and have some dessert. Frozen Fairy's desserts can calm the mind and soothe anger, which is perfect for you. Xiaowanyu's voice was soft and charming, each word soothing Xiaoyu. She then stood up and handed Xiaoyu the dessert. Today, she was wearing a deep blue traditional Chinese cheongsam that perfectly showcased her figure. Even though Xiaoyu considered himself to have great self-control, he was still unconsciously attracted to her. Xiaowanyu is truly a very charming and elegant woman. Time has not left any marks on her face, on the contrary, it has made her grow younger with age. It possesses both the playfulness and cuteness of a young woman and the charm and sexiness of a mature woman. Meeting Xiaowanyu's gaze, Xiaoyu felt slightly nervous, as Xiaowanyu seemed to be about to pick up a spoon and feed him. Xiaoyu quickly took the dessert and took a small bite. How is it? Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu with bright eyes and asked with a smile, the taste is not bad, right? This shop's desserts are among the best in the entire capital. The owner of this shop also has a cream fairy with near heavenly king level strength. With its help, the desserts made are naturally excellent. It's alright, it's just that I don't really like desserts. Facing a shrew like Xiaowanyu, Xiaoyu could only try his best to remain calm. My life is already sweet enough, I don't need any more desserts. But I could have some bitter tea. It's true that a sweet life needs some bitterness. Really? Xiaoyu, it seems you mean I didn't entertain you well this time. Next time, let's find a place to have tea, I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Xiaowanyu said with a smile. The two enjoyed afternoon tea while chatting like old friends. They talked about everything from astronomy and geography to Pokémon training and tactical combinations. Before Xiaoyu knew it, all the desserts on the table had ended up in Xiaowanyu's stomach. Xiaoyu finally understood why Xiaowanyu had such a voluptuous and perfect figure. And so, the two finished their afternoon tea, and it was already past 4 o'clock before they began to steer the conversation towards serious business. Xiaoyu. Xiaowanyu took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of her mouth, looking at Xiaoyu. How have you decided? As long as you agree to lend me the treasure, you can name your terms. Answer me first, what are you going to do with that treasure? Getting back to the point, Xiaoyu looked at Xiaowanyu warily. Xiaoyu, your guarded attitude is really hurting me. Xiaowanyu's face showed disappointment and resentment. We are now close partners, how can you not trust me? I assure you that I will never do anything to harm you. Xiaowanyu's tearful expression seemed to melt one's heart. Looking at Xiaowanyu in this state, Xiaoyu could only silently repeat it 3 times in his heart. My heart is as strong as iron and indestructible. My heart is as strong as iron and indestructible. My heart. Xiao Tianwang is so handsome. Bah, my heart is as hard as iron, unbreakable. Seemingly seeing that Xiaoyu had no reaction, Xiaowanyu composed herself and said seriously, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about serious matters. Koopa's judgment jar is very important to me. Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. If you agree to lend it to me, I will tell you everything you want to know. Tell me first, Xiaoyu said, not believing a single word Xiaowanyu said. Promises are the most ethereal things. When he was using a secondary account to browse Douyin, he made a promise to every pretty girl that she was his favorite blogger. However, when he came across a new beautiful woman, he had long forgotten his previous promise. Xiaoyu, there's really no point in this. Xiaowanyu sighed. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you. If this continues, we'll never reach an agreement. Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu. The young man in front of her showed a cunning and vigilance far beyond what one should expect for his age, which made her feel a sense of powerlessness. Alright then, let me tell you some information about the divine coffin that you're most interested in first. Xiaowanyu knew that Xiaoyu was a foxy person, so she parted her red lips slightly and said with a serious expression, the Divine Coffin Organization is a neutral organization with little binding force, and I don't know who founded it. Among the official members of the Divine Coffin Organization, apart from the person who introduced them, none of them know each other. Every month, the Divine Coffin Organization holds a regular online meeting, where they can exchange intelligence, buy and sell treasures, and issue missions. The identity of each member of the Divine Coffin is very mysterious. They wear masks to hide their identities when they hold meetings. Each member of the Divine Coffin also has a different code name depending on the divine beast they use. The last time it attacked you was the Divine Coffin 12, codenamed Ice, permafrost, and so on. Based on our last contact, the organization, Divine Coffin, has already started to take notice of you. Xiaoyu was listening intently when suddenly Xiao Wanyu's voice stopped abruptly. She gracefully picked up the cup on the table, took a small sip, and revealed a meaningful smile on her face. Her meaning was self-evident. She had already shown enough sincerity, and now it was Xiaoyu's turn to express his. Chapter 310 The Secrets of the Divine Coffin. The Divine Coffin. Xiaoyu frowned. He had just gotten into the story when Xiao Wanyu abruptly stopped, leaving him feeling uneasy, as if a cat was scratching at his heart. It was especially annoying that Xiao Wanyu would stop talking at the most crucial moment. It's like when you're reading a novel and the author always gets writer's block at the most crucial moment, which is really disgusting. Of course, if I were the author, then disregard what I said. Dear reader, you don't want to experience writer's block while reading, right? Just honestly urge for more updates and give a 5-star review. The two sat facing each other without saying a word, like fishermen testing each other's patience. After a long while, Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but speak first. I can lend you the judgment jar, but I need to know what you're going to use it for. For Xiaoyu, the punishment bottle has only one use: to accelerate the growth of ghost-type Pokémon. Currently, it's only effective against Dragapult and Haunter, 2 ghost-type Pokémon. As for the remaining 100% core dark-type energy in the punishment pot, Xiaoyu hasn't caught any dark-type Pokémon yet, so it hasn't been put to use. So it's not impossible to lend the punishment pot to Xiao Wanyu, provided that we know what she'll use it for. If Xiaoyu were to lend the energy to Xiao Wanyu, and she were to exhaust all of it and replace it with an empty shell, wouldn't he be devastated? As Xiao Wanyu listened to Xiaoyu's words, her brows furrowed slightly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Just as Xiaoyu didn't trust her, she didn't trust Xiaoyu either. Ultimately, it was the mutual suspicion and distrust between the two that was at play. Both of them were extremely paranoid and found it difficult to trust anyone other than themselves. I needed to catch a Pokémon. Xiao Wanyu carefully considered her words, but finally decided to let slip a hint, saying, if I successfully catch it, I will return the punishment bottle intact. It may consume some energy, but the amount will not be too large. Catching Pokémon? Xiaoyu's heart stirred, and he pondered in his mind what kind of Pokémon could make a 4 Elite 4 member like Xiao Wanyu so eager to beg him. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon? Or a legendary Pokémon? The thought of mythical beasts made Xiaoyu's heart warm, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Given Xiao Wanyu's wealth, power, and status, it's impossible for an ordinary pseudo-legendary Pokémon to make her beg like this. Page 191. So what exactly is this mythical beast? Although Xiaoyu guessed Xiao Wanyu's goal, he didn't press her for details about which Pokémon it was. If Xiao Wanyu were willing to tell him, she would have already done so. I can lend it to you. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanyu and said, but I have one condition. You said, I must be involved in your Pokémon catching operation from start to finish, and I cannot let the punishment bottle out of my sight during the operation. If you refuse, there's no point in continuing this discussion. That's my bottom line. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's proposed conditions, Xiao Wanyu's expression darkened, and a hint of sorrow appeared on her beautiful face. Xiaoyu's full involvement means that her plan to capture Darkrai will definitely be exposed. When Xiaoyu discovers that the Pokémon he is about to capture is the legendary Darkrai, he will inevitably have other thoughts. At that point, Xiaoyu will be lucky if he doesn't turn against her and fight her to the death, let alone cooperate with her in capturing Darkrai. Xiao Wanyu did not believe that anyone could remain calm in the face of such enormous profits. Even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon can cause brothers to turn against each other and cause internal strife, let alone a legendary Pokémon. Once Xiaoyu learns how to capture Darkrai, he might as well quit and take the juice jar to capture Darkrai himself. If this were to actually happen, it would be a complete loss for Xiao Wanyu. So, should we reject Xiaoyu? If she refused Xiaoyu, she wouldn't be able to get the punishment bottle, missing this opportunity and letting the chance to capture Darkrai slip through her fingers, which was something Xiao Wanyu didn't want to see. Xiao Wanyu did not want to see either outcome. If only there were a way to solidify the trust between the two of them. Xiao Wanyu suddenly thought of Sumuza. At this time, it would undoubtedly be the best choice to have Sumuza and Xiaoyu get engaged. The two had just finished playing in the University Cup, and had no excuse or reason to continue. It seems we need to hurry. After thinking it over, Xiao Wanyu decided to keep Xiaoyu calm for the time being. Although Xiaoyu keeps saying that he must never let the punishment jar leave his sight, that this is his bottom line, bottom lines are meant to be crossed. At the beginning, wasn't he unwilling to even lend money? Xiaoyu, I can promise you. I guarantee that the judgment jar will never leave your sight. Okay. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and then said, now you can continue talking about the news about the divine coffin. Of course. Xiao Wanyu did not hesitate and continued. The divine coffin currently has 24 people, 12 official members and 12 reserve members. Every official member has a legendary Pokémon, and even the weakest reserve members are among the best of the Elite 4-level trainers. Reserve members must possess a legendary Pokémon in order to become official members. As Xiaoyu listened to Xiao Wanyu's story, his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. 12 official members mean 12 trainers who possess legendary Pokémon. Isn't that an incredibly strong group? At the same time, Xiao Wanyu continued, because of your mysterious Pokémon, the people in the divine coffin are already paying attention to you. But don't worry, they're just watching you and won't attack you. Of course, the divine coffin 12, who has a grudge against you, is an exception. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted Xiao Wanyu, asking, how did you find out about this? This is my secret. Secret? A glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiao Wanyu knew so many secrets about the divine coffin, so she must have a close relationship with the divine coffin organization. Furthermore, given that she is tasked with capturing a Pokémon that appears to be a legendary Pokémon, Xiao Wanyu is very likely a reserve member of the divine coffin. The suspicions in his mind made Xiaoyu's eyes filled with vigilance as he looked at Xiao Wanyu. Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Xiao Wanyu smiled charmingly, seemingly unconcerned that Xiaoyu would discover her identity, because all of this was just Xiaoyu's speculation, without any evidence. Moreover, Xiao Wanyu actually had her own plans in mind. Once she became a formal member of the divine coffin, she could recommend a reserve member. Xiaoyu, with his extraordinary talent, is undoubtedly the best choice, which will also deepen the cooperation between the two parties. As for why Sumuza isn't recommended? Sumuza is too naive compared to Xiaoyu. It's best for her to stay out of these kinds of things. Xiaoyu, if you're free, we can head to Shanghai today, Xiao Wanyu said, looking at Xiaoyu. Today? That's right, today. Chapter 311 Magic City. Ultimately, Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu did not choose to set off today, but postponed it for 3 days. Catching legendary Pokémon is no easy task, and both of them need to make thorough preparations for this Pokémon catching mission. Although Xiao Wanyu was impatient, she had to slow down in order to ensure everything went smoothly. Xiaoyu could take advantage of these 2 days to get on with his business. He had thought he could finally rest after winning the championship, but he found himself even busier with more things to do. Aside from his daily training, Xiaoyu still has a lot to do. The first thing is about choosing a university. Although he has decided to be admitted to Beijing University through the Guaranteed Admission Program, he still needs to go through the specific procedures. The second thing is about buying a house. Xiaoyu found that living with his maternal grandparents for a long time was not convenient, especially as Xiaoyu's Pokémon increased. Since Pokémon like Ironhide and Diancie are not convenient to show themselves, Xiaoyu urgently needs a house of his own, preferably in the suburbs far from the city. It ensures that your Pokémon have enough space to move around, while also ensuring sufficient privacy. The third thing is 2 tasks issued by the system. One is to collect wishing stars, a Dynamaxing task related to Eternatus. The other is to collect S-rank dragon-type items, a task related to the Latias and Tigres. With Xiaoyu's victory, these 2 things also need to be put on the agenda. The fourth thing is the reward for winning the championship. Of course, the rewards here don't refer to the meager rewards issued by the Pokémon Association, but rather the generous rewards from the system. Rewards have been issued. Rewards: Pokémon Copier, Key to the Secret Realm. Pokémon Copier can be used on a Pokémon. After use, you will obtain a copy of that Pokémon with the same stats as the original Pokémon, but its strength will be limited to the Elite 4 level. No restrictions. Note: if used on Mew, you will obtain Mewtwo. When Xiaoyu saw the first part of the description of the Elf Control Device reward, he still didn't understand its specific use. When Xiaoyu read the second half, he suddenly realized that this thing could be used on divine beasts. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe faster. Can mythical beasts be copied? Does this mean Xiaoyu can obtain a level 1 god? For example, Groudon that uses solar power to activate the weather for Charizard, or perhaps the strongest dragon, Kyurem? For example, Rayquaza is the finishing touch. God Y and God X, Sun God and Moon God, the strongest Zacian and Zamazenta. Holy crap, that's awesome. I'm sorry, System Bro, I've been misunderstanding you all along. Turns out you're the real boss. The thought of these ridiculously powerful mythical beasts made Xiaoyu's heart race. All he wanted to do now was drop everything and travel the world in search of their whereabouts. Besides the Pokémon Copier, another item, the Secret Realm Key, is also a rare treasure. However, it is slightly inferior to the power of the Pokémon Copier. Key to the Secret Realm, a key that unlocks a mysterious secret realm. Once used, it can create a portal that randomly connects to a secret realm. It can connect to any currently unexplored secret realm that does not overlap with the main world. The secret realm key wasn't particularly appealing to Xiaoyu, since he had already reached an agreement with the Pokémon Association to exchange secret realms some time ago. Compared to the timely help from the Pokémon copier, the secret realm key was merely icing on the cake. The two rewards from the system are, frankly, worlds apart from the two rewards from the Pokémon Association. Take the first Pokémon cloner for example. In Xiaoyu's hands, it guarantees at least one Diancie. As for the maximum value of this item, Xiaoyu thought of a certain alpaca. If someone were to actually clone an alpaca, then who in this world could rival him? Page 192. What champions, what masters, they're all trash in front of me, Xiaoyu. I admit you are very strong, but what chance do you have against my Arceus? After the initial excitement subsided, Xiaoyu quickly calmed down and began to handle the tasks at hand in an orderly manner. The first of these 4 things to resolve is buying a house and getting into university through a guaranteed admission program. The university issue is relatively simple, but the difficult part is buying a house. Even with Xiaoyu's current financial resources, buying a luxury house in the capital city, where land is incredibly expensive, is not an easy task. The mansion he requested not only had to meet basic accommodation requirements, but more importantly, it also had to provide a place for the Pokémon to rest and train. As a result, the house is quite large, and therefore the price is not cheap. Although Xiaoyu appears successful, he doesn't actually own many substantial businesses or have much money. The Xiao family's rise to prominence began with Xiaoyong, and their largest business to date is the grass and insect secret realm in Xinguang City, Zishu Province. Although the grass and insect realm has started to make a profit, the money earned is immediately and continuously invested in the grass and insect realm for infrastructure construction. The Xiao family really can't afford to buy a house for Xiaoyu. Unless Xiaoyu is willing to sell his Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys, he may not be able to buy a house he likes. Of course, if he were to spread the word that he wanted to buy a house, someone would definitely be willing to give it to him. However, as a gentleman, Xiaoyu would never do such a despicable thing. 2 days passed. Xiaoyu had contacted several real estate agencies in the past 2 days, and as he expected, he found that he really couldn't afford a particularly nice house with the meager amount he had in his pocket. Either the environment or location was bad, or the size was too small, so Xiaoyu had to temporarily put her house buying plan on hold and headed to Shanghai instead. Magic City. As one of the 2 most prosperous twin cities in China, alongside Beijing, Shanghai has always been a city where countless people pursue their dreams, and it is also one of the cities with the most wealthy people. A light rain was falling from the sky. Xiaoyu followed Lu Yinhan and got into a private car to arrive at the Xiao family's mansion. Looking at Xiao Wanyu's mansion, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Xiao Wanyu, the rich lady, she was as extravagant and luxurious as ever. Whoever marries her will have a smooth and successful life, leading straight to the end. Stepping into Xiao Wanyu's manor, the vast mansion was only occupied by servants and the Lu Yinhan siblings as housekeepers. Originally, Su Musa had been staying in Shanghai after the competition, but Xiao Wanyu, in order to ensure that her plan to capture Darkrai was not affected, specially found an excuse to send Su Musa to Baoxiang Island. Xiao Wanyu was dressed up as usual today. Xiaoyu noticed that Xiao Wanyu's outfit was different every time they met, and he had never seen her wear the same clothes twice. Her long black hair was styled in a bun, her lips were painted with bright red lipstick, and she wore delicate pearl earrings. A strapless long dress accentuated her stunning figure. What caught Xiaoyu's attention the most was the sparkling necklace she wore on her chest, which was inlaid with an evolution key stone that shone brightly under the bright lights. Welcome, Xiaoyu. Chapter 312. The conflict between Xiao Wanyu and Xiaoyu. The night is like water. On a chilly night, Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu sat facing each other, their faces flushed. Both of them drank some wine, but only a little. They were both very measured and only got slightly tipsy, which was just right. At this moment, both Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu had clear and bright eyes. Xiao Tianwang, now you can tell me what Pokémon you're going to catch, right? Xiaoyu joked. After returning home and thinking about it carefully for a long time, Xiaoyu guessed that the Pokémon Xiao Wanyu wanted to catch was very likely Darkrai. Because Xiao Wanyu wanted to remember that the Pokémon caught by the Judgment Bottle must be Ghost or Dark type. In recent years, the most famous of these 2 types of legendary Pokémon is Darkrai, which has yet to be captured, even though it escaped from the Nightmare Realm. Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Xiao Wanyu stretched out her lotus root-like hands to let down the hair that was coiled behind her head, and gently shook her head, the hair behind her swaying like waves. Young girls can bewitch hearts, while older women can bewitch souls. Xiao Wanyu smiled and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I know you've never trusted me. I don't trust you either. I'm actually quite curious, why have you always been so wary of me? Meeting Xiao Wanyu's gentle gaze, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, King Xiao, it's because you're too clever. Besides, trust between people isn't built overnight or with just a few words. These were Xiaoyu's true feelings. Although there had never been any conflict between him and Xiao Wanyu, he simply found it hard to trust her. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanyu's smile faded, and she fell silent, staring blankly out the window. I also want to find someone I can trust, but unfortunately, the most unfathomable thing in the world is the human heart. Xiao Wanyu's words seemed to be addressed to Xiaoyu, yet also to herself. After saying this, Xiao Wanyu's gaze went through the window and landed on the lonely street lamp. After a few breaths, Xiao Wanyu suddenly chuckled, then slouched back in the chair, inadvertently revealing her calves beneath her long skirt. Her face was slightly flushed, and she looked at Xiaoyu with dreamy eyes. Xiaoyu, I sincerely want to cooperate with you. Let's take advantage of this rare opportunity today to have a good talk. Xiao Wanyu's eyes were bright, and her gaze toward Xiaoyu was intense. Xiaoyu, we have never been enemies, we have never been enemies. As Xiaoyu listened to Xiao Wanyu's words, his gaze fell on Xiao Wanyu's curvaceous body. Xiao Wanyu was already dressed very beautifully today, and after drinking some wine, she was even more charming and had a unique allure. Swallowing hard, Xiaoyu shifted his gaze from Xiao Wanyu to her face with difficulty. King Xiao, we were never enemies, we've always been partners. Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanyu waved her hand, interrupting Xiaoyu directly. There's no need to say these hypocritical and pretentious words. Xiao Wanyu's tone seemed somewhat complaining as she leaned closer to Xiaoyu, her bright eyes looking at him. Your attitude towards cooperating with the Long family is completely different from your attitude towards cooperating with me. I don't expect you to favor me more, I just hope you can be fair. I can give you anything the Long family can offer, and I can even give you more. You really can't give that to me. Long Yaning is my girlfriend. Xiaoyu took a step back, slightly increasing the distance between herself and Xiao Wanyu. The two of them had been too close, to the point where they might make a mistake. Xiao Tianwang, don't call me King Xiao, call me Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, looked calmly at Xiao Wanyu, and said in a composed tone, I have always been in a cooperative attitude when communicating with you, but you have been hiding your purpose for using the punishment jar. If you are truly interested in cooperating, let's have a real, open, and honest conversation. Okay. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanyu nodded without hesitation, then picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp, as if to bolster her courage. I guess you've already guessed my identity. Xiao Wanyu looked intently at Xiaoyu, her voice gentle. Besides being one of the 4 heavenly kings, I'm also a reserve member of the Divine Coffin organization. That's why I know so much about the inner workings of the Divine Coffin. So what Pokémon are you going to catch this time? Xiaoyu asked Xiao Wanyu. What do you think? Xiao Wanyu suddenly revealed a playful expression and looked at Xiaoyu. With your intelligence, you should be able to guess. Darkrai, right? Xiaoyu asked. Xiao Wanyu gave a wry smile and looked at Xiaoyu. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Now that I've told you the purpose of the punishment jar, I've shown you enough sincerity. Xiaoyu, once I capture Dalai, I can become a full member of the Divine Coffin. At that time, I can recommend a reserve member to the Divine Coffin, and I will recommend you. The benefits of joining the coffin are beyond your imagination. Everyone in the coffin is an outstanding individual in their respective country. They possess vast resources and know many secrets unknown to outsiders, such as the Slate of Arceus, the secret realms, and the whereabouts of the divine beasts. If you help me catch Darkrai this time, I'll owe you a favor, and I'll help you catch any legendary Pokémon you want next time, unconditionally. After hearing Xiao Wanyu's words, Xiaoyu suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Are mythical beasts very precious? I already have a Diancie, and if I'm going to be even more ruthless, I'll immediately duplicate another Diancie, giving me 2 gods in one go. Xiaoyu crossed his legs, placed his hands on the armrests of the chair, and looked at Xiao Wanyu with a relaxed and comfortable posture. I have absolutely no interest in the benefits you mentioned of joining the Divine Coffin. And now that I know your plans, I can completely leave you behind and go it alone. Xiaoyu was still speaking when he suddenly saw Xiao Wanyu bring her face close to his, her eyes seemingly filled with pure water, her delicate nose and long eyelashes clearly visible. You wouldn't do that, would you, Xiaoyu? This is the first time I've ever willingly wanted to trust someone. You won't let me down, right? The more she spoke, the closer Xiao Wanyu got, forcing Xiaoyu to get up and create some distance. I can lend you the judgment jar to help you capture the nightmare god, but one condition is not enough. You must agree to 2 conditions. Okay. Xiao Wanyu smiled as she watched Xiaoyu's disheveled figure leave. Back in his room from the restaurant, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, a cold glint in his eyes and a gloomy expression on his face. Although he had just agreed to help Xiao Wanyu, this was only a delaying tactic. Because the dark ray that Xiao Wanyu wanted to capture was the very one that the dream god had asked her to capture. Xiao Wanyu wants to subdue the nightmare god, but in order to complete the mission of the dream god, he must also subdue the nightmare god. Therefore, an irreconcilable conflict exists between him and Xiao Wanyu, which is unavoidable. Page 193. It is foreseeable that in the end Xiaoyu will only have two choices: either the two sides completely break off relations, or Xiaoyu compensates Xiao Wanyu in other ways. Regardless of the reason, Xiaoyu could only say, "I'm sorry, Aunt Xiao, I had no choice in the matter." Chapter 313. The hunting plan begins. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiaoyu, Xiao Wanyu, and Lu Yinhan and his sister arrived at the underground laboratory that Xiao Wanyu had invested in. The underground laboratory is very large, equipped not only with experimental areas but also with living areas, a gym, and a recreation room. The equipment it is equipped with is also among the most advanced in the world. After touring the laboratory, Xiaoyu went straight to the core area of the laboratory. This is currently the most advanced energy amplifier in the world, and there are no more than 5 in the entire country of China. Using this instrument, energy can be continuously diffused outward, thereby amplifying the energy. As long as the punishment jar is placed in the energy zone, with the help of this energy amplifier, the radiation range can exceed 100 kilometers. As long as Darkrai remains within the Shanghai metropolitan area, he will inevitably be attracted here. We can conduct the first experiment at any time. I suggest scheduling the experiment at night. Although we don't know the exact time when the Nightmare God will appear, I think it's highly likely to be active at night. I hope everyone stays alert and prepared. I don't want to attract Darkrai only to have it escape into the night. Following the original plan, Xiaoyu stayed near the trapping device, quietly waiting for the operation to begin. Beside him was Xiao Wanyu. Unlike before, Xiao Wanyu was wearing sportswear and her hair was tied in a ponytail for ease of movement. Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu and said, "If I really encounter difficulties, I will have to trouble you to lend a hand. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "My appearance fee is very high. As long as we can capture Dalai, the price is negotiable." Xiao Wanyu rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu. As the two talked, they put on protective goggles, while staff placed the broken punishment jar into the energy zone. "Start the equipment, countdown 10, 9, 2, 1. The countdown has ended. Press the red switch." A dazzling light erupted from the shattered judgment jar, and black evil energy rippled outwards like waves amplified by the energy amplifier. Visible black energy ripples radiated outwards in concentric circles, spreading outwards in all directions. Beware, the powerful dark-type energy will definitely attract a large number of dark-type Pokémon, and may even attract champion-level dark-type Pokémon. Lu Yinhan, Lu Yongxuan, you two are responsible for intercepting dark-type Pokémon from the outside world. At the same time, Magic City. Wearing a mask, Sushio was training his Pokémon in the underground training room. Suddenly, the body of the Banjoras beside him began to tremble slightly. It raised its head sharply and looked in the direction of the underground laboratory. Tyranitar, which possesses the dark-type slate, is extremely sensitive to dark-type energy, so it sensed the spreading dark-type energy immediately. "Tyranitar, what's wrong?" Sushio naturally noticed Tyranitar's unusual reaction and asked him with a frown. Just as Sushio's Tyranitar noticed something was wrong, Darkrai, who had been hiding in the Magic City, also sensed this unusual energy fluctuation and then disappeared into the night in a flash. In the night sky, Darkrai flew through the clouds toward the underground laboratory. The commotion caused by Hoopa's judgment pot went far beyond that, with countless dark-type Pokémon beginning to converge on the underground laboratory. The siblings Lu Yinhan and Lu Yongxuan stood firm like an impregnable fortress. Gallade, Drain Punch, Karam, Drain Fist. With 2 elite 4-level Pokémon, plus the fighting type's advantage over Dark-type, and the recovery effect of Drain Punch, Gallade and Medicham easily blocked the first wave of Dark-type Pokémon. But a steady stream of Dark-type Pokémon continues to converge on the laboratory. Roar. With a roar, the first Dark-type Pokémon with near elite 4-level strength appeared nearby. Its massive body, over 2 meters tall, and ferocious appearance are chilling. Its arms are crossed over its chest, and its long tongue hangs out of its mouth. Block the bear. A blocking bear with near elite level strength. Immediately following was another sharp roar, and a second Pokémon with near elite 4-level strength appeared nearby. Its skin was purple with milky white patterns, it had sharp fangs, and it reeked of a foul stench. It was none other than the infamous Pokémon Tank Skunk. Influenced by the Dark-type core energy of the punishment pot, all the nearby Dark-type Pokémon rushed over, with the strongest Pokémon arriving first. Without a doubt, the Obscurus and Skunk, with their near-elite 4-level strength, are the strongest Dark-type Pokémon in the vicinity. As for whether any more Elite 4 Pokémon will appear nearby, nobody knows. The sudden appearance of 2 Pokémon with near-elite 4-level strength greatly increased the pressure on Lu Yunhan and Lu Yingxuan. Tank Skunk, in particular, is far more disgusting than most Elite 4-level Pokémon, even though it is only at the near-elite 4 level. The poison gas it releases is an indiscriminate attack, affecting not only Pokémon but also their trainers. Keep in mind that trainers have fragile bodies, even a tiny whiff of it can knock them unconscious. Even so, Xiaowanyu showed no intention of interfering. The surrounding minions are just appetizers. The real problem is Darkrai. As long as Darkrai hasn't appeared, she won't make a move easily. Gallopon, use Earthquake on Tank Skunk. Karam, Flying Knee Kick to block Bear. Gallade unleashed Ground-type energy and slammed its fist into the ground, causing it to crack. Endless Ground-type energy surged along Gallade's body and the crack towards Tank Skunk. Meanwhile, Calhoun's Fighting-type energy surged, and with a quick movement, he bent his knee and delivered a knee strike towards the blocking bear. Just as Lu Yunhan and his sister were intercepting the nearby Dark-type energy Pokémon, suddenly, a strange, malevolent energy surged forth, causing Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu to pause slightly. A suffocating feeling washed over them, as if they were drowning and unable to breathe. Xiaoyu felt as if he had fallen into an endless dark world, with everything in front of him completely black. Dark hole. Darkrai is here. It was obvious that Darkrai, who was hiding in the shadows, launched a sneak attack, releasing the dark hole skill towards Xiaoyu and the others, pulling everyone into the dark world. Boom! Just then, the dark world in front of Xiaoyu began to collapse, and endless super energy surged out, suffocating him and saving him from drowning. When Xiaoyu came to his senses, he only saw Ai Guanqi's figure in front of him. Although Abbott is only at the Lord level, he gained immunity to Darkrai's dark hole because he absorbed the crescent wing of the Dream God. This Darkrai does not have the divine authority of the Nightmare God, so how can it compare to the true God, the Dream God? Chapter 314 Darkrai. Who? Xiaoyu, who had survived the ordeal, gasped for breath. For a moment, he thought he was about to die. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people fell into eternal slumber when facing Darkrai. The sense of powerlessness that welled up from the depths of his heart was incomparable to ordinary hypnosis. If it had dragged on any longer, he might have really fallen into a permanent slumber. Although he was protected by his attendant and not harmed, the loneliness and helplessness he felt at that moment was still despairing. It was only then that Xiaoyu noticed that, in addition to Esperanza, there was also a shiny Gardevoir in front of him. This blue Gardevoir is Xiaowanyu's ace Pokémon, possessing near champion level strength. It wears a crown-like headdress, adorned with a shimmering Gardevoir Mega Stone. The moment Xiaowanyu sensed Dracula's attack, she sent shiny Gardevoir to protect Xiaoyu. She just hadn't expected Xiaoyu to have a way to counter Darkrai's dark hole, which was a waste of her good intentions. Page 194. Are you alright? Xiaowanyu turned to look at Xiaoyu and his personal attendant and asked. It's nothing, Xiaoyu said. Xiaoyu, if I can't stop Darkrai, remember to help me. Don't let him get away. Xiaowanyu looked at Darkrai in front of her with piercing eyes. After paying such a high price, she had finally met Darkrai as she wished. Now she only needed to capture Darkrai to succeed. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded in response. In front of Xiaowanyu, besides the shiny Gardevoir with near champion level strength, there were 2 other Pokémon, Florges with near champion level strength and Sylveon with near champion level strength. The 3 Pokémon firmly protected Xiaowanyu behind them, their eyes warily fixed on Darkrai floating in the air. Darkrai's black body danced like mist, its dark-type energy so dense it was almost tangible, radiating a powerful pressure. It had already reached champion level strength. Darkrai's gaze swept over Xiaowanyu's 3 Pokémon and landed on Ndidi, from which it sensed an energy that it found repulsive. Madame Florence, meditate. Sylveon, misty terrain. Gardevoir, mega evolve. As Xiaowanyu's voice rang out, the mega stone on Gardevoir's headdress burst forth with a dazzling and bright light, linking with the light emanating from the jewelry on Xiaowanyu's chest. The white light of evolution bloomed in the darkness, enveloping Gardevoir's body and stretching and changing. The light faded, revealing the figure of Mega Gardevoir. Her original blue dress transformed into a pure black princess tutu after Mega Evolution, and her cool gaze was fixed on Darkrai in the sky. Mega Gardevoir gains an even more noble air, exuding a queen-like aura, while its strength also skyrockets. Gardevoir, originally a near-champion level Pokémon, had absolutely no chance against Darkrai, a champion-level Pokémon, but after Mega Evolution, it became a force to be reckoned with. Gardevoir, loud voice. Mega Gardevoir gains the Fairy Skin trait, and most importantly, its special attack stat receives a massive boost. Gardevoir already had extremely high special attack, and after Mega Evolution, it jumped to become the 11th highest special attack Pokémon of all forms, tied with Mega Ampharos and Calyrex, and even higher than Mega Charizard. It's worth noting that ahead of it are monsters like Mega Mutwo Y, Primal Kyogre, and Mega Rayquaza. Mega Gardevoir raised its chin and let out a high-pitched cry, creating sound waves that spread outwards, influenced by Mega Gardevoir's Fairy Skin ability. The move Hyper Voice changed from a normal type to a Fairy type and its power increased. At the same time, the Fairy type also received a stab boost. Combined with the misty terrain that Sylveon had just created, this Hyper Voice attack turned into a nuclear bomb attack. As the loud noise was accompanied by the spread of pink Fairy-type energy, all the Dark-type Pokémon along the way, which were not even at the level of a near-elite 4-member, were swept away like autumn leaves in the wind and all were knocked down in one blow. Even if some Pokémon use Protect, they still can't stop Mega Gardevoir's deafening roar. Faced with Mega Gardevoir's violent output, even Darkrai dared not take it head-on. It could only gather a Dark-type Dark Pulse in front of it to neutralize Gardevoir's attack. Gardevoir, loud voice. Sylveon, help Gardevoir. Madame Hwaja, continue with meditation. After clearing the field with a deafening roar, Xiaowanyu did not hesitate at all and continued to have Mega Gardevoir launch attacks, giving Darkrai no chance to catch its breath. At the same time, Sylveon used a helping move on Gardevoir, which further increases the power of Gardevoir's Hyper Voice. At this moment, Gardevoir's deafening roar had reached an extremely terrifying level of power. The sound waves, visible to the naked eye, enveloped the Fairy-type energy and spread outwards. But a legendary Pokémon is still a legendary Pokémon. Just as Gardevoir launched its attack, Darkrai's body suddenly disappeared. Its body flew through the air at high speed like a ghost, while simultaneously diving into another dimension. When it reappeared, it had already flown to Gardevoir's side. Shadow Sneak Attack. Ghost-type energy surged forth, Darkrai's shadow lengthened, and it launched a surprise attack from behind Mega Gardevoir. Evil Wave. Darkrai's Shadow Sneak Attack is merely a close-range attack. His true killing move is the Dark Pulse hidden behind the Shadow Sneak Attack. The energy fluctuations formed by Dark-type energy surged towards Mega Gardevoir. At the same time, Mega Gardevoir unleashed its Mega Sound move once again, the sound waves enveloping Ghost-type energy and spreading outwards, colliding with Dark Pulse and creating a massive smokescreen. Mega Gardevoir, keep using Toxic. Sylveon, keep using Help. Lady Hwaja, use the power of the moon. Against Darkrai of the Dark type, there is no better move than the Whirlwind ability of Fairy Skin. It is extremely powerful and belongs to the sound-based skill category. Even with the smoke screen rising up, it does not affect the hit rate of the loud sound skill at all. Mega Gardevoir let out another loud cry, its Mega Roar skill carrying Fairy-type energy to dispel the smoke and reveal Darkrai's body as it flew towards Darkrai. Lady Florges also launched an attack, unleashing a sudden burst of lunar power as she flew towards Darkrai. Faced with the combined attack from Lady Florges and Mega Gardevoir, Darkrai had no time to dodge and was hit directly. Boom! The expected scene of severely injuring Darkrai did not occur. Instead, the power of the moon and the loud noise simultaneously pierced through Darkrai's body, causing it to dissipate like a mirage, a shadow clone. It turns out that while it was in the smoke, Darkrai had already taken the opportunity to use its shadow clone ability, and its main body had somehow moved around to directly above it. Dark Hole. Chapter 315 New Moon Prayer. At such close range, Mega Gardevoir had absolutely no room to dodge. The energy ball formed from Dark-type energy accurately hit Gardevoir. Endless Dark-type energy surged towards Mega Gardevoir like a tidal wave, engulfing and swallowing her, seemingly dragging her entirely into the dark world. A suffocating feeling washed over him, leaving Mega Gardevoir frozen in place, his eyes glazed over. Dark Hole, being Darkrai's signature move, is naturally extremely powerful. Even Mega Gardevoir, with its champion-level strength, cannot withstand Dark Hole. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Love Butler. Other Pokémon may not have the means to fight against Dark Hole, but DD, which absorbed an entire Crescent Wing, has the ability to resist and break through Dark Hole. Suddenly, a purple psychic light burst forth from Iguanchi's body, and he clasped his hands together, praying towards the new moon in the sky. A surge of psychic-type energy poured down like a galaxy, flooding into Ndidi's body and spreading outwards, enveloping Gardevoir. Like a ray of sunlight breaking through the dark world, it rescued Gardevoir from the dark hole effect. Darkrai stared intently at Exage, his gaze fixed on the familiar energy. At this moment, it finally understood why the servant had an aura that it loathed. So that's it. It's the dream goddess. Darkray's eyes flashed with intense malice. His body suddenly accelerated, and he pounced on Ndidi like a ghost. Dark-type energy surged from his body, and endless waves of evil energy flew toward Ndidi. As long as Ndidi is present, its dark hole is completely ineffective against the Pokémon present. Ndidi must be dealt with first. Gardevoir, protect Aegis. Faced with Darkray's attack, Gardevoir flashed past, teleporting in front of Ndidi and erecting a light shield to block the attack for Ndidi. Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu's companion with surprise. She could tell that Xiaoyu's companion was not particularly strong, but it seemed to have a special ability to neutralize Darkray's dark hole skill. It seems that Xiaoyu's beloved servant has a complicated background. Just how many secrets does Xiaoyu still hold? There are too many mysteries surrounding him, making it impossible for anyone to see through him. Thank you, Xiaowanyu said. Your personal attendant is very capable. No need to thank me, this counts as a favor. Xiaoyu replied with a smile, just remember to pay me, my appearance fee is very expensive. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaowanyu rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and continued to command her Pokémon to attack Darkrai. Without Dark Hole, Darkray's threat level is instantly reduced by more than half. Sylveon, keep using help. Gardevoir, loud voice. Madame Huajie, your eyes are brimming with tears. It has to be said that Xiaowanyu's 3 Pokémon have a very clear division of labor. Mega Gardevoir is responsible for the main attack, while Sylveon is always used to help increase the power of Gardevoir's moves. Lady Huajie, on the other hand, uses various skills to harass after being strengthened. Tears are a status effect skill that lowers the opponent's attack and magic attack, further reducing Darkray's combat power. With the 3 fairy-type Pokémon attacking it, Darkrai was at a disadvantage and could only keep releasing Dark Pulse to barely withstand the attacks of the 3 Pokémon. If this situation continued, it would only be a matter of time before Darkrai was defeated and captured. However, things could not be that simple. Under immense pressure, Darkrai resolutely chose to avoid battle. Page 195. Its ghostly form flew at incredible speed through the air, passing over the crowd before it, and heading towards the shattered jar of punishment. It didn't want to get entangled with Xiaowanyu's Pokémon, and planned to use its speed advantage to directly steal the punishment bottle and escape. All Darkrai needed from start to finish was the dark core energy from the jar of retribution. Gardevoir, Black Eyes, don't let it escape. Xiaowanyu made ample preparations to capture Darkrai, having anticipated that Darkrai might escape. Therefore, normal-type energy surged from Gardevoir's body, its black eyes fixed on Darkrai, preventing Darkrai from escaping. Lady Florges, Sylveon, take advantage of the moon's power now. The 2 Pokémon simultaneously unleashed astonishing fairy-type energy, joining forces to attack Darkrai. Boom! 2 shots of lunar power struck Darkrai, causing damage. Darkrai has finally been injured for the first time since the start of the battle. After Darkray's Dark Hole ability was blocked by Easiest, and it was prevented from escaping by Mega Gardevoir's Dark Gaze, Darkrai was now completely on the defensive. Continue the attack. Xiaowanyu's voice rang out, her lips curving upwards into a stunning smile. She could almost see the images she had captured of Darkrai. Mega Gardevoir, Florges, and Sylveon unleashed another barrage of moves, using the fairy type's advantage over dark type to launch a continuous attack on Darkrai. Darkrai, surrounded by numerous Pokémon, wore an angry expression. The restriction on Darkray's signature skill, Dark Hole, filled him with immense frustration and rage. Darkrai roared to the sky, its dark-type energy surging forth and spreading like a thick fog around its body. Evil Wave. It's still the Dark Pulse skill, but this time the power of the Dark Pulse skill is significantly greater than before. The shockwave formed by the black, evil energy erupted in all directions, sweeping across the entire area like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, Darkrai fully displayed its power as a legendary Pokémon, with endless black energy enveloping the entire night sky and spreading outward like black mist. Darkrai also launched a surprise attack from the shadows of the dark wave, the surging black mist obscuring everyone's vision. Boom! With a loud bang, Sylveon was the first to be hit, being blasted away by Darkray's Dark Pulse. Even though it has a type advantage over Darkrai, the difference in raw power makes Sylveon no match for Darkrai, and it is seriously injured with just one hit. Mega Gardevoir, use Toxic. Seeing Sylveon injured, Xiaowanyu's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. As expected, legendary Pokémon are not so easy to catch. Without hesitation, she had Gardevoir use the hyper voice move again. The high-pitched voice, containing fairy-type energy, spread outwards, struggling to resist the pervasive dark-type energy mist, but the overwhelming difference in strength gradually put it at a disadvantage. Boom! Darkray's dark-type energy suddenly began to gather and then surged towards Lady Florges. At this moment, it chose to completely ignore Gardevoir's attack, letting Gardevoir's attacks land on its body, and concentrated its firepower to launch an attack on Lady Florges. Its tactics are extremely clear: take down the weakest enemies one by one, starting with the strongest. First, eliminate Sylveon and Florges, then concentrate its firepower on Gardevoir. Hold on, Madame Florence. A light shield appeared, blocking the attack from Darkrai in front of Lady Florges. Looking at the troublesome Florges and Gardevoir in front of it, Darkrai felt a huge sense of crisis. Even though it was extremely powerful, it would still be difficult to fight against so many Pokémon. This is especially true when one's Dark Hole skill is ineffective. Darkray's heart skipped a beat, and its body suddenly accelerated, shooting out like an arrow, aiming directly at Abbott's direction. Stop it, Gardevoir, Lady Florges. Chapter 316 Sushio and Xiaoyu. Shadow Sneak Attack. Darkrai unleashed another Shadow Strike, targeting none other than Abbott. Although the Shadow Strike skill is not very powerful, it was more than enough for the champion-level Darkrai to deal with the Lord-level in DD, and the elongated Shadow attacked in DD like a ghost. Gardevoir, teleport. Just then, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Mega Gardevoir's figure flashed and instantly moved to the side of Aegis, blocking the Shadow attack for Aegis. Xiaoyu also knew that although AI Guanxi was the weakest at this moment, he played the most important role in this battle. The steward must never fall. Seeing his sure-kill attack miss, Darkray's expression turned unusually furious. Just then, a dark figure flashed across the sky and flew straight toward the shattered jar of punishment. Darkrai, another Darkrai, Lady Flora, the power of the moon. In a moment of desperation, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and Lady Huaja unleashed a full-force burst of lunar power, flying towards the newly arrived Darkrai. Boom! With her near-champion strength, Lady Florges unleashed the full power of her moon force, sending the second Darkrai flying and severely injuring it as it fell to the ground, revealing its true form. Zoroark. Despite being severely injured, Zoroark rolled several times after landing, but his speed did not decrease at all, and he continued to rush towards the broken judgment jar. Court death. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. This broken punishment pot was his treasure. Who on earth had the audacity to steal his things? Xiaoyu released his Gallade without hesitation. Although Gallade, with its champion-level strength, couldn't intervene in the battle against Darkrai, it dealt with Zoroark quite easily. Gallade, engage in close combat. Just as Gallade's attack was about to hit Zoroark, a surge of dark-type energy erupted from afar, blocking the fatal attack for Zoroark. Sushio and his Benjuras. Come back, Zoroark. Sushio stared coldly at Xiaoyu and Gallade, then said in a cold voice, Earthquake, Tyranitar. Since the plan to secretly seize the judgment jar had failed, Sushio didn't waste any more words with the others and directly had Tyranitar activate the group skill Earthquake. As Tyranitar's ground-type energy surged, the ground beneath his feet began to shake, forming deep, bottomless cracks that spread outwards. Ground-based energy also erupted from the cracks. Gallade, Wide Guard. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He didn't hesitate to let Gallade use Wide Guard, but for a champion-level Gallade to rely on Wide Guard to completely block Tyranitar's Earthquake and save all the Pokémon was undoubtedly wishful thinking. Boom! The light shield shattered. Although Wide Guard blocked most of the power of the Earthquake, the remaining power still damaged the Pokémon on the field. At the same time, the aftershock of the Earthquake move directly knocked out in DD. In a battle of this caliber, Absolute couldn't intervene. It was 4 major levels below Tyranitar, a champion-level opponent. Even being hit by the aftershocks of an attack would instantly render it unable to fight. Sushio. Xiaoyu's beautiful face was ashen. She hadn't expected Sushio to appear here, and even more unexpectedly, Sushio's Tyranitar had already broken through to the champion level. A champion-level Tyranitar disrupted the situation, making what was originally a clear scenario unpredictable. Xiaoyu, can you hold Sushio off for me? Xiaoyu turned to Xiaoyu and said, her tone pleading. Okay. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. Xiaoyu looked at Sushio, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and answered without hesitation. Sushio seemed to sense Xiaoyu's gaze, turned to look at Xiaoyu, and said in a hoarse voice, long time no see, national champion. I advise you to just stay on the sidelines and watch the show. With this Gallade's paltry skills, it's no match for me. If you really wanted to die, then come and try. Banjoras, clear the area. Use an earthquake. Sushio's voice rang out, and ground-type energy surged from Tyranitar's body once again. If Gallade gets injured once, the second time it should be a complete wipeout. Come back, assassin. Xiaoyu recalled assassin and ordered Gallade, use Destiny Shade on Tyranitar. Xiaoyu took out a pokeball and recalled the constable, which had lost its ability to battle. At the same time, ghost-type energy surged from Gallade's body, and it flew towards Tyranitar at an extremely fast speed, linking itself with Tyranitar in the blink of an eye. Boom! Earthquake unsurprisingly knocked down Gallade, and at the same time, Destiny Bond activated, endless ghost-type energy wrapped around Tyranitar, constantly draining Tyranitar's HP and causing high damage to Tyranitar. We share the same fate, Eternal God. Page 196. Gardner, loud voice. Lady Flora, the power of the moon. Xiaowanyu also ordered Mega Gardevoir to continue using the Hyper Voice move to launch a counterattack against Tyranitar and Darkrai. At the same time, Darkrai, no longer restrained by esteem, was completely unfettered, like a fish leaping into the sky. Without hesitation, it chose to withstand Gardevoir's roar and flew towards Xiaoyu's direction. Of all the Pokémon and humans present, it disliked Abbott and Natsum the most, who possessed the aura of the Dream God. Now that Abbott has lost his ability to battle, only Xiaoyu is left without any Pokémon protection. Seeing Xiaoyu, who was completely powerless, Darkrai naturally wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if it meant getting injured, it would deal with Xiaoyu first. Shadow Sneak Attack. Darkrai's shadow began to lengthen, flying towards Xiaoyu like a giant serpent in the night. At the critical moment, Xiaoyu no longer hesitated and shouted, "Iron Warrior, help me, use quick defense." Boom! Xiaoyu's Pokeball bounced open, unleashing a surge of fighting-type energy that blocked Darkrai's deadly shadow attack. The Iron Warrior held his double-edged sword horizontally in front of him, blocking Darkrai's attack, his eyes cold as he stared at Darkrai. The moment the Iron Warrior appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xiaowanyu was already mentally prepared. She had learned from Shenkan 12 that Xiaoyu had a super-strong Pokémon with champion-level strength, which defeated Shenkan 12's Articuno by fighting against multiple opponents. The Iron Warrior before them looked exactly like the description in Divine Coffin 12, resembling a combination of Gallade and Gardevoir, wielding a double-edged sword, and possessing a mechanical body. Without a doubt, this Pokémon named Iron Warrior is Xiaoyu's ace Pokémon. Chapter 317 The Outburst of the Iron Warrior. Iron Warrior gripped his double-edged blades, his gaze fixed on Darkrai before him and Tyranitar beside him, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. At the same time, his Quark Charge ability activated, boosting his speed. With a light flourish, the Iron Warrior gripped the double-edged blade, like a swordsman, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Iron Warrior dared to launch an attack even when facing Dream God, so how could it possibly back down now that it has a champion-level Darkrai and a champion-level Tyranitar? With the appearance of the Iron Warrior, the situation on the field gradually became clear. Iron Warrior vs Darkrai, Tyranitar vs Mega Gardevoir. Of these four Pokémon, the weakest is Xiaowanyu's Mega Gardevoir. It is inherently weaker than the other three Pokémon, with its strength only at the peak of the near-champion level. Even with Mega Evolution, which temporarily elevates Gardevoir's strength to champion level, it still cannot compare to the other three Pokémon. Ironhide, Tyranitar, and Darkrai are more than just champion-level Pokémon. One of them is a future species, one is a quasi-god, and one is even a divine beast. Their racial advantage makes them stronger than most champion-level Pokémon. Sushio was equally surprised when he saw the suddenly appearing Iron Warrior. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu to have a Pokémon with champion-level strength. Moreover, judging from the strength this Pokémon just revealed, it is among the best even among champion-level Pokémon. Iron Warrior? What kind of Pokémon is that? How come I've never heard of this Pokémon? I'll deal with Darkrai, you hold off Sushio. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and he turned to look at Xiaowanyu beside him, and Xiao, don't hold back if you have any other tricks up your sleeve. He didn't believe that Xiaowanyu could capture Darkrai with just a few Pokémon. It was nothing short of delusional. Your Gardevoir is no match for Tyranitar. Okay, Xiaowanyu replied, then took out a Pokeball from her waist. I'll take care of Sushio. She dared to try and capture Darkrai, a Pokémon with champion-level strength, so she must have been prepared. She thought she could capture Darkrai with just these three Pokémon, but now that the situation is critical, it's time to reveal her trump card. Go, three-headed dragon. With a roar, the champion-level Hydreigon appeared. This three-headed dragon was Xiao Wanyu's ultimate trump card, possessing champion-level strength, a massive body, and a ferocious face, glaring angrily at Tyranitar. Looking at the Hydreigon, Xiaoyu felt a little relieved. Mega Gardevoir plus Hydreigon would be enough to deal with Sushio's Tyranitar. Now he only needs to focus on dealing with Darkrai. Iron Warrior, Moon Power. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the Iron Warrior twirled the double-edged blade in his hand and pointed it at Darkrai. Immediately, Fairy-type energy surged out, bursting forth with dazzling light with the help of the moon's power, and blasted towards Darkrai. Seeing the surging Fairy-type energy contained within the power of the moon, Darkrai sensed a danger signal and abruptly retreated, quickly widening the distance between himself and the Iron Warrior. While dodging the Iron Warrior's moon power, it continued to channel dark energy into its hands. In just an instant, the Dark Hole skill was formed and launched fiercely towards the Iron Warrior. Darkrai was originally unable to use the move Dark Hole due to NDD's restriction, but now that NDD has lost its ability to battle and left the field, there is no Pokémon that can restrict it from using the move Dark Hole. It can use the Dark Hole skill with complete confidence and freedom. Iron Warrior, catch. Xiaoyu frowned as he saw the situation and immediately took out another crescent feather that he had taken from the God of Dreams from his system space. The crescent feather burst forth with a dazzling pink light, effortlessly neutralizing the Dark Hole skill. Xiaoyu smiled, I'm still the better one. Luckily, I was shameless enough to ask for an extra crescent feather, otherwise I might have really messed up today. It's important to know that Darkrai's Dark Hole is an extremely powerful exclusive skill, unlike the weak spells in the game, which are even inferior to hypnosis. In reality, Darkrai's Dark Hole can ignore the effects of the misty terrain and directly force enemies into a state of sleep. It's important to know that under normal circumstances, Pokémon on the ground in a misty area will not fall into any status ailments or confusion. Darkrai's Dark Hole can ignore this limitation, which shows how overpowered this skill is. However strong it is, it cannot compare to the crescent wing of the Dream God. With a feather in hand, I have the world at my command. Iron Warrior, magic flashes. A pink glow rose, bursting forth with dazzling light that illuminated the entire arena. The sudden burst of intense light momentarily obstructed Darkrai's vision. Evil Wave. Seeing that the Dark Hole had failed again, Darkrai's face showed extreme anger. Faced with Iron Warrior's attack, Darkrai also chose to respond with Dark Pulse. It stretched out a hand, and the dark energy in its body surged toward Iron Warrior as if it had received a command. However, at that very moment, the Iron Warrior had already charged toward Darkrai with his double-edged blade. With 4 times the resistance to evil, the Iron Warrior chose to ignore Darkrai's attack, enduring the overwhelming evil energy, and charged at Darkrai, gripping his double-edged blade tightly and slashing fiercely. Split the tiles. Iron Warrior uses the Brick Break skill from the fighting style, but instead of using his fists, he uses his double-edged blades. The sharp blade, imbued with fighting-type energy, slashed directly at Darkrai. In a split second, a deep gash was left on Darkrai's black mist-like body, from which black mist continuously spewed out. Seriously injured. This was the first time in a long time that Darkrai had suffered such a serious injury. The injury further fueled Darkrai's ferocity. Its eyes gradually turned crimson as it glared at the Iron Warrior and launched an attack. The surging evil energy spread like black mist, and the evil waves rushed madly towards the Iron Warrior. However, no matter how frantically it attacks, the Iron Warrior has a natural advantage in attributes. Fairy and Fighter attributes have 4 times the resistance to evil. How can it fight? Iron Warrior, keep using Brick Breaker. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and the Iron Warrior wielded his double-headed blade, continuing his fierce attack and completely suppressing Darkrai, gaining full control of the situation. The Iron Warrior moved with the agility of a dancing sprite, his blade flashing as he twirled in the air, tearing through the black mist before him with a single, powerful strike. Puck. The sound of tearing flesh rang out as the Iron Warrior's full-force strike cleaved Darkrai's body, leaving another long wound. The black mist inside Darkrai's body was seen uncontrollably spewing out. Enraged, Darkrai reached out and grabbed, unleashing a torrent of dark energy like a purgatory, rushing towards the Iron Warrior. It desperately wanted to turn and run away, but its movement was restricted by the black gaze, leaving it with no choice but to confront the Iron Warrior head-on. The power of the moon. The Iron Warrior raised his double-blade blade, unleashing the power of the moon that swept across the entire area, instantly dispelling the black mist and surging towards Darkrai, blasting it away. Looking down at Darkrai lying on the ground, Xiaoyu said from his superior position, Iron Warrior, the last moon power. Page 197. The power of the moon erupted from the double-edged blades, sweeping towards Darkrai once more. Boom! Chapter 318 Unparalleled Power. With the final burst of lunar power, the Iron Warrior overwhelmingly defeated Darkrai, knocking him down. Xiaoyu didn't waste any words and threw a Pokeball at Darkrai. Boom! With a crisp sound, Darkrai transformed into a red light and entered the Pokeball. Doo-doo! The Pokeball began to shake, but Darkrai, already unconscious, clearly lacked the strength to break free. Click! A crisp sound rang out, announcing that Xiaoyu had successfully subdued Darkrai. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally had time to pay attention to the battle between Xiaowanyu and Suxiu. His gaze fell on the battlefield to the side, and he was surprised to find that Suxiu's Tyranitar had already defeated Hydreigon, leaving only Mega Gardevoir struggling to hold on. It's worth noting that Suxiu's Tyranitar had already taken a hit from Gallade's Destiny Bond move, and now it's actually gaining the upper hand under the combined attack of Hydreigon and Mega Gardevoir. Xiaowanyu is just too incompetent. Xiaoyu, come help me quickly. Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression and asked for help. Suxiu's Bankeras is acting strangely. Just now, Xiaowanyu's Hydreigon unleashed a full-power Dark Pulse, which not only failed to harm Tyranitar but also seemed to recharge it, making Tyranitar even stronger and allowing it to directly respond with a powerful Dark-type move that severely injured Hydreigon. It wasn't until this moment that Xiaowanyu noticed something was wrong. Suxiu's Tyranitar seemed to be completely immune to Dark-type attacks, and the Dark-type moves it used were far more powerful than those of a typical champion-level Pokémon. Xiaowanyu never expected that Suxiu's Tyranitar would be carrying the Evil Face tablet, and thus suffered a great loss in the battle. As for Xiaoyu, he had already noticed something was wrong with Suxiu's Tyranitar, because the item list for Tyranitar clearly stated the words Evil Face Slab. The Evil Face Slab is the evil-type slab among Arceus's 18 attribute slabs. Arceus, as the creator god, possesses a tablet that is one of the most precious treasures in the world. Holding the Darkness tablet grants immunity to any Dark-type moves and greatly enhances the power of Dark-type moves. The Stone Slab also has the most powerful function, it can improve the stats of Pokémon of the same type. This also means that as long as you obtain any attribute Stone tablet, you have the potential to become one of the strongest in that attribute. That's the charm of Stone Slabs. Xiaoyu had long known that Suxiu's Tyranitar was the toughest nut to crack, which is why he chose to deal with Darkrai himself and let Xiaowanyu deal with Suxiu. Although Xiaoyu has a grudge against Suxiu, it doesn't mean he would be foolish enough to put himself in danger for the sake of revenge. The gentleman does not stand under the wall. Blindly seeking revenge is no different from committing suicide. He should first let Xiaowanyu and Suxiu fight amongst themselves, so that he could have a chance to fish in troubled waters. In order to complete the mission of the Dream God, Xiaoyu had long been prepared to blacken the Darkrai and to fight Xiaowanyu to snatch it. Therefore, he had to weaken Xiaowanyu's strength as much as possible. Suxiu's appearance undoubtedly gave Xiaoyu the opportunity to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Now that Darkrai is in their hands, all Xiaoyu needs to do is defeat Suxiu and retrieve the Judgment Jar, and then he can retire successfully. As for Xiaowanyu's attitude, although it will cause their relationship to deteriorate rapidly, Xiaoyu believes that with Xiaowanyu's shrewdness, she will definitely swallow her pride and cut her losses in time for the sake of future cooperation. Let's deal with him together, Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he spoke to Xiaowanyu beside him. Okay. Xiaowanyu's face was also quite gloomy, and she looked at Suxiu coldly. All her thoughts were focused on Suxiu and Bangeras. She never imagined that Xiaoyu would betray her and even plot against her in secret. In Xiaowanyu's view, the two had reached a cooperation agreement, and their previous cooperation had been quite pleasant. In addition, their open and frank communication yesterday, as well as their tacit cooperation in dealing with Darkrai, further reinforced this. Xiaowanyu didn't believe Xiaoyu had any reason to betray her. Of course, the most important thing is Xiaowanyu's confidence in her own charm, which makes her arrogantly believe that Xiaoyu will not betray her. Xiaoyu, you hold him off for me, Xiaowanyu's voice rang out. Gardevoir, use your Z-move. Xiaoyu blushed suddenly upon hearing Xiaowanyu's voice. Are you here? Awkward dance with lines. Why is a Fairy-type Elite Four member using a Fighting-type Z-crystal? Garbage. Iron Warrior, Brick Break. Stop Tyranitar. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Iron Warrior did not hesitate at all. In a flash, he arrived beside Tyranitar and swung his sword. Tyranitar, use Stone Attack. Seeing the Iron Warriors join the battle, Suxiu frowned and immediately commanded Tyranitar to retaliate. At the same time, Xiaoyu stared intently at Xiaowanyu. Xiaowanyu then revealed the Z-Power bracelet on her wrist, showing off the 5 Z-Pure crystals on it. 3 attribute Z-crystals, 2 exclusive Z-crystals. Fairy Z-crystal, Dark Z Crystal, Fighting Z Crystal, plus Primarina Z Crystal and Mimikyu Z Crystal. Wealth and status are overwhelming. It turns out that Xiaowanyu did have Fairy Z Crystals, but when facing Tyranitar, she chose to have Mega Gardevoir use a Fighting Z Crystal that was 4 times stronger than Tyranitar. Xiaowanyu and Mega Gardevoir started dancing and chanting lines at the same time. My will and Gardevoirs will have merged to become the Elite Four. Now is the time to unite all forces as one. Unparalleled fierce punch with full power. Xiaowanyu's gentle and charming appearance, along with her noble Mega Gardevoir, is seriously inconsistent with the exaggerated and awkward dance moves and dialogue in Fighting Z. Xiaoyu watched with great pleasure. Although Fighting Z did not match Xiaowanyu's image, it was still hard to hide Xiaowanyu's curvaceous figure and long legs. An endless stream of fighting-type energy surged from Mega Gardevoir's body, and the light emitted by the Z crystal enveloped Gardevoir. Boom! The Z move, evolved from the fighting-type move Aura Fist, hurtled towards Tyranitar. Hold on, Bangerous. Sushio was already prepared for Gardevoir's Fighting Z move. With a wave of his hand, he calmly directed Tyranitar to use Protect. Countless energy fists surged towards Tyranitar, a dense barrage of energy fists flying towards him. Suddenly, a shield of light materialized in front of Tyranitar, protecting his body. However, Tyranitar's exclusive Z move is different from ordinary moves. Even if Tyranitar uses Protect, it cannot completely block it, but can only reduce the damage. Boom! Under the relentless onslaught of fighting-type energy fists, Tyranitar, its shield shattered, could only take the blows with its own body, letting out a painful roar. Roar! Although the light shield reduces the damage Tyranitar takes, Tyranitar is 4 times weak to fighting, so it is still severely injured by the Fighting Z move Full Power Musa Fist. Sushio's face was grim. He looked at Mega Gardevoir, then at the Iron Warrior beside him. He knew he would most likely leave empty-handed today, but there was still a sliver of a chance. Chapter 319 The Outbreak of Bangerous. Under the cover of night, Sushio's gaze fell on Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu. Even though he was now in a completely disadvantageous position, there was still no sign of retreat or fear on his face. Sushio watched the Iron Warrior and Mega Gardevoir quietly. Iron Warrior, cleave the tile. Gardevoir, use Focus Blast. Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Iron Warrior gripped his double-edged blade, leaped towards Tyranitar, and slashed out with a fierce blow. Mega Gardevoir raised its hands, fighting-type energy gathering in them, and unleashed a Focus Blast. Facing the combined attack of Ironhide and Mega Gardevoir, Sushio remained calm and composed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, his hoarse voice rang out, Tyranitar, punish Light Shard. Sushio's voice startled Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu, who stared wide-eyed at Bangerous. Page 198. Around, dark attribute energy orb appeared above Tyranitar's head, shining with a dazzling light. At this moment, Tyranitar was like a dark-type legendary Pokémon, its entire body enveloped in dark-type energy, turning its green skin black, making it fierce and ferocious. Roar! With a roar from Tyranitar, endless dark-type energy surged from the orb, forming streaks of dark-type energy that flew towards Morphling and Mega Gardevoir. The scorching light blasts rained down relentlessly, giving Iron Warrior and Mega Gardevoir no chance to catch their breath. Boom, boom, boom. As Arceus's signature move, the Shattered Light is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying skills. Although it's considered a useless skill in the game, it's extremely powerful in reality. The intense energy attack engulfed Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu's 2 Pokémon, causing an explosion and billowing smoke. This is the Evil Face Tablet. Xiaowanyu's face showed a heavy expression. Sushio actually possessed the unique Evil Face Tablet. We have Darkrai. Let's take the Judgment Jar and leave. Old Lu, you guys go first. Looking at the Evil Face Tablet carried by Tyranitar, Xiaowanyu felt the urge to retreat for the first time. Since Darkrai had already been captured, she could retreat as long as she retrieved the Judgment Jar. There was no need to confront Sushio head-on. As the smoke cleared, the figures of Iron Warrior and Mega Gardevoir were revealed. Even though the Iron Warrior, with its 4 times resistance to darkness, took a hit from a dark-type Retribution Gravel, it wasn't seriously injured. It brandished its double-blade blade, assumed a rising slashing stance, and looked at Tyranitar opposite it, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Only a powerful opponent can excite it, and the Tyranitar before it is undoubtedly a worthy opponent. In stark contrast to the Iron Warrior was the Mega Gardevoir, which was on the verge of its limit after taking a full-force Shattered Light, coupled with the damage it had sustained in the previous battle. Iron Warrior, go and retrieve the Judgment Jar. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Although Iron Warrior also wanted to fight Tyranitar, he suppressed his impulse, pushed off with his feet, and charged towards the energy amplifier. "Stop it, Banjaras, use the Judgment Lightstone." Sushio's voice rang out. "Aunt Xiao, stop it. Let Gardevoir use Destiny Bond." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaowanyu gritted her teeth, then waved her hand and said to Mega Gardevoir, "Gardevoir, Fate Share." Mega Gardevoir used Teleport to block the Iron Warrior, and then a Ghost-type energy flew towards Tyranitar like a ghost. Hyluga. Just as the Destiny Bond move was about to hit Tyranitar, Houndoom suddenly appeared behind Sushio. Upon hearing Sushio's order, Houndoom rushed in front of Tyranitar without hesitation, blocking the Destiny Bond attack for Tyranitar. The Destiny Link skill activates, linking Houndoom and Gardevoir together. At the same time, the skill Retribution Light Shard was activated, and a storm of energy light shards surged towards Mega Gardevoir, completely engulfing it. Boom! Already severely injured, Mega Gardevoir was unable to withstand the second Judgment Light, and in the blink of an eye, it lost all its combat abilities, collapsed to the ground, and cancelled its Mega Evolution. At the same time, the Destiny Bond skill was activated, and Houndoom also lost its ability to fight, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, both Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu had very gloomy expressions. Only Sushio smiled. He had already suffered the same fate once, how could he possibly fall twice in the same place? But taking advantage of this opportunity, the Iron Warrior also obtained the Judgment Jar and brought it back. "Xiaoyu, you can take Darkrai with you, but you must give me the Jar of Retribution." Sushio looked at Xiaoyu and said. Hearing Sushio's words, Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Did Sushio really think that his Bankeras had the Iron Warrior in the bag? Although Tyranitar's Retribution Lightstone is quite troublesome, his Iron Warrior is currently in excellent condition with plenty of energy. In contrast, Sushio's Banjaras was already seriously injured and was much weaker than the Iron Warrior. Moreover, in terms of attributes, the Iron Warrior has a significant advantage, and no matter how you look at it, the Iron Warrior should have a greater chance of winning this battle. What makes you think you're guaranteed to win? By punishing Light Gravel with your own hand? Xiaoyu's face revealed a mocking smile. You should be the one handing over the evil face tablet. Then let's do it. Sushio looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes flashing. Tyranitar, punish Light Shard. Iron Warriors, charge forward and use close combat. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Iron Warrior exerted force with his feet, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! The concentrated firepower and damage from the sanctioning Light Gravel flew towards the Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior suddenly twisted the double-headed blade in his hand, splitting it in two, with a short blade in each hand. He wielded his twin blades, unleashing a torrent of fighting energy that coated the blades and unleashed a continuous barrage of strikes. Ding, ding. A crisp sound rang out as the Iron Warrior used his twin blades to deflect almost all the light fragments. Only a small portion of the fragments landed on the Iron Warrior, causing negligible damage. At this moment, the Iron Warrior was already close to Tyranitar, raising his twin swords high and slashing in a cross pattern. Banjaras, hold the line. A light shield appeared, blocking the fatal blow from the Iron Warrior. But while you can hold off a skill for a while, you can't stop at once. Seeing the ferocious Iron Warrior, Sushio's expression was extremely solemn. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu's Pokémon to be so powerful. It was only then that he realized that even with the added benefit of the evil face slab, the heavily injured Tyranitar was no match for the Iron Warrior. If both sides were at their peak, they would still have a fighting chance, but right now, Sushio gave Xiaoyu a deep look. Being a steady person by nature, he had already made plans to retreat. Where there is life, there is hope. Iron Warrior, continuous close combat. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the day of revenge was today. Come out, Vulture Na. Sushio took out a Pokeball, released Vulpix, and leaped onto its back. Vulpix then flapped its wings and took flight. Don't let him leave, Iron Warrior, Moon Power. Banjaras, punish the Light Shard, stop it. Boom. The power of the moon and the chameleon collided, creating a huge explosion. Sushio took the opportunity to recall Tyranitar, then flapped the wings of Vulture Na and disappeared into the night. Chapter 320 Fruits of Victory. Watching Sushio ride away on Bald Eagle Na's back, Xiaoyu was powerless to stop him and could only sigh silently in his heart. Right now, he only has one Iron Warrior to his name. Although he can defeat Sushio, it's impossible for him to capture Sushio. Only when Charizard, Salamence, Noivern, and Dragapult grow up will he truly have the ability to chase after them in the air. Once my Pokémon grows up, I will definitely become the ruler of the skies. Isn't it normal for a Dragon Master to also be a Flying Master? Watching Sushio's departing figure, and then looking at Xiaoyu's Iron Warrior, Xiaowanyu's expression was complicated. On one hand, they were happy that Xiaoyu had forced Sushio to leave, but on the other hand, they were surprised by Xiaoyu's powerful strength. Xiaoyu has only been a trainer for a short time, yet he already possesses such a powerful Pokémon. Xiaoyu named this Pokémon Iron Warrior? How did he manage to capture such a powerful Pokémon? Xiaowanyu temporarily suppressed her doubts, turned around and walked towards Xiaoyu, looking at him intently with anticipation in her eyes. Thank you for this. As a token of my gratitude, please feel free to name your terms. As she spoke, Xiaowanyu stretched out her hand, palm open, the meaning of which was self-evident. It's finally here. Meeting Xiaowanyu's gaze, Xiaoyu, though he had already decided to keep Darkrai a secret, still felt a little embarrassed and could only remain silent. Seeing that Xiaoyu was not moving, Xiaowanyu gradually realized that something was wrong, and the smile on her face froze. Xiaoyu, can you give me Darkrai's Pokeball? Aunt Xiao. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaowanyu and slowly shook his head. Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? Xiaowanyu was shocked and angry, but she tried her best to keep her tone calm and control her emotions. Why did you do this? If you need any conditions, just tell me. There's no need to do this. If there's anything you're not happy about, you can tell me. There's no need to ruin our relationship over something like this. Aunt Xiao, I must get my hands on this Darkrai. Although Xiaoyu didn't want to completely break ties with Xiaowanyu, he had to harden his heart and do this in order to complete the mission of the Dream God. Xiaowanyu's chest heaved, her face turning ashen with anger. She truly hadn't expected Xiaoyu to openly defy her. Fine, you. However, before Xiaowanyu could finish speaking, the crescent feather on the Iron Warrior's body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. A spatial gate instantly formed and opened, and a huge suction force surged towards Xiaowanyu, Xiaoyu, and the Iron Warrior. The siblings Lu Yunhan and Lu Yunxuan, who were standing nearby, obviously saw this scene as well, but they were too late to stop it. They could only watch helplessly as the pink light flashed by. By the time they came to their senses, Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu had already disappeared from the spot. Page 199. Inside the magnificent golden hall of the Dream Castle, a pink glow enveloped the entire hall. Xiaoyu, who had just experienced spatial teleportation, felt dizzy and nauseous. He reached out and braced himself on the ground, trying his best to get up, but all he touched was something soft and yielding. At the same time, a seductive moaning sound came out, instantly bringing Xiaoyu back to his senses. Xiaoyu looked down and saw that he was propped up on Xiaowanyu in a very undignified position. With a slight blush, Xiaoyu quickly withdrew his hand and stood up, all in one smooth motion, as if nothing had happened. Xiaowanyu, who had also come to her senses, blushed deeply, her heart filled with a mixture of shame and anger, and even her fair neck turned as red as blood. She stared at Xiaoyu with wide eyes, seemingly unable to tell whether Xiaoyu did it on purpose or accidentally. After a few breaths, Xiaowanyu suppressed her shame and anger, looked at Xiaoyu calmly, and said in a low voice, "Help me up." Although her tone was calm, her constantly trembling eyelashes betrayed that her heart was not at peace. Oh, okay. Xiaoyu quickly reached out and helped Xiaowanyu up. Her skin was soft to the touch, reminding Xiaoyu of the sensation he had just experienced. It has to be said that Xiaowanyu has a really good figure. Xiaoyu can guarantee that with his right hand. After helping Xiaowanyu up, Xiaoyu noticed that the Iron Warrior was staring at the sky with a fighting spirit, as if he wanted to challenge the Dream God again. However, the Iron Warrior, though warlike, is not necessarily a fool. Ever since its last encounter with the Dream God, the Iron Warrior knew that with its current strength, it was no match for the Dream God. It needs to become stronger to fight the God of Dreams. Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu looked up at the same time. Under the magnificent dome, which resembled a galaxy, stood the enormous body of the Dream God, its pink radiance shining like a galaxy scattered across the sky. It was the first time Xiaowanyu had ever seen such a magnificent sight. The beautiful castle and the dreamlike goddess made one want to worship them. She desperately wanted to capture a legendary beast, but upon seeing Cresselia, the goddess of dreams, she couldn't muster any desire to do so. In front of Cresselia, the goddess of dreams, she felt that she and her Pokémon were so insignificant. This is Cresselia, the goddess of dreams? Xiaowanyu asked, looking at Xiaoyu beside her. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. I captured Darkrai because I promised Dream God that I would hand Darkrai over to it. Xiaoyu. The voice of the Dream Goddess rang out, still carrying a hint of etherealness. I sense that you have completed the task I assigned to you. As soon as the voice of the Dream God rang out, Xiaoyu felt the Pokeball at his waist being enveloped in psychic power and flying out uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, the Pokeball popped open automatically, revealing the heavily injured Darkrai. Pink light enveloped Darkrai, and its injuries healed at a visible speed. Once Darkrai regained consciousness, he looked at Xiaoyu and the Iron Warrior with an angry expression and immediately wanted to launch an attack. Just as Darkrai was about to launch an attack, a surge of immense psychic power enveloped Darkray's body, teleporting him away and causing him to disappear from the spot. Xiaoyu, thank you so much for your help. Darkrai has caused you trouble. The voice of Cresselia, the goddess of dreams, rang out. Darkrai is unruly and secretly left the dream world while its father and I weren't paying attention. It killed many innocent humans. This time I have sent it back to its father. Let its father discipline it and ensure it will not leave the dream world again. Okay? Xiaoyu felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. Judging from the tone of the dream god, this Darkrai seemed to be its child. Dream god, is this Darkrai your child? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. No wonder the dream god had to bring Darkrai back himself, rather than have him kill it directly. Moreover, it's clear from the abilities displayed by the dream god that as long as one defeats or captures Darkrai, it can use the crescent wing to teleport one into the dream world at any time. This crescent feather acts like a lighthouse or a locator, a guiding light that allows the god of dreams to find you at any time. Xiaoyu, you have completed the task I assigned you. What reward do you want? The voice of the dream god rang out, looking down at Xiaoyu from the sky and asking. I'd like to take your son out to see the world, is that alright? Xiaoyu asked cautiously, then pointed to Xiaowanyu beside him. This is my companion. Without her help, I wouldn't have been able to bring your son back. I think you should give her a reward too. The gods were silent. Chapter 321 The God of Dreams Luxurious Prize. Xiaoyu's words not only silenced the goddess of dreams, but also silenced Xiaowanyu who was standing to the side. Xiaowanyu was surprised that Xiaoyu would be so bold as to directly bargain with the goddess of dreams. She was worried that Xiaoyu would anger the goddess of dreams and then kill the two of them in a fit of rage. At the same time, purple psychic light flashed in the eyes of the dream god, and surging psychic power continued to flow, bringing a powerful pressure. Damn, no way? Even the mighty god of dreams can't take a joke. If you don't want to give it, you don't have to resort to violence, do you? You old scoundrel, you've gone too far in bullying me. Just when Xiaoyu thought the dream god was going to teach him a lesson and was preparing to fight to the death, two spatial gates suddenly opened. A Darkrai and a Cresselia were seen teleporting out from the portal. Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu's gazes fell on Darkrai at the same time, and they both immediately realized that this Darkrai was not the same Darkrai that Xiaoyu had just caught. First, this Darkrai is slightly smaller than the evil Darkrai. Second, this Darkrai is only at the Elite 4 level, not as strong as the Darkrai from before. Finally, in terms of personality, the Darkrai was fierce, irritable, and easily angered, while this Darkrai was clearly much gentler. It did not make any aggressive moves and just looked at Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu with curiosity. As for the other Cresselia, it quickly flew behind Dream God and hid the moment it was teleported out. It cautiously peeked out and shyly looked at Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu, not at all like a divine beast. So cute. Upon seeing the two divine beasts that appeared, Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout in his heart. Dream Goddess, you're so hot in tight pants. You're practically my godmother. I need to give you a shout out right now. My dreams have been blessed by God. His kindness is so great. Xiaoyu. The ethereal voice of the dream goddess rang out. I entrust them to you. You are responsible for taking good care of them. If they are wronged, I will bring them back to the dream world at any time. Darkrai Cresselia. Go with them and see the outside world. As the ethereal voice of the dream goddess faded, two dream orbs flew towards Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu respectively, while Darkrai and Cresselia transformed into streaks of red light and entered the dream orbs. Hearing the words of the dream goddess and watching the dream orb fly towards her, Xiaowanyu felt as if she were dreaming. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I caught the dream ball that flew towards me. Immediately afterwards, a spatial portal appeared. The dream god seemed unwilling to say another word to Xiaoyu, clearly disliking him greatly. He directly used his superpowers to teleport Xiaoyu, Xiaowanyu, and the Iron Warrior out of the dream world at the same time. After Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu were teleported out of the dream world, a hoarse and cold voice suddenly rang out in the dream world. Endless black mist billowed, and a colossal, giant-like figure appeared in the air. Darkrai, the nightmare god, spoke. Why did you let them follow these two humans to the outside world? The ethereal voice of the dream goddess rang out. I gave Xiaoyu 2 crescent feathers, but for a long time I could only feel the crescent feather that had merged into Ai Guanshi's body. As for the other crescent feather, it is mostly undetectable. Xiaoyu possesses a treasure that can shield the connection between me and the crescent feather. Those treasures are at least. Xiaoyu, Xiaowanyu, and the Iron Warrior reappear and return to the real world. As soon as the two appeared, Lu Yinhan and Lu Yingxuan immediately tensed up and looked at Xiaoyu nervously. At the same time, he reached for the Pokeball at his waist, seemingly ready to release his Pokémon at any moment. After all, The tense atmosphere between Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu when they left was still fresh in everyone's mind. Although the combined strength of their two Pokémon was no match for Xiaoyu's Iron Warrior, they had to bite the bullet and fight for Xiaowanyu's sake. What are you doing? Xiaowanyu frowned as she looked at Lu Yinhan and Lu Yingxuan, who seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, and shouted, "Put away the Pokeballs." Ignoring the surprised Lu Yinhan and his sister, Xiaowanyu's face beamed with a radiant smile, as bright as moonlight. "Xiaoyu, let's go." "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "Old Lu, have dinner prepared immediately." "Yes." The Lu siblings were filled with endless doubts. Before they teleported, they looked like mortal enemies, but how did they become such inseparable brothers after they returned? Despite having many questions in his mind, as a professional butler, Lu Yinhan could only suppress his doubts and silently pick up the phone to prepare dinner. Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu left the underground laboratory and returned to Xiaowanyu's mansion in Shanghai. "Xiaoyu, let's go. I've been busy all night, and I've already had dinner prepared." Xiaowanyu's face was always adorned with a bright smile as she warmly invited Xiaoyu. Unlike her usual smiles, Xiaoyu could sense that this time, Xiaowanyu's smile was a genuine and radiant one. Page 200. Like summer flowers in full bloom, her beauty added an extra touch of unique charm to Xiaowanyu, who was already stunning. "You should treat me to a meal." Xiaoyu also teased Xiaowanyu with a smile. "When I said I wouldn't hand over Darkrai to you, I felt like your eyes could tear me to pieces." Xiaoyu's words made Xiaowanyu blush, a rare occurrence for her, as she had been extremely angry at the time. "It's infuriating that Xiaoyu snatched away Darkrai, which I went through so much trouble to get my hands on. Anyone would be furious. If the protagonist's Darkrai were to be stolen by another supporting character, the book would probably be deleted due to the backlash." However, after seeing the powerful dream goddess, who was like a deity, Xiaowanyu was able to understand Xiaoyu's predicament to some extent. Moreover, when she returned, Xiaowanyu had thought it over carefully. Even if Xiaoyu had been willing to give her Darkrai's Pokeball, and she had gotten it, it would still have been taken away by Mutuo. That Darkrai was destined not to be my Pokemon. If I gain it, I am fortunate. If I lose it, it is my fate. What is destined cannot be forced. Therefore, Xiaowanyu was already very content that Xiaoyu had managed to ask the powerful dream god for a Cresselia for her. This is already the best case scenario. Moreover, the two are not related by blood, their only relationship is that of collaborators. Even if Xiaoyu were to keep Darkrai for herself, she would have no choice but to swallow her pride and bear it. Therefore, one must know how to be content and learn to be grateful. Don't take other people's kindness for granted. That's why I made a special trip to apologize and express my gratitude to you. I hope Dr. Xia can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against a woman like me." Xiaowanyu said with a smile. "Xiaoyu, you can wander around for a bit. Lao Lu, you show Xiaoyu around. I'm going to change my clothes." After a night of fighting, Xiaowanyu's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and in order to move around easily, she was wearing a sports jacket and sneakers, which were not suitable for a dinner occasion. "Okay, Aunt Xiao, you go ahead with your work." Chapter 322 Night Banquet. A belated dinner. Xiaoyu wandered around Xiaowanyu's mansion for nearly an hour before finally waiting for Xiaowanyu to arrive. She went back to her room and took a shower. Her hair was still slightly damp. She put on light makeup again and changed into a pink strapless floral dress. Compared to her usual elegant and charming attire, Xiaowanyu's outfit today was simpler and fresher, with a touch more playfulness, making her look much younger. She transformed from a charming and sexy young woman into a vibrant young woman in her 20s. Xiaowanyu walked gracefully towards Xiaoyu, carrying a delicate fragrance. Her unique attire caught Xiaoyu's eye. Of all the women Xiaoyu had ever met, Xiaowanyu was definitely the most beautiful. She has the face of a young girl and the figure of a mature woman. The skin is smooth and creamy, and the waist is slim and slender. Even someone as picky as Xiaoyu had to admit that Xiaowanyu was perfect in every way. Aside from having a husband, Xiaoyu couldn't find any flaws. "I'm sorry." Xiaowanyu, who had just subdued Cresselia, was clearly in a great mood. Her clear, bright eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "I just took a shower and changed my clothes. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Every frown and smile is full of spring colors. Xiaowanyu picked up the decanter and poured red wine for Xiaoyu herself, while also pouring a glass for herself. "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Xiaowanyu picked up her wine glass and looked intently at Xiaoyu. "My promise to you still stands. You can ask me for anything you want. Just tell me directly. We'll talk about this later." Xiaoyu waved his hand. "I haven't thought about it yet. Call me anytime when you've made up your mind. Come and try the dinner I prepared especially for you. You must be hungry after a busy night." As Xiaowanyu spoke, she picked up some food from the table and placed it in Xiaoyu's bowl. Looking at the enthusiastic Xiaowanyu, Xiaoyu felt a little uncomfortable, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly waved her hand. I can do it myself. Aunt Xiao, you don't need to worry about me, you should eat something too. It is good. Xiao Wanyu smiled slightly as she looked at Xiaoyu's reserved expression. The two chatted and toasted each other, and before they knew it, they had drunk 3 bottles of red wine. A blush appeared on both Xiao Wanyu's and Xiaoyu's faces. Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanyu's face was flushed, but her eyes shone like starlight as she stared intently at Xiaoyu, scrutinizing him carefully. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and well-proportioned features. Xiaoyu has a refined and elegant appearance, and his whole person exudes a scholarly air. If someone were to wear a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, they would be the epitome of a hypocrite. It has to be said that Xiaoyu is extremely handsome, at least in the eyes of women. As for whether men see him the same way, we don't know. Xiaoyu responded, and seeing that Xiao Wanyu remained silent for a long time, he turned to look at her, only to meet her gaze. Looking at Xiao Wanyu looking up at him, with her small face, red lips and white teeth, and bright eyes with a gentle smile, Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. It took them several seconds to come to their senses and quickly look away. Xiao Wanyu realized that she had lost her composure and reached out to tidy her hair behind her ear. What's wrong with me? I'm actually staring at a man so intently. Xiao Wanyu unconsciously recalled the scene that happened in the secret realm of dreams. Her beautiful face couldn't help but flush. Her drunkenness and shyness were mixed together, which was a beautiful sight in Xiaoyu's eyes. Well, after I subdue Cresselia, it will probably be some time before I officially become a full member of the Divine Coffin. Xiao Wanyu forced herself to calm down and, feigning composure, began to discuss serious matters with Xiaoyu. Once I become a full member, I can recommend someone to join the coffin, starting as a reserve member. At that time, you can become a reserve member of the coffin. Xiaoyu asked absent-mindedly, the Divine Coffin, how much do you know about the people inside the Divine Coffin? I only know 3 people. Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Xiao Wanyu thought for a moment and said, one is Shengguan 12, codenamed Yongdong or Han Bing. His divine beast is Articuno. You have also fought with him. I don't know Yongdong's true identity. I feel that he should be a scientific researcher. The other one is Divine Coffin 10, codenamed Phoenix. His divine beast is a dark-type Molters. Everyone knows his identity. He is the current president of the Dawn Society, Kong Yen. The last one is the Divine Coffin 8, codenamed Heart Steel. His divine beast is Melmeta, and his true identity is Su Qinggan. Su Qinggan? Xiaoyu turned to look at Xiao Wanyu with a surprised expression. He remembered that Su Qinggan seemed to be Xiao Wanyu's 80-year-old husband. Yes, my husband. When Su Xing was mentioned, Xiao Wanyu admitted it openly without any hesitation. However, the position of Shengguan 8 is now vacant, and it is very likely that Su Xing will take over Su Qingjian's position. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanyu in confusion. Is it vacant? Yes. Xiao Wanyu nodded, her expression calm. Su Qinggan died 3 days ago. It just hasn't been announced yet. His funeral is already being prepared and will be held in 3 days, in time for the 7th day after his death. Su Qinggan is dead? Holy crap, Xiao Wanyu's last flaw is gone too. Xiaoyu didn't have much of an impression of Su Qinggan. He only remembered that Su Qinggan had been a champion in China before. As for his life story and contributions, he knew nothing about him. Moreover, judging from Xiao Wanyu's appearance, she doesn't seem to be sad about Su Qingjian's death. Aren't you going back for the funeral? Xiaoyu asked. Why should I go back? Xiao Wanyu said with a smile, Muzi can go, I won't go. Aren't you two husband and wife? Does being married mean you have to go back? Xiao Wanyu seemed unwilling to dwell on this issue any longer, waving her hand to interrupt. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about your situation. You've also obtained a dark ray. With this dark ray, you only need to endure a 1-year probationary period to become a full member of the coffin. Official members of the Divine Coffin? Xiaoyu wasn't really interested in these so-called official members of the Divine Coffin. He had a system with him, and now he even had 2 divine beasts, Darkrai and Diancie, with huge growth potential. To be honest, he really didn't need to get involved with the people from the Divine Coffin. He just needed to focus on developing his character, playing cautiously in the early game, and becoming invincible in the late game. Of course, joining the Divine Coffin wasn't a bad thing either. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't pass up the benefits of getting something for free. Yes, I'll have to trouble you then, Aunt Xiao. By the way, Aunt Xiao, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the wishing stars and asked, how's your collection of the wishing stars you mentioned last time coming along? Chapter 323 will not have a title. Wishing star is a remnant of Eternatus's body and is also the core key to Dynamax. It's only been a few days. We've only collected a few pieces so far because we've been busy preparing to capture Darkrai, Xiao Wanyu said. As they got down to business, their drunkenness dissipated considerably. If you need them, I can give them to you first. Okay, give it to me first. Xiaoyu nodded. There were still 2 or 3 months before the start of university, and he planned to use this time to complete the Dynamax quest and explore the possibilities. With a champion-level Iron Warrior and 2 elite 4-level Pokémon, Darkrai and Gallade, he already has a certain level of self-defense ability and is fully capable of starting the Dynamax quest. By the way, Xiaoyu, speaking of your new experiment, Xiaoyu, what kind of experiment is it? Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu with curiosity. Keep it a secret for now. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't reveal a single word about the new experiment. Dr. Xia. Xiaowanyu's voice was soft, her face was rosy, and she had a natural charm. She said in a coquettish tone, "Tell me about it, satisfy my curiosity." Success comes from secrecy, failure from leaks. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaowanyu and said seriously, "Unless you are absolutely certain, you should be careful with your words and actions, and the fewer people who know, the better." It seems Dr. Xia still doesn't believe me. Seeing Xiaoyu's serious expression, Xiaowanyu stopped pressing the issue and picked up her wine glass with a mournful look on her face. "All right then, but Dr. Xia, if you get any experimental results, remember to tell me as soon as possible."
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.